Chapter 1309, Nisha's Reply. Wait, what are you planning to do? Cherry backed away when she saw Nisha walking towards her with a devilish look on her face. What am I planning to do? Nisha asked back. Naturally, I am going to make your Pope understand that she can't just waltz inside our territory and attack us just because she feels like it. The old fool, maybe she thinks that we are a bunch of softies. Two men grabbed onto Cherry's arms and pulled on them, holding the little girl in place. Stop. Cherry teared up when she saw the dark blade in Nisha's hands. Don't. Nisha sneered as she raised the blade up high. You are the virtue of charity, right? Since you like being charitable, I plan to give the Pope something that belongs to you. If you have someone to blame, blame your Pope for her stupidity. Without another word, the veiled beauty brought her sword down on one of Cherry's arms, severing it completely from her body. Ah! The virtue of charity's pained cries echoed inside the walls of the room where she had been confined. Blood spurted on the ground as the little girl's cries grew louder and louder. As someone that had been spoiled by the members of the Holy Order of Light, as well as her sisters, this was the first time she had experienced true pain that made her bawl her eyes out. You, send that arm to the Palace of Light, Nisha ordered the man holding onto Cherry's severed arm. Make sure that the Pope receives our gift as fast as you can. The man bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Excellency. Nisha glanced at the wailing little girl that had collapsed on the ground and sneered. It's a good thing that William isn't here, Nisha thought. Even in his corrupted state, he might still not be able to do something like this to one of our enemies. The steward of the Ainsworth Empire and the Demon Continent turned around to walk towards the exit. As soon as she left the room, Audrey gave her a scathing glare before running inside the room to care for Cherry's injury. Nisha didn't even bother to look at the virtuous Lady of Fortitude, and continued to walk down the hallway. After making a right turn, she came face to face with a beautiful elf, who had a solemn expression on her face. Was there no other way? Celeste asked. Is that the only solution you can come up with? Celeste felt extremely sad about what happened to Cherry because she had treated the little girl as her sister. Although the virtuous girl of Charity was quite mischievous and liked to play pranks on people, it didn't change the fact that she was still one of the 7 virtues, and all of them had a good relationship with each other. The original plan was to cut an arm from each of you girls, Nisha replied. Do you mind donating your arm to ensure that the Pope's stupidity doesn't continue to step out of bounds? Yes, Celeste replied. You should have taken mine, instead of Cherry's. Well, it's too late for that. But, I don't mind sending the Holy Order of Light one more arm if that makes you happy. Do it then. Celeste stared straight into Nisha's eyes to show her how serious she was. Nisha smirked, but at the next second a black blade appeared in her hand. With one smooth slash, Celeste's arm was cut off of her body, catching the virtuous Lady of Chastity by surprise. I think you've misunderstood something here, Nisha said before picking the severed arm up off the floor. I am the leader of Deus, an organization that had stood against the Holy Order of Light from the shadows. Don't even think that I'll bat an eye into cutting off an arm, a leg, an ear, a tongue, a nose, or even plucking out one of your eyeballs. Many of my subordinates have died because of your organization. Believe me when I say that I hold no love for any of you. Nisha moved her head closer towards the face of the beautiful elf, which was contorted in pain. The only reason why all of you are alive is because William gave me explicit orders not to kill any of you, while he was away. You won't get away with this, Celeste replied as she applied pressure on the place where her left arm used to be. Oh, but I can, Nisha replied. Just wait, Missy. I don't care if you are William's prophesied bride, so remember this, and remember it well. If any of you get in the way of my prince's happiness, I will gladly cut off your heads, right here, right now. With a snort of contempt, Nisha left Celeste on the hallway with blood flowing down her left side. Now that the Pope had dared to attack them in William's absence, it was up to her to ensure that a second attempt wouldn't happen again in the future. Celeste gritted her teeth as she sealed her wound with the power of her divinity. Unlike Cherry and Audrey, who were wearing shackles that bound their powers, Celeste was free to use hers anytime she pleased. Will come back soon. Celeste prayed that the half-elf would return to the surface world along with her sister, Celine. That was the only reason why she betrayed the Holy Order of Light, and allowed 2 of her sisters to be captured by the Pontifex of Deus, whose bottled-up hate for them had now risen to the surface. Celeste didn't know if he would take their side when he returned, but one thing was sure. The half-elf would not allow the sister of the person she loved to suffer such a cruel fate. The Pope, Lyra, Ephemera, Shayna, and Melody had grim expressions on their faces as they looked at the gift that Nisha had sent them, right after the battle in the Ainsworth Empire ended. In a black box, 2 arms that were still dripping with blood could be seen. A letter was also included, which all of them had already read. The written message was short, but it contained a threat that could no longer be pushed aside. Next time, it will be their heads. The message only contained 7 words, but it was more than enough to make the 4 virtuous ladies glare at the Pope for her failed attempt to attack the Ainsworth Empire. "We can't be sure that these arms belong to your sisters," the Pope replied after regaining her composure. "There is only one way to confirm. Follow me." The Pope held the black box in her hands and headed towards the top of the castle with the 4 virtuous ladies, and the pseudo-gods, including Belle. Several minutes later, they arrived at the altar where they had performed the summoning ritual which had summoned a hero from another world. The Pope then walked towards the circle of charity and placed the small arm, which they assumed belonged to Cherry, on it. As soon as the arm was laid on the magic circle, it immediately lit up, confirming that the arm did indeed belong to the virtuous Lady of Charity. Ephemera's knuckles made cracking sounds as she clenched her fists tightly. However, she didn't say anything and allowed the Pope to place Celeste's arm on the circle of fortitude. Naturally, it didn't light up because this was not the place where it was supposed to be placed. A minute later, the Pope laid the arm on the right magic circle, and just like what happened with Cherry's magic circle, Celeste's circle lit up as well. Melody wasn't able to take it any longer and immediately picked up the arms of her sisters, and sealed it with the power of her divinity. As long as they were properly stored, there was still a chance for them to be reattached when they were able to meet them again. "There will be no next time. Do you understand?" Shayna stated calmly, although her body was trembling with anger. "How dare you take my sister's life too lightly? Just who do you think you are?" The Pope glared at the virtuous Lady of Prudence and shouted, "I am the Pope of the Holy Order of Light." The Pope shouted, "I was the one that raised half of you. How dare you shout at me?" The Pope, Ephemera asked back in contempt. "You're only here in your position because we are here. If we are out of the picture, you are nothing. Just a miserable, and greedy, old woman whose ambition is bigger than your head. Make no mistake, if you do this again, there will be no Holy Order of Light," Lyra said icily. "There will only be you." Lyra, Ephemera, Shayna, and Melody left the altar of light one after the other. They were quite disappointed that the Pope had launched an attack at the Ainsworth Empire without even bothering to consult them. The Pope watched them go while gritting her teeth. "You fools, do you really think that you can get away from this place?" The Pope gave 2 of the pseudo-gods a sidelong glance and both of them nodded their heads in understanding. Since it had already come to this point, she could only use desperate measures in order to ensure that the influence she held over the biggest organization in the central continent would remain, allowing her to fulfill the ambitions that she had held in her twisted heart for a very long time. Chapter 13:10. There will always be someone stronger than you. Trudging into the plains of wrath, William found himself attacked repeatedly by groups of people with the sole intent to kill him. The majority of them were highly skilled individuals, but none of them was a match to the half-elf, who was determined to get to the Tower of Wrath as soon as possible. Monster! A skinny man screamed before running away. Unfortunately for him, William had no intention of letting any of them get away. Since they dared to attack him, he didn't show them any mercy and killed them down to the last man. "No, that was the last thing," the man shouted before William's black lightning bolt pierced through his chest, turning him into a red mist that flew towards the entrance of the plains. There, they would have to wait for a day for their bodies to return to normal. After that, another cycle of life and death battles awaited them. This would continue until they reached 1 billion credits, which would be enough to allow them to buy a ticket to return to the cycle of reincarnation. These souls would then be cleansed of their past sins, and have their memories erased, so that they could start their brand new lives without being shackled by their past. This was the place where majority of those that had committed great crimes, including murder, arson, and genocide were brought in order to suffer the same kind of suffering they had forced upon others. Just as William was about to continue his journey, a dust cloud appeared at the corner of his vision. A moment later, a dozen motorbikes stopped several meters away from him. "I have been watching you for the past 2 hours, and found you quite interesting," a man wearing sunglasses said with a smile. "My name is Modo, and I am the leader of the renegades. How about you join our group? Although we're not as strong as the other people here in the Plains of Wrath, our teamwork is second to none." "Not interested," William replied in a heartbeat as he walked away, leaving the bikers behind. Don't be in a rush to reject our offer. Moto caught up to William and walked beside him, while dragging his motorbike. The Plains of Wrath is a dangerous place. You might be strong, but there will always be someone stronger than you. William ignored Moto's words and continued to walk. He didn't plan on staying long in the Plains of Wrath, so he wasn't interested in becoming part of any group in order to gather hell credits so he could leave this place. Don't waste your time on him, boss, one of Moto's comrades said. Let him suffer a beating first. After he faces the strong fighters of this plane, he will definitely change his mind and beg to join our group. That's right, boss, another one of Moto's subordinates commented. Who does he think he is? Does he think he is Felix, who was able to gather the big groups after beating them and started his own faction? William halted his steps before glancing in the direction of the biker who said a familiar name. What does this Felix look like? William asked. Does he have green hair? You know him. The man who mentioned Felix's name arched an eyebrow. Are you perhaps one of the people he has beaten to a pulp recently? If you plan to join our group just to take revenge on him, you better forget it. That person already has the 4 wrathful kings on his side. It is not good to antagonize their faction. Moto, who had intended to recruit William to their team, nodded his head in agreement. Friend, you might be strong, but there is greater strength in numbers, Moto stated. The 4 wrathful kings are the true overlords of this place. Their goal is to gain enough hell credits to enter the Tower of Wrath, and take the trial that will allow them to go to heaven. Moto smiled wryly as if the mere thought of the word heaven disgusted him. Based on your path, I am guessing that you are headed for the tower, Moto commented. However, that is also where Felix and his cronies are currently located. None of the other groups in this area dare to go near it. If you go there, it is the same as committing suicide. William shifted his attention towards the Black Tower as a devilish smile appeared on his face. Truth be told, he was unconscious when he killed Felix, who was possessed by aka Mana. The half-elf had long wanted to crush the green-haired demon with his own hands for everything that had happened in the past. Also, the mere thought of his master, Selene, being paired up with Felix as his bride of darkness made his blood boil. He had already made his master his woman, and he would be damned if he allowed the green-haired demon to even touch a single strand of her hair, especially now that she was carrying William's child in her womb. Are you sure that I can find Felix and his cohorts near the tower? William inquired as he gazed at the tower whose peak couldn't be seen. Yes, Moto answered. Don't tell me. They had already told the black-haired teenager about the danger that was waiting for him near the tower, but the expression on William's face made them wonder if they were just imagining things. The half-elf's devilish smile that was plastered on his face made the renegades feel as if they had encountered a madman. William started to run towards the Black Tower in the distance. Now that he knew that Felix was also here, he decided to increase his pace in order to reach the tower. He was worried that the green-haired demon would start to climb it and find Selene along the way. If something bad happened to his master, William would definitely go all out against Felix, and make the green-haired demon understand that he wasn't safe from the half-elf's wrath, even though he had already died and was currently paying for his sins in the underworld. Chapter 13:11, The True Face of Wrath, Part 1. Selene softly patted the bulge in her abdomen with affection. According to her patron goddess, her child would be born in a month's time, and she was looking forward to holding her baby in her arms. However, 2 weeks ago, she started to feel a foreboding feeling in her heart. With every day that passed, this feeling that something bad would happen grew, making her feel anxious. Then suddenly, she felt a familiar connection which made her blood turn cold. She had felt this exact same feeling back in the demon realm, so she was sure that she wasn't just overthinking things. He is here. Selene knew with utmost certainty that the one person whom she didn't want to see in her life was now in the same plane as her. Fortunately, she was on the very top of the Tower of Wrath. The beautiful elf thought that Felix wouldn't be able to find her there, but 2 days later, one of the gatekeepers who took care of her on a daily basis, told her that there was a rowdy bunch that was trying to climb the tower. When Selene asked who the leader of the group was, the gatekeeper said that it was a green-haired demon that went by the name Felix. With this revelation, she finally confirmed that the air of darkness could sense her presence in the tower and was trying to climb it in order to find her. While Selene was deep in thought, she felt a kick in her tummy, making her tear up. It's going to be fine, Selene said as if coaxing a child, while patting her belly to calm the little one that was starting a ruckus. "We are going to be fine." The beautiful elf started to hum a lullaby as she rubbed her belly. Although she knew that it was only a matter of time before Felix reached her location, she would do everything in her power to preserve the proof of William's love for her. Death wasn't an option for her because, if she died, her child would also die. The only thing she could do was wait, and hope that the prison that held her in place would be strong enough to prevent the green-haired demon from taking away the life that she had protected since she had been brought to the underworld by the god of death. "Will," Celine muttered, "give me strength." That was the only thing Celine could say to herself as she dreaded the day that Felix would reach her location and force her to submit to his will. "I'm getting close," Felix smirked as his entourage continued to climb the tower, fighting against the strongest opponents within the Plains of Wrath. The Tower of Wrath was one big slaughterhouse where only the strong reigned supreme. People living outside of the tower dared not to go in because they would just be slaughtered by the powerhouses that had been living inside the tower for dozens of years. The 4 wrathful kings could freely go in and inside the tower whenever they pleased. However, the farthest that they had gotten was only the middle section of the tower. Past that point, the true monsters of the Plains of Wrath lived, and even the 4 kings had to team up just to have a chance of winning against those strong beings. After meeting Felix in the Plains of Wrath, the green-haired demon managed to convince them to climb the Tower of Wrath with him and see what was on top of it. Naturally, the 4 kings didn't like to be bossed around, and decided to fight Felix. All of them were of the myriad rank, and they were monsters that lorded over the Plains of Wrath for hundreds of years. How could they possibly allow a newcomer to call the shots? Unfortunately for them, Felix's strength was of the demigod rank. The green-haired demon was able to overpower them one by one, and gain their allegiance. With each leader that he defeated, his army grew steadily in size until he became the top dog of the Plains of Wrath. After gathering the strongest fighters he could find, Felix took them to the tower and fought their way up. Their group both had quality and quantity to their side, so even the stronger beings, who had been in the tower for a long time, were unable to stop their advance. Finally, after several days of climbing the tower, they had reached the last few layers that would take them to the very top. Felix could feel Celine's presence becoming stronger than ever, so he was very excited to reunite with her in the underworld. With only a few floors remaining, the green-haired demon knew that it was only a matter of time before he would see his bride again. "What are you looking at, mongrel?" Felix asked the 6-foot-tall hellhound whose entire body was burning in hellfire. "Turn back, demon," the hellhound replied. "Everything beyond this point is under my protection. You are not allowed to continue moving forward." The hellhound was the gatekeeper that was taking care of Celine. After being around the beautiful elf for many months, it was easy for it to understand that the elf was feeling anxious about the group that was headed to the top of the tower, where she was currently imprisoned. Felix sneered. "Oh, really? What makes you think that you can stop me? Isn't that right, boys?" The 4 wrathful kings and their subordinates laughed as if finding the whole situation funny. They had managed to move unhindered in the tower, and their confidence had grown a lot due to their winning streak. Because of this, they didn't believe that there was any creature inside the tower that could stop them. That was until now. The hellhound roared and unleashed its aura, making the 4 wrathful kings and their subordinates stop laughing. "Demigod," Felix arched an eyebrow. "But, so what? You're not the only demigod around these parts." Felix covered his body in black flames as if to ridicule the hellfire that the hellhound was emitting on its body. A moment later, the two clashed, sending red and black flames flying in every direction. "What are you fools waiting for?" Felix growled as he blocked the hellhound's fiery paws. "Attack it!" The wrathful kings and their subordinates all gritted their teeth as they attacked the hellhound, who served as the gatekeeper of the topmost floor of the tower. All of them knew that after it was defeated, they would finally be able to reach the top of the tower, which no one in the past thousands of years had managed to set their eyes on. Chapter 13:12, The True Face of Wrath, Part 2. The hellhound's lifeless body hung on the wall impaled by several spears, holding it in place. After fighting against Felix for nearly 2 hours, the injuries it accumulated, thanks to the green-haired demon's cronies, piled up, allowing its opponent to seize an opportunity to inflict a lethal blow to its body. Things went on a downward spiral from there, and even though it fought fiercely, despite its injuries, the outcome of the battle was decided the moment the heir of darkness gained an upper hand. With the help of the 4 wrathful kings, Felix overpowered their enemy until it drew its last breath, while hanging on the wall. Let's go. Felix gave the hellhound one last glance before walking towards the stairs that would lead them to the next floor. Now that the last hurdle blocking his way was gone, there was no stopping the green-haired demon from claiming the prize that was waiting for him at the top of the tower. Celine's body trembled as her connection with Felix intensified. She had hope beyond hope that the gatekeeper would be able to defeat him, and stop the air of darkness from reaching her. Unfortunately, her prayers weren't answered. A moment later, a loud explosion was heard behind her, as the gate that barred anyone from entering her room was demolished. Knock knock, Felix said as he entered the room with a devilish smile on his face. So, this is where you are hiding, Celine. The elf had her back to the door, and the only thing that Felix could see was her long purple hair that rested behind her back. She had been inside a silver cage that prevented her from escaping her prison ever since she had been taken to the underworld. But, right now, her cage was the only thing protecting her from the green-haired demon who was eyeing her with lustful eyes. What's wrong? Felix asked as he walked towards the silver cage. Aren't you glad to see me? Felix's teasing tone made Celine's skill crawl because he was the last being that she wanted to see in the underworld. Getting no response from the elf, Felix decided to walk around the cage in order to see her face. However, Celine moved to match his movements, making the air of darkness only see her back. As a last attempt to hide the child in her womb, she had covered herself with a blanket, and ignored Felix's teasing for the next few minutes. However, it all ended when one of the wrathful kings said something that completely erased the smile on Felix's face. Felix, is this your wife? An ogre holding a spiked mace asked. You didn't tell me that you were going to be a father. So, this is why you're so adamant about climbing the tower. Your pregnant wife is locked up on the top floor. Felix took a step, and immediately appeared on the side of the cage that gave him a good vantage view of the beautiful elf's face. His eyes locked onto the slight bulge that could be seen under the blanket covering her body, which made his eyes immediately turn bloodshot. You slut, Felix growled. Who is the father of that devil spawn? Since the secret was already out, Celine raised her head and stared at Felix fearlessly. A man who is many times better than you, Celine answered. The four wrathful kings who had heard the exchange immediately understood the situation. Ha ha ha, Felix got cockblocked. Wow, maybe I should give him a green hat as a gift. It will fit him perfectly. Fools, ha ha ha, this is no laughing matter. This is actually serious. So you say, but aren't you laughing right now? Felix's face contorted in anger as he glared at his subordinates. Shut up, Felix roared. The next one who says a word will die. His face was already red from anger and embarrassment after learning that his bride was pregnant with someone else's child. This was something that made his blood boil, but suddenly, a pang of realization hit him. You're pregnant, Felix reined in his anger as he observed Celine's body with a critical gaze. That's right, you didn't die, I see, so that's how it is. A sinister glint flashed briefly inside the depths of Felix's eyes as an evil plan formed inside his head. I order you to punch your abdomen, Felix ordered. Punch it, now, underscore. Celine's body trembled as her left hand immediately grabbed her right hand to hold it in place. Her body was starting to move regardless of her will, and it made her panic. Stop, Celine shouted. Stop this at once. Seeing that his order had taken effect, Felix laughed as his green eyes filled with malice locked onto the beautiful elf, who was desperately doing her best to protect her child from being harmed by her own hands. Want me to stop? Felix asked. Beg me, and I will consider it. I beg of you, please, don't kill my child. Celine pleaded in a heartbeat. Please, don't kill him. I beg of you. The once proud elf who hadn't shed a single tear after she had been banished to the southern continent pleaded with tears in her eyes. This motherly act fanned the flames of anger that Felix had held back inside his chest. He didn't expect Celine to not hesitate to throw away her pride in a heartbeat and beg him to spare her child. Felix had expected the proud elf to at least resist at first, and he would use that opportunity to make fun of her, but the reality in front of him made him clench his fists in anger instead. You are going to tell me who the father of your child is, Felix ordered. Tell me now or I will order you to kill that child. Will, Celine replied through gritted teeth. The father of my child is William Von Ainsworth. A metallic sound spread throughout the room as Felix smashed his fist against the silver cage, causing white sparks to fly into the air. That filthy half-blood, Felix gnashed his teeth in anger. I see, so it was him. Good, you did good. Felix punched the silver cage a second time, and this time, a dent appeared on it. Please, don't kill my child. I beg of you. Celine wrapped her arms protectively around her abdomen as soon as the strong urge to punch her stomach disappeared. Felix ignored Celine's pleading and continued to punch the silver cage until it slowly broke apart. A creaking sound echoed inside the room as the green-haired demon grabbed hold of the door of the silver cage and threw it away. You don't want that devil spawn to die. I can consider it, Felix said as he broke the silver cage in half, making the entire thing fall to the side, making the body of the defenseless elf inside it tremble. What do you want? Celine asked. She knew that this was the moment of truth and she couldn't afford to antagonize Felix any longer for the sake of her child's survival. Become my woman, in heart, body and soul, Felix replied as he walked towards the elf. When he was close enough to grab her, he extended his right hand towards her long purple hair and pulled it upwards, making Celine grimace in pain. Satisfy me, and I will consider sparing your child. Felix's voice was filled with killing intent as he whispered in Celine's ears. If you don't satisfy me then. Felix moved his left hand to caress the bulge on Celine's abdomen in order to make her understand that her child's life was completely at his mercy. He planned to use Celine's love for her child to break her little by little. Of course, Felix had no intention of allowing William's baby to live. He would just spare it for the time being to force Celine to agree to all of his requests. He wanted to make her submit. He wanted to make her fall. He wanted to make her unable to live without him. Just as Felix's hand was about to touch Celine's abdomen, the wall right next to them exploded, and a golden staff smashed into his chest, sending him crashing into the wall on the opposite side. Everyone in the room was shocked at the sudden turn of events because they didn't expect something like that to happen. Sunlight spread inside the room coming from the hole in the wall. However, a shadow fell upon it as a black-haired teenager appeared inside the room, making the beautiful elf cover her lips, as tears streamed down her face. It seems that all of you haven't died enough. A voice filled with killing intent spread inside the room, making everyone who saw the newcomer feel their hearts tremble inside their chest. William wrapped his left arm around Celine, while his right summoned the golden staff back into his right hand. Tell me, you fools who dared to harm the mother of my child, William said as black flames sprouted from his back, forming 4 pairs of black wings, have you seen the true face of wrath? No one dared to answer his question because the strength that was emanating from William's body was enough to make them understand that this was a person that they couldn't afford to mess with. No, William arched his eyebrow. Good, I will let all of you understand what the true face of wrath looks like. A thunderous clap of thunder reverberated across the plains of wrath, causing everyone to glance in the direction of the black tower in the distance. Those who were close to it gasped in shock as several pieces of the tower started to fall to the ground. This had never happened in the past, and all of them was curious about what could have caused such a thing to happen. Soon, the sound of screams filled the surroundings as the 4 wrathful kings found themselves falling to their deaths, alongside their subordinates. But before they could even hit the ground, countless black lightning bolts descended from the sky, searing their bodies with black flames and making them howl in pain. At the top of the tower, Felix stared in horror at the face of the person whom he didn't want to see in the underworld. William's usual calm face was now distorted in wrath, making the air of darkness remember the creature who had tormented him, and made him experience true horror, until he drew his last breath. And no, Felix hurriedly backed away. Stay away. A minute later, he jumped off the tower and flew away in panic. His fear of the William who had fought aka Mana was ingrained in his very soul, destroying all thoughts of resistance. The half-elf watched as the green-haired demon flew away in haste with a sneer. As if I'll let you go that easily, William said in contempt as he pointed his finger at the fleeing demon who didn't want to fight him at all cost. The power I wield will obliterate one and all. William's golden eyes glowed as the dark clouds in the heavens swirled, waiting with bated breath for the call of their lord. Pierce through the darkness and hear my call. The thunderclouds illuminated the surroundings, bathing the entire plains of wrath in the radiance of countless lightning bolts. Chapter 1313. The True Face of Wrath, Part 3. A few minutes before Felix broke Celine's cage, William, who was running towards the black tower, felt cold sweat streaming down the side of his face. He felt as if he was having trouble breathing as the nagging feeling inside his brain started to intensify. Suddenly, from the distance he heard Celine's heartbreaking shout, which made him feel as if a stone had been lodged inside his heart. Stop this at once. I beg of you, please, don't kill my child. Please, don't kill him. I beg of you, William roared as he summoned Ruyi Jingu Bang. Optimus, assist me, William ordered. Lock on to Celine's coordinates. The system immediately went to work and calculated Celine's exact location in the tower, despite the view being covered by the thick clouds in the sky. Coordinates locked on. Go, Will. Quick shot war art, fusion form, William roared. Just like an arrow loosed from its bow, William flew towards the top of the tower, surpassing the speed of sound. The black tower was still a great distance away from him, but this gap had been covered in a matter of seconds. Originally, no one would be able to break the walls of the Tower of Wrath because it was made from a special material that not even the strongest blows could destroy. However, using William's rule breaker ability and Ruyi Jingu Bang's power, they smashed through the walls of the tower without too much resistance. However, as soon as he entered the room, William saw Felix pulling Celine's hair with his right hand, and his left about to touch her abdomen. This scene infuriated William as he smashed the golden staff against Felix's chest, sending him flying. After disengaging from the fusion form, William landed beside Celine, and held her waist with his left arm. The half-elf wouldn't allow anyone to harm his first love in the world of Hestia, as well as their unborn child. Anyone who dared to try would face his wrath. No, good, I will let all of you understand what the true face of wrath looks like. Without another word, he swung Ruyi Jingu Bang around him, smashing Felix's minions, as well as the walls of the topmost floor of the tower, making it collapse. The people and monsters that had followed Felix found themselves falling to their deaths, but William had no intention in giving them the easy way out. With his command, countless black lightning bolts descended upon the falling bastards, searing their bodies with black flames, making them scream in pain. While all this was happening, William looked at his master, whose tears were still streaming down her face. "It's going to be fine, Master," William said softly before planting a kiss on her tear-stained cheeks. "I won't let them hurt you and our child." Celine wrapped her arms around the half-elf as she rested her chin on his shoulder. Her body shuddered from time to time as her tears fell freely on the black-haired teenager's tunic, drenching it completely. She felt both happiness and relief at the same time. Happiness because William had come to save her, and relief because her child was now safe from harm. She had prepared herself to suffer humiliation and agree to Felix's demands in an effort to save her child. In the past, she would not allow herself to bow and submit to anyone, but after carrying the child in her womb for more than 10 months, something inside her had changed. Celine had suffered a lot during her childhood, and even cursed the world for giving her such a fate. But, after becoming pregnant with William's child, and staying in the underworld, trapped in her cage, she suddenly had some free time to think about herself, and what the future would hold. In that future, she could see herself raising her child with the love and care that she didn't experience in the past. She intended to spoil and educate her child to become a good person, and to not live their life in despair and hatred. Celine had decided to dedicate her life to raising her child and become the best mother in the world. The mother she never had, and would never have in this lifetime. "Why you? What are you doing here?" Felix asked as he propped himself from the floor. William shifted his attention from his lover, to the hateful, green-haired demon, who attempted to make her suffer in his hands. The half-elf's face contorted in anger as the images of what might have been appeared in his mind. In one of those images, Celine was kneeling on the floor while servicing Felix's, with her lips, while her arms were wrapped around her abdomen, in a protective gesture. This scene alone brought out an intense feeling of hate that came from William's very soul, making him look at Felix with a wrathful expression on his face. The heir of darkness didn't hesitate to jump off the tower and fly away in order to escape William's wrathful eyes that glowed so bright, they were like two miniature suns that wanted to burn him alive. "As if I'll let you go that easily." A blinding light illuminated the world, forcing everyone, with the exception of the half-elf, whose eyes burned even brighter, to close and shield their eyes. His gaze was firmly locked on the green-haired demon who was being ravaged by countless lightning bolts, giving him no room for escape and letting him experience an otherworldly pain that tore through his very soul. A few minutes later, Felix's body dissipated into a red mist that flew away from the tower. The half-elf cold gaze firmly locked on it as he gave Optimus another order. "Put a trace on him," William ordered. "I don't care how much it costs. Just do it, make sure that it will not disappear even after he dies over and over again. Tracker successfully placed. He will not be able to run away unless he manages to enter the cycle of reincarnation." William gazed at Felix's soul until it disappeared into the horizon. He had no intention of letting the green-haired demon go that easily. He would hunt him over, and over again, until the wrath that was burning in his chest was gone completely. Is it over? A voice that made his heart skip a beat reached his ears. Yes, William replied, it is over. The half-elf let go of Rui Jingu Bang, leaving the weapon to hover beside him. He then held Celine in a protective embrace, making sure that he didn't apply too much pressure on her abdomen. How? Celine asked as she cupped William's face. Don't tell me you died. Did Ahriman kill you? Felix is here, so it means that he died. But, did you die with him? William smiled before pressing his forehead over Celine's. I didn't die, William replied. Felix died, while Ahriman escaped. Don't worry, the goddess Adephasia ate his primordial body. Only his soul escaped to the void. He won't be bothering us anytime soon. Celine breathed a sigh of relief because she thought that William had also died. Now that her greatest crisis had passed, she felt as if her legs had turned to jelly, making her lean on the black-haired teenager completely. William supported her body before giving her a long and passionate kiss on the lips. Celine didn't resist, and returned William's kiss with her feelings of love. When she was taken to the underworld, alongside the souls of Ash, Princess Sidoni, Morgana, and Chiffon, she thought that William had died in the hands of the god of darkness and chaos. But, her patron goddess, Lisa, came to visit her and told her that William was very much alive and was currently raising an army to fight against Felix and Ahriman, who had started their conquest of the central continent. Due to certain restrictions, Lisa wasn't able to stay for long. However, before she left, she promised to visit Celine when her child was about to be born. The underworld was no place to give birth to a child because it would only cause harm to the newborn baby. Perhaps striking a deal with Thanatos, Lisa had assured Celine that she would take her to a place where she could give birth to a healthy baby. In return, she would stay locked up in the Tower of Wrath until the day of her delivery. Celine had agreed to the condition, and had lived in the tower since then. However, now that William had arrived, she didn't know what would happen next. As if sensing her anxiety, William held her hand and gave it a light squeeze. Let's go, William said as he used the power of wind to make him and Celine float in the air. To where? Celine asked. I am not allowed to leave this place. The god of death. It's fine. William patted Celine's hand. We will be seeing him soon. William raised his head to look at the heavens. He could feel that someone was observing him from a place that he couldn't see. However, he had a hunch that the person that was monitoring him was the same person that he wanted to meet. Wait for me, Thanatos, William said as he carried Celine in a princess carry, making sure that she was in a comfortable position. I will come for you soon. Chapter 13-14, Aranis' Secret. Happy 10th birthday, Aranis. A little girl said as she looked at her reflection in the full-body mirror of her room. She looked so happy, as she greeted herself, hoping that today, her father would visit her and tell her happy birthday. After taking a bath, and eating the pancake that was prepared for her by her maid, she busied herself by looking outside of the window of the house to wait for her father's arrival. Several hours passed, but the person she was waiting for didn't appear. Even when the sun had set, he still hadn't returned home. Happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to me. Aranis pressed her hands together to make a wish. I wish my father will come on my 11th birthday, Aranis said softly. A moment later she blew the candle on the cake and clapped her hands to congratulate herself. She was all alone at the table, with only a small cake to mark that she had turned 10 years old on that very day. The maid had already left the house to return to her own residence for the night, leaving her to celebrate her birthday all alone. That night, she slept peacefully hoping that on the same date next year, her wish would become a reality. Happy 11th birthday, Aranis. Aranis said as she looked at her reflection with a smile on her face. I hope Daddy comes home today for my birthday. But, after waiting for many hours, her wish didn't become a reality. I wish my father will come on my 12th birthday, Aranis said as she pressed her hands together before blowing her cake. Once again, she celebrated her birthday all alone, with no one to greet her but herself. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. The years passed by and still, Aranis celebrated her birthday alone. Her wish every year was the same, but this year, she no longer hoped that it would become a reality. Aranis slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the image of William in front of her. The half-elf didn't know that Arwen had bought a hug pillow from Amasun, using him as the model for its design. After the black-haired teenager had left to look for Selene on the Plains of Wrath, Arwen had lived alone on her flying boat, waiting for his return. The little halfling then turned her head to the side to look at the calendar that hung on the wall. A big red circle could be seen on the 27th day of the month, marking her birthday. Arwen was born on the 27th day of the month of the Wheel of Fortune. Back then, she thought that this day was incredibly special because it was the day of her birth. But over the years, the special feeling she felt had faded, which led her to treat her birthday as another ordinary day. "One more week before my birthday," Arwen muttered. The halfling propped herself up into a sitting position before doing some light stretches with her arms. After she finished her daily routine, she looked down on her hug pillow and started to poke the cheeks of the half-elf who had a smile on his face. "When will you return?" Arwen asked. "It has been 3 days already." Naturally, the hug pillow didn't answer her. It simply smiled back at her, which made the halfling poke it repeatedly. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of thunder shook the entire Plains of Wrath, making Arwen jump up in fright. She then hurriedly ran towards the outside of her cabin to see what was happening, only to see a sight she had never seen before in the underworld. Innumerable lightning bolts rained down from the heavens, striking the ground, and making the entire plains tremble. Even from the safety of her flying boat, Arwen could hear the screams of the people that were being hit by these stray lightning bolts, with some of them turning into red mists. These mists then merged together, forming a red cloud, and flew towards the direction of the spawn area of the Plains of Wrath. "What in the 10 circles of the underworld is happening?" Arwen screamed internally as the thunderstorm raged on without any signs of stopping. She couldn't tell if the lightning bolts were just randomly hitting the ground or not, but one thing was for sure. Those that were unlucky enough to be targeted by such a thing would find themselves dead before they could even blink. To those that had survived, they were in for a very painful experience because lightning could hit the same place twice. Many of the survivors of the first wave of lightning bolts died in its second, third, and fourth wave, leaving them no place to hide within the plains, which had no concept of shelter, except for the Tower of Wrath that was at the center of this calamity. For some reason, although Arwen's boat was anchored within the Plains of Wrath, not a single thunderbolt landed near her. In fact, no lightning bolt fell within a mile around her boat, making the anxious halfling breathe a sigh of relief. An hour later, the diabolical thunderstorm finally ended, leaving only devastation in its wake. Black smoke rose from the ground, making visibility very hard. However, beyond the black mists, Arwen could sense someone approaching her flying boat at a great speed. Sensing that her life might be in danger, the little halfling hurried inside her cabin to grab her ferryman badge. This was like a protective charm given to her by her father, on the day she became a ferryman of the underworld. Raising the badge high up in the air, the halfling gritted her teeth as the presence she felt earlier came closer. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the black smoke and landed on the deck of her flying boat. "This is a private property of the ferryman of the underworld," Arwen shouted as she showed the badge to the newcomer. "Don't come any closer or you will be punished." The halfling was already teary-eyed from fright, so her vision was blurry. Nevertheless, she still held her ground because as long as she held the badge, no one in the underworld would dare to harm her. "It's me, Arwen. What's wrong? Are you crying?" When the familiar voice reached Arwen's ear, she immediately wiped away the tears in her eyes using the back of her hand. The moment her vision cleared, he saw the half-elf looking at her with worry, while carrying a pregnant elf in his arms. Will, Arwen stuttered. "Is that really you?" "Of course it is me," William replied before gently supporting Selene's body so she could stand. "Who did you think I was?" "Santa Claus." Arwen patted her chest as a feeling of relief washed over her body. She then glanced at the beautiful elf by William's side and connected the dots. "Is she one of your wives?" Arwen asked. "We're not yet married," William replied. "But we will marry as soon as we can." "Arwen, this is Selene. She is my master and is currently carrying my child." Selene blinked before glancing at the half-elf beside him. It took her a while to understand what William had meant because the idea of marriage had never crossed her mind. For her, she didn't care whether she was married to the black-haired teenager or not. The only thing that mattered to her was raising the child in her womb with love and care, regardless of what her relationship with William was. Selene, this is Arwen," William introduced the halfling who was eyeing the elf with curiosity. She is the one that has guided me here in the underworld to find you, Chiffon, Ash, Sidoni, and Morgana. I wouldn't have arrived so soon if not for her help. Selene smiled and gave Aranis a brief bow. Thank you for bringing him here to see me, Selene said softly. If he had been late by a day or two, I don't know what might have become of me. Aranis tilted her head in confusion because she didn't know what Selene was talking about. However, William did, and a shiver ran down his spine after this realization. Indeed, if he had been late by a day or two, Selene would have suffered a fate worse than death due to Felix's sadistic tendencies. He couldn't even imagine how hurt she would be while trying to protect the child she was carrying in her womb. This new realization made William clench his fists. He had made up his mind that before he left the Plains of Wrath, he would make sure that Felix would regret touching his woman. Ah, are you too hurt? Aranis snapped out of her daze as she immediately grabbed hold of William's body. She then started to pat his body here and there to check for injuries. After making sure that the half-elf weren't injured, she then eyed Selene from head to toe. Seeing that aside from her disheveled hair and clothing, she was mostly fine, which made Aranis feel relieved. Aranis, Selene has been through a lot, William said as he held onto Selene's waist. Can you let her rest in your cabin for a while? I still have some business to attend to. Aranis nodded her head. Okay. She didn't know what kind of business William still had to do on the Plains of Wrath, but seeing the determined look on his face, something was telling her that she didn't want to know what it was. For the time being, the halfling took Selene inside her cabin to let her rest. However, the little girl's body stiffened when the beautiful elf saw the hug pillow with William's face on it. Due to the incident earlier, she had completely forgotten to return the hug pillow inside her storage ring. This was a secret that Aranis didn't want anyone else to know, especially William, and his lovers, who had been reunited with him. Selene glanced at the hug pillow then at Aranis, making the halfling cover her face in embarrassment. Her thoughts spun as she did her best to come up with an excuse she could tell William's future wife, as to why there was a hug pillow of the black-haired teenager on her bed, who was smiling innocently at the both of them. On that day, Aranis wanted to dig a hole so deep that she could hide herself inside it. Fortunately, the half-elf had left the flying boat and had gone somewhere far away. If she could convince Selene to keep everything she saw a secret, then, perhaps, she would be able to escape the teasing remarks that the half-elf would say when he was finally done with his business. Chapter 13:15. To let go, or to be let go. How long have you been together with William? Aranis asked Selene. Since he was 10 years old, Selene answered. He was a real troublemaker back then. After the incident earlier, the halfling properly stored her half-elf hug pillow and managed to convince Selene to not tell William about it. Fortunately, the beautiful elf agreed, making Aranis feel as if an olive branch had been given to her by the heavens. A troublemaker. Well, he still looks like a troublemaker even now, Aranis commented as she looked at Selene's swollen belly. Selene smiled because she couldn't refute the halfling words. Even before William had embarked on a journey to look for her in the demon continent, his life had been filled with ups and downs. He would always be part of something big, and wherever he went, trouble hounded him like a mad dog wanting to bite his bum. Nevertheless, Selene felt a little proud because she had shaped the half-elf to be who he was today. Her only regret was that she wasn't there when his soul had been corrupted by darkness, after he lost some of the most important people, and things, that he held dear in his heart. As someone who had mastered the dark arts, she immediately felt, and saw the changes in the half-elf when he came to rescue her in the tower. These changes made her feel sad, and yet, there was nothing she could do about it. The only thing she could do was to ease the pain and heartbreak that the half-elf was feeling, by giving birth to his children, and raising them with love and care. You know, the underworld is not a good place to give birth, Aranis said after a moment of silence had passed. Fortunately, Will found you at the right time. As long as he can bring you to the surface world, everything will be alright. Selene didn't reply right away. Instead, she lovingly caressed her abdomen as if she was deep in thought. I don't think that it will be that easy, Selene commented after organizing her thoughts. Even my patron goddess, Lady Lisa, had to threaten the god of death to allow me to give birth in a place away from the underworld. I haven't told this to William yet, but my goddess will pick me up soon, so I can give birth without worry. You mean you will not return to the surface world with William? I probably can, but according to my patron goddess, the world of Hestia isn't safe right now. It will be best if I give birth away from the conflicts. Also, she added that there is a person among William's women that might harm me and my unborn child. To prevent such a thing, I must not return to Hestia for the time being. Aranis' eyes widened in shock after hearing Celine's explanation. This is just like the scene in the Cold Palace when the Empress sneakily forced one of the Emperor's concubines to abort her baby. Aranis exclaimed, "Oh, no, we can't let that happen. We need to let William know that the Empress is scheming something behind his back." Cold Palace, Empress, what are you talking about? Relax. Trust me, I have nearly 4 years' experience in watching meth flicks. I know what I'm talking about. Quote. Okay. Celine didn't understand the term Cold Palace in meth flicks, but seeing Aranis' determined expression, she decided to just nod her head and ask William what the halfling was talking about. While the two were chatting together, thunderclaps echoed across the plains of Wrath, but Celine told the halfling to ignore them. The beautiful elf was certain that it was none other than William who was taking revenge on her behalf, and punishing Felix and his cronies with the power of lightning bolts. Perhaps, only lightning bolts and the fire of hell could truly hurt a person's soul in the underworld. Both were used to purify souls, but since everyone on the plains of Wrath couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation unless they farmed 1 billion hell credits, they had no choice but to suffer William's wrath, which showed no signs of fading anytime soon. Aranis, do you like Will? Celine asked as she gazed at the doll-like beauty in front of her. She had already met William's half-dwarf wife, Chiffon, so seeing that the little girl in front of her had feelings for the half-elf didn't come as a surprise to her. Actually, I don't really know, Aranis replied. The short answer is, I like him, but I don't know if this feeling I have is due to loneliness, or because I genuinely like him. I haven't felt anything like this before, so I am not certain. She had decided to be honest about her feelings because she could tell that Celine meant her no harm, and was genuinely curious about her relationship with the black-haired teenager, whom she had accompanied all the way to the 5th layer of the underworld. Aranis, William doesn't belong here in the underworld, Celine said. If you really care for him, promise me that you will not do anything to trap him here. Aranis felt an ache in her heart after hearing Celine's words. She knew that William did not belong to the underworld, and would leave sooner or later, but this was something that she had tossed aside at the back of her head. Aranis didn't want to think about it, so she had conveniently imagined that this journey of theirs would still continue for a long time. But, now that William had found the last person he was looking for, the curtain was about to close as well. Her role as his supporter had also come to an end. It was now time for her to give the audience a bow, signaling the end of the story, in which she had briefly appeared as a lead character. Suddenly, Aranis remembered the words that her friend, Callie had said before they parted in Lust's abode. The halfling lowered her head and bit her lip. She couldn't look Celine in the eye because the thought to bind William to the underworld was starting to grow in her heart. In the end, she had to forcefully erase these thoughts from her mind, making her feel teary-eyed. I'll be alone again soon. This was the thought that appeared in Aranis' head as William's smiling face appeared in her mind. In truth, after having that dream earlier, a new wish had appeared in Aranis' heart that she hoped would come true on her birthday. A wish where William would sing her a happy birthday, and eat her birthday cake with her. Unfortunately, she had long lost hope that such a thing would ever happen. Her only choice right now was to let go, or to be let go, by the one person who made her feel special in the short time that they had been together. Chapter 13:16. Elm her best friend. Forgive me, Felix pleaded as his red mist hovered within the spawning area of the Plains of Wrath. I didn't know that you were here. If I had known, I would have never touched Celine. William didn't say anything. Instead, a thunderous clap answered for him. A lightning bolt that had taken the shape of a dragon descended upon Felix, as well as the other red mists that were near the air of darkness, and dispersed them like leaves that were swept away by a giant broom. Shouts of pain, frustration, and grievances spread in the surroundings as the lightning dragon rampaged at the will of its master, whose eyes had locked onto the scattered mists of the green-haired demon, who had a tracker embedded in his soul. Over and over, before they could even reform their bodies, their souls were being tortured non-stop, making the other red mists, that had almost formed their bodies, flee in fear that they would be attacked by the lightning dragon. They had noticed that it seemed to be targeting a specific soul, who had tried to hide among the other souls in order to escape the half-elf's wrath. Unfortunately for him, there was no place he could go because the tracker on his soul wouldn't disappear even after dying several times. For half a day, the spawning area of the Plains of Wrath had become a slaughterhouse. The souls that had died from William's earlier lightning strike around the Tower of Wrath, who had been killed randomly, internally cursed as the black-haired teenager, who now looked like a devil in their eyes, mercilessly tortured anyone and everyone he could see. The higher-ups have sent me because an abnormality appeared on this layer. You are Erin's friend, William, right? Callie, who had been tasked by her superiors to check on the abnormality that was happening on the Plains of Wrath, said with an anxious expression on her face. Can you please stop this? You're making things difficult for the staff in charge of this layer of the underworld. The souls who had been tortured repeatedly by William glanced at the ferryman who was standing on her flying boat with gratitude. Is she an angel? Did she come to save us? Finally, our savior is here. Sob. I didn't know that dying repeatedly like this would hurt so much. Please, can you take this madman away from here? Take him away, punish him, banish him, soon chance of, kill him, spread. In the surroundings as the vengeful souls all shouted in unison. William, who had shifted his attention to the ferryman of the underworld, glanced at the souls who were shouting for his demise. Immediately, a pin-drop silence descended upon the spawning area. None dared to anger the black-haired devil who had momentarily stopped the lightning dragon from attacking all of them. You know Erin's? William asked. Yes, Callie answered. I'm her best friend. We've known each other since forever. Is that the truth? Of course, if you want, you can ask her. I'm telling the truth, so, please don't hurt me, okay? I haven't bought any life insurance plans from our company. Callie breathed a sigh of relief because her plan to use Erin's name to calm the rampaging half-elf worked. In truth, she was afraid to even talk to the half-elf because she was afraid that she would also get attacked by him. If not for the fact that her superior had threatened to keep her salary for the next 6 months if she didn't fix this problem, she would have definitely remained a spectator and waited until the half-elf had quelled his anger. Originally, the guards of the underworld would be dispatched to handle any wrongdoers within the underworld. However, after seeing the maddening thunderstorm that had rocked the entire Plains of Wrath, all of them decided to sit this one out and pass the problem to someone else, forcing Callie's superior to send her over like a sacrificial lamb to smooth things out. William crossed his arms over his chest as he appraised the ferryman who was very different from Erin's. In his eyes, the pretty lady with long brown hair and eyes didn't really match the vibe of a ferryman. But, after spending some time with the little halfling, he understood that the ferryman of the underworld was not as scary as their title seemed to make them out to be. What will you do if I don't stop? William asked, making all the red mists in the spawning area shudder uncontrollably. If you don't stop, the enforcers will come to apprehend you, Callie stuttered. They are very strong, you know. You don't want to get on their bad side. William glanced in the direction where Felix's soul was located. The green-haired demon had hidden himself among the other souls, and was doing his best to stay out of sight. I can stop on one condition, William said before pointing in the direction where Felix's soul was located. I want that soul thrown in the river of hell. Soul, Callie blinked before shifting her gaze to the large cloud of rest mist that William was pointing at. Which one? The souls had all lumped together, which made it impossible for her to identify which soul the black-haired teenager was talking about. A moment later, William waved his hand and the lightning dragon dispersed. Tendrils of lightning flew towards the lump of souls, making them scatter. A moment later, the tendrils of lightning formed a cage, and enclosed Felix's soul, making the latter unable to escape. This soul, William stated. As long as he is thrown into the river of hell, I will stop at once. Callie took out a pair of glasses and stared at the soul that was locked in a lightning prison. Soul identification number 09875422154564, Felix Halgramori, Callie stated as she read the information about Felix's soul. Crimes are genocide, rape, and other major offenses, such as kidnapping the soon-to-be high priestess of a god. The ferryman who had ferried him across the underworld decided to send him to the Plains of Wrath first before sending his soul to the river of hell for 200 years. Only after that, would he be eligible to enter the cycle of reincarnation, hiss. This guy is a big fish. Callie didn't expect that such a person was currently in the Plains of Wrath. Usually, she would not do anything and simply let the term decided by the ferryman responsible for Felix come to pass, but in order to pacify William, her superior had said that everything was negotiable. You want him sent to the river of hell? Callie asked. After that you will no longer cause trouble here? Callie inquired. Yes, William replied. I will leave this place and no longer cause any trouble for everyone. Callie adjusted her glasses as she gazed at William with a solemn look. 5 minutes later, she reluctantly nodded her head and agreed to the half-elf's condition. I will take him to the river of hell so he can serve his 200-year sentence, Callie replied. After that, I will return him here to the plains of wrath to finish the rest of his punishment. Is that acceptable to you? He didn't know if he could convince the god of death to free Selene from the underworld. If he failed, the beautiful elf might be sent to the Tower of Wrath again, but William wouldn't be able to rest easy knowing that Felix was also on the same plane of existence as her. Since that was the case, he was fine with the green-haired demon being tossed to the river of flames to suffer for 200 years, while he negotiated with the god of death. As long as Felix wasn't able to threaten Selene, he would agree to stop his harassment of the souls that had been brought to the plains of wrath. Callie waved her hand, and the lightning prison flew towards the deck of her boat. Felix had complicated feelings because he didn't know which one was worse. The river of flames or William's unending torture. I will take my leave now, Callie said. Please keep your word. Also, please take care of Aranis for me. She has been lonely for a very long time. After saying her parting words, Callie urged her flying boat to rise to the next layer of hell. She was afraid that if she stayed longer, William would change his mind, and her salary for the next 6 months in the underworld would disappear right before her eyes. Chapter 13:17. El will take you to see the god of death. As soon as Callie's flying boat disappeared in the sky, William flew to where Aranis' flying boat was anchored. He had left Selene in her care because he was confident that no one in the underworld would dare attack a ferryman who was responsible for ferrying the souls of the dead. Also, he didn't want to take the pregnant elf with him to harass Felix's soul because it might cause her unnecessary stress, which was bad for the baby. When he arrived at the flying ship, he saw Aranis sitting on the crow nest of her flying boat, dangling her feet as if she was deep in thought. The boat of the ferryman didn't have this feature, but she had modified her own boat using her hell credits because she was inspired by the movie, Pirates of the Caribbean. William suddenly felt like teasing the little girl and sneakily hovered behind her. He then lowered his head and said, "Boo." The halfling almost fell off her lookout point due to being startled. The half-elf placed his hand on her waist to prevent her from falling off, which made Aranis curse him repeatedly. "Damn it, I almost had a heart attack," Aranis angrily shouted as she started to pound William's stomach with her little fist. "How dare you sneak behind me?" William smiled and just allowed the halfling to vent out her anger due to his prank. A few minutes later, Aranis stopped and simply glared hatefully at the black-haired teenager who had a faint smile on his face. "Aranis, I need a favor," William said as he tried to coax the little girl who was glaring at him. Aranis crossed her arms over her chest and said, "HMPH." Before turning her head away, clearly, she planned to ignore the half-elf completely. "Now that I have seen my lovers, it is time for me to talk to the god of death," William stated. "Is it possible for you to take me to where he is?" Aranis, who was hell-bent to ignore William, suddenly turned her head to stare at him in shock. She didn't expect that the favor that the black-haired teenager wanted to ask of her was to see the big boss of the underworld. "You want to see the god of death?" "Yes. Can you take me to him?" Aranis didn't know how to answer because William's request was so sudden. A part of her wanted to take him to that place, but another part of her didn't want to do it. Simply put, she was afraid to see the big boss of the underworld because she might get punished for bringing William to see him. "Why do you want to see him?" Aranis asked. Although she already had an idea of what William's answer would be, she still needed to ask just in case her guess was wrong. "I want to take my wives' souls, as well as Selene out of the underworld," William answered. "I want to take them back with me to the surface world." Aranis just stood and glanced at William with a sad look on her face. It felt as if a part of her soul had left her body after hearing his reply, making her feel faint. "Aranis, what's wrong?" William asked. "You look pale. Are you all right?" Aranis then tried to talk, but no words came out of her mouth. A moment later, her legs collapsed under her, making the half-elf hurriedly grab her to support her body. "Aranis." William lightly shook the little girl in his arms who seemed to have lost consciousness. "What's wrong? Speak to me." The halfling stared at the half-elf for a few seconds before she lost consciousness. However, before her senses left her, she had seen William's anxious expression, and heard him call out a name that she hadn't heard before. "Optimus, run a diagnostic scan. Hurry." Aranis felt as if she was floating. She couldn't move her body, and simply allowed herself to be carried off by an invisible current. Everything around her was dark, and she couldn't see anything. This lasted for an unknown period of time before a faint light appeared above her head. Soon, images of what had happened in the past appeared to her one by one. "You want to be a ferryman of the underworld?" an otherworldly beauty asked with a smile. "Yes, Grandma," Aranis replied. "Very well, I will give you a custom-made flying boat. As for the ferryman badge, I will send someone to handle the paperwork for you." "Thank you, Grandma, you're the best." The image then shifted to a handsome man with blonde hair and crimson eyes, who was staring down at her with a calm gaze. "Starting today, you are a ferryman of the underworld," the man said. "Perform your duties well. Have you heard the latest news? There seems to be a living person that has somehow entered the underworld," Callie said like an auntie who had just discovered a very juicy gossip. "Really? What should I do?" a ferryman asked anxiously. "I'm supposed to be the one on duty today. What if that living person attacks me? I'm so scared." Aranis, who had just entered the ferryman's lounge, heard this news and immediately walked towards her colleagues with excitement. "Is it true? A living person has appeared in the underworld?" Aranis asked. "Yes," Callie replied. "This came from a credible source. I can't be wrong." "Then, since you don't want to go, can I take your place instead?" Aranis asked the ferryman who was supposed to ferry the souls on that day. "After I take the living person away from the port, you can ferry the other souls afterwards." "You will do that, thank you. You're a real lifesaver, Aranis. Don't mention it. That is what friends are for, right?" "Ha, wearing the ferryman uniform is so exhausting," Aranis said as she took off her robe. "Hey, you're a living person, right? How did you get in here? What's wrong?" Aranis blinked in confusion. "Is there something wrong with my face?" "No," William replied after he had recovered from his shock. "I just didn't expect that the ferryman would be someone as cute as you." More memories appeared around her like stars, forming constellations. A familiar voice filled with concern called out to her from beyond the heavens. "Aranis. Hey, wake up, Aranis." The halfling then slowly raised her hand towards the dark sky, as tears streamed down the side of her face. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew towards her, carrying her body upwards. The constellation of memories that had appeared above her now merged together, forming a golden light. She found herself flying towards that light, to that familiar voice that was calling out her name repeatedly, making another tear stream down the side of her face. William glanced at the little girl with long blonde hair, who laid on the bed. Her hair was spread on the white sheets like a waterfall. Her very pale face didn't diminish her doll-like beauty, which seemed to be sculpted by the very gods themselves. However, the half-elf could feel his heart ache after seeing the tears that slid down the sides of her face, not knowing if Aranis was having a bad dream or not. The only thing he could do was call out to her, while holding her hand. While he was at a loss about what to do, he saw Aranis' eyelashes flutter briefly. A moment later, they opened. Her tear-stained eyes, that were as blue as the sky, stared straight into William's own eyes. Aranis held this gaze for nearly half a minute before she opened her mouth to speak. "I will take you to see the god of death," Aranis said before closing her eyes. "Make your preparations, we will leave at once." Her voice was weak, and filled with resignation, which made William feel as if the little girl on the bed had lost her will to live. Even her hand, that he was holding firmly in his own, felt so cold and devoid of warmth. She was just like a candle whose light was about to be snuffed out at any moment. "Please leave," Aranis stated. "I need some time to be alone. Don't worry, even if I am inside my room, this ship will fly according to my will. The journey will take 5 to 6 days at most if no incidents, like the last one, happen. Rest assured, I will take you to the god of death. So, please, leave me alone for a while." William didn't want to go because he was worried about her, but Aranis' words were firm, telling him to leave her alone. With no other choice, William followed her will and left her alone. However, before he left, he planted a kiss on her forehead and tucked her blanket around her. Once William had finally left her room, Aranis raised both of her hands to cover her face and cried. She didn't hold back as her body trembled with every sob that came out of her lips. She knew that this time would come sooner or later, yet, she still took that leap of faith into the unknown. Just like the little mermaid who wasn't able to get her happily ever after, Aranis steeled herself to return to her old ways before she met William. The fairy tale was coming to an end, and her feelings would disappear, just like the little mermaid who turned into seafoam after she failed to marry her prince. Chapter 13:18. Finally, it's over. Aranis' flying boat sailed smoothly towards the 10th layer of the underworld, using an exclusive path that was only open to the ferrymen of the underworld. During the journey, Aranis had shut herself up inside her room. She didn't come out even though William had repeatedly called out to her. The halfling would only say that the black-haired teenager shouldn't disturb her because navigating the boat required all of her concentration, leaving William no other choice but to leave her alone. This setup continued until they finally arrived at the final layer of the underworld, which was called the Aetherius. Many souls had wanted to reach this topmost layer because it was the place that had a gate that led directly to the Elysian Fields. The Elysian Fields, or Elysium for short, was the final resting place of heroes and virtuous individuals that had made great contributions to the world when they were still alive. This was the promised paradise, that equaled heaven, and the destination that everyone in the underworld wanted to reach. Aranis' flying boat headed straight to the port, and parked in one of the vacant places that was reserved for the ferrymen of the underworld. "We have arrived," Aranis' tired voice reached William's ears. A moment later, the door of Aranis' room opened and the little girl, whom he hadn't seen for the past 6 days, emerged with dark circles under her eyes. William immediately walked up to her to crouch down to see if she was all right, but Aranis just shook her head and prevented William from touching her. "This is Aetherius," Aranis replied, "the 10th circle of the underworld, and the gateway that leads to the Elysian Fields. If you wish to talk to the god of death, you will find him in that castle over there." Aranis pointed at a towering castle in the distance that seemed to have been inspired by a horror film. "You should go now," Aranis said before turning around to return to her cabin. "I am tired, and I will rest. Do me a favor and don't disturb me. I haven't slept for the past 6 days of our journey. Goodbye, Will. May you find the happiness you are looking for in the underworld." A moment later, the cabin door shut tightly, leaving the half-elf staring at it with a complicated look on his face. He could tell that Aranis was really exhausted, but aside from that, she was clearly avoiding him. William didn't know what had transpired between the little girl and his lover, Celine. But, right after he returned from dealing with Felix, the halfling's attitude towards him had taken a 90-degree turn, making him feel as if he had done something wrong towards Aranis, who was now treating him coldly. Celine sighed internally as she looked at the half-elf that was still staring at the cabin door. She had a serious talk with Aranis while William was away, and understood that the little girl still didn't understand her true feelings towards the black-haired teenager who looked so lost at the moment. "Let's go, Will," Celine said as she wrapped her arms behind William, giving him a hug. "Let her rest. She's earned it." William didn't reply and remained rooted in place for 2 more minutes before reluctantly nodding his head. He then carried Celine in a princess carry before flying in the direction of the gloomy palace in the distance. "Goodbye, Will," Aranis muttered as she gazed at the dark prince who was carrying his lover to meet with the god of death. "This is goodbye," Aranis sighed before laying on her bed to sleep. She had been thinking a lot for the past 6 days. During that time, she had already steeled herself to part with William. This was why she firmly rejected his touch when he came over to check her condition. The halfling knew that the longer she dwelled on the topic, the sadder she would be. This was why she had drunk a heart-numbing potion before leaving her room, so her emotions would be suppressed, preventing her from feeling anything for an hour. If not for the potion, she might have broken down and clung to William while crying. She would have wailed in his arms, telling him not to leave her behind. But Aranis couldn't do that. She couldn't be selfish. She wasn't the lead heroine of the story, and merely a supporting character. Since her role had ended, she should just quietly take her bow and leave the stage, allowing the main actors to shine in the spotlight. "I'm tired," Aranis muttered. Finally, "It's over." As soon as those words escaped the halfling's lips, she fell into a deep and dreamless sleep, not knowing when she would wake up again. An hour later, William arrived at the palace of the underworld. Since he was carrying Celine, he didn't travel too fast because she might feel uncomfortable during the journey. Although the beautiful elf didn't mind getting roughed up a bit, William did, so their arrival at the castle was delayed by half an hour. "We have been expecting you, Sir Ainsworth," a lady with long black hair bowed respectfully to the half-elf as soon as he landed on the gates of the palace. "Please, follow me. His Excellency is already waiting for you in the throne room." William and Celine exchanged a glance before nodding their heads in unison. Now that they were about to meet the boss of the underworld, they no longer needed to hesitate, and followed the guide that had been waiting for their arrival. From within the palace, a pair of crimson eyes looked at the halfling who was sleeping inside her flying ship. Her disheveled and haggard condition made faint ripples pass through their crimson depths. A moment later, dark clouds covered the 10th layer of the underworld. Clearly, whoever was sitting on the throne of death at the moment was in a very bad mood, which affected the weather around him. Chapter 13:19. Don't look back no matter what. You're finally here, Celine. Lady Lisa, what are you doing here? The goddess of wrath stood in the hallway with a smile on her face. I've come here to pick you up, Lisa said. I've already talked with Thanatos. This is not a good place for you to give birth, so I'm taking you with me to the Elysian fields. But this is too sudden, Celine replied. Although she was happy that her patron goddess had appeared to ensure her pregnancy wouldn't have any problems, she had been reunited with William, making her feel reluctant to leave him. I know that this is sudden, but you have to leave sooner or later, Lisa stated. I know that this is too much to take in all at once, so I'll let you say your proper goodbyes to him. Why don't we go to the reception area for now? They have already prepared it for your arrival. The black-haired lady who was guiding William and Celine earlier bowed her head, and made a gesture of, please follow me, leaving no room for negotiations. After arriving at the reception room, the goddess Lisa made herself at home and sipped her tea as if she owned the place. Go on, Lisa said as she eyed the half-elf and the beautiful elf beside him. Treat me as if I'm not here. Feel free to take as much time as you need to say goodbye to each other. William and Celine were both at a loss for words, but one thing led to another and, before they knew it, the time for them to part again was here. The two of them had stayed in the same room for the past 6 days while they traveled towards the 10th circle of the underworld and had talked about many things. William had told her everything that had happened since they were taken away by the god of death, and Celine had also told him about all the things she had experienced in the underworld. One could even say that, over the past 6 days, they had ate almost everything they wanted to say to each other, except for their farewells. In the end, it was Celine who broke the ice and cupped William's face. She then gave him a long and passionate kiss, making him feel all the emotions that were inside her heart at the moment. Naturally, William returned her kiss, and made Celine feel his overflowing feelings for her. They kissed, and kissed some more, making even the goddess of wrath feel as if becoming the third wheel was a very bad idea. After the two kissed for the umpteenth time, Lisa was unable to take it anymore, and left the room before she started vomiting sugar. When the goddess had finally left, William and Celine stopped kissing and stared at each other with affectionate gazes. I promise to give birth to a healthy child, Celine said. I will care for him until you finish your business in Hestia. Make sure that it will be a place where our child can grow in peace and happiness. But, don't force yourself too much, okay? If it's hard, you can take a break. I will wait patiently for you to take me back. William nodded as he lightly squeezed Celine's hand. I will do my best to take care of the problems as soon as possible, William replied. I can't bear to leave you, Ash, Sidoni, Morgana, and Chiffon here in the underworld for a long time. We believe in you, but don't make us wait too long. All of us look forward to the day where we can be by your side, under the same sky. William pulled Celine closer to him, and the latter rested her head on his shoulders. Although the goddess, Lisa, had told them that they could take their time saying their goodbyes to each other, they also knew that they couldn't spend the entire day in each other's arms. The world wouldn't stop turning because of them, and time wouldn't bother to wait for them either. Since that was the case, they said their final farewells, with the promise to meet again as soon as possible. Please, look after her for me, Your Excellency, William said before bowing his head respectfully to Celine's patron goddess. Of course I will, Lisa replied. The next time you see each other, your child will have been born. Have the two of you already decided on a name for your firstborn? William and Celine glanced at each other before nodding their heads in unison. They had already agreed on the name of their child if it was a boy or a girl. William wished that Celine would have a smooth pregnancy, and their child to be born healthy. With the goddess Lisa watching over Celine, the half-elf was confident that everything would be fine. Even so, he couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, Celine was about to give birth to his first child. His only regret was that he wouldn't be there when their child was finally born in the world. As a father, this was something he wished he could witness, but since the circumstances prevented him from doing so, there was nothing he could do about it. "Until we meet again," Celine said softly as she caressed William's face. "Do your best, Papa. Me and our child will be rooting for you wherever we may be." William nodded. Lisa smiled and held Celine's hand. "William, allow me to give you a piece of advice," Lisa said before moving closer to whisper something in William's ears. The goddess, words were so faint that the half-elf almost didn't hear her properly. "When you leave the underworld, don't look back no matter what," the goddess Lisa whispered. "As long as you do that, everything else is in the gray area." The goddess then winked at William before waving her hand. A moment later, a golden portal appeared, leading to the promised paradise of Elysium. Celine gave William one last glance before following her goddess inside the portal. As soon as the beautiful elf had fully entered the portal, it disappeared completely, leaving nothing behind but a half-elf, who was still trying to understand the advice that was given to him by the goddess of wrath. Chapter 13:20. Well, she sure is ugly. William found himself staring at a giant gate with a white skull at its center. Beyond the gate was the throne room where the god that ruled over the underworld was waiting for him. "Please, enter," the black-haired lady politely bowed to William. "This is as far as I go. I bid you a good day." Without another word, the black-haired lady walked away without a backward glance. Her role was complete, and it was now time for her to attend to her other duties that required her immediate attention. William took a step forward and pressed his hands over the gate, pushing it open. He didn't exert a lot of strength, and only opened a gap wide enough for him to enter. "You've kept me waiting, half-elf." A cold voice, that didn't bear a single trace of warmth, reached William's ears as soon as he stepped inside the throne room. William didn't reply and walked forward. His steps were steady as he made his way towards the giant throne where a figure draped in a black robe sat. "Greetings, Your Excellency," William said as he gave the god of death a respectful bow. "Thank you for not kicking me out of your domain the moment I arrived. I am here today because of your benevolence and mercy." "Well, I almost did," Thanatos replied. His voice reeked with restrained anger that threatened to burst out at any minute. "You're just lucky that some troublesome goddesses are on your side. But, enough of that. Let's talk about the reason why you came to see me." William nodded his head. He also didn't plan to make any small talk to prolong his conversation with the god of death. He assumed that the goddesses that Thanatos was talking about were the trinity of Adephasia, Astrid, and Lisa. These were the three goddesses that had descended to Hestia when Ahriman decided to attack him. Since that was the case, he decided to start the negotiation for the lives of the women he loved. "I wish to take the souls of my wives, as well as my lover, Celine, back to the surface world," William stated. "Name your price." The god of death snorted before snapping his fingers. The throne room became pitch black with nothing to see aside from William's glowing golden eyes, and Thanatos' crimson eyes. A few seconds later, images appeared above them showing the battle that recently happened in the Ainsworth Empire. The black-haired teenager's expression became serious as he watched the forces of the Holy Order of Light clash with his subordinates, who were just defending his empire. A few minutes later, William saw how Loxos was captured by the enemy, and how she suffered under the Pope's hands. He also saw his first wife, Wendy, fight against a black-haired young lady wielding a bow, who was perched on top of a rock. The images didn't have any sound in them, so William simply watched as the event transpired. He felt relieved when he saw the six-eared macaque and the bull demon king rescue Loxos from the Pope's hands and taken back to where her sisters were. After losing their hostage, the Pope alongside her subordinates left in haste. The scene once again returned to Wendy's fight, and Thanatos paused the battle to let William take a good look at the black-haired beauty who had a sneer on her face, as she aimed her arrow at the Valkyrie whom William hadn't seen for quite some time. "I want her dead," Thanatos stated. "Kill her and I will return the soul of your wives, as well as Celine to the surface world. This is the price you need to pay for an equivalent exchange." William rubbed his chin as he gazed at the black-haired beauty that was frozen in time. "Well, she sure is ugly," William said after gazing at the black-haired lady for a full minute. "She must have really ticked you off for you to ask for her life." "She didn't tick me off," Thanatos replied. "I have no quarrel with her. I just want her soul in exchange for your wives. That's it." "Well, I have no problem with that. So, what is her name?" "Belle." "Her name is Belle." "Belle," William muttered. "Very well, I will kill this Belle for you. After that you will keep your word, right?" Thanatos nodded. Yes, kill her and our transaction is complete. I will keep my word. William nodded. The moment he saw Belle's face, an anger that came from the darkness of his heart surfaced. He understood that he was being influenced by the power of darkness inside his heart, but for such anger to appear made him feel as if his heart was about to burst. After calming himself down, he glanced at the fading image above him one last time before the throne room returned to its normal state. Can I now return to the surface world? William asked. You can, Thanatos replied. I give you permission to return to the surface world. Just remember, when you take the flight of stairs leading back to your world, you are not allowed to look back. Once you do, you will be trapped here in the underworld, unable to leave. Understood. William nodded. I will just first say my goodbye to a person that helped me along the way. This won't take long. There's no need to say your goodbye, Thanatos snorted. You may go. Thanatos once again snapped his fingers, making the half-elf disappear from the throne room. You've already hurt her enough. Thanatos scoffed. Saying goodbye will break her completely. When William opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a flight of stairs leading towards a golden portal. The throne room and the god of death were gone, and what replaced it was a pin-drop silence, making the half-elf feel bitter because he wasn't able to say a proper goodbye to the halfling who had accompanied him on his journey through the underworld. Chapter 13:21. This is where you belong. Aranis abruptly woke up from her sleep in the middle of the night. The clock had just struck midnight and, with it, another day had passed in the underworld. Aranis, who looked disheveled and miserable, slowly propped herself up from the bed. Her beautiful blonde hair, that had been tied up in a ponytail in the past, now hung freely behind her back. She hadn't taken a bath for almost a week, and her eyes had lost the luster they once had due to sleepless and stressful nights that she had stayed inside her room. Dark circles could be seen under her eyes, and dried-up tear stains could be faintly seen on her cheeks. Her doll-like beauty was still there, and yet, her current state made her look so vulnerable and frail. Standing up from the bed, Aranis walked towards the full-body mirror at the corner of her room. The pajamas she wore was crumpled, and the buttons were buttoned in the wrong places. But Aranis didn't care about that. Placing her right palm on the mirror's surface, her dry and chapped lips opened as a hoarse voice escaped her once soft and delicate lips. Happy birthday, Aranis. Yes, today was her 19th birthday. The day she was born in the world, and a day of celebration. But Aranis didn't plan on celebrating. Not today, not on her next birthday, not ever. Suddenly, an arrow with a heart-shaped tip flew through the open window of her room and hit the surface of the mirror, missing the side of Aranis' face by a few inches. Surprisingly, the halfling didn't scream or jump in fright after the arrow flew past her. In fact, she even felt that it was a shame that the arrow didn't hit her to end her life. That was how numb she was at that time. But after a few seconds, she realized that even if she died, it wouldn't change anything. Because even if she died, she would still be in the underworld. Nothing would change. It will be the same as always. Ha! A long, bitter, and sad sigh escaped her lips as he stared at her reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, the mirror in front of her glowed, and an image appeared on its surface. A black-haired teenager stood at a flight of stairs that led to a golden portal in the distance. Aranis immediately recognized the place because there had been more than one occasion when she tried to go to that golden portal in the past. Heaven's Gate, Aranis said hoarsely as a tear streamed down on the side of her face. Will, she thought that she had no more tears to shed because she had already cried her heart out during the 6-day trip towards the 10th layer of the underworld. However, after seeing the half-elf slowly climb the steps to return to the surface world, the pain, sadness, and loneliness she thought had long disappeared once again resurfaced. We weren't even able to say goodbye, Aranis muttered between sobs as she placed both of her hands on the surface of the mirror. Will, it was at that moment when a powerful gust of wind entered her room, carrying a pink teddy bear that pushed the small and frail body of the halfling towards the mirror. I hate sad endings. Sometimes, I wish life had a rewind button. A playful voice, that seemed to belong to a little girl, reached Aranis' ears before her entire body was swallowed up by the mirror. Immediately, a clap of thunder reverberated within the 10th layer of the underworld. Clearly, the god that ruled it wasn't happy with the uninvited guests that were causing trouble inside his domain. He found us. Run, Cupid, Lily, don't leave me. Aranis fell face first on the ground right after she entered the mirror. She then slowly raised her head, and placed her hand over her aching forehead. Ouch, Aranis muttered as the pain she felt snapped her out of her daze. It was then when she realized that she was no longer inside her room, but in the place that she had just seen in her mirror a moment ago. There, halfway up the staircase, she saw the familiar half-elf who was walking steadily towards the golden portal to return to his homeworld. Aranis, who had been feeling weak earlier, suddenly found the strength in her body to stand. She then opened her lips to call out the name of the black-haired teenager whom she still hadn't said goodbye to. But, as if to snuff out her hope, instead of a word, an orb of golden light escaped her lips. Aranis immediately felt that something was wrong, and once again shouted. However, no words were heard. Her voice was gone. The halfling, who had lost her voice, then gritted her teeth as she ran towards the stairs. However, before she could even step on it, several black snakes rose up from the ground and wrapped around her legs, her arms, her waist, and even wrapped around her lips, so that she couldn't even whimper. No matter how much she struggled, she was unable to take a single step, or even catch the half-elf's attention, who was only 10 steps away from the golden portal. No, Aranis screamed in her heart. This cannot be. I still haven't said goodbye. Will, Thanatos, who sat on his throne, eyed the struggling halfling who was frantically doing her best to escape the bindings he placed on her. Give it up, Aranis, Thanatos said coldly. This is where you belong. Aranis screamed with everything she had as her tears fell like rain. However, no matter what she did, no words, or even the slightest bit of sound could be heard from her struggle. Will, Aranis shouted in her heart. I just want to say goodbye. Why are you stopping me? Father. When William had taken the final step towards the golden portal, Aranis had stopped struggling. She just cried while her entire body was held in place, unable to do anything. Just as her heart was about to break completely, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her small and frail body, from behind, dispersing the black snakes that held her in place. Slowly, Aranis raised her head to look up at the familiar, yet blurry outline of the person whom she wanted to say goodbye to. A silent wail escaped Aranis's lips as she buried her face in William's stomach. No words came out of her mouth, and yet the half-elf clearly felt the sadness and hurt that she was suffering from. Why are you crying? William asked as she picked up the crying halfling and held her in a princess carry. Is it because we weren't able to say goodbye to each other? Aranis didn't speak and simply gripped William's clothes and buried her head into his chest, drenching his clothes with her tears. The halfling didn't know how long she cried, but her sobs completely stopped when she heard a song that came from William's lips. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Aranis pulled back and looked at the half-elf who was smiling down at her. I'm sorry, Aranis, William replied. I wasn't able to tell you happy birthday earlier. How? Aranis asked, but no words were heard from her lips. A friend of mine knows when someone's birthday is coming, William replied. He is the one that told me that today is your birthday. So, happy 19th birthday, Aranis. What gift do you want for your birthday? Aranis couldn't believe what she was hearing, and her mind couldn't process everything properly. But, when Williama asked her what she wanted for her birthday, her hands moved subconsciously and grabbed hold of the half-elf's clothes, pulling them closer to her. Her lips then slowly opened and said a single word. Just like before, no sound could be heard, but William understood what she wanted. You don't want your voice back? William asked in a teasing tone. Is your wish more important than your voice? Aranis nodded her head. At that moment, an angry roar shook the plain where William was currently at. However, the halfling in his arms didn't hear the roar, nor feel the trembling. William was hovering in the air, and had applied a soundproofing spell around them. The only thing that Aranis could hear was his voice. I'll ask you one last time, are you sure this is what you want? William inquired. Arani nodded. Fine, William replied. If that is really your wish, then I will be your genie for today and grant it. No, it will not only be for today. I will grant it until this body of mine breaks into pieces. William then started to walk up the stairs for the second time. Earlier, when he was on the very last step, Optimus had finished surrounding the domain with the power of William's own domain, using a few items from the god shop which were worth a few million god points. This allowed him to momentarily take complete authority of the domain, stripping it away from the god of death himself for a brief period of time. When everything was ready, William jumped back and landed behind Aranis, hugging her and dispersing the black snakes that bound her. The only way to leave the domain was to walk up the staircase step by step. The half-elf couldn't fly, or run towards the stairs. It must be taken one step at a time, or none at all. Even after he had stripped Thanatos of his authority, this rule never changed, so William took one step at a time until he reached the middle area of the stairs. A moment later, black snakes erupted from the ground and wrapped themselves around William's body. Aranis screamed as she tried to slap the black snakes away, but it was of no use. "Don't worry," William said. "I'll handle this." Black flames erupted from William's body, surrounding himself in a dome of black flames, disintegrating all of the black snakes that had once held him in place. "You're not going anywhere, half-elf." Thanatos' roar of anger split the domain in half, but William didn't even bother to look behind him. He just took one step forward, carrying the halfling in his arms, who was also clinging onto his clothes as if her life depended on it. Aranis then heard Thanatos roar, and tried to poke her head over William's shoulder to look at her father, but a golden metallic staff gently pressed her head back down, preventing her from looking back. The moment William stepped into the golden portal, the stairway that led to the gates of heaven shattered into 1,000 pieces, as the angry roars of the god of death made the entire underworld tremble, making the souls of the departed fear for their lives, even though they were already dead. Chapter 13:22, You will be part of our family sooner or later. And safe. The lowly goddess, Lily, said as she passed through the portal that led her directly to the temple of the gods. "I thought I was a goner." "Me too," the little boy, Cupid, said as he gave Lily a high five. "Yay." The two exchanged another high five to celebrate their successful mission. However, after that brief moment of triumph, the lowly goddess remembered how wrathful Thanatos could be. "Let's celebrate later. Come, let's go hide in my palace," Lily said as she grabbed hold of the little boy's hand. "I'm sure that he's going to come and find us soon. It will be bad if he catches us." As if waiting for that cue, an angry roar was heard behind them, making the little girl and the little boy run and fly, as if their pants were on fire. Issei and David watched as the two troublemakers ran away in fear of their lives. But, deep inside, the two gods were giving Lily and Cupid two thumbs up in their hearts. A few seconds later, Thanatos entered the temple of the gods with bloodshot eyes. He only had one goal in mind, and that was to catch the two mischievous gods that were responsible for Aranis' departure from his domain, and lock them up in the underworld for a decade or two. "Looks like it's our turn," David said as he stood up and patted the back of his robes. "Yeah," Issei said while drawing his dagger from his sheath. "It's up to us to clean up Lily's and Cupid's mess. Such troublesome kids." "You can say that again." However, before the two gods could even intercept the god of death and prevent him from going after Lily and Cupid, two gods blocked Thanatos' way with their arms crossed over their chests. "I will not allow you to hurt Lily," the Lolicon god said. "You will have to get past us first," the pedobear god stated. Thanatos had no time to waste on the two new generation gods and immediately slapped both of them away, sending them flying hundreds of meters away. But, just as Thanatos was about to continue his pursuit of the two troublemakers, two hands grabbed hold of his legs, preventing him from moving. "You're not going anywhere, scum." The Lolicon god who had unsealed his powers firmly gripped Thanatos' left leg. "You're staying here." "Damn right, bastard," the pedobear god said before biting Thanatos' right leg, holding it in place. "Yo not getting away." Thanatos didn't hold back and started to smack the heads of the two gods, but they held firm and didn't budge. The other gods, who didn't know what was happening, watched this scene with amusement, and even cheered for the two new generation gods, encouraging them to make things difficult for the god of death, Thanatos. A half an hour later, a frustrated Thanatos dragged two unconscious gods back to the underworld. Lily and Cupid had already escaped and had shut themselves in the lowly goddess palace. Even with all of his power, Thanatos would not be able to break it, because it was the sacred residence of a god. The temple of the gods had its rules, and even he, the powerful god of death, couldn't break those rules, leaving him no choice but to return to the underworld. However, he wasn't going to go back empty-handed. Holding the Lolicon god and the pedobear god in his hands, he dragged them back to the underworld and threw them to Tartarus. He had decided to lock the two gods up for a century for getting in his way, and asked the guards to beat them up as punishment for allowing the two gods that were responsible for the upheaval in the underworld to escape his grasp. World of Hestia. As soon as William stepped out of the underworld, he found himself in the sacred grove where the world tree of the elves was located. Aranis, who was still in his arms, looked around her with wonder. Everything was so colorful and full of life, which was a stark contrast to the world where she was born. This place is called the Sacred Grove, William said. It is located in the Silvermoon continent, and under jurisdiction of my mother, the Saintess of the World Tree. Aranis opened her mouth to ask William a question. Even though no sounds were coming out of her lips, the black-haired teenager could read her lips and understand what she was saying. I get along well with my mother. She is a good person, William answered. There are just times when she can be eccentric, but overall, she is harmless. I'd like it if you got to know her as well. Aranis nodded. Don't worry, I will do something about your voice, William said softly. Just trust me, okay? I trust you. Aranis mouthed the word slowly, so that William would be able to understand her. Seeing her in this state, the half-elf could only rely on Optimus for help. Currently, the system was busy buying some items from the god shop in order to give Aranis a temporary voice that was close to her original voice. If William wanted, the halfling in his arms could readily acquire a voice. But it would be similar to those text-to-voice translations that sounded robotic. He didn't want Aranis to have that kind of voice, so he asked Optimus to fine-tune it to be as close to Aranis' original voice as possible, which he liked listening to. You're finally back, and it seems you have brought back a souvenir from the underworld. A teasing voice reached William's ears, making him turn around to see his mother, Arwen, walking in his direction with a smile. It's been a while since I saw a halfling, Arwen said as she crouched down a bit to look at the little girl in William's arms. As expected of my son. Even in the underworld, he is still able to charm the ladies. My genes are really amazing. My name is Arwen Von Ainsworth. What's your name, little one? Aranis mouthed. Aaron's niece. Arwen blinked. Oh wait, you are Aries' niece. I remember that girl asked me for money a decade ago. She still hadn't paid me until now. Hey, can you collect her debt for me? Black lines appeared on Aranis' forehead because not only did the elf in front of get her name wrong, Arwen even asked her to collect debts for her as well. The halfling looked up at the half-elf carrying her and gave him the, "Are you sure she is your mother?" gaze, making William chuckle. Mother, her name is Aranis, William stated. She is the one that helped me meet my wives in the underworld. However, because of me, she lost her voice. She will be staying with me for a while. Aranis, what a good name, Arwen said as he lightly patted Aranis' head. Nice to meet you, Aranis. I hope that we get along. After all, you will be part of our family sooner or later. The halfling's face immediately became beet red after hearing Arwen's words. She had only been in the surface world for a few minutes, and she was already being added to William's family register, making her wonder if everyone in Hestia were as fast-paced as Arwen. As if sensing her discomfort, William changed the topic, and asked his mother if everything in the Silvermoon continent was in order. Everything is fine here, Arwen replied. But, I can't say the same for the central continent. You should return there as soon as you can. William nodded in understanding. Originally, he would have already teleported to the floor of Asgard in order to get news from his subordinates. But, he wanted to visit his wives first and ensure that their bodies were in perfect health. Also, he wanted to know if the Silvermoon continent was spared from his fight against the Holy Order of Light. The Holy Order of Light hasn't stepped into our lands since the start of the war, Arwen explained. They have no reason to attack us, and the Pope knows that doing so will only create trouble for herself. You might have been able to subjugate us by force, but that was because your father, the World Tree, was on your side. If the Holy Order really did try to invade these lands, they would find themselves kicking a steel plate. William arched an eyebrow after hearing his mother's smug explanation. He didn't know where Arwen's confidence was coming from, but judging by how unfazed his mother was for a possible invasion from the Holy Order, it seemed that there were still some secrets in the Silvermoon continent that he was not aware of. Mother, I can't stay here for long, William said. After I visit my wives in Acedia, I will be returning to the floor of Asgard to handle personal matters. I know, Arwen replied. Although she was reluctant, she understood that William carried great responsibilities on his shoulders. Just, don't push yourself too hard, okay? I'm sure that things weren't that easy in the underworld. William didn't reply and simply smiled. Right now, he didn't want to think about what was happening in the underworld. Aranis, who was still being carried like a princess in William's arms, sighed in her heart as she relieved the painful experience she recently had. Although she loved the underworld, she also wanted to see the surface world. She didn't know what the future held, but she was hopeful. Hopeful that the day would come when she would finally be able to sing and dance under the sun, without worrying about her father trying to bring her back to the underworld, to the place where he said she belonged. Chapter 1323, Returning to the Floor of Asgard. Acedia, I'm back, William said as he walked towards the spring of life. He was still carrying Aranis in his arms as if afraid that the latter would be taken away from him by the god of death if he left her behind. Several tendrils of hair emerged from the water and grabbed hold of William's body. The halfling in his arms started to panic, because this scene was similar to what happened to her in the underworld. Don't be afraid, William held Aranis firmly in his arms and tried to coax her. She will not hurt you. Aranis clung to William's robes as if her life depended on it, while his body was lifted into the air and pulled towards the center of the spring where Acedia was waiting for him. Without even asking for permission, the half-elf and the halfling were pulled into the spring waters, making Aranis scream a soundless scream. She then held her breath while she was submerged in water, but soon she was forced to open her mouth, drinking a mouthful of the spring water. However, instead of drowning, she found herself able to breathe underwater. Aranis then stared at a beautiful elf whose gaze never left her face. Suddenly, the water in front of Aranis seemed to twist before forming a circle. A moment later, the halfling found herself staring at her own reflection. Her face, which had been left unkempt for an entire week, looked so haggard. However, this image changed as she continued to look at her reflection. The dark circles that were under her eyes slowly disappeared, and her dry and chapped lips returned to their soft and tender appearance. The halfling was reverting to her previous appearance. A doll-like beauty, whose body held no imperfections. Acedia reached out to caress the side of Aranis' face, while her hair wrapped itself around William and tossed him out of the spring of life. The half-elf who had been tossed aside, corrected his position midair and sighed. He then descended back down into the spring of life, and checked on the condition of his wives, while Acedia hugged and held Aranis in her arms. A moment later, her hair picked up Chiffon's body and brought her close to herself. She then hugged the two little girls in her arms, and closed her eyes in bliss. Clearly, she had labeled Aranis as another hug pillow due to how adorable she was. William could only shake his head helplessly as he looked at the elf, who had now found a new toy to play with. A few minutes later, the half-elf finished inspecting the bodies of his wives, including Chiffon, who was still being held by Acedia. All of their bodies were still radiating with life. The only thing that was not there were their souls. Even so, William was certain that it wouldn't take long before they would once again open their eyes, hold him in their embrace and speak words of love. It's time for me to go, Acedia, William said as he tried to pry Aranis away from the elf's hold. You can play with her another time. There are some things that I need to do in the central continent, and Aranis is coming with me. Acedia then opened her eyes to look at William. I'm sorry, but I'll try to finish things as soon as possible to see you again, William said before lowering his head to kiss Acedia's lips. When the kiss ended, the half-elf was finally able to take Aranis away from Acedia's hold because the latter had let go of her. Keep them safe for me, Acedia, William stated. I'll come back for them soon. I'll be waiting, Acedia replied. But, remember this, Will. Be careful of whom you trust. Not everyone who says they love you is your friend. After saying those words, Acedia closed her eyes and held Chiffon's body close to her. William stared at her for a minute before he left the springs of life, while carrying Aranis in his arms. When they had returned to the sacred grove, Aranis lightly tapped William's cheek to catch his attention. She's a weird one, Aranis said. But, she's a good person. Yes, William replied, that she is. After saying goodbye to his mother, William left the Silvermoon continent behind and went to the floor of Asgard located in the Tower of Babylon. As the ruler of the floor, he could command the Bifrost Bridge to take him there instantly, anytime he wanted. The moment he arrived, all of his subordinates present on the floor of Asgard came to meet him. Welcome back, Your Majesty, Nisha said as she gave William a respectful bow. We are very happy that you have finally returned to the world of the living. William gave Nisha a brief nod in greeting before asking her the most important question. What happened while I was gone? William asked. It's a long story, so let's talk in the conference room, Nisha replied before shifting her gaze to the doll-like beauty in William's arms. Is she perhaps a souvenir from the underworld? Something like that, William answered. Let's talk first. Tell me everything that happened while I was away. Titania, Medusa, come. The fairy queen who had been trapped inside the Thousand Beast domain finally made her appearance. While she was there, she was able to see everything that had happened in the underworld, using her connection with the black-haired teenager. There were several times when she tried to appear by his side, but there was simply no way to do so. In the end, she was forced to spectate as the half-elf journeyed in the underworld with Aranis by his side. Because of this, she felt closer to the halfling who was now given to Medusa for care. Aranis, this is Medusa, William said as he crouched down to pat Medusa's head. Do you remember my wife, Chiffon? She is her best friend. She will take care of you inside my domain. Don't worry, you'll be safe there. I will come look for you later after I'm done handling my business, okay? Aranis nodded. She understood that the black-haired teenager had many responsibilities in the surface world, so she decided to let him do his work, and not get in his way. Your name is Aranis. It's a very good name, Medusa grinned before holding Aranis' hand. Come, let's go to the Thousand Beast domain. I'm sure you will love it there. The half-elf opened a portal to allow the little Gorgon to drag the little halfling with her, and bring her inside his domain. The moment the two disappeared, the black-haired teenager then glanced at his subordinates before walking towards the palace of Asgard. Nisha had already informed the others of William's arrival. She knew that all of them wanted to personally give their reports to him as well. The veiled beauty wanted all of the members of the Dark Princes to be present in the conference room as they discussed matters of great importance. That way, they would finally be able to make a plan to put an end to the threat of the Holy Order of Light, once and for all. Chapter 1324. Those days are over. The sound of kissing, and sweet sighs of pleasure echoed inside the walls of William's room. Right after the conference ended, Chloe dragged William to his room, and pinned him down on the bed. A moment later, his clothes were stripped off of his body and thrown on the floor without another word. William's lovers, one by one entered the room to have a piece of the action as well. The last one to enter was Loxos, and the young nymph made sure to lock the door properly to ensure that they wouldn't be disturbed. Will, kiss, chew. Your hands, move them, please, Will. Why your tongue? Ha. No, don't be too, rough, don't, suck it too hard. This was not the first time that William had made love with multiple women, but somehow, this time it was different. All of his lovers were like untended fields that had been left to dry for too long. Now that he had returned, they wanted to be filled to the brim, so that the loneliness that they felt when he was away would be sated. From his fingers, his toes, his ears, lips, arms, legs, thighs, chests, every part of him was being kissed, licked, nibbled, and marked. Every part of him was being used by his lovers to make themselves and him feel good. Even Princess Aila, who was the most reserved among his lovers, was taking the initiative to lick and kiss his manhood, alongside Loxos, who was dying to have William's strong and peerless member inside of her. William didn't resist his lover's advances, and used everything he had to return the favor. Several hours later, he held Princess Aila in his embrace, and kissed her lips passionately. He had just released his essence inside of her womb, making it overflow, and staining the sheets which were covered with traces of the love he made with all of his lovers. Most of them had already lost consciousness, with his seed spilling from their parched gardens, because they had been sated completely. The half-elf had filled them all to the brim, until they passed out from pleasure and exhaustion. I love you, Will, Princess Aila said as soon as their lips parted. I love you. William caressed the side of his face and stared back at her. I love you too, Aila, William replied. Rest for now, Princess Aila allowed William to lay her down on the bed where his other lovers were also resting. As soon as the angelic beauty rested her head on the soft pillow, she fell asleep instantly, leaving William to clean her body with a cleaning spell. When everything was over, the half-elf glanced at his lovers who were sprawled all around him. Their young and titillating bodies were laid bare for him to see. Any one of them could make any mortal men howl like lustful wolves, and ravage them day in and day out. However, these ladies would never show this vulnerable side of them to anyone. He was the only one whom they would allow to touch them, kiss them, and make love with them. Yes, they were William's women. Every single one of them. His, and his alone. Never to be touched by any other man, but him. William waved his hand and lifted their bodies with his magic. He then applied a cleaning spell on them before laying them down on the bed, so that they could sleep comfortably. The half-elf gave his lovers one last glance before leaving the room. He walked down the silent hallways as he donned himself with new clothes. Aranis was currently inside the Thousand Beast domain, under Medusa's surveillance. She might come to his villa at any given moment, and he didn't want her to see him walking around naked. When he arrived at the floor of Asgard, he found out from Nisha that Wendy and Estelle had left the Ainsworth Empire and had gone somewhere in the central continent. However, they left Amelia and Priscilla behind. Amelia was Wendy's friend in the academy, who had brought them to her barony to ask for help. Priscilla was Princess Sidoni's trusted subordinate, and also served as William's vice-captain when he was still leading his Angorian war sovereign. They were the ladies who played significant roles when William was still in the Helen Royal Academy. It was like only yesterday when I enrolled in the academy, William thought as he stared outside the window. But those days are over. The half-elf sighed as the memories of his childhood trickled through his head. However, his memories were not complete. When Elliot died, when Conan died, half of his soul died as well and, along with it, some of his memories had also faded away. He could only remember bits and pieces, but it was no longer important. None of it mattered. Belle, William thought, all I need to do is kill you, and everything I've lost will return to me. The black-haired teenager's golden pupils glowed faintly as he looked at the nighttime sky. Wendy, Estelle, where did the two of you go? William sighed. Couldn't you have waited until I returned? Wendy and Estelle were the first two girls that he had met when he was young. Growing up, they had shared many hardships with him and, before he left for the central continent, he married Wendy secretly in the temple where he and Est had taken the trial of courage. They were too young back then to consummate their wedding, and Ash was also aggrieved that the two of them decided to wed on their own. Because of this, she joined them and also got married to William. Ash became the half-elf's second wife, taking a step ahead of Estelle, who at that time was unaware of Wendy's antics, making him have a nice and very long talk with her after they returned to the Launt. Due to that, Est became grumpy and only told William that she would marry him once her curse was lifted. The half-elf had already long decided to lift the curse on Est's, Ash's, and Isaac's bodies, so going to the central continent was already a done deal. But, before he left, he made a promise to Est. As soon as the curse was lifted, he would return to the southern continent to marry her. But one thing led to another. After he managed to free them from the curse that plagued their bodies, the half-elf found himself inside a raging storm, where he had no choice but to see everything till the end. I hope the two of you come back soon, William said softly. I have many promises to keep. Promises that I want to keep. Just as William was about to walk away, he saw two little girls chasing each other, while mounted on Angorian goats. They were none other than Medusa and Aranis, who were playing tag with each other. But, with a twist. They were mounted on William's first comrades in arms, Echo and Myrrh. Two of the 4 girls among the 13 goats that served the half-elf alongside Ella. The two looked so happy, and Medusa was even giggling. Aranis would have done the same, but she had lost her voice before she left the underworld. The black-haired teenager smiled as he watched the two frolic and wander around the Thousand Beast domain. He knew that this peace and happiness was only temporary. A few days from now, he, as well as the entirety of his king's legion, would attack the Palace of Light in order to end this war with the Pope, once and for all. Chapter 13:25, You're stingy as ever. In one of the highest mountains of the central continent, 3 ladies stood at the top. Wendy and Estelle, who had disappeared from the Ainsworth Empire, sat calmly while sipping the cup of tea in their hands. A blizzard was raging around them, and yet, both of them were undisturbed, thanks to the barrier that kept it at bay. Seated across them was a young lady wearing a fox mask. She too was sipping her own cup of tea, as they waited for one more person to arrive. You sure chose a nice place for an afternoon tea party. A cold voice spread in the surroundings. Having a change of pace is nice, too, Shannon replied as she placed her cup on top of the table and glanced in the direction where the voice had come from. You're a bit late. Did you get lost or something? A black-haired beauty, who was mounted on top of a rock, descended inside the barrier. She then glanced at the faces of the other 2 people. After seeing that one of them was Wendy, Belle arched an eyebrow before shifting her attention to the lady wearing a mask. I didn't come here to act chummy with you people, Belle said as she stared at Shannon. Get to the point. Why did you call me here? Shannon smiled. This will be a long chat, so why don't you sit down first? I didn't come here to chat. I'll ask again, why did you send me that letter? Not wasting any time are we? Fine, I will tell you the reason why I called you here. It's about William. A frown appeared on Belle's face after hearing Shannon's words. She had come to this meeting spot fully prepared to fight, just in case it was a trap in order to capture or kill her. But she never expected that their talk would involve the half-elf whom she had long wanted to meet. What about him? Belle inquired. Did he send you here? Shannon shook her head. Of course not. This is a secret meeting between the four of us. Having him here would just complicate things. So, let me ask again, are you sure you don't want to sit? This will be a long chat. Belle remained standing and only crossed her arms around her chest. She didn't trust Shannon enough to accept her invitation. Seeing that the black-haired beauty was adamant on standing, the young fox lady only chuckled before taking a blank canvas out of her storage ring. I don't know what kind of information the Pope has fed you about William, and don't care about it, Shannon explained. But I know for a fact that you are not his enemy. After all, you are his wife, are you not? Belle shifted her gaze to Wendy, who had already placed her cup on top of the table and looked at her with a calm expression on her face. Did you tell her? Belle inquired. Tell her what? Wendy asked back. I don't even know if you are married to Will. Estelle, who was seated beside Wendy, just listened while appraising the black-haired beauty in front of her. She had long wanted to marry William, and yet before she could do that, not only did the half-elf marry other girls when he was in the Central Continent, he also married the black-haired lady, who was currently a part of the Holy Order of Light that was antagonizing her fiancé. After seeing Wendy's reaction, Belle understood that the blonde-haired Valkyrie truly didn't know that she was already married to William. How did you know then? Belle asked Shannon. We were married on Earth. How can you possibly know that information? Shannon smiled as she lightly tapped the blank canvas with her fingertips. I know many things, but not all of them, Shannon replied. Still, I know enough to know that you are not William's enemy. Also, I know why you're continuing to stay on the side of the Holy Order of Light. I believe that all four of us can collaborate to achieve the best outcome possible. What best outcome are you talking about? Belle asked. Saving William, of course, Shannon replied. Although I am very fond of his black hair, I still prefer the red-headed prince I got to know before darkness claimed his soul. Why should I believe you? You don't have to believe me. At least, not yet. Shannon smiled as the white canvas in her hands started to shine. First, let me tell you his story from the very beginning, Shannon said as colorful images erupted from her white canvas, forming a projection similar to a movie screen. Once upon a time, there was a half-elf born in the Silvermoon continent, and he was given the name, William Von Ainsworth. Sorry, I'm a bit late, a young lady with shoulder-length blue hair said as soon as her flying ship landed on the ground. Things are getting hectic inside the Palace of Light and I didn't want the others to be suspicious of my departure. It's fine, William replied as he gazed at the blue-haired beauty who had milked him for merit points in order to buy the latest fashion clothes from Vicky's Secret. You look beautiful in that dress, Shayna. I bet you say that to all of your lovers. Beautiful things are beautiful. Or, would you rather have me say that the dress didn't suit you? I would be lying if I said that. Shayna was wearing a black cocktail dress that highlighted her hair and eyes, making them stand out. She never had the chance to wear something like this inside the Palace of Light because she knew that the Pope, as well as the bishops, would deem it as inappropriate clothing for someone of her stature. The virtuous Lady of Prudence gave William a sweet smile as she walked up to him to give him a hug. I'm glad you are back, Shayna said. How was your trip to the underworld? William hugged Shayna back before sighing. There have been some ups and downs, but overall, it was an eye-opening experience. How about you? Is everything fine on your side? I'd like to say yes, but I would be lying if I said that. Everyone is on edge, and the Pope seemed to be up to something again. Shayna complained. Although she hasn't ordered any attacks after your steward sent us my sister's severed arms, I'm sure that she's cooking up something big that will explode in your face sooner or later. William nodded his head in understanding. Don't worry, everything will end soon. Did you bring them? Of course. Please, make sure to return them to their rightful owners. Shayna summoned a white ornate box that was over a meter long. She then opened it to show the half-elves its contents, which made the latter sigh. I wished it never came to this, William said softly before taking the box inside his storage ring. I promise to return them to their rightful owners. Also, I'll make sure that they will be reattached properly. Shayna nodded as she once again gave William a hug. I can't stay for long because the Pope might get suspicious. Whatever you are doing, do it quickly. My sisters and I are on your side. Thank you, Shayna, William replied. Are you sure you don't want to be one of my lovers? Thank you for the offer, but I think I'll pass, at least for now. Shayna gave William a playful wink before tiptoeing to kiss his lips. That one was from Lyra. A second later, she kissed William's lips again. Her hands rested on the black-haired teenager's shoulders, giving her support, so she could kiss him properly. This one is from Ephemera, Shayna said softly before pressing her lips once again to the half-elf. This time, the kiss was longer than the first two. When the kiss ended, Shayna pulled back before looking up at William with expectation. That will be 10,000 merit points, Shayna stated. Give me this month's theme dress from Vicky's Secret. William was left speechless as the virtuous lady of Prudence demanded the latest design from her favorite brand for just a single kiss. A kiss is not enough for 10,000 merit points. Tisk, you're stingy as ever. Fine, let's do it your way. Several minutes later, a flushed Shayna returned to her flying ship with a satisfied look on her face. In her hands was a beautiful red box, with the brand name, Vicky's Secret, embossed in gold letters. Although her clothes had been loosened in a few places, revealing one of her breasts, she had a pleased expression on her face as she held the box that contained the dress she wanted. William and her had a fair exchange, which made both sides happy. For her, who liked fashion, giving the half-elf a little service was a small price to pay for her new hobby. I'll wait for you in the Palace of Light, Will. Shayna waved her hand to bid goodbye to the person that sucked her blood from her. If you manage to handle this properly, I'll consider making you my lover. The flying ship rose steadily towards the sky before heading towards the east. Now that she had delivered the things that the black-haired teenager had asked for, she felt more at ease knowing that the things that her sisters had lost during William's absence would finally be returned to them, and make them feel complete once again. Chapter 13:26. Who did this to my future daughter-in-law? No, don't come near me, Cherry screamed as she hurriedly backed away to the corner of her room, while gazing at the approaching half-elf fearfully. Stay away, you monster. Calm down, Cherry, Audrey said as she hugged the little girl who was starting to hyperventilate due to excessive fear. He won't hurt you. No, I don't want to have my other arm cut off. Cherry cried helplessly in Audrey's arms. I don't want to feel pain again. The little girl who had lost her left arm cried like the little girl she was, and her anguished sobs echoed inside the room. Celeste, who had also lost one of her arms, crouched down and helped Audrey coax the little girl who had suffered a severe trauma after Nisha had severed one of her arms. William stood in place and didn't move from his spot, in order to prevent things from getting worse. The reason why he met Shayna was in order to retrieve Celeste's and Cherry's arms, so that he could reattach them. However, a simple reattachment would not work. What he needed to do is to take both of them to the Spring of Life in the Silvermoon continent, and have Princess Aila reattach their arms for them. Only by doing so would they be able to regain its functions perfectly, before it was cut off from their bodies. After nearly an hour of crying, Cherry finally stopped. Celeste and Audrey managed to coax her and tell her that she would regain her arms soon. The only problem was that the little girl was simply too terrified of William at this point, that being around him was enough for her to feel anxious. A moment later, a knock was heard on the door. Come in, William said. After gaining his permission, two little girls, namely Medusa and Aranis, entered the room. William had asked for their help in order to calm Cherry down. For he knew that it would take a little girl to take care of a little girl, so he decided to call some reinforcements. After seeing the two little girls who seemed to be around her age, Cherry, who was crying earlier, finally stopped crying. Hello, what's your name? Cherry asked. My name is Cherry. What's yours? My name is Medusa, and this is Aranis. She can't talk because she lost her voice. Aranis, who was smaller than Medusa, nodded her head and said a voiceless, hello, to Cherry, who seemed to have reverted to being a child again after calming down. Come, Medusa said as she held Cherry's right hand. Let's go to the Thousand Beast domain to play. To play? Yes. The three of us will play together. I would like that. Opening a portal that led to his domain, William watched as the little Gorgon dragged Cherry to the portal. Aranis didn't follow right away. Instead, she walked towards William and motioned to him that she was going to whisper something to his ear. The black-haired teenager obediently crouched down to allow the half-ling to whisper something to him. But, instead of a whisper, Aranis gave him a kiss on the cheek before running towards the portal, like a little kid who just pulled a prank. It seems that your charm also extends to little girls, Audrey said dryly. Will she be really alright? William nodded. Just give it a few hours. Once Celeste is fully healed, Cherry will also realize that I mean her no harm. Audrey sighed. Your steward sure is something. She didn't hesitate to resort to violence right away. Because in her mind, violence solves most problems, William replied. Still, I'm sorry for what she did. Things escalated like this because I wasn't around when it happened. The black-haired teenager then walked towards Celeste and held her right hand. Let's go to the Silvermoon continent, William stated. It's time for you to regain what you have lost. Even if you reattached my arm, what I lost will not return to me. If you are talking about your sister, I met her in the underworld. She's fine, and about to give birth to my child. Celeste's expression changed after hearing that William had already met her sister. None of William's trusted confidants, including Chloe, told the virtuous lady of chastity that the black-haired teenager had gone to the underworld to look for her sister, Celine. How is she? Celeste inquired. Did she suffer any grievances while she was there? William nodded. Yes, she suffered a lot. Felix was also in the underworld and almost had his way with her. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen and I was able to save her. Right now, she is in the Elysian Fields. That is the place where she will give birth, and the goddess Lisa had assured me of her safe delivery. Worry not, your sister and her child are in good hands. Celeste felt faint, as the strength in her legs failed her. Fortunately, William was there to support her, and prevented her from falling. There are some things that I can't tell you, but know this, William said softly. You will be reunited with your sister soon. Celeste finally breathed a sigh of relief, as she allowed William to carry her in his arms. Do you want to come as well, Audrey? William inquired. Okay, Audrey replied. I'd rather be with them than be with your steward. William smiled because he sensed the veiled killing intent in Audrey's words towards the veiled beauty who was currently managing the affairs of his territories. Although what Nisha did was too extreme, the half-elf didn't find fault in it. She only did what she thought would be in the best interest of his empire, and it worked. Now that the Pope and her cronies had stopped attacking their territories, they had started to build their armies, in preparation for the war that was about to come. The Bifrost Bridge shot a beam of light towards William, sending him to the sacred grove, where the spring of life was located. Arwen, who had just parted with William not too long ago, was very pleased to see him visit again. However, after seeing her son holding Celeste in his arms, the corner of the saint's lips curled up into a smile. Clearly, she approved of the qualifications of the young lady in her son's arms, and wished that the two of them would give her lots of grandchildren in the future. Mother, I know what you are thinking, William said as he walked towards Arwen while still carrying Celeste in his arms. I don't know if you are familiar with her, but this is Celeste. She is Celine's twin, and I'm going to take her to the spring of life in order to have her severed arm reattached. Arwen's eyes widened in shock because she didn't notice that the beautiful elf in William's arms was missing an arm. She immediately tossed the image of her grandkids to the side and approached her with a worried look. Who did this to her? Arwen asked. Who did this to my future daughter-in-law? William gave his mother the, Mom, can you not label every girl around me as your future daughter-in-laws? Gaze, which Arwen ignored completely. Celeste, this is my mother, the Saintess of the World Tree, Lady Arwen Von Ainsworth. I already know. Your mother took care of me when I was still here in the Silvermoon continent. Arwen nodded as if to reaffirm Celeste's words. As the Saintess of the World Tree, her position was quite high, making her the perfect candidate to deal with children who had a special status within the Elven Kingdom. Great, William stated. Since the two of you are already acquainted, there's no need to waste any time. Mother, I'm going to the Spring of Life. Okay, Arwen replied. If you need help just call for me. William nodded and walked towards the path that led to the Spring of Life. Since Celeste was Celine's sister, it was only natural for him to help her. It has been a while since I've been to the Spring of Life, Celeste said while reminiscing. The last time I went there was when I had my coming-of-age ceremony. Lady Arwen personally baptized me using the waters of the Spring of Life. William didn't reply because he understood that Celeste was just reminiscing about what happened in the past. For now, his priority was to fix the beautiful elf's arm, so that the little girl, who was currently playing with Medusa and Aranis inside the Thousand Beast domain, would cooperate and accept what she had lost, helping her to overcome the trauma that William's steward, Xianxia, had ingrained deep in her very soul. Chapter 13:27. Resolved to defy her own fate. The sound of water splashing could be heard as William lay Celeste in the spring of life. Princess Aila accompanied her underwater because she was the one that sealed the wound on the elf's shoulder, when her arm was severed from her body. She made sure that reattachment would be possible, so now that William had retrieved Celeste's arm, the angelic princess could patch her up without a problem. With the power of the spring of life, any injury would heal as long as they were submerged in it for a time. According to his estimate, it would take at least half a day for Celeste's arm to fully recover, under Princess Aila's and the spring's healing abilities. While this was happening, William found himself being used as a hug pillow by the lazy elf on the other side of the spring. Acedia had temporarily set aside her chiffon pillow, and replaced it with the William pillow, who currently had his arms wrapped around her body. "Will you be leaving soon?" Acedia asked using telepathy. "Do you want me to leave?" William asked back. "Why are you answering my question with another question?" "Why not? You're doing it again." Acedia angrily used her hair to pull on the half-elf's ear, making the latter smile. Among his lovers, he found teasing Acedia a worthwhile experience because having a reaction from her was priceless. "You know, this is not a place where you bring your harem and invade my privacy," Acedia complained. "Almost every time you come here, you bring women with you. The next time you bring another, I'll toss them outside of the spring." "Wait," William interjected. "There's one more girl that needs her arms reattached." "Hey. She's not my lover. She's only 11. So what if she's 11? You brought that little halfling who looked no older than 8 years old. Don't lie to me. Just a glance was enough to tell me that she is smitten with you. She came from the underworld, right? Now you're even courting death. Having dead wives is not enough to satisfy you anymore, huh?" William was completely speechless. Today, Acedia was quite active and even said more than one sentence at a time. Usually, the lazy elf would only say a word or two, and sometimes wouldn't even speak and just let her hair do the talking for her. However, right now, she was having a chat with William, while her hair pulled on his ears. Clearly, the lazy elf was not happy with how her personal space was being invaded by William's women. Just make an exception for the little girl," William said after a minute had passed. "She's such a pitiful thing. She got her arm sliced off her body even though she did nothing wrong. Don't you feel sorry for her?" This time, it was Acedia's turn to stay silent. She just closed her eyes and buried her head in William's chest, while her hair continued to pull on his ears. Only after several minutes passed did a sigh escape her lips. "Fine," Acedia stated, "but no more." Okay, William replied. He knew that Acedia had already compromised with him, so he decided to pamper her a bit and kissed her lips to make her feel good. The two didn't know that Celeste and Princess Aila were paying close attention to them, and since the spring of life was crystal clear, they clearly saw that the two were making it out under the water. "Is he always like this?" Celeste asked. "Only behind closed doors," Princess Aila replied. "He's not the type to show off to other people about his relationship with us." "Then why is he doing it right now?" "Because he didn't think that we would mind." Celeste was baffled. The most she saw was William kissing Chloe's cheeks and forehead, but nothing as intense as what she was seeing right now. William was kissing Acedia's lips, while his right hand slid inside her nearly transparent dress, and groped her breast with practiced movements. Celeste knew that Acedia was still a maiden because her divinity allowed her to see who was still chaste and who was not. The elf could even see the lightly glowing tattoo on Princess Aila's womb, which marked her as William's woman. Naturally, Celeste also had that mark on her womb, but it was different from William's lovers. The color of her mark was golden, while Princess Aila's, and the rest of William's women, were pink. Perhaps the color was due to her divinity being represented by chastity. "Does that mean that if he took my maidenhood, my mark would be the same as theirs?" Celeste mused. This thought had passed through her mind countless times in the past, and yet, she didn't know what to feel about it. William didn't like, or lust after, her, so her title as his bride was in name only. The person that the black-haired teenager loved was her sister, Celine, making Celeste feel as if she was just a replacement. She was not feeling down that her sister had become William's woman, and was also carrying his child. She would rather have William be the father of her sister's child than Felix, whose lust for women was insatiable. Just remembering the time when the air of darkness looked at her made her skin crawl. Celeste even pitied the ladies that had fallen into the green-haired demon's hands. Their powers taken away from them, and their lives ruined in his hands. Your shoulder has successfully reattached without any problems. Princess Isla's voice brought Celeste out of her daze. Immediately, she tried moving her fingers, and rubbing them on each other. I can feel them, Celeste muttered. Thank you, Aila. You're welcome, but don't do anything excessive for now, okay? Princess Aila reminded her. It's not fully healed yet. Excessive movements might cause complications later. It will take at least half a day for your wounds to fully heal. Celeste sighed because one of her worries was now fixed. Now that her arm was healing, and her sister was about to give birth in a safe location, she could turn her attention to the question that had been plaguing her for the past month, and that question was, where do I proceed from here? She didn't know the answer to this question, but she believed that the answer would present itself to her sooner or later. The only thing she needed to do was wait. Wait until she had completely resolved herself to defy her own fate. Chapter 13:28. Even if I'll die, I'm going to bring him down with me. Finally, it's over, William muttered as he gazed at the projection on the wall. Cherry was now submerged in the spring of life, and her arm had been reattached by Princess Aila as well. The little girl was currently lying on top of Acedia's body, with Aranis and Medusa hugging her from the side. In just a short period of time, the three girls had become good friends. Because of this, Aranis and Medusa decided to accompany Cherry to get her treatment, which allowed the virtuous lady of charity to calm down. Several hours after Celine's arm was fully healed, William had sent his lover's twin inside his thousand-beast domain in order to show Cherry her recovery. This of course made the little girl want to have her arm reattached as well, but her fear of William prevented her from doing so. In the end, the black-haired teenager just hid inside his mother's residence in the sacred grove and allowed Aranis and Medusa to accompany the frightened Cherry to the spring of life. Celeste and Audrey were also there to give their support to their little sister, who was feeling calmer after not seeing William's presence. Unfortunately, Acedia, who was a lover of all cute things, decided to make the three latest trespassers in her home her hug pillows. The black-haired teenager smiled faintly when he saw Acedia's satisfied expression while hugging Cherry in her arms. Aranis and Medusa were on her left and right sides, making her feel incredibly happy, and forgave them for trespassing into her personal space. Cherry will be fully healed when morning comes, Audrey said. Thank you for helping her regain her lost arm. You're welcome, William replied before waving his hand to close the projection. I'm sorry, but after Cherry's arm is fully healed, the two of you will be temporarily staying in the thousand-beast domain. Is this arrangement fine with you? Being with you is much better than being around Nisha, Audrey replied. Also, the thousand-beast domain is a good place. I thank you in advance for your hospitality. William nodded before shifting his gaze to the beautiful elf with light green hair and eyes, who was listening to his conversation with Audrey. Celeste, you will also be staying with them in the thousand-beast domain. Okay, Celeste replied. After her arm was healed, the beautiful elf spent most of her time thinking about what she wanted to do in the future. First and foremost, she wanted to have a long talk with her sister, Celine, after she returned to Hestia. Her safety was her priority, and she couldn't focus on anything else until she saw Celine with her own two eyes. A moment later, Arwen appeared carrying a tray filled with cookies. She then placed it on top of the table, and gestured for everyone to taste her freshly baked experiment. William glanced at the okay-ish looking cookies before picking one of them to take a bite. He knew that his mother wasn't really that good at baking, but he was willing to humor her by eating the cookies that seemed harmless in his eyes. Well, how is it? Arwen asked. She was looking at her son with a gaze of expectation. It's surprisingly good, William replied. Good job, mother. You didn't mistake the sugar for salt, like what you did last time. You still hold a grudge over that small mishap. Will, you're so petty. Yes, I am petty. This playful banter between mother and son made the atmosphere inside the living room quite lively. Celeste and Audrey couldn't help but smile at the scene in front of them. The Prince of Darkness, whom everyone believed to be a menace to the world, was busy munching on cookies while showering his mother with praises. After interacting with William in the past, Audrey now understood that he wasn't someone who went out of his way to antagonize people. It was always them who came to him to cause trouble each and every time, and the half-elf only attacked them out of self-defense. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had long realized that it was the Pope who was the villain behind everything. Even so, as one of the heavenly virtues, she still felt complicated about the upcoming war between William and the Holy Order of Light. It was as if there was an unwritten rule that they would not discuss these matters in front of each other, in order to not strain the current relationships they had. Audrey didn't know that, aside from her and Cherry, the rest of her sisters had already jumped ship and joined William's boat. If she knew, then she would have also switched sides and stood against the Pope, who was making things difficult for everyone. Meanwhile, in the Palace of Light, "Have any of you seen Belle?" the Pope asked after she gathered the pseudo-gods who were serving their side. She said that she wanted to take a breather, and left with Athon to go somewhere, one of the pseudo-gods replied. She said she will return as soon as she can. The Pope nodded. Very well, let's all start the meeting. They were currently in a special domain that prevented anyone from eavesdropping on their conversation. The pseudo-gods had already used their powers to create multiple layers of protection to prevent anyone from hearing any part of the important discussion that they would be having today. "I've received word that the Prince of Darkness has finally made his appearance," the Pope stated. "It is only a matter of time before he attacks us directly." The Pope's expression was solemn because she understood that she and William could not coexist under the same sky. One of them must disappear from the picture, and the Pope had every intention to be the last one standing. "This will be the final battle between us and the Prince of Darkness," the Pope said after a few minutes of silence. "All the preparations have been made, and our plan can start as soon as he arrives. We only have one shot at this, so I hope that all of you can give it your all in order to end his menace once and for all." One of the pseudo-gods sighed. "Is there really no room for discussion?" "No," the Pope replied. "I have offended him several times already. This will not end until I'm dead. I can already tell that, this time, he will come to kill me. But, even if I die, I'm going to bring him down with me." "What are our chances of winning?" one of the pseudo-gods asked. "Now that he has the Bull Demon King under his command as well, our chances have become slimmer." "Don't worry." The Pope smiled. "We will not lose. Although many sacrifices will be made, this is for the greater good." The pseudo-gods didn't reply and simply listened to the plan the Pope had prepared for the upcoming battle. After hearing everything, they felt that the Pope had gone crazy. Even so, they still decided to go ahead with the plan. They knew that this fight was inevitable, and since they couldn't escape it, they would just use everything to their advantage to win. Even if the price they would have to pay would push the very foundations of the Holy Order of Light to the brink of collapse. Chapter 1329. You're the best birthday present Elle ever had. Lane, my life. Does it still hurt? Medusa asked. Can you move it properly? It doesn't hurt, Cherry replied as she swung her reattached arm left and right. It feels weird. It's like my arm was never cut off in the first place. That is for the best. Come, let's go to the arcade and play shooting games. Aranis, are you coming? The halfling smiled before shaking her head. She then wrote something in the air, which later shone, allowing Medusa and Cherry to read it. Will called for me. I will go to see him first, then I will come to the arcade. Cherry was still afraid of the half-elf, but after getting her arm back, this fear decreased by a little bit. However, she would still run away and hide if she saw the black-haired teenager. Because of this, William had decided to let Medusa take care of the virtuous girl of charity, while he handled the important things regarding the upcoming war with the Holy Order of Light. Several minutes later, Aranis arrived in William's room in the Villa of the Thousand Beast domain. After knocking twice, the halfling heard the black-haired teenager's voice, calling her inside the room. The moment she entered the room, Aranis saw William looking at the projection of the Palace of Light. There were various labels attached in different areas, telling him of their importance and function. The half-elf momentarily shifted his attention to the doll-like beauty whom he had allowed to wander inside his domain and gestured for her to come close to him. Aranis smiled and walked towards the half-elf who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Did you have fun playing with Medusa? William asked in a gentle tone as soon as the halfling climbed up on the bed to sit in front of him. Aranis nodded. She had only spent 2 days with Medusa, and yet, those 2 days were filled with fun that she didn't feel too lonely even if she wasn't with the black-haired teenager who was smiling at her. I have good news for you, William said as he held Aranis' 2 delicate hands and looked her in the eyes. I have acquired a temporary voice that sounds almost the same as the one you lost in the underworld. Aranis' eyes widened in shock after hearing the half-elf's words. She had already resigned herself to not being able to talk for a long time during her stay in the surface world. Now that she was suffering the same fate as the Little Mermaid, she finally understood her hardships. However, their circumstances were different. The Little Mermaid wasn't able to remain by her prince's side. She, on the other hand, was brought to the surface world by her own prince, who deeply cared about her. "Do you want it?" William asked in a teasing tone. Aranis pouted and lightly pounded William's chest with her closed fist. Clearly, she wanted to speak again, so that she could tell the half-elf the words that had remained unsaid between the two of them. "If you really want it, then kiss my lips," William said with a devilish smile on his face. "Only by doing so will you get your voice back. So, will you kiss me, Aranis?" The halfling blushed after hearing William's words. Although she had kissed him on the lips when he was sleeping, kissing him while he was awake was a different thing. Even so, it only took her a minute to decide before resolving herself to kiss the black-haired teenager, who was waiting for her to take the initiative to kiss him. "You bully," Aranis said softly. She knew that William was able to read her lips, so she didn't mind telling him her dissatisfaction. The halfling then moved closer to William and cupped his face. Soon, her soft lips found his as she tried to kiss him using the technique she had seen in one of the telenovelas she had watched on Netflix. Although a bit clumsy, she and William kissed for a good while. It was at that moment when a golden orb of light passed from William's lips towards Aranis. A warm and soothing feeling washed over Aranis' body as the golden orb of light did its magic. This was the final product of Optimus' hard work in order to allow the halfling to talk again. Truth be told, William liked Aranis' voice. It had a unique lively tone that made him feel refreshed, even though his freelance job at the host club always wore him out, due to how demanding his clients were. "Hafu, ha." A sigh of pleasure escaped Aranis' lips as soon as the golden orb of light had fully merged with her body. When the feelings of warmth subsided, Aranis looked at William and opened her lips. The half-elf smiled because Aranis' voice sounded almost exactly the same as her original voice. Although it wasn't perfect, the halfling was very happy because she could finally talk again. "Will, thank you for bringing me with you," Aranis said as tears started to stream down the sides of her face. "I was so lonely in the underworld, until you came." The halfling's heartfelt words flowed without stop, alongside the tears that were falling from her beautiful blue eyes. "I'm glad I met you." The halfling buried her face on William's chest as her body trembled due to excessive sobbing. "You're the best birthday present I ever had in my life." Feeling the warm tears that were drenching his clothes, the half-elf wrapped his arms around Aranis before patting her head, in order to assure her that everything was going to be fine. "Tough times are up ahead, Aranis," William said softly. "You might regret your decision to come to the surface world, and also, you might regret coming with me to my home world. These are not peaceful times, and a war is going to break out. I will not always be there to stay by your side, but I do hope that you will live a happy life here in Hestia." Aranis pulled back and looked at William with teary eyes. She was well aware that the world she had come to wasn't a peaceful one, but she didn't have any regrets. Although her house was in the middle of a river of flames in the underworld, she never felt any warmth from it. Only the coldness of loneliness accompanied her as she grew up. This was why her heart was brimming with happiness as she played with Medusa and Cherry, who were almost the same height as her. She felt as if the little Gorgon and the little mischievous girl, who had just regained her arm, were her long-lost sisters, and they were reuniting after many years had passed. "Will, I don't know if I'm in love with you, but I do hope that this feeling in my heart is love," Aranis said as she held William's gaze. "I want to stay in love, and spend my days with you in this world that is filled with light and life. After this war is over, can you travel with me to see this world?" "Okay," William replied as he wiped the tears in the halfling's eyes. "After this war is over, let's travel to a place far from any conflict. Would you like that?" "Yes," Aranis said as she raised her head and closed her eyes. "I'd love that." William lowered his head and kissed the lips that Aranis had offered to him. Just like her, he didn't know if his feelings for her were love. But he hoped that it was love. After all, he had no intention of letting the doll-like beauty in his arms, who had lived and suffered alone in the underworld, to be taken away from his embrace to return to that cold and hellish place that she called her home. Chapter 1330, the place where light and dark begin to touch, where miracles arise. "Your Majesty, a notice has arrived," an Amazon warrior reported as soon as she entered the throne room. Empress Andraste, who who sat on the throne, made a gesture for her to come close so that she could read the scroll that the messenger was carrying. Lilith was also in the throne room, and simply waited for her mother to finish reading the letter before asking her about its contents. After the Amazon princess left the Tower of Babylon, she returned to the Amazon Empire, and became her mother's personal aide when it came to matters concerning war, as well as the current geopolitics that were happening across the central continent. She had wanted to go back to William's side, but her mother prevented her from doing so. Empress Andraste was someone who didn't lack foresight. She could tell that the Holy Order of Light was hell-bent on attacking the Ainsworth Empire and claiming it as its own. Even if she wanted to help, it was impossible to deal with the pseudo-gods under the Pope's banner. Although the Amazon Empire had an artifact that could deal with those powerful beings, it was more defensive in nature. It had protected the Amazon Empire since the time it was founded, and it was impossible to transfer it to another place without risking the chance of facing their goddess Astarte's wrath. Ha, this boy really knows how to make people laugh. Empress Andraste pounded the armchair of her throne after reading William's letter. Lilith, read this as well. Your future husband really knows how to crack a joke. The Amazon princess took the scroll and began reading its contents. She was quite curious about what her mother meant when she said that her future husband knew how to crack a joke. To the rulers of every nation in the central continent, I, William Von Ainsworth, hereby declare war against the Holy Order of Light. I have endured their repeated acts of violence inside my domain, and decided that it is now time to put an end to their one-sided tyranny. Let it be known that I only intend to fight against the forces of the Holy Order. However, if any of you were to decide to side with them, I will also recognize you as my enemy. If you are afraid of living, be my guest and join them. I am itching to kill those who want to antagonize me. The more dead people the better. Corpses make the best fertilizers, so I plan to sell them in bulk to those who want to enrich their fields in the future. I want to coexist and work alongside everyone to achieve peace for the entire world. After my battle with the Holy Order of Light, you have my solemn promise that I will not extend my borders or conquer other lands. Let us all strive to erase the organization who hides under the banner of light, when in truth, the Pope who leads it is just a greedy pig that wants to have the entire central continent, as well as the demonic continent, for herself. I will rid the world of this annoying bitch and banish her soul to the rivers of hell. Lastly, make sure you know which side to choose. Hell awaits for those who choose the wrong side. Instead of laughing, Lilith only gripped the scroll in her hands tightly. Your Majesty, I wish to go. I give you permission to be with your man. But, remember this, Lilith. The Amazon Empire will not choose any sides. We will just watch from the side, and watch as the Palace of Light burns to ashes. Lilith didn't expect her mother to already know what she was thinking. However, since she had already gotten the Empress' permission, she no longer wasted any time and made preparations to travel to the Ainsworth Empire. If her fiancé was going to fight in a war against the Holy Order of Light, she would definitely fight by his side. The battle where William had lost Ash, Chiffon, Princess Sidonie, and Celine, was still fresh in her memory. After that war, the red-headed teenager, whom she loved, had taken on the mantle of darkness. His red hair, that was as radiant as a blazing flame, became pitch black. His green eyes, that made her heart turn to mush when she looked at them long enough, had become golden, and filled with pain. His touch, that was once warm, had become cold, just like his lips, which used to fan the flames of desire in her heart and body. And the blue gem that served as the heart in his chest, had turned from blue to obsidian black. His two familiars that took half of his soul were now dead, allowing darkness to corrupt everything, leaving only a quarter of his soul free from its corruption. But, even then, William tried to make her feel loved. Despite the fact that he was hurting. Despite the fact that he was suffering. Despite the fact that he was forced to become the enemy of the world. Lilith had spent many sleepless nights, weeping for her beloved who had changed after the war that had taken many things from him. Even if you go to damnation, I will follow you, Lilith vowed as she packed her things inside her storage ring. Taking one last look in her room, the Amazon princess raised her hand and the treasure of the Amazon race, Gleipnir, flew towards her and coiled around her hand. Thank you for accompanying me, Lilith said as she held the artifact firmly. Let's go. My future husband is waiting for me. The sacred weapon in her hand glowed faintly as if understanding what she was trying to say. A moment later, Lilith jumped out of the window of her room and flicked Gleipnir in front of her, which turned into a golden dragon. The Amazon landed deftly on the golden dragon's back before looking in the direction of the Ainsworth Empire. That was the place where she needed to go, and that was where the man she loved was waiting for her. With a powerful roar, the golden dragon flew to the west, leaving the capital city of the Amazon Empire behind. "May fortune be on your side, Lilith," Empress Andraste said as she looked at the golden dragon that was slowly disappearing from her view. "The place where light and dark begin to touch is where miracles arise." The Amazon Empress sighed. This was an important war, and yet the Amazons would not participate in it, with the exception of her daughter, who was not fighting for who was right or wrong, but fighting for the man she chose to love. Chapter 1331. At midnight, we marched towards the Palace of Light. Ainsworth Empire. "Is everyone ready?" William asked the people who were currently gathered inside his thousand-beast domain. Everyone who had chosen to fight by William's side was there. The patriarchs of the demon tribes who originally came under his wing in the demon continent. Xianxia, who led the organization of Deus. The pseudo-gods under William's command, and lastly, the women who had chosen to fight by his side. William's uncle, Morgan, as well as the officers of the Red Plague were also in the room. Lastly, the veterans of Lant, led by Jekyll and Owen, stood at the side, simply waiting for the order to attack. All of them had gathered today to discuss the battle that was about to start. "The moment we start, it will either be the Holy Order of Light who perishes, or we perish," William stated. "But, remember this is not the end, but only the prelude to a greater war. A war that would determine the fate of this entire world. This is why we can't afford to lose." William didn't explain the specifics because it would only make them fearful of what was about to come. The enemy that they needed to fight right now was the Pope and her forces. The half-elf would not feel comfortable waging the great war against the army of destruction, when there was a crazy old woman that was breathing down his neck. In order to ensure that he could focus single-mindedly on the task at hand, he decided to eliminate the Pope, as well as the fanatics that served under her command. "The demon tribes are with you in this endeavor, Your Majesty," the patriarch of the one-horned clan, Palax, said respectfully. He was On's grandfather, and the first patriarch who had decided to come under William's umbrella. Now that his lord was about to fight a war against the Holy Order of Light, he decided to make a stand and fight by his side. "I've waited for this day all my life," Xianxia commented. "Deus will fight and not stop until that old hag stops breathing." "Hey, so after she stops breathing, you guys will stop fighting as well?" Chloe asked in a teasing tone. "Thanks for the heads up." William couldn't help but smile at Chloe's attempt to disperse the tension inside the room. Although no one laughed at her comment, the tension that hung in the air cleared up a bit. "I don't think there's a need to say anything anymore," Jekyll commented. "Or do you perhaps want to offer a prayer to the gods to bless us in this battle?" The dentist of Lant gave his most dazzling smile that made everyone in the room glance in his direction. "We should finish this early," Owen stated. "My wife. Ah, here he goes again with his wife. Can someone shut this old coot up? This old cow can still eat the green grass because he is capable. If you're also capable, you can marry a young wife as well." The veterans of Lant became rowdy the moment Owen started to speak. All of them had seen how William grew up from being a shepherd to an existence that held the entire world at the palm of his hands. Even Jekyll, who believed that he was the strongest in Lant, couldn't hold a candle against the current William. In fact, even his father, Vlad, could no longer threaten the half-elf because he had reached a stage where even pseudo-gods bow their heads in servitude. "I'm glad that everyone is here with me as we rid the world of a delusional old woman who thinks that the world revolves around her," William stated. "Everyone, make your final preparations. At midnight, we march towards the Palace of Light in order to end its existence before the sun rises tomorrow." Everyone in the room nodded their heads. They had long endured the harassment that the Pope had created in their peaceful lives. Now that William was here, it was finally time to strike back at the old hag who had poked the hornet's nest repeatedly. As everyone left the conference room to return to the floor of Asgard, as well as the Ainsworth Empire, William remained in the room with the women who had decided to link their fates with his. "Aila, tomorrow you will be at the rear of the formation. You are a healer, so you are not allowed to stand on the front lines," William said. "Haleth and Anne, you are going to stay with her. Make sure that she doesn't get hurt." Haleth and Anne acknowledged William's orders and promised to follow them. "Chloe, Charmaine, the two of you will be at the front of the battlefield," William said. "Your role is to handle the small fries. Make sure that they know their place." Charmaine and Chloe nodded in understanding. William then glanced at the Amazon princess who had left her homeland just to be by his side. Lilith, your role is to give support to the vanguard. William smiled. You are free to move independently and assist any side that needs support. Understood, Lilith replied. Suddenly, a cheerful voice was heard in the corner of the room. Me. Medusa raised her hands repeatedly. What should I do? Sharur and Bacon Gullenbursti also made noises because they wanted to take part in the action. You can deal with the enemies that manage to break past the vanguards, William replied. However, you are not allowed to fight on the front lines. Just deal with the ones that manage to break through, got it? Got it, Medusa gave William a thumbs up. Suddenly, the halfling that was standing beside Medusa asked. How about me? Aranis inquired. I can't fight, but there must be something that I can do. William frowned because he didn't want Aranis to participate in the battle. She had lived in the underworld all her life and wasn't familiar with how bloody and gruesome war was. The half-elf was about to tell her that she shouldn't be on the battlefield, but her determined gaze made William reconsider his reply. How about you stay with me while I paint the battlefield? You have a flying boat, right? It will be amazing to draw the battle from the sky, Shannon, who had entered the meeting late, commented. Good, William nodded. Aranis, you will accompany Shannon. The half-elf then gazed at the lady wearing a fox mask with a serious expression on his face. Aranis doesn't know how to fight, so please protect her, okay? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will make sure that your new lover will be safe from harm. The halfling's face immediately became beet red after hearing Shannon's reply. The ladies inside the room giggled when they saw the adorable little girl hide behind Medusa's back, after everyone's gazes had landed on her body. After William helped her regain the ability to speak, the two of them kissed and talked for a long time inside the half-elf's room. In the end, the black-haired teenager and the doll-like beauty both agreed that they should wait until the war was over before they continued to discuss their relationship. An hour later, his meeting with his lovers ended. All of them returned to their respective rooms to rest, so that when midnight came, they would have the strength to fight until morning came. William didn't allow any of his lovers to spend the night with him because he didn't want to tire them, and himself, out. Now that the battle was about to begin, he needed to rest properly so he could ensure that the victor would be none other than him. Chapter 1332. The moons are beautiful tonight. I received a notice today that states that William had declared war against you, and anyone who joins your side will be treated as his enemy, the headmaster of Hestia Academy, Byron, said. I would like to inform you that Hestia Academy will not be taking part in the war between you and the Ainsworth Empire. Well, I never expected any help coming from you in the first place, Byron, the Pope replied with a sneer. Just go and hide in your little academy, while I deal with the Prince of Darkness myself. The Pope had received similar communications throughout the day after William had sent his messengers to every part of the central continent to inform the kings and emperors that he was about to wage war against the Holy Order of Light. You and your organization don't stand a chance, Byron stated. It will be best if you surrender. At least, your life can be spared if William is compassionate enough. The Pope shook her head stubbornly and glared at the old man's image on the surface of her round mirror. I'd rather die than bow my head to a devil spawn. Then you will die a dog's death. Oh, do you really think that I will lose this war? The Pope smirked. Don't bluff yourself out of this one, Byron sneered. Do you really think that he couldn't massacre your entire generation by himself? You are forgetting something. Although we still didn't have any confirmation, we assumed that William is this generation's current Dungeon Conqueror. You lose in both quality and quantity of troops. Even if you have 1,000,000 Crusaders, Templars, and Inquisitors under your command, they would be outnumbered 10 to 1 when the battle begins. Surrender, so that the sacrifice of needless lives will be averted. The Pope snorted. Shut up, old fool. You and the peanut gallery should just watch from the side. I will show you who has the upper hand in this war. Without another word, the Pope cut off the connection before slamming her fist on top of the table. Everyone thinks that I have no chance of winning, those fools, the Pope gritted her teeth in anger. All of you just wait. After I'm done dealing with that half-elf, all of you will be next. During the month that the Pope and her organization didn't attack the Ainsworth Empire, they had started to make preparations for one last large-scale war against the Prince of Darkness. All the artifacts that protected the Palace of Light were activated, and the sacred treasures from their treasury had been taken out as well. The Pope had no intention of waiting for her death, so she had decided to go all out, with the intention of winning. She was prepared to sacrifice the countless lives of her organization in order to defeat the black-haired teenager, who had finally declared war against her. "You made one mistake, half-elf," the Pope said. "You shouldn't have allowed us to make our preparations before you declared war. Do you really think that the Palace of Light will fall that easily after activating all of its defenses?" The Pope's smile widened because she was already looking forward to the expression that the half-elf would have after he had experienced the surprise that was waiting for him the moment he attacked the stronghold of the Palace of Light. William stood on the highest tower of the palace, looking at the two moons in the sky. He had just woken up from his rest, and decided to gaze at the moons and the stars in the sky in order to calm his mind. A playful voice sounded behind William. The half-elf didn't even bother to turn around to know who the owner of the voice was. Although he didn't interact with her much when he arrived back from the underworld, the fox lady appearing where he was didn't surprise him at all. Shannon had always held a cloak of mystery about her, more so than Nisha, whose face remained hidden behind a veil. His interactions with Shannon were always unpredictable because the latter came and went as she pleased. Of course, he knew that she was on his side, but as to whether she was really an ally, or not, was still debatable. To this day, William didn't know what her goal was, causing him to always have his guard raised against her. "Are you ready for the big fight?" Shannon asked as she stood beside the half-elf who was looking at the sky. "Yes," William replied. "How about you?" "Well, I am ready in my own way." "Is that so? Good for you." Shannon removed her mask because William would no longer be overwhelmed by the power of her divinity. She was only wearing it to prevent the others from committing suicide because her sin was simply too strong for those without a divinity to resist. "Sir Will, can I ask you a question?" Shannon inquired. "Okay," William replied, "but I may or may not answer your question." Shannon smiled because she could sense that the half-elf didn't intend to turn her away. Because of this, she decided to ask the question that had been weighing on her mind. "Sir Will, have you ever regretted becoming the Dark Prince?" Shannon asked. "If you were given a chance to start over, would you do it?" William finally shifted her attention to the beauty that was standing beside him. Her long white hair was currently tied up in a ponytail, and her two, clear, purple eyes gazed at William steadily as if looking for signs that would tell her if he was going to lie or not. "You asked 2 questions, William replied. "I thought you were just going to ask one." Shannon covered her lips with her hand and giggled. "Surely, Sir Will wouldn't mind answering these 2 questions of mine. I promise I won't ask any questions afterward." The half-elf arched an eyebrow and gave the fox lady a doubtful gaze which made the latter give William a very sweet smile. "Sir Will, I am not your enemy," Shannon said softly. "Never have been, never will be. I only want what is best for you." William stared at her for a time before reluctantly nodding his head. "To answer your first question, I didn't regret it," William replied. "During that time, I only wanted to save the people that were important to me. If I didn't become the Dark Prince, Lilith, Charmaine, Chloe, and the others would have all been taken as slaves by Felix, and would have suffered untold hardships in his hand. Also, if I didn't become the Dark Prince, I wouldn't have gained the power to fight against Felix and Ahriman. At the end of the day, I was left with no choice but to become who I am out of necessity." Shannon hummed before lightly shaking her head. "You're wrong, Sir Will," Shannon stated. "You didn't make a choice. Others made the choice for you." William narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the fox lady in front of him. If he was being critical about it, then Shannon was correct. He didn't say yes, but he had intended to say yes back then. However, before he could do so, he had lost consciousness. The next time he opened his eyes, he was already the Dark Prince, and had faced off against Felix and Ahriman for a brief moment before leaving the battlefield with the help of Shannon. "As for your second question," William commented, "if I were given a chance to start over, I would. I have lost many important people in my life, and to this day, my heart weeps for them." "I see." Shannon shifted her gaze to the 2 moons in the sky because she had seen the sadness on William's face as he answered her questions. Shannon didn't want to see the half-elf in such a vulnerable state because, for her, William was bigger than life itself. "The moons are beautiful tonight," Shannon commented as she gazed towards the night sky. "It is a good day to turn over a new leaf in life." "Don't worry, Sir Will. I will help realize your wish for you." The half-elf once again looked at the beautiful lady beside him with a doubtful gaze. He didn't understand what Shannon was hinting at. But, Something inside him was telling him that the fox lady's words carried a hidden meaning in it. As to what that meaning was, he had no way of knowing, and simply stared at one particular constellation in the sky, whose stars were shining in the heavens, just for him. Chapter 1333, The Battle of Light and Darkness, Part 1. After receiving William's notice, the various rulers of all the kingdoms and empires in the continent all decided to stay out of the war that was about to unfold. Since they didn't know where the main headquarters of the Holy Order of Light was located, they decided to send lookout parties to every corner of the central continent, in order to look for signs that the war had started. A big battle would certainly leave traces, and they would be on the lookout for those traces. Once they had confirmed the whereabouts of the Palace of Light, they would immediately head there, and witness the battle that would decide the fate of the central continent. Suddenly, in a hidden valley located at the very center of the central continent, a golden portal opened. A moment later, a black-haired teenager stepped out of it and glanced at the magnificent palace that also served as the main headquarters of the Holy Order of Light. With a wave of his hand, countless portals appeared on the land and in the sky, and monsters started to pour out of them, numbering in the tens of thousands and steadily increasing. Suddenly, the tolling of bells reverberated in the surroundings. It was the signal that their enemy had arrived, and alerted everyone to prepare for battle. The Palace of Light's radiance grew brighter, as if warding off the great evil that had come to destroy it. 5 powerful presences stood on the balcony of the palace and stared at the approaching monsters with calm expressions on their faces. They were none other than the 5 pseudo-gods that had been summoned by the Pope to fight for their side in the war against the Dark Prince. Belle stood at the very center, and her gaze never left the half-elf, who was also looking straight at her. "You're finally here," Belle said softly. "Yes," William replied, "I have come to send you, and that hateful Pope, to the afterlife." The two stared at each other without even blinking. Belle had long wanted to see and talk to William the moment she was summoned to Hestia, but the half-elf had never appeared during their battles in the Ainsworth Empire. Unlike the other pseudo-gods, Belle never targeted any of the innocents whenever they attacked William's territory. She only focused on targeting the cheeky and foul-mouthed Loxos, who also carried the half-elf's mark on her womb. "Welcome, Dark Prince. It is time for you to know your place," the Pope shouted as she stood beside the altar of light. After making her declaration, she raised her scepter high up in the air and activated the defenses of the Palace of Light. Kyrie eleison. A moment later, muffled groans were heard as the 4 virtuous ladies divinities were harnessed in order to power up the castle's defenses. Lyra, Ephemera, Shayna, and Melody were shackled to 4 pillars, preventing them from speaking, moving, and escaping. After hearing their pained cries, the half-elf's face contorted in anger when he saw his women suffering due to the Pope's machinations. "Kill her," the half-elf ordered. Immediately, 6 of the pseudo-gods serving him sprang into action. Astrape, Bronte, Sephirin, Opus, Loxos, and Hekarge immediately started their bombardment on the barrier that protected the Palace of Light. 6 pseudo-gods unleashed their full might, creating explosions on the barrier's surface, and making the ground tremble. However, the barrier endured and their attacks didn't even leave a scratch on its surface. The Pope sneered after seeing the outcome of the bombardment that was being directed in her direction. Several magical cannons appeared on the Palace of Light and aimed at the monsters that were making their way towards the barrier. Magical power started gathering in their bodies until they were all charged up and ready to fire. "Time for all of you to die." The Pope pointed her scepter at William's army and roared, "Lex Eterna." The magical cannons all roared to life and beams of light illuminated the night sky, completely obliterating those who were unable to resist its might in a straight line. Many monsters were instantly killed by the magical cannons, but the number of monsters didn't stop their advance as more of them poured out of the countless portals on the land and in the sky. William was paying close attention to the 4 ladies whose divinities were being siphoned from their bodies. He could tell that as long as they were tied up on their respective magic circles, the Pope would treat them as her batteries to keep the Palace of Light's main defenses active, making them suffer. "Do you think I didn't know that these sluts had already become your playthings?" The Pope sneered at the half-elf whose killing intent was steadily rising. "Since they are not willing to fight for me unconditionally, I will make use of them against their will. Tell me, how does it feel to see these sluts, whom you toyed with, suffer? Do you hear their muffled screams? Are you enjoying their suffering? Good, I'll let you enjoy it to the fullest. Die, half-elf." The Pope then pointed her scepter towards the half-elf in the distance, and all the magical cannons in the palace all aimed their muzzles in his direction. A concentrated beam of light, that was almost blinding, shot out towards the half-elf. It was shot at an angle that, if William were to dodge, would hit the flying ship behind him, where Shannon and Aranis were staying. The Pope was paying close attention to the battlefield and was using everything to her advantage. Even if she didn't succeed in killing William with the cannon fire, she would certainly kill the people that were important to him. The half-elf didn't move and summoned the golden metallic staff in his hands. "Sweep away all adversaries," William roared. Ruyi Jingu bang. The golden staff immediately grew in size as it collided with the concentrated cannon fire that was aimed in his direction. What followed next was an earth-shaking explosion that obliterated the land and monsters that were near the point of impact. This was the first exchange between William and the Pope, and both of them were looking at each other with the intent to kill. Chapter 1334, The Battle of Light and Darkness, Part 2. "No, why is the Pope hurting our sisters?" Cherry cried out loud after seeing the battle that was happening in real time. William had taken Celeste, Audrey, and Cherry inside his thousand-beast domain to prevent them from going anywhere. But, since he wanted them to see whatever was happening, he decided to let them watch the battle through his eyes. Cherry had long been the Pope's ally, but after seeing the state of her dear sisters, who pampered her a lot, her loyalty to the old hag was shaken to the core. "Sister Audrey, why is the Pope doing this?" Cherry asked. "She's killing them." Audrey had a grim expression on her face because the little girl was right. The Pope was slowly killing her sisters by draining the divinity from their bodies in order to activate the full power of the Palace of Light. Naturally, there was a safe way to do this, but in order to make that happen, all 7 of the heavenly virtues must be present and standing in their respective magic circles, just as they had done when Bel was summoned to Hestia. If one of them was lost, the backlash would be great, but it would still not endanger their lives. However, if 2 or more weren't present to activate the powers of the Altar of Life, what awaited them was a very slow and painful death, after the power of their divinity had been fully drained from their bodies. Celeste, Audrey glanced in the direction of her sister, whose fingers were already digging on the palm of her hand, drawing blood. "We must stop her," Celeste stated with determination. "No matter what happens, we must save our sisters." Cherry and Audrey nodded, but there was only one question. How? As if waiting for that moment, a hazy purple portal appeared in front of them. A second later, a smooth and silky voice reached their ears. The 3 virtuous ladies stared at the purple portal, and saw Shannon waving at them from the other side. "Do you girls need a ride?" Shannon asked. "It will be a bit bumpy, but it is better than sitting there watching your sisters die, right?" Celeste, Audrey, and Cherry exchanged a glance at each other before nodding their heads. All 3 of them stepped inside the purple portal, making an amused chuckle escape Shannon's lips. After the earth-shaking explosion receded, the battle continued as if such a frightening thing hadn't happened. William understood that the longer the barrier stayed active, the more dangerous it would be to the 4 virtuous ladies who had already allied themselves with him. Left with no choice, William charged at the Palace of Light with the intention of breaking the barrier. Only he had the ability to do that because of his rulebreaker ability that bent the laws of the world in his favor. "So, you finally took the bait," the Pope smirked and pointed her scepter towards the 5 demigods that were now hovering in front of her. "Gloria in excelsis Deo." The 5 pseudo-gods were bathed in golden radiance, and their bodies glowed with the blessings of the God of Light. However, the Pope was not finished. She once again raised her scepter toward the heavens, siphoning the divinity of Lyra, Ephemera, Xianxia, and Melody, with the intention of fusing their abilities with those of the 5 pseudo-gods, empowering them further. Lyra's power was extreme speed. She had the ability to increase her speed, and decrease the speed of her enemy. Ephemera's power was the power of justice. As long as one believed that he was fighting for the side of justice, their power would rise exponentially. Xianxia's power was the power of quick thinking. It allowed people to think calmly in any kind of situation, and reach a solution that wouldn't be achieved if one's thoughts were in disarray. Lastly, Melody's power was that of faith. Gathering the faith of the believers of the Holy Order of Light, it would allow those blessed by her powers to surpass their limits, and gain strength that matched the power of their faith. After gathering the powers of the 4 heavenly virtues, the Pope aimed her scepter towards the pseudo-gods and roared. Deus Vult. 5 beams of light erupted from the tip of the scepter and landed on the bodies of the champions chosen by the light in order to fight against the enemy that dared threaten its existence. Lyra, Ephemera, Xianxia, and Melody lost consciousness after their abilities were taken from their bodies. They still had plenty of divinity left, but the pain of having their powers stripped from them was like stripping away a part of their soul, which was similar to what happened to William when Elliot and Conan died. Unfortunately, even though they lost consciousness, the four of them were still being used as batteries to supply magical energy to the Palace of Light, in its battle against William's forces. "You old hag!" William's thunderous roar made the land tremble as storm clouds covered the surroundings. Thunder and lightning roared and snaked around the heavens like giant snakes that were waiting for a chance to strike. "Go," the Pope ordered as she pointed her scepter at the black-haired teenager, who was holding a giant golden staff in his hands, with the intention of smashing it towards the barrier of the Palace of Light. "Let him experience the power of the Holy Order of Light." The Pope's dignified voice spread in the surroundings. The members of the Holy Order of Light cheered as they continued to cast their spells and fire their holy arrows from the protection of the barrier. The 5 pseudo-gods left the barrier that surrounded the palace and headed towards the half-elf who was the greatest threat, and prize, of this war. "Boy, remember my name," one of the pseudo-gods said as he charged at William holding his treasured sword, Tizona. "My name is El Cid, and I will be the one to stop your rampage here in the mortal realm." "Godfrey is my name," Godfrey stated. "I have no qualms with you, but this is war. I am left with no choice but to fight you." William didn't give a hoot to the 2 pseudo-gods that had revealed their identities and smashed Rui Jingu Bang towards the barrier, aiming at the Pope who was standing near the altar of life. El Cid and Godfrey stood defiantly in front of the barrier and successfully blocked the half-elf's deadly attack together. "Quick shot war arts, first form," William roared. "Destroy everything in your path." The tip of Rui Jingu Bang shone brightly as one of the black-haired teenager's deadliest attacks was about to be unleashed. "Not happening." One of the pseudo-gods wearing a white robe, and wearing a white mask, raised a bronze horn, which looked so ordinary that it seemed to have no special abilities whatsoever. The moment William's railgun was unleashed, the white-robed person used the horn to block William's attack in the blink of an eye and nullified it completely. The half-elf immediately shifted his attention on the white-robed figure, who pressed their right fist, which was still holding the bronze horn, over their chest. "You are..." William was about to say the robed figure's name when he was attacked by another pseudo-god who was holding an enormous trident, which forced William to block his blow, which sent him flying backwards. El Cid, Godfrey, and Ajax shot towards William like white beams of light that was moving too fast, making them look like a blur to the eyes of others. The half-elf parried, blocked, and dodged the 3-pronged attack of the pseudo-gods that was pushing him back due to the powerful boosts they received from the divinities of the 4 unconscious ladies, who were still shackled to the altar of light. "I thought you were strong, but I guess I expected too much from a mortal," Ajax said in contempt as he gazed at the half-elf who had black blood streaming from the side of his lips due to their combined assault, which had left the black-haired teenager no room to maneuver. "You overestimated him too much, Ajax," El Cid stated. "But I will have to give credit to those 4 unconscious girls in the altar. It is because their power is so great that we feel like we are invincible." "True," Godfrey nodded. "Surrender now, and we will spare your life. No matter how many your army is, in our eyes, they are just ants that we can crush anytime." Before William could even reply, a bombardment of silver arrows, black flames, and lightning descended from the heavens, which broke the encirclement that the 3 pseudo-gods had created to trap the half-elf. "Get away from Will," Loxos shouted as she hurled the attacks of her allies towards the pseudo-gods who were ganging up on her lover. "I almost forgot about you," Ajax sneered as he looked in the direction of the young nymph who had caused a lot of trouble for them in the past. However, due to his newfound powers, he no longer feared her because he could easily dodge the combined attacks of William's pseudo-gods due to the powers he gained from the heavenly virtues. "Godfrey, El Cid, I'll leave him to you guys," Ajax said. "I'll deal with that foul bitch first. Just go already." Ajax smirked and transformed into a beam of light headed towards Loxos, whose face instantly became pale due to how fast her target's movement was. "You're mine, bitch," Ajax growled as he reached out his hand to grab Loxos' neck, with the intention to crush it. But, before he could even reach his target, a golden staff smashed against his face, and sent him flying towards the barrier of life. "Don't touch my woman," William said as several runes appeared on his body. The runes of temperance, justice, prudence, and faith appeared on his legs and arms. Lyra, Ephemera, Shayna, and Melody had already become part of his familia. Before Shayna had left him, she had left her mark on William's body, which allowed him to use the power of her divinity. All of this stemmed from a very bad premonition that she felt in the very depths of her soul. Because of this, although she still hadn't given William her maidenhood, the system had registered her as his familia member, allowing him to draw on the power of her divinity as well. It seems that you still don't understand who you are dealing with, William stated as more runes appeared on his body. These were the runes that he gained after making a contract with the pseudo-gods he had taken under his wing, allowing him to use their powers at will. Asal, come, William ordered. Stormcaller appeared beside William. Its entire body was shrouded in lightning, and the light was so intense that its body couldn't be seen by anyone aside William. Soleil, burn for me, William called another one of his treasures, which burned brightly like the sun. The two spears circled around William as if they were his bodyguards that would attack anyone who dared to come near him. The half-elf then returned Rui Jingu Bang to its original form and tossed it towards the sky. Suddenly, a monkey's laugh spread in the surroundings. Time to go all out, ain't I right, Will? Sun Wukong said while standing on top of a cloud. Are you going to leave these small fries to me? William nodded. I have bigger fish to fry. Ha ha ha, fine, I'll deal with these three first and join you later. William then raised his right hand, in a gesture of holding something. Sharuer, time to smash things, William stated. Without any warning, a mace the size of a bus appeared beside William. You've made me wait long enough, boy. Sharuer growled. Let's smash them. William smirked as he held the weapon that belonged to his wife, Chiffon, in his hands. The Smasher of Thousands, Sharuer. One of the mythical weapons in existence, that would not lose to Rui Jingu Bang, was now in William's hands. Okay, time for round 2, William took a step forward with the ever-eager mace in his hands. Sharuer laughed as its entire body became crimson red. Time to clap some cheeks. William no longer had any intention of holding back. After seeing how the Pope was determined to sacrifice the lives of his women to achieve her goal, the half-elf was determined that killing her would not be enough to satisfy his anger. There are things far worse than death, William thought as his eyes locked onto the old woman's body as he prepared to unleash Sharuer's strongest attack, which hadn't seen the light of day since it was wielded by the god that created it. Thousand Genocide Smash, Chapter 1335, The Battle of Light and Darkness Part 3. Thousand Genocide Smash. William swung Sharuer and thousands of purple beams shot out from its body, headed straight towards the barrier protecting the Palace of Light. Get behind me, the white-robed person wearing a mask said to Belle. The black-haired beauty frowned, but she still followed the pseudo-god's instructions. Raising the bronze horn, the white-robed person stood straight like a sword and gazed at the approaching purple beams with a fearless gaze. When the purple beams were only a meter away from their body, they collided with an invisible barrier and dissipated immediately. Unfortunately, William's attack was an area of effect, so the white-robed figure only managed to block 5 beams, while the rest collided with the barrier that protected the Palace of Light. The sound of thousands of glasses breaking at the same time spread in the surroundings, as William's attack pierced the barrier, creating hundreds of holes in it. He didn't plan on destroying the entire barrier because it might create a powerful backlash towards the 4 unconscious women around the altar of life, so he opted to just create holes in it, where his army could pass through. Hordes of monsters swarmed the entrances that William had created and started to engage the army of the Holy Order of Light. Roars, shrieks, growls, curses, shouts, war cries, and pained screams could be heard everywhere as the half-elf's monster army rampaged to their heart's content. El Cid, Godfrey, I'll leave this monkey to you guys. Ajax shouted as he flew towards the black-haired teenager who had successfully destroyed parts of the barrier. Although the barrier was still active, it no longer served its purpose because the front line of defense had been breached. Fine, he can go play with Will. Sun Wukong rubbed his chin as he looked at the man who looked like a pro wrestler, wielding a trident head in William's direction. The Monkey King then shifted his gaze to the 2 pseudo-gods in front of him who were brimming with the power of the heavenly virtues. You're not getting past us, monkey, El Cid stated. I've seen you a few times in the heavenly realm, and understand that you are strong, Godfrey said. But, today, I will prove that I am stronger than you. The Monkey King cleaned his ear with his finger for a few seconds before smirking. Welp, allow me to formally introduce myself first. Sun Wukong twirled the golden staff in his hand and took a fighting stance. I am the great sage, equal of heaven. Sun Wukong, state your names, so I may know the identity of the people I smash with my golden cudgel. El Cid snorted as he held his sword firmly in his hands. Good. My name is, forget it, Sun Wukong interrupted El Cid's introduction. Knowing the names of small fries isn't worth it. Bastard. El Cid roared in anger before attacking the Monkey King, who had a teasing smile plastered on his face. Godfrey, let's go. On it. Godfrey joined El Cid in his attack towards the Monkey King, who was notorious in the heavenly realm for creating trouble left and right. The sound of mocking laughter spread in the surroundings as 3 dazzling beams of light zigzagged and collided in the heavens. 2 of them were white, while the third one was golden. Although the 2 pseudo-gods were ganging up on the Monkey King, the latter still had time to laugh because he could feel the blood boiling inside his body due to the excitement of fighting strong warriors. While this was happening, Ajax had already arrived a few meters behind William and thrust his spear to stab the back of the black-haired teenager who had just unleashed a powerful attack to the barrier. A moment later, the sound of metals clashing against each other was heard as the half-elf blocked Ajax's attack, pushing the muscled warrior back. I've smashed a lot of big shots during my time, Sharuer stated as it looked at Ajax in disdain. Your fate will not be any different. Ajax ignored the talking mace because his gaze was focused on the half-elf whose back was facing him. When he attacked earlier, William didn't even turn his head to look at him. Instead, he just performed a backhand attack, pushing Ajax back as if it was nothing. Face me, Prince of Darkness. Ajax roared because there had never been a time when someone fought him in this manner. I will be the one to end your tyranny. End my tyranny, William asked before turning around to look at the pseudo-god whose bloodshot eyes were aimed in his direction. Can you? Instead of replying to his question, Ajax simply did what he liked to do, and that was to attack, attack, and attack. When he was still alive, he had fought on the front line of the battlefield, and single-handedly pushed back the enemies that tried to overpower him with numbers. However, Ajax was simply too powerful for them. Wielding his spear and shield, he could overpower most foes, but right now, facing William, he could feel that he had found his match. The half-elf wielded Sharuer and exchanged blows with Ajax, pushing him back with every exchange. Every time they clashed against each other, William's blows were getting heavier, making it very hard for Ajax to face him head-on. What he didn't know was that Sharuer had an uncanny ability. Every time he hit the same target, he would deal greater damage with each strike, allowing him to smash anything to meat paste, or to pieces, as long as he hit them over and over again. This was why he was the smasher of thousands. Even gods would feel fear if they were hit by it thousands of times. Sit down, son, Sharuer roared as his next attack sent Ajax crashing to the ground, creating a crater. William didn't relent and descended from the heavens, holding the battle-frenzied mace high over his head. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to dodge in time, Ajax summoned his mythical shield that had accompanied him through the ages. The moment the mace collided with the shield, a powerful shockwave exploded, sending dirt and rocks flying in every direction. A gong-like sound echoed in the surroundings as the black-haired teenager smashed Sharuer against Ajax's shield, over and over again. A wise man once said, Sharuer said as William took another stance to smack the shield that protected Ajax's body. Talk less, smash more. Ajax, who was at the receiving end, cursed internally because the only one talking was Sharuer, who would say something nasty with each strike William made. The half-elf ignored his weapon's trash talk because he was already used to Sharuer's chatty personality. The ground trembled as the half-elf continued to hammer Ajax's shield, burying the pseudo-god deeper to the ground with each strike. Finally, the shield that had accompanied him through all of his battles started to have deep dents in it. Ajax roared in anger as he tried to push back with all of his might, but the next blow that hit him took the air out of his lungs. Simply put, Sharuer had reached a stage where each of his strikes was heavier and stronger than Rui Jingu Bang's full-powered strike. Ajax, who had been very proud of his strength, felt his heart shudder inside his chest. His surroundings had started to move very slowly because he was in a heightened state, and yet, even though he had entered this trance-like state, the anxiety in his heart didn't diminish but only grew. Because the shield that was protecting his body had reached its limit. He knew that the next blow would also be his last, which made him desperate enough to shout and ask for William to stop. Stoop, Ajax shouted with all of his might. However, the one who replied to him wasn't the half-elf, but the mace whose sneer was etched on its surface. Peace was never an option, Sharuer declared. Prepare to get clapped, William roared as he swung the mace with all of his might. Genocide crash. The entire land trembled as Sharuer smashed Ajax's shield to pieces. The momentum behind the attack was so strong that even after the shield was destroyed, the mace didn't stop and smashed Ajax's chest, making the latter spew a mouthful of blood. A loud cracking sound was heard as all of Ajax's ribs broke. His internal organs also suffered fatal injuries, making the latter lose the ability to defend himself. One more blow and the pseudo-god would cease to exist. But, before William could deliver that last blow, the white-robed person appeared before him and shook his head. "Spare him," the white-robed person said. "In return, I won't interfere with this war and just spectate from the side." William snorted. "And why should I do as you ask? You still owe me a mug of fine mead. This will be the payment along with the interest." Tisk. The half-elf clicked his tongue before shifting his attention to the black-haired beauty who was fighting against Astrape, Bronte, and Titania. One of the reasons why William attacked the Palace of Light was to kill this lady in exchange for the souls of his wives. Since that was the case, he decided to just attack her, and give up on dealing the final blow to the pseudo-god who was already half dead. "Fine. But, keep your word," William said before charging toward the direction of his prey. "Also, the one who owed me a mug of mead was you and not me." The white-robed person smiled under the mask. The half-elf was indeed right. The one who owed the mug of mead was not the half-elf, but her. "Well then, the main attraction is about to begin," the white-robed person said. "We are at the end game now." The white-robed person sighed in her heart. Now that she had given her promise to not interfere, she could only watch on the sidelines and patiently wait for the outcome of the battle that would decide the half-elf's fate. Chapter 1336, The Battle of Light and Darkness, Part 4. The Pope frowned after seeing that one of the pseudo-gods was defeated, and another one had decided not to fight. Only 3 remained and 2 of them were fighting against the Monkey King, while the last one, Belle, was being attacked by 3 pseudo-gods who were hell-bent to defeat her. Although they were defeated sooner than expected, this was already part of my considerations, the Pope thought. From the start, she had expected that the Palace of Light would be overwhelmed by William's forces. The half-elf had the upper hand in both quality and quantity, but even then, the Pope was confident that she would be the last one standing in this battle between the forces of light and darkness. The magical cannons in the Palace of Light once again gathered magical energy as the Pope aimed the cannons at the targets she had in mind. She had noticed that the Dark Prince was making a beeline towards Belle, and she would use this opportunity to take her plan to the next stage. All the magical cannons unleashed their powerful attacks, which headed in the direction of the black-haired beauty who was fighting against William's forces. "Astrape, Bronte, Titania, make sure that she won't be able to get away," William ordered. "Corner her until I arrive." The half-elf had already coated Sharuer with the flames of darkness because he intended to kill the black-haired beauty in a single strike. Belle, who had sensed a presence approaching her from behind, was about to turn around to see who it was, but Astrape and Bronte took that opportunity to attack her on her left and right sides. Understanding that she couldn't afford to be careless, Belle immediately split her bow in the middle, creating twin blades, and blocked the 2 pseudo-gods' attacks. This prevented her from blocking the attack that was coming from behind her, forcing the black-haired beauty to take drastic measures. Magna Celeritate. Belle's body turned into a blur, disappearing from the spot where she was standing a moment ago. William, who was just about to smash her body from behind, stopped midair because his target had disappeared. Suddenly, he sensed a strong magical attack behind him, which forced him to make a last-second decision to use Sharuer to block it. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania were in line with the attack, which made it impossible for William to dodge it, knowing that the 3 pseudo-gods would be hit by the deadly attack that could fatally injure them. He had already used the power of wind to blow the 3 pseudo-gods away, as he blocked the attack that was aimed at all 4 of them. "Damn, I'm not a shield, but okay." Sharuer complained, but it still unleashed its might, holding firm against the attack that sent William crashing towards the ground, and skidding for hundreds of meters because the magical beams still hadn't run out of juice. When the giant beam of light receded, the half-elf's body was smoking because Sharuer wasn't able to block everything completely. William had coated his body with the flames of darkness to mitigate the attack, but he still received damage from it. The clothes he was wearing were burned in some places, as smoke rose up from the seared parts. The black-haired teenager then stared at the Pope, who stood at the top of the altar of life, with a sneer on her face. "There's more where that came from," the Pope stated as she once again gathered the divinity of the 4 unconscious ladies who cared about William, and used their power to hurt the person whom they also held dear. This twisted logic made the Pope laugh internally because she knew that this act would anger the half-elf and force him to deal with her first. Belle, take this sword. The Pope shouted as the sword embedded in the very center of the altar of life hovered in the air and flew upwards, towards the black-haired beauty whose body was shining radiantly. After using the ability to gain a burst of extreme speed for a few seconds, Belle reappeared in the sky above the altar of light. The majestic crystal blue sword glowed faintly as it waited to be wielded by the greatest champion of light. When Belle touched the handle of the sword, the runic word inscribed on the blade's surface lit up, empowering its wielder with its divine might. Speak my name, champion. The sword urged as its name appeared inside Belle's mind. Only by saying its name would it be able to unleash its full power, that had been sealed for thousands of years. Cleanse the world with your holy light, Belle declared as she raised the tip of the sword towards the heavens. Clyome Soleil, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, and hit the blue crystal blade, blessing it with the power of the goddess of light. A circle of radiant light spread outwards with Belle at its center. This radiance incinerated the monsters that had breached the palace walls, and the interior of the Palace of Light. The defenders of the palace all cheered as their morale shot up due to the divine power that washed over their bodies. All of their injuries were instantly healed, and they could feel their strength soaring due to the blessing of the goddess of light. This looks bad, partner, Shahrur said as it stared at the beam of light that was descending from the heavens. I know that sword, it's bad news. William held Shahrur firmly in his hands before taking a step forward. It doesn't matter, William replied. Our goals don't change. Damn right, Shahrur replied. Let's go, Will. Time to clap her cheeks. William smirked before flying in the direction of the Palace of Light. It didn't matter what aces the Pope had under her sleeve. His goals remained the same, and that was to kill the black-haired beauty, who was holding the Sword of Light, and capture the Pope, so he could torture her until she drew her last breath. Chapter 1337, When Love and Hate Collide, Part 1. Empress Andraste looked at the projection of the battle that was happening in real time. All of the nations in the central continent had spread out their forces to look for traces of the battle between the Prince of Darkness as well as the Holy Order of Light. However, when the actual location of the Palace of Light was revealed, all of them were taken aback because it was in a place that they didn't expect it to be. The fortress of the Holy Order of Light was located at the very center of the central continent. The main reason why no one found it was due to the fact that it was hidden inside a forbidden domain. Just like the Seventh Sanctum and the lands of Hyperborea, everyone that tried to enter this domain were all nearly annihilated. There were still survivors who traveled in the Seventh Sanctum, and one survivor from Hyperborea, but the forbidden domain of the Palace of Light prevented anyone who entered it from leaving the place. There, the Pope would personally deal with them and silence them to protect the whereabouts of the Palace of Light. If there were any exceptional individuals among the trespassers, she would give them the choice to serve the Holy Order, or be killed right away. For most, the choice was easy. The majority of them decided to serve the Holy Order of Light, and had since protected its secret, even if they were able to leave the forbidden domain. However, due to the ongoing battle, the energy fluctuations inside the domain couldn't be hidden. The Pope had also used the power of the Forbidden Ground to empower the Palace of Light, making it a true stronghold that was capable of defending itself from any invaders who tried to destroy it. Just like Empress Andraste, the other kings and emperors were watching the battle unfold. Depending on the outcome, they would make their own move according to their best interest. Just where is the Pope's confidence coming from? Empress Andraste muttered as she gazed at the badly damaged Palace of Light, whose luster was dimming with each passing minute. This opinion was shared by the other rulers. From what they could see, it would be best for the Pope to simply surrender. This was no longer a war, but a one-sided massacre. William was a dungeon conqueror. The monsters under his command were nearly inexhaustible, but the human life of the Holy Order of Light was finite. Blood already soaked the ground outside of the palace grounds, and the floors of its interior, proving that the amount of casualties on the Pope's side was massive. Still, none of them dared to underestimate the Pope. For an organization like the Holy Order of Light to exist, the one sitting at its helm would not be a simple person. Belle could feel her body growing stronger than ever as the power of the sword bathed her with the divinity of light. For a brief moment, she felt as if she was invincible and could cut the firmament with a single slash of the sword in her hands. Go, my greatest champion! The Pope shouted like a crazy person. Rid the world of darkness. Cleanse this world of filth. Belle gripped the sword firmly with both of her hands before gazing at the black-haired teenager, who was holding a mace clad with the flames of darkness. "It pains me that our reunion has to be like this, Will," Belle said in her heart. "But, don't worry, I will save you." As if to respond to her determination, the sword of light hummed, and the dark clouds that covered the sky were all cleared out, revealing the star-studded sky. Within the heavens, a particular constellation shone brightly. It was as if it was watching with bated breath for the outcome of the clash between the two star-crossed lovers, who were reunited due to the whims of fate. "My name is Belle," Belle said softly. "Does it ring any bell to you?" William scoffed as he pointed the flaming mace towards his enemy. "Yes," William replied in a teasing tone. "Your name is Belle, right? Is your last name perhaps Delphine?" A smile that was not a smile appeared on Belle's face after hearing William's reply. Clearly, she wasn't pleased with the answer he had given her. "I guess someone is sleeping on the floor tonight." Belle pointed Clyome Soleil at the hateful half-elf who dared to make fun of her. The half-elf couldn't hear whatever Belle was saying, but he was able to read her lips, allowing him to understand her. "You plan to sleep on the floor? Don't worry, I'll give you a blanket," William sneered, "and cover your dead body with it." While the two were about to face off with each other, a giggle escaped Shannon's lips as she spectated the battle from afar. "Ignorance is truly bliss," Shannon said as her brush danced on the surface of her canvas. Aranis looked in the distance with a worried look on her face. "Will he be all right?" Aranis asked. "Perhaps," Shannon replied. "I mean, we can hope for the best, since it is not gods, but mortals, who will do the rest." The doll-like beauty clasped her hands together in prayer. "Father, please protect Will." Aranis prayed fervently. "Make sure he doesn't die, because if he does, I will go back to the underworld, and bring him back to the world of the living." The little halfling didn't know that her prayers had reached her intended person. At that exact time, the entire underworld shook, as a thunderous roar echoed from within the palace of the god of death. If she only knew that her father had already created a new layer in the underworld, just for William after he died, she would definitely beg for forgiveness, because there was nothing there except for the flaming rivers of hell. The gods who had a connection with William in the heavens, and the mortals fighting on the ground, all stopped what they were doing because they felt that this was a battle they couldn't afford to miss. As countless eyes gazed at William's and Belle's imposing figures, the two calmly took a step forward and clashed against each other, sending sparks in every direction, marking the fated battle between husband and wife. Chapter 1338, When Love and Hate Collide, Part 2. As soon as William and Belle clashed, the half-elf found himself crashing towards the ground due to the formidable power behind the black-haired beauty's blow. Correcting his posture mid-air, William's 2 feet landed on the ground, destroying it completely. A dust cloud emerged from the point of impact, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. William's subordinates, who saw this, gasped in shock because they didn't expect that the half-elf would lose in a battle of strength against the young lady whom the Pope had called the greatest champion of light. "Ego, I knew that Clyome Soleil hit hard, but I didn't expect it to be this hard," Charur commented as William used it to prop himself up off the ground. "It seems that we got our cheeks clapped instead, right partner?" Quote. "Just whose side are you on?" William replied before waving his hand to disperse the dust cloud around him. "Of course, I am on your side. Come, let's smack her silly." The chatty mace chuckled because it had been a while since it had met something that was able to blow it away on their first exchange. William stared at the black-haired beauty whose hair fluttered behind her back. Belle's eyes had turned golden, similar to the half-elf's, as the power of Clyome Soleil bathed her in radiant light. The Pope laughed crazily after seeing the outcome of the first clash between her champion and the hateful Prince of Darkness. Right now, her confidence was soaring as the plan he had in mind was starting to become a reality. Belle held the sword firmly in her hands before using the skill she had used earlier to escape Astrape, Bronte, Titania, and William's 2-pronged attack. William immediately raised Charur in an attempt to block Belle's attack, who was almost as fast as the speed of light. 1 minute, the half-elf was standing holding Charur in his hand. The next second, his entire body was skidding hundreds of meters across the ground after blocking Belle's attack, which sent him flying. The black-haired teenager forcefully righted himself and jumped upwards, turning into a black lightning bolt. However, just as everyone thought that he was going to be able to launch a counterattack, Belle once again appeared in front of him, and swung her sword, sending the half-elf flying in the opposite direction. "That chick is traveling at the speed of light," Charur commented. "Do you know, light is more than 10,000 times faster than lightning." Oh boy, we're fucked. William, whose body had gained Sun Wukong's sturdiness and stamina, was able to withstand the blows that carried the divinity of light. Just as he was about to think of a way in order to overcome his adversary, the world came to a complete stop. Everything disappeared around him, and only darkness remained. Pitch black darkness, a darkness without end. And from that darkness, a pair of cold hands cupped his face, and a silky voice whispered in his ear. It matters not how fast light may travel, darkness shall always be there awaiting its arrival. A moment later, William felt a pair of soft, yet cold lips touch his own. Then a breath that was colder than a winter breeze entered the black-haired teenager's lips and passed through his entire body. It removed all the warmth that he had shared with his lovers just a day ago, and it made his obsidian heart grow cold. Do not forget, Will, the voice said softly, making the half-elf's golden iridity flicker for a brief moment before they became completely black. Light is easy to love. Show me your darkness. The cold lips once again pressed over William's before the world regained its color. At that exact moment, Belle thrust her shining sword towards William's chest, in an attempt to pierce the obsidian gem and shatter it completely. However, before the blade could even touch it, the half-elf's body turned into a black mist that dispersed in every direction, making the sword miss its target. Storm clouds once again covered the sky and blocked the light of the stars. However, for some reason, there was one particular constellation that remained visible, and its light shone brilliantly in the heavens, despite the fact that the clouds covered everything for miles around the Palace of Light. Dark lightning bolts snaked around William's body as he held Sharuer in his hands. Partner, you should tone down on the energy drinks, Sharuer commented. Those things have side effects like making people have eye problems, you know. William didn't answer. Instead, he threw the chatty mace towards Medusa, who caught it with both of her hands. Come, weapon of old, William muttered. Your master beckons, and war behold. Show them the might of those that have fallen. Show them the power of the one you have chosen. A brilliant sword appeared in William's hand. It was a fairy blade with several runes embedded on its surface. However, the brilliance of the blade soon disappeared as its tip turned black. A blackness which spread down its entire body. The runes remained, but instead of glowing golden, they glowed a crimson red, dyeing the dark blade with the colors of blood. It was a sword that belonged to a king. A sword that would always take a life whenever it was drawn, and any wounds inflicted by it would never heal. William glanced down on the black-haired beauty who was shining brightly amidst the darkness. He then pointed the tip of his sword towards her, as a devilish smile appeared on his face. Gathering the power of darkness in the blade in his hands, the sword hummed as if waking up from a long slumber. It made the air around it crackle, and the laws of the world bend to its will. Belle, who had the upper hand earlier, felt a heavy pressure pressing down on her, as William's pitch-black eyes stared at her without blinking. The black-haired beauty took a fighting stance and also gathered the power of light in her blade with the intention of facing the attack that William was about to unleash. Everyone get away, Titania shouted as she used her vines to create layers upon layers of barriers to protect the people that belonged to William's side. Aranis steered her flying ship behind the pseudo-gods who had formed a wall in front of the half-elf's forces in an attempt to block the aftermath that would ensue after their master unleashed the attack that made their hearts tremble. Cleanse the world with your holy light. Belle roared as she slashed her sword towards William. Clyome Soleil. William smiled faintly as he too swung his sword to meet the attack that could split the firmament in two. Cover the world in glorious, perpetual darkness, William declared. Dainsleif. Light and dark rays of light collided with each other, pushing each other back like two roaring dragons in a dance of death. The two attacks continued to overwhelm each other, and for a brief moment, time moved at a snail's pace. All sound disappeared, all the sensations disappeared. In that brief moment of calm, the world shuddered at its very core, and the goddess who ruled it felt her heart skip a beat. Light and dark pushed against each other, trying to gain the upper hand. The gods up in the heavens gazed down upon the land, for they knew that the moment of truth was finally at hand. Chapter 1339. The mind forgets, but the heart will always remember. Everyone, brace yourselves, Titania shouted as she poured her power into the vines she had used to create layers of protection for their army. A few seconds later, the entire land shook as an earth-shaking explosion rocked the entire forbidden ground where the Palace of Light was located. Everyone within a 2-mile-long radius of the explosion was either blown away, or obliterated by the explosion that resulted in the deaths of countless lives. The barrier protecting the palace was completely shattered, killing the defenders who stood on the front lines. The once shining beacon of the Holy Order of Light lost its luster, and had dimmed considerably after the barrier was destroyed. The altar of life where the Pope was located, including the magical circles where the heavenly virtues were, had a separate barrier, so they were left unharmed by the explosion. Titania's protective barriers were all destroyed, except for the last one, which held firm due to the combined efforts of the other pseudo-gods in William's faction. While everyone was reeling from the aftermath of the explosion, two figures had continued to cross blades with each other, as they zigzagged around the battlefield. Belle had already stopped using the ability to travel at the speed of light because this move put a heavy toll on her body. William exchanged blows with the black-haired beauty without care for the destruction that both of them caused. If earlier, Belle was able to push him back with every strike, now it was different. He had finally embraced the power of darkness, leaving only a quarter of his soul untainted within the Bell of Athanasia, which belonged to Ella. If one were to pay close attention to the exchange between the two fighters, one would easily notice that the one who now had the upper hand was William. It was not because he was stronger than Belle. On the contrary, Belle was still a little bit stronger than him. However, his experience in fighting against strong opponents, in his lifetimes, was showing that he was more battle-hardened than his opponent. Belle had felt this too, so she was feeling a little pressured by William's uncanny attack patterns that were always aiming for her vital spots. One can even say that the half-elf's every attack was a killing blow, making it difficult for Belle to shrug it off completely. Countless strands of black mist that looked like tentacles sprouted from William's body and attacked the black-haired beauty from all sides. Belle didn't back away as her body shone brightly, dispersing the black mists before they touched her body. The two exchanged several more blows before Belle backed away. In truth, she was finding it very hard to land a blow against William, while worrying about the weapon in the half-elf's hand. Dainsleif was truly a very dangerous sword because even a small wound given by it would never heal, proving to be fatal. Although there might be ways to cure the wounds inflicted by it, Belle had no intention of being a guinea pig in finding its cure. "You have forgotten about me," Belle said. "Do you really not remember?" William sneered as he once again brandished his sword, wrapping it in flames of darkness. Although he could read Belle's lips, and understand what she was saying, none of that mattered to him. In truth, it was not Belle's words that worried the primordial goddess. It was her voice. Although all of his memories about her had been erased completely, and stored within Princess Aila, by using her power. The primordial goddess didn't want to take any chances. In truth, she had also wanted to dispose of the angelic princess just to be on the safe side, but something was telling her that if she did that, she would lose William completely. Because of this, she just settled on preventing the half-elf from hearing the black-haired beauty's voice, in order to keep any mishaps from happening. Belle groaned as she was blown away by William's powerful blow, giving the half-elf an opportunity to land a clean hit on her body. "Die," William shouted as he thrust his sword towards Belle's chest to pierce through her heart. Belle was unable to dodge on time and braced herself for the deadly strike that may end her life. However, the strike didn't come. The tip of Dainsleif stopped an inch away from the young lady's chest, preventing William from landing a killing blow. When Belle's gaze landed on the half-elf's face, she saw only confusion plastered on his handsome face. However, before the young lady could even react to what was happening, the black-haired teenager delivered a kick to her stomach that sent the champion of light crashing towards the ground, creating a small crater. Just what in the world happened? William muttered as he gazed at his right hand that was holding the devilish sword, and pondered why his body refused to move when he was about to land a killing blow on his opponent. The half-elf clicked his tongue as he stared at the black-haired lady who had fully recovered from William's blow. "Just what tricks are you playing here, witch?" William asked. "Don't think that your petty tricks will save you from me." Belle didn't know how to reply to William's words because even she thought that she would die because of her husband's killing strike. Only the Pope, who was watching the battle from afar, sighed in relief because her champion didn't die. As long as Belle was alive, she could still reverse the situation. But she too didn't understand why William's attack didn't land. "It doesn't matter, all I need is one opportunity to turn this situation around," the Pope thought as the scepter in his hand gathered the magical energy from the altar of life. "All I need is one chance." With an angry roar, William once again attacked his adversary, carrying an explosive might that crushed the ground under Belle's feet. With each strike, Belle could feel the half-elf's strength growing with each second that passed. Then it happened. William was able to trick Belle with a feint and delivered a slash that was aimed to cut off her head. However, the same thing happened. The black-haired teenager's body stiffened, and the blade stopped inches away from the delicate neck he wanted to cut so badly. Out of frustration, the half-elf threw his sword away and simply punched Belle's face, which the latter blocked with her left hand. The sound of bones breaking was heard as the black-haired beauty winced in pain because William didn't hold back in his attack. Using the power of the monk class, William unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks that sent Belle skidding on the ground, but due to the power of the holy sword in her hand, the injuries she received healed at a rapid pace, making the half-elf's attacks completely useless. Temple of the 10,000 Gods. The primordial goddess pounded the armrest of her obsidian throne because of frustration. She clearly felt William's desire to kill Belle, but his body would stiffen each time he was about to land a killing blow, which allowed the black-haired lady to keep living. The primordial goddess forcefully tore her gaze from the battlefield and shifted her attention to one of the palaces located in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods. There, a beautiful goddess with long blonde hair and blue eyes watched the battle, while laying on top of a giant cat. Sensing that someone was looking at her, the blonde goddess glanced in the direction of the primordial goddess and held her gaze. Neither of them spoke, and simply held each other's gaze for half a minute before shifting their attention back to the battlefield. The beautiful blonde goddess' lips rose slightly on the side that was hidden from anyone's gaze. Just like the primordial goddess, she didn't expect that William would fail to deliver the killing blow to end the life of one of the women he held very dear in his life. The mind forgets, but the heart will always remember, Freya said softly. And what is the heart's memory but love itself? She had chosen Belle to not only become the champion of light, but also the champion of love. Even when there was only darkness in the beginning of creation, love itself was born from that darkness. So, no matter how dark the night, love would find its way to the place it recognized as its home. Chapter 1340, Thank You for the Gift. William's and Belle's battle raged on as the half-elf used his fists to pound Belle with devastating blows that even her holy sword was unable to fend off. In truth, the blessing that Belle received from the goddess of light had weakened considerably, preventing her from using her sword, Clyome Soleil, to its fullest potential. Right now, it was similar to any ordinary sword that could be found anywhere. The only difference was that it was still a divine weapon, and wouldn't break easily. Feeling that she was reaching her limit, she knew that she had to do something to turn the situation around, but William's current strength was so strong that even exchanging blows with him made her feel as if she was fighting while carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. Just as Belle was feeling desperate, she caught something at the corner of her eye. Suddenly, the black-haired beauty roared as she channeled all of her remaining strength in her divine sword, making it shine brightly. Purify the darkness with your holy light. Belle roared as she thrust her sword towards William's chest. Clyome Soleil, the half-elf sneered as he prepared to kick the sword upwards before smashing his fist on the black-haired beauty's annoying face. Just as he was about to execute his move, his sixth sense kicked in, informing him that someone had snuck up behind him. The black-haired teenager tried to dodge, but it was simply too late to do anything. Sorry, I didn't keep my word, the white-robed person wearing a mask said as she thrust her sword into William's back, piercing his body, and holding him in place. Forgive me, Aenarion. A pained roar escaped William's lips not because of the sword that stabbed his back, but because of the holy sword that had stabbed the obsidian gem in his chest, making him feel a pain beyond anything he had ever felt before. The pain was even stronger than the one he felt when Elliot and Conan died. It was as if his entire soul was burning due to the holy flames that were now spreading across his entire body. Ah! William's shout created a powerful shockwave that tried to blow away the two people who had locked him in place, but it was of no use. In a last desperate attempt to free himself from the blades that were stuck inside his body, he flew towards the sky and spun around, with the intention of shrugging them off completely. However, Belle and the white-robed person clung to his body with their swords still embedded inside it. William's entire body was burning with white flames, making the half-elf scream in pain as if he was being burned alive. No, Will. Loxos as well as the other members of William's entourage cried out in alarm when they saw the half-elf's current state. Before any of them could come to his rescue, the Pope who was standing on the altar of life pointed her scepter towards the three people that were struggling in the air. Although it is a shame to have to hit two allies with this attack, it is for the greater good, the Pope thought as the power of the scepter of light shone brightly. Lux Sanctus. A brilliant light exploded from the tip of the holy scepter and shot straight for the place where William, Belle, and the white-robed person were. Suddenly, William's black pupils flickered and turned golden, looking straight at Belle, whose sword was currently embedded on his chest. Time seemed to move very slowly as the half-elf gazed at the black-haired beauty whose tears were streaming down the side of her face. She had never wanted to hurt William, but in order to save him, she had to steal her heart and use the power of the light to cleanse his body from darkness. The goddess Freya had already told her that this was the only way to save William, whose soul had been tainted by darkness. Freya had also told Belle that the current William was under the control of the primordial goddess, who wished to claim his body, heart, and soul, for herself. This was something that she didn't want to happen, and because of that, she agreed to Freya's request to undergo the training of the Valkyries in her domain, and gain the power to save her beloved from the whims of a goddess that wanted not only his heart, but his entire soul. William's golden pupils stared at the crying lady in front of him. Although he couldn't remember her, he used the last remaining strength in his body to push her away, preventing her from getting hit by the magical attack that came from the Pope. The white-robed person looked at the approaching light in disbelief because she didn't expect that the Pope would attack them with the holy light that could erase almost everything in existence as well. Pooling all the strength in her body, she teleported away, leaving the half-elf behind, whose body was still impaled by their swords. The radiant light then hit the half-elf. But instead of screaming in pain, William simply closed his eyes, and accepted his fate. The holy light washed over William's body like a tide, destroying everything, including his clothes. The two swords that were embedded on his body were blown away, leaving faint trails of golden blood sprinkling in the sky. When the light receded, the half-elf fell from the sky. If one were to look closely, no injuries or impurities could be seen on his body. No signs of pain could be seen on his face, only a calm and peaceful expression that no one had seen since he had become the Prince of Darkness. "You're mine." The Pope cackled as countless silver chains erupted from the tip of her scepter and snaked towards the half-elf like living snakes about to attack their prey. Her true intention was to capture the half-elf alive because once he was captured, everything would be hers for the taking. When the silver chains were only a few meters away from the half-elf's body, two figures appeared and swatted them aside. "Don't even think about it," a beautiful lady with long silver hair, which fluttered in the breeze, and crimson eyes, that were as red as newly drawn blood, stated, while riding a golden-winged serpent. "You're already this old, and still want to lay your wrinkled hands on our husband? You've got guts, old hag." The blonde-haired beauty, who was riding on top of a lightning-clad wolf, glared hatefully at the Pope of Light who planned to capture her husband. "Will," Aranis shouted as she guided her flying ship to catch the half-elf who was falling from the sky. Shannon waved her brush in the air, and a red-colored lasso wrapped around the half-elf's body, pulling him towards the flying ship, and into her arms. When William was finally in her embrace, a mischievous smile appeared on the fox's lady's face. She then shifted her gaze towards the Pope of Light and giggled. "Thank you for the gift," Shannon said. "Bye, everyone, see you on the other side. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Will." Without another word, a purple misty portal appeared in front of the flying ship, and swallowed it completely, leaving Estelle and Wendy to deal with the aftermath. "Did she just ditch us?" Estelle asked. "This isn't part of the plan." "I knew she can't be trusted," Wendy said helplessly. "But, it's fine, we'll just track her down later. Let's first deal with this old hag, and end this war once and for all." Although the two ladies were disgruntled by Shannon's actions, they knew that now was not the time to pursue her. They still had things to do, and one of them was to deal with the organization that had made things difficult for the man they loved. Chapter 1341, Happiness Before the World Goes Lanto Ruin. Shannon couldn't stop smiling as she gazed at the handsome half-elf in her arms. "You're finally mine, Will," Shannon thought as he brushed her fingers through the teenager's red hair, which felt silky to the touch. She had carefully planned everything from start to finish, and patiently played her role as a support to assist everyone in saving the half-elf from the darkness that stained him, and the light that coveted his existence. The fox lady had been treading on a very delicate tightrope, and didn't do anything that would put her in the spotlight. She had made many plans, and chose the most efficient among them. Because of her desire to succeed, she even reached out to Wendy, Estelle, and Belle, in order to make her wishes a reality. Ever since she had witnessed William's exploits, she had become enamored with him. She couldn't count the days she would dream of him, posing for her, as she painted his kind and warm smile that was only directed at her. And now, That smile belongs to me as well, Shannon mused as she caressed William's soft lips with her fingers. Is this really fine? Aranis asked as her hand moved to touch the white gem on the half-elf's chest. This isn't part of the plan, right? Shannon smiled as she looked at the little halfling whom she had dragged into her plan at the last minute. Although William hadn't made it clear what his relationship with Aranis was, she understood that the half-elf held the halfling dearly in his heart. Because of this, she decided that it was a good opportunity to bring Aranis into her fold, and have her assist her in kidnapping the half-elf and taking him to a faraway place, where no one would know who he was, and where he would be free from those who wished to use him for their own goals. No, Shannon admitted, this wasn't part of the plan. But, what of it? As long as Will is safe, that is all that matters. Don't you want him to be safe? Of course I want him to be safe. Good, don't worry, the two of us will take good care of him. Aranis fidgeted as she gazed at the half-elf who was sleeping peacefully in Shannon's arms. What about the others? Aranis asked. Why did we leave them? Them, Shannon chuckled. Don't worry about them, they will find us, eventually. What will we do when they find us? Nothing. Aranis blinked in confusion. Nothing. What do you mean nothing? Like I said, we won't do anything, Shannon smiled. Aranis, my little Aranis, William is loved by many women. While he loves them all, he doesn't love them equally. That is an impossible thing to do. Naturally, he has favorites among them, but that doesn't mean that he didn't love the others any less. Just like you. Do you know, William also loves you. Aranis became flustered after hearing Shannon's words. He does. Of course, Shannon replied. Well, I don't know how much he loves you, but he loves you nonetheless. I have seen how he looked at you in the underworld. I'm sure that you felt it too. Although his gestures were a bit subtle, he truly cared about you. Even going as far as to anger your father, just to bring you to the surface world. How do you know about this? Do you really want to know? Aranis nodded her head. She had long been curious about the mysterious girl that always wore a mask on her face. As if amused by the halfling's curiosity, Shannon removed the mask covering her face, and allowed the halfling to see her true beauty. The truth is, I am Lord William's greatest stalker, Shannon said with a mischievous smile on her face. I watch him every day. Why you watch him every day? Aranis stuttered. Even when he goes to the bathroom. Shannon chuckled. Don't worry, I don't watch him when he goes to the bathroom. The halfling placed her hand on her chest and sighed in relief. Seeing her adorable reaction, the fox lady reached out her hand to caress the side of Aranis's face. You know, Aranis, both of us have something in common, Shannon said softly. Just like you, I am a daughter of the gods. Unlike ordinary mortals, I have encountered hardship all my life. Just like you, living a lonely life in the underworld. Our lives are far different from the norm, and we suffered because of our identities. That's why the two of us are allies. Allies, yes, allies. The fox lady smiled. From now on, we will take good care of Will. Away from those who want to hurt him. Away from those who want to use him, and away from the gods who toy with the lives of mortals for their own entertainment. Shannon paused as she gazed at the half-elf who was sleeping peacefully in her embrace. At least, for a brief moment, let us let him experience happiness before the entire world falls to ruin. All the pseudo-gods under William's control stared hatefully at the Pope, who was inside the barrier of the altar of light. They wanted to break the barrier so badly, but doing so would endanger the four ladies who were currently unconscious inside it. All of them were aware that 3 out of the 4 ladies were William's lovers. Although Shayna was still in the gray area, Chloe believed that she was only one push away from falling into the half-elf's bed. Surrender, Wendy said as she pointed her spear at the Pope, who no longer had a place to run. I promise that we will not kill you, only imprison you. Surrender, the Pope sneered. Do you think I am a gullible child that you can coax with your lies? Since it has already come to this, come and get me. Or, are you perhaps worried about these sluts? These whores who have opened their legs to let that filthy half-elf defile them, and take their chastity. Astrape snorted as lightning streaked at the depths of her eyes. It seems that you are misunderstanding something here. I don't care about those 4 ladies. What I want to do is torture you until you beg for me to kill you. Without another word, Astrape fired a black lightning bolt at the shield to break it, but the white-robed person blocked it with her sword. William will hate you if these girls died, the white-robed person said. Has your anger clouded your reason? Don't do something that you will regret in the future. Astrape clicked her tongue in annoyance, but she no longer tried to destroy the barrier that was protecting the Pope. Seeing that everyone didn't want the 4 heavenly virtues to get hurt, the Pope sneered and walked towards Lyra, whose breathing was rather shallow due to her divinity almost being completely depleted. She then grabbed her hair and pulled her up, while looking at the pseudo-gods with a crazed expression on her face. "How about all of you back away, or I will kill this slut." The Pope sneered. "I will count to 10, and if all of you still haven't left, I'll break her neck, right here, right now." "Old hag, don't test our patience." Chloe growled as her fists glowed with power. She was already distressed that William had been kidnapped right in front of her eyes, and now the Pope was using blackmail in order to prevent them from capturing her. "Test your patience. Let's see which of us is patient enough," the Pope replied. 1, 2, 3. The Pope had started counting, and all the pseudo-gods were at a loss on what to do. They knew that they must capture the Pope no matter what, but it would be in exchange for the lives of the 4 virtues, whom the half-elf cared for. 5, 6, 7. The Pope shrieked when she felt something bit on her hand. Although she couldn't see anything, she knew that something was indeed biting her, which made her mad with rage. "Cherry, you traitor!" the Pope shouted as he smashed her scepter against the invisible girl that was biting her hand. A pained cry was heard as a little girl materialized in front of everyone. Her forehead was bleeding because the Pope didn't hold back when she smashed the scepter in her direction, making the latter cry out in pain. "After everything I've done for you, you still betrayed me." The Pope's maddening gaze locked on the little girl, who was holding her forehead with tears streaming down her eyes. "You little bitch, you have also joined that filthy half-elf's side." The Pope kicked the little girl away, making the latter utter a pained cry as she skid across the ground. "I'll kill you first." The Pope pointed her scepter to Cherry as the powers of her sisters gathered into the scepter to give it power. Celeste appeared and smashed her fist on the Pope's face, sending her flying towards the barrier. With a thud, the Pope's body fell on the ground, and the scepter in her hands rolled several meters away from her. "All of you whores are ingrates," the Pope shouted. "What heavenly virtues? All I see are heavenly sluts." At that moment, Belle passed through the barrier and stood beside the Pope. Seeing that her champion had arrived, the Pope hurriedly clung to her as if she was her only hope of escaping this place alive. "Belle, quickly, kill them," the Pope ordered. "These women are all part of that half-elf's harem. They needed to be purged." Belle nodded her head and said, "Okay." However, the next minute, the Pope felt something stab her body. The old lady stared at the sword, Dainsleif, which was firmly embedded on her chest in disbelief before painfully looking at the black-haired beauty, whose hands held the handle of the blade. "Why?" the Pope asked. She couldn't believe that the champion whom she had summoned from another world was the one that would end her life. "Is it because of what I did earlier?" "No." Belle shook her head. "This is for trying to hurt my husband." Husband? Yes. I am William's wife." "Lies," the Pope replied as her life slowly faded away from her body. "You're lying." The black-haired beauty coolly gazed at the Pope's body that had crumpled on the ground. "Rest in peace," Belle said. "Because of you, this world now stands a chance to fight against the army of destruction that is almost at its doorstep." A confused look appeared in the Pope's eyes, but it only lasted for a brief moment because she had already drawn her last breath. The Pope died with her eyes opened, as if staring at the world that had cast her away. Although Belle hated the old woman, she found that she pitied her more than she hated her. She knew that killing her was better than letting William's subordinates capture her, for she knew that the Pope would suffer a fate worse than death. The only reason why Belle killed her, and saved her from eternal suffering, was due to the fact that the black-haired beauty had also used the Pope's influence and resources to save her husband. She needed the power of the Holy Sword of Light in order to purify the darkness that stained William's soul. However, getting the sword wasn't an easy task. Belle needed to have the Pope's absolute trust, so the latter would bestow the sword upon her, instead of giving it to the other pseudo-gods, who were intent on killing William with its powers. In short, Belle played her role as the villain in order to get her hands on the only weapon that was capable of saving the half-elf from the primordial goddess control. At the end of the day, darkness could not be driven out by darkness. Only the power of light could do that, and in order to get that light, the goddess Freya had schemed behind the scenes. In order to fulfill the thousands-year promises she had given to the women that had fought side by side with William during Ragnarok, she needed to pick someone from another world. Someone who loved William and, yet, was not part of the karma that had followed the Aenarion during his lifetime. What now? Belle asked as she turned around to face Wendy and Estelle, who were originally part of the plan to save William. There is only one plan, Wendy replied. Find our husband, and bring him home. And the fox girl? Belle inquired. I am in need of a fox pelt for winter, Estelle replied as she held her sword in her hands. She would suffice. Belle and Wendy smiled as they looked at the silver-haired beauty whose love for William burned just as bright as theirs. All three of them were dead set on finding the mischievous fox, who had dared to use them as pawns, in order to monopolize the handsome prince, whom they held very dear in their heart. Chapter 1342, A Paradise for Three, Part 1. Somewhere in the western continent belonging to the Gunner Federation, Aranis hummed as she walked towards a clearing carrying a basket in her hand. As she drew near her destination, the sound of wood getting chopped reached her ears. A few minutes later, he saw a half-elf cutting piles of firewood, with an axe in his hands. The red-headed teenager was so focused on what he was doing that he didn't notice Aranis arriving in the clearing. The little halfling looked at William's sweat-stained body, which carried no imperfections, and smiled. The black obsidian gem that was embedded on his chest was no more, and was replaced by a white gem that was as dazzling as white sapphire. Will, I brought you your lunch, Aranis said as she walked towards the half-elf who had just finished cutting the wood that was placed on top of a wooden log. You came at a good time, Aranis, William replied. I am starving. The red-headed teenager smiled at the doll-like beauty that was walking towards him with a spring on her step. Aranis placed the basket on top of the log and took a hand towel out of it. She then motioned for the half-elf to crouch down, which the latter did, so that the halfling could dry his face with the towel in her hand. The halfling giggled as she ruffled William's head and hair with the towel, making the half-elf chuckle as he grabbed her hands to prevent her from further messing up his hairstyle. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before William moved closer to give Aranis' lips a quick peck before standing up to dry the rest of his body. When he was done, he sat on the log and was about to pick up one of the sandwiches that Aranis had prepared for him to eat, but was stopped by the halfling because he hadn't washed his hands first. Just sit there, okay, Aranis said as she picked up a sandwich. Say, ah, William smiled before humoring the little girl. Ah, the half-elf bit on the sandwich and chewed with gusto. How is it? Aranis asked. She was looking at the half-elf with expectations as she waited for his judgment for the food she had prepared for him. It's good, William replied before whispering something in Aranis' ear. 1,000 times better than Shannon's sandwich. The halfling giggled because she remembered the one time when Shannon decided to trick William into eating a sandwich that she had drawn. Since then, the red-headed teenager hadn't touched any food made by the fox lady, and only ate the food prepared by Aranis. How about you? William asked. Are you not going to eat? I ate before I came here, Aranis answered. That's good. Can you give me another sandwich? The halfling continued to feed William until all of the sandwiches in the basket were gone. She then poured him a cup of fruit juice, which she had also prepared beforehand. Thank you for the food, William said, feeling satisfied. Aranis smiled and sat on the half-elf's lap, leaning on his chest with her eyes closed. It had been 2 weeks since they had escaped the battle between William's forces and the Holy Order of Light. The half-elf had been in a coma for a week, while she and Shannon looked for a safe place to hide within the western continent. The entire continent was under the protection of the Gunner Federation, which was composed of all the kingdoms within the western continent. It had been mostly untouched by the war in the central, Demon, and Silvermoon continents because of its great distance from these land masses. This was also why Shannon had chosen this place to hide William from those who were looking for his whereabouts. Due to her ability, she was able to create a portal that connected directly to the western regions of the Gunner Federation, far away from the main kingdoms. Have you grown a bit taller? William asked as he held the halfling's waist. You have indeed grown taller by a centimeter. I am in my growth phase now, Aranis replied with her eyes still closed. More likely, that is the end of your growth pace. After this, you won't be growing again. No dinner for you. William chuckled after hearing Aranis attempt to punish him for his teasing remark. In order to coax the little girl in his arms, he started to pat her head, but the latter's pout didn't disappear. Just as William was thinking of ways to pacify the adorable halfling, his strong sense of hearing picked up the sound of footsteps headed in their direction. I was wondering why the two of you still hadn't returned home. Shannon smirked after seeing the cozy posture that the two had. Are the two of you having fun without me? Aranis stuck out her tongue at Shannon, and the latter only shook her head helplessly. However, as if getting a stroke of inspiration, the fox lady summoned her brush and canvas and looked at the two models with a critical eye. "Aranis, look up at William," Shannon said. "Make sure that you look at him fondly, okay? As for you, Will, look down on Aranis with eyes filled with affection. I'll draw the two of you, okay?" Without another word, the fox lady summoned a chair and began to mix colors on her palette in preparation for her painting. William and Aranis exchanged a helpless glance at each other because this wasn't the first time this had happened. "Go on, start posing," Shannon urged the two when she had already prepared everything. "We don't have all day, you know." After a few more urging by Shannon, the half-elf and the halfling finally relented and gazed at each other with affectionate gazes. Minutes passed as Shannon's brush danced on the canvas. The singing of birds, the soft rustling of the wind, and the radiance of the sunlight create a picturesque scene, with William and Aranis at the center. Shannon could feel her heart beating wildly inside her chest as she painted the scene because the two were truly gazing at each other with affection. For a brief moment, she wished that she could change places with Aranis, but knew that her painting wouldn't be finished if she were to do that. This was why she continued to move her brush, as the painting in front of her portrayed the two lovers. However, Shannon made some minor adjustments to it, creating a scene that didn't match the original pose of the two. In her painting, William and Aranis were sharing a sweet, innocent kiss with their lips barely touching each other. When Aranis saw the final scene, her face turned beet red from embarrassment. William just gave Shannon a thumbs up because the painting was great and he liked it. "Can you give this painting to me?" Aranis asked. "I promise to treasure it." "Of course," Shannon replied. "Take it." The halfling's smile was so sweet that William and Shannon were tempted to pinch her cheeks due to how cute Aranis was when she smiled. "Will, you should take a bath when we get home," Shannon commented. "It's bad if you let your sweat dry up." William nodded as he held Aranis' hand. Shannon, on the other hand, held on to his arm as they walked back to their temporary home, which she had drawn so the three of them could live a comfortable life together. Chapter 1343, A Paradise for Three, Part 2. As soon as William arrived at their home, he removed the clothes from his body and headed straight towards the bathroom. After waking up, he had no recollection of who he was, and was in a state of confusion. Fortunately, his two fiancées, Shannon and Aranis, were there to take care of him. According to Shannon, the three of them had escaped from a war that happened in their homeland, thousands of miles away from where they were currently at. He was one of the soldiers that fought in the war and suffered a heavy injury. In order to save him, the two ladies braved the danger and dragged him away from the battlefield, and escaped far away from those who were trying to pursue him. At least, that was what Shannon had told him, which the half-elf believed to be true. Just as he was about to soak in the bathtub, the door of the bathroom opened and two ladies came in, making the half-elf, who had only placed a leg inside the bathtub, freeze where he stood. "What are you two doing here?" William asked as his eyes landed on Shannon's voluptuous breasts, making his entire face turn beet red. "See, can't you see that I'm still bathing?" Aranis, who had a bath towel wrapped around her body, was also blushing in embarrassment. Shannon had told her to go bathe with William, but the halfling refused. After hearing her refusal, the fox lady then said that she would go by herself, and had started to undress. The halfling, who realized that Shannon was serious, had no choice but to go with her to ensure that nothing inappropriate would happen. However, after entering the bathroom, Aranis realized that she didn't have the ability to stop Shannon from doing whatever she planned to do. "Will, it's fine," Shannon replied as she looked at the blushing half-elf, which was a far cry from the confident expression he usually had whenever he made love with his lovers in the bathroom. "Aranis and I are your fiancé. There's no harm in taking a bath together. Isn't that right, Aranis?" "No, this isn't right," Aranis said. "We should leave, and not make things difficult for Will." The corner of Shannon's lips twitched because the little girl had decided to have cold feet at the last moment. For the fox lady, the gap between the old and new William was so fresh that she couldn't help but want to see the other expressions that he hadn't shown his wives and lovers in the past. The current William was like a blank canvas. After being stabbed by Bel's holy sword, the darkness inside his body and soul was purified completely. However, for the Pope, this wasn't enough. What the Pope wanted was to capture William as a blank slate, so she could brainwash him to become one of her subordinates. This was why she had used the power of the Scepter of Light to not only purify his body, but to also erase all of his memories. The power of the Scepter of Light was very potent, but this ability could only be used once a year. Because of this, the Pope had decided to only use it when she was sure that she would be able to capture the half-elf, whose power had reached a height that she could no longer ignore. Unfortunately for her, Shannon was also waiting for that to happen. In the end, the Fox Lady had won, and captured William, who no longer remembered the many women that he had embraced in the past. The funny thing was, Shannon had a way to return William's memories to him. She was the daughter of two gods, and one of those gods was the goddess of the world, who had created a backup of all the memories of everyone that lived on her world. The Fox Lady knew that it was only a matter of time before William's lovers found him, so she decided to enjoy the time they had together to the fullest. Without waiting for William's permission, the Fox Lady walked towards him and gave him a hug, pressing her naked body against his, making the half-elf's face turn a shade redder. So innocent, Shannon mused. It just makes me want to dye him with my color. Yes, Shannon wanted to dye the current William with her color. It was like starting again from scratch, but instead of William's wives, it would only be her and Aenarion who would be part of the red-headed teenager's world, at least, for a short period of time. We shouldn't do this, William stammered. We plan to get married next month, right? We should wait until then. Since we are already getting married, doing it now won't be a problem, Shannon whispered in William's ears, making the half-elf shudder. Or, are you saying that you don't plan to marry the two of us? Before William could even voice his reply, the Fox Lady's hand had already moved downwards and touched his, making the little guy hard and ready for battle. See, Shannon chuckled. This guy is so lively. He understands what he needs to do. We really can't, Shannon. Let's just wait until we're married. Sorry, Will, I don't plan on waiting. The Fox Lady nibbled on the half-elf's ears, while her soft and delicate hand teased his, making William's body shudder for the second time. Aenarion, who saw this scene, covered her eyes with her hands, but just like what she did in Lust's abode, she watched everything between the gap in her fingers. The halfling remembered the scene she had seen back in Lust's abode, when William's wives started to undress him right in front of her. The half-elf back then wasn't even fazed by the fact that others were looking at him, while he was being surrounded by three beauties, who were pressing their bodies against him. How cute, Aenarion thought as she looked at the red-faced William, who was very different from the confident black-haired teenager he had met in the underworld. Right now, the half-elf was starting to pant heavily as Shannon attacked his two sensitive parts simultaneously, which were his ears, and his. As if feeling that William was about to reach his limit, Shannon crouched down and started to lick his proud member that had fought many battles against the half-elf's wives and lovers. Just as she had told Aenarion, she was William's greatest stalker. She had seen how his wives pleasured him, as well as how he pleasured them. Although this was her first time in actually putting it to practice, Shannon was confident that she would be able to make the half-elf feel good, after finding out the many ways to make him reach the height of pleasure. Suddenly, a grunt escaped the half-elf's lips, which confirmed that he had reached his limit. Shannon had already prepared herself to accept him, and that was what she did as she held William's, firmly inside her soft lips, taking in his essence, to the very last drop. A moment later, a soft popping sound was heard as Shannon finally released William's member from her lips and looked at him with upturned eyes. That was great, Will, but we have only just begun, Shannon declared as she pulled the half-elf towards the bathtub. William no longer resisted, because the pleasure he felt was so good that it made him unable to think properly. Aenarion, who was only watching from the side, knew that it was too late. Shannon already had the upper hand and, if she didn't do anything, her beloved half-elf would be eaten by the Fox Lady, until he was completely dyed with her colors. Chapter 1344, A Paradise for Three, Part 3. Disclaimer. You already know, and I will no longer tell you. Feel free to skip it if you don't like it. Shannon wrapped her arms around William's head, and kissed his lips, while her body pressed over his. The sensation of their lips touching each other brought a kind of elation that she couldn't put into words. The sound of kissing echoed within the bathroom as the Fox Lady enjoyed the half-elf's lips, which she had coveted for a very long time. A few minutes later, she pulled back and caressed the side of the half-elf's flushed face, whose ragged breaths were like music in her ears. Will, stick out your tongue for me, Shannon said. The half-elf did as he was told, and the Fox Lady wrapped her soft lips around it, and sucked it gently. The suckling sounds that reached Aenarion's ears made the redness on her face become a shade redder as she watched the Fox Lady have her way with William's tongue, which she was suckling like a piece of candy. A minute later, Shannon stopped and glanced in Aranis' direction. "Don't just stand there, Aranis," Shannon said. "Come, join us." While the halfling was hesitating, the red-headed teenager could feel his body heating up. It all started when Shannon kissed him, which made him feel as if a flame had been ignited inside his chest. This warm feeling spread into his body, warming him from head to toe. However, after Shannon took his member inside her mouth and drank his essence after he reached his climax, the half-elf felt that the string holding his senses snapped inside his head, losing all sense of reason. What he didn't know was that although Shannon knew that he had lost his memories, his body still remembered the touch of a woman. All she needed to do was light that sleeping desire within him, and turn the innocent man, who was like a blank white canvas, into someone that would make sweet love with her, and Aranis, all night. In order to make this happen, she had laced her lips with a mild aphrodisiac. It wasn't strong enough to reduce William into a wild beast in heat that was unable to think about anything except mating, but it was more than enough to awaken the lust and desire that slept within his innocent heart. "Shannon, what is this?" William said through ragged breaths. "I feel so hot. My body is burning. What is happening?" The fox lady shifted her attention back to William and kissed his cheeks. "Don't worry about it, Will," Shannon replied. "Just allow yourself to embrace that feeling." She then shifted her attention to Aranis and reached out her hand to her. "Aranis, please help Will. He's burning up with the desire to embrace you." Aranis knew that Shannon was serious about making love with William, but she also understood that the fox lady also wanted her to be loved by him as well. She was hesitant to do it, but her body betrayed her reasoning. Before she knew it, she had already entered the bathtub and was facing the half-elf with the bath towel still wrapped around her body. "Go on, kiss him," Shannon whispered like a devil in the halfling ear, tempting her to follow what her heart had wanted since she had left the underworld. "Aranis, it's so hot," William said as she looked at the halfling with a flushed face. Shannon had already backed away, and urged Aranis to wrap her arms around William's head. "Will, I like you," Aranis said as she finally said the words she wanted to say. "I like you too, Aranis," William replied as he wrapped his arms around her small body. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before they shared a sweet and innocent kiss, which made Shannon feel like what she had done earlier was far inferior to the simple kiss that Aranis and William were exchanging right now. The two only pressed their lips together, and didn't do anything aside from that, and yet, she could feel the overflowing feelings the two had for each other. A few days ago, when she told William that she and Aranis were his fiancés, the half-elf paused for a brief moment before saying something so blunt, that Shannon felt as if a cold pail of water filled with ice had been poured over her head. "I do feel attracted to Aranis, and I can vaguely sense that she is important to me, but I don't feel that way about you, Shannon. Maybe, deep inside he really doesn't recognize me as his lover," Shannon sighed in her heart. "Well, it's fine. I've read stories that men fall in love with the first person they have given their first time to." Although Shannon was still a virgin, and had no first-hand experience, she had a lot of second-hand experience. She had watched how William made love to his wives, and how they made love to him as well. Using this knowledge, he planned to conquer the half-elf's heart, and make him fall in love with her before his true wives and lovers found them. Shannon smirked as she removed the towel that was wrapped around Aranis' body, allowing her skin to touch the half-elf, which further ignited the burning feelings of desire in his heart. Just as he had told Shannon, William was truly attracted to Aranis. This was why he didn't mind kissing her, in comparison to kissing Shannon. Kissing Shannon felt incredibly good, but, kissing Aranis, made his heart beat fast inside his chest. Although the kiss they shared was simple, it was more than enough to make him feel full, as he held the halfling in his arms. A moment later, William sensed something that he had never felt before. "Aranis, something is strange," William said after their kiss ended. "I feel like, I want to bite you." That, Aranis, who was relishing the afterglow of kissing William, suddenly became sober after hearing his words. She didn't know how to reply because she understood what the half-elf wanted. He wanted to suck her blood. Although his body had been purified from the power of darkness, and his left arm had also returned to its previous state and no longer felt cold to the touch, his previous powers, before he became the Prince of Darkness, remained. Shannon, who also understood the situation, decided to intervene as she hugged both William's and Aranis' bodies. "Let's continue this in the bedroom," Shannon proposed. "Don't worry, what you're feeling is normal, Will, but control the urge for now." You don't want to hurt Aranis, right? The half-elf nodded because he didn't really want to hurt Aranis. Although the urge was getting stronger, he used his willpower to set it aside due to Shannon's reminder. He had no intention of biting Aranis unless the halfling in his arms gave her consent. This was something that William had decided long ago when he needed to drink blood from the women around him. Even Charmaine and the elves had the right to reject him. That was how William had decided to deal with his bloodthirst in the past, and only drank the blood of those who were willing to share it with him. The half-elf left the bathtub, holding Aranis's hand, and Shannon followed behind them with a smile on her face. All three of them were still naked, and yet, the embarrassment they felt earlier had drastically lessened as they pressed their bodies against each other in the bathtub. Lay down, Will, Shannon said. Aranis, you lay on top of him, but you must face me, okay? The two followed Shannon's instructions, and only then did Aranis find herself in a very awkward position. The halfling was facing Williams, and her backside was facing the half-elf. Go on, kiss and lick it, Shannon said. Do it like this, so that William will feel good. You want him to feel good, right? Without another word, the fox lady crouched down in front of William's strong member and kissed its tip. She then licked it as if it was a delicious popsicle. A moment later, she pulled back and gave Aranis the, go on. It's your turn. Gaze, making the halfling lower her head and kiss Williams, to the best of her abilities. It's so big, Aranis thought. Will this fit me? The halfling was aware that in order to have babies, the man must be able to put his essence inside a woman. However, the halfling was afraid that she wouldn't be able to accommodate the thing in front of her eyes. As if sensing her worries, Shannon lightly patted her head, and said, You were born for this, Aranis, Shannon said. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Trust Will, he will do his best for you. After hearing those comforting words, Aranis no longer hesitated and continued to kiss and lick Williams. Shannon then moved towards the half-elf and whispered to his ears. Aranis is doing her best to make you feel good, Shannon said. Make her feel good as well by. Shannon whispered something in William's ears. A moment later, the half-elf's hands held Aranis' backside, and used his two thumbs to spread her. Suddenly, Aranis' body jolted because of the unexpected stimulation that she felt in her most important place. Due to Shannon's advice, the half-elf used his tongue to make the halfling feel a tingling sensation that washed over her entire body, making her legs and body turn to jelly. Chapter 1345, A Paradise for Three, Part 4. Disclaimer. Wink wink. Will, no, I'm starting to feel weird, The movement of William's tongue made the halfling unable to concentrate on what she had been doing earlier. These sensations were all new to her, and it was making her feel that something was slowly building up inside her. Something that made her scared, and at the same time, expectant for what was about to happen next. Finally, after a few minutes, her entire body trembled as she experienced something she had never experienced before for the very first time. An orgasm. The halfling panted as her body collapsed on top of William. Just before she recovered her breath, a pair of soft and delicate hands wrapped around her body and lifted her up. Up you go, Aranis, Shannon said as she laid the still dazed halfling beside William. As if guided by his instinct, the half-elf slowly propped himself up from the bed, and looked down on the halfling whose flushed face stirred feelings inside of him that he knew were already with him long before he lost his memory. Aranis, I want you, William said. Do you want me too? Aranis looked up at the handsome half-elf, and was about to say yes, when the image of the old William overlapped with him. I want you, Aranis replied. But, not like this. Aranis broke out of her daze as she gazed at the red-headed teenager who had brought her to the surface world, and felt sad in her heart, which was reflected in her face. Tears soon appeared at the corner of her eyes as she thought about the one person who really cared for her and the sudden lost his memories, despite the fact that he was staring down at her with eyes of love. She felt very sad because she wanted Will, but not the one that had lost his memories. She wanted to be embraced by him with his memories intact, and to say words of love to each other because they truly meant it. The halfling wanted to become his lover, to become one of his wives, to become one with him, but not like this. Not when he didn't remember her, and the time they spent together. William felt his heart ache after seeing Aranis crying in front of him and hugged her tight. He could tell that she was suffering, and was feeling sad. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking properly, William said softly as he patted her head. I'm sorry if I have hurt you, Aranis. No, you didn't hurt me, Aranis replied as he buried her head on William's chest. I'm just not ready. I want you, Will. But, not like this. I want you to embrace me when you regain your memories. William smiled as he planted a kiss on Aranis' forehead. Understood. I can tell how strong your feelings are towards me. I will respect your wish, Aranis. I look forward to the day when I will embrace you by your own will. Quote. Shannon, who saw this scene, was quite surprised because this was very different from how she thought it would end. She was confident that Aranis truly wanted to be with William, and yet, she refused to make love to him because he had lost his memories. As expected of you, Aranis, Shannon commented. You really love Will. I'm still not sure if it's love, but I want to know what that is, too, Aranis replied, while being hugged by the half-elf whose warmth was spreading to her body. Understood, Shannon replied. I, too, will respect your decision. Since that is the case, please, step aside. Shannon wrapped her arms around William's body and gave him a light pull, breaking his hold upon the halfling. Since Aranis doesn't want it, allow me to soothe the heat of your body, Will, Shannon whispered. Before pinning William on the bed, she then sat on top of him and placed her hands on his chest. I'm sorry, Will, I am not like Aranis, Shannon said as her right hand held onto William's, before lowering her hips. Unlike her, I can't wait. I want to be with you. I want to be yours so badly that it hurts. Just as she was about to lower her hips, William's hand held onto her waist. It didn't have any strength in it, but it was enough to make Shannon pause. The tip of the half-elf's was already inside her. Just one more push and the membrane that protected her chastity would be torn apart. I've always felt that you wanted me, William stated. I can tell how serious you are, and yet, I don't feel any strong attraction towards you, unlike what I feel for Aranis. When you said you are my fiancé, is that a lie? Shannon held William's gaze and smiled. Yes, it was a lie. Then, tell me, why are you doing this? Because, why not? Shannon's reply made Aranis' eyes widen in shock. I don't need a reason to fall in love, Shannon stated. I don't need a reason for doing things that I want to do. I do them because I feel like it. You asked me why I am doing this. Very well, my prince, I will tell you the real reason why. Shannon lowered her hips, until William's member pushed deep inside her, tearing apart the proof of her maidenhood, and finally becoming one with him. Will, I'm doing this because the world is about to end, Shannon said as tears streamed down the side of her face. I don't want to die, not having known what it meant to be loved by someone. I don't want to die, not knowing what it feels like to be one with the one person I believed would fight until this world was burned to ashes. A laugh of both sadness and frustration escaped Shannon's lips, as the blood of her purity stained William's member. I am a hateful woman who forced herself onto a man that doesn't love her, but what of it? Shannon smiled bitterly as she lowered her hips more, until William's kissed the entrance of her womb, ignoring the pain she was feeling because the ache in her heart hurt more than giving her chastity away. I'm going to make love to you, Will, Shannon said as she bent her torso to kiss his lips. And after that, I will tell you everything you need to know about this world, your memories, and the fleeting future that I wanted to be a part of until the very last minute. Chapter 1346, A Paradise for Three, Part 5. Disclaimer. Last part, Shannon kissed William, while his manhood kissed the entrance of her womb. He was quite shocked when Shannon revealed that she had lied to him about being his fiancé, but as her lips pressed over his, and her arms wrapped around his head, he could feel, and to a certain extent hear, the heart that was beating wildly inside her chest. When their lips parted, Shannon lowered her head and rested it on William's shoulder. This hurts more than I expected, Shannon said softly. However, she didn't explain what kind of pain she was feeling, the pain of losing her maidenhood, or the pain she was feeling in her heart. Shannon was a proud woman. She believed that she could take anyone she wanted if she truly desired it. Both of her parents were gods, so as their only daughter, she was sure that they would readily give her whatever she wanted. But, she was wrong. The first thing she asked for was freedom. However, since a single gaze from her could make a person commit suicide out of despair, she was forced to be under house arrest inside the shrine of the Hestia Academy, where powerful barriers sealed her in place. Since her first wish was not granted, Shannon no longer wished for anything and simply watched the world through her paintings. The reason why she was fond of Aranis was because they were almost the same. Both of them were daughters of gods and they were lonely in their own way. Although Aranis could go anywhere in the underworld, she was still a caged bird, trapped in a place where the souls of the departed went after they died on the surface world. The halfling rarely saw her father, which was quite different from Shannon, who was visited by her parents on a regular basis. Aranis could interact with the denizens of the underworld, while Shannon could only talk to her parents. The Fox Lady could see events happening in real time, similar to how Aranis could watch things about the surface world on television. When William kidnapped Aranis under her father's nose, something inside Shannon snapped. She had witnessed how the half-elf fought battle after battle against beings far powerful than him. But, this time, it was different. The half-elf had offended a god, and not just an ordinary god, but the god of death who ruled the underworld. The Fox Lady was moved by his boldness, and wished for someone to go to such lengths for her as well. This was why she altered her original plans to eloping in the western continent with the half-elf who had lost his memories, including those of Wendy and Estelle, as his body and soul stabilized from the purification that it had just undergone. Shannon didn't kidnap the red-headed teenager just because he coveted him. No, she did what she did in order to protect him from Nisha. Since the half-elf was now a blank slate, it would be easier for the leader of Deus to taint him, even without using the power of darkness. That was how potent the purification process was. It was similar to imprinting. Similar to a baby bird who had just hatched from its egg, the first being it saw would be treated as its family. Shannon knew that if she didn't make her move, Nisha would be the one to make it. The Veiled Beauty was the leader of the most powerful underground organization of the world, not losing to the Holy Order of Light in terms of influence. For someone that had reached that height, it would be impossible not to have a few artifacts that were similar to Celine's Eternity in William's Thousand Beast domain. A place where she could imprison William, and make him obey no one else but her. Shannon, who was in pain, suddenly felt a prickling sensation in her neck. Her blood trickled down to her neck, down to her voluptuous body, but this was the least of her worries. The pain she felt after her defloration, and the heartache in her heart, vanished as if it hadn't existed in the first place. What she felt next were waves of pleasure, which made a sigh escape her lips. William dutifully licked the wound, as he quenched the bloodthirst he was feeling. He didn't know why, but his instinct told him that if he did this, the pain that Shannon felt would disappear. And it did. The pain disappeared, but a fire was lit in its place. It made the Fox Lady's body heat up, as the half-elf kissed the wound on her neck, healing it completely. "I'm sorry," William said before kissing Shannon's lips. "Leave the rest to me." Without another word, William raised Shannon's hips and moved them up and down. The euphoria she had felt earlier hadn't faded, and it had made her more sensitive than usual. She no longer felt pain, only a sense of fulfillment that she never expected to feel after becoming one with the half-elf whom she had recognized as a man worthy of her. A few minutes later, Shannon subconsciously moved her hips on her own, allowing William to penetrate deep inside her. She moved with him, and not against him, allowing both of their bodies to do what they had been created to do. "Will, make me yours," Shannon said with a tone similar to pleading. "I want to be with you. I want to be your woman." Instead of replying with words, William kissed her lips. He had stopped moving his hips, and simply kissed her, until she was satisfied. "Very well," William said softly as he raised Shannon's hips with his hands. "I will take responsibility, and make you my woman. So, promise me one thing." "What promise do you want?" Shannon asked. She wanted to lower her hips, and plunge William's hot and throbbing, deep inside her, until it melted her from the inside out, but she held back this urge because she understood that this was the turning point in both of their lives. "No more lies," William stated. "From this day onward, you will not lie to me again in your lifetime." Shannon was surprised, but she already expected something like this to happen. "Okay," Shannon replied, "from now on, no more lies. I promise." "Good." William nodded as he gave Shannon a kiss before giving her what she wanted. It was William's first time after losing his memories, so he was unable to control himself and did it roughly. He vented his burning desire and lust into the beautiful lady that he had pinned down on the bed, who was more than willing to accept all of him. The moment William released his seed inside her, Shannon's body bent into an arch like a bow, as something hot and powerful poured inside her womb, making her understand that this was the reason she had been born in the world. Her heart and womb melted, as William's essence seeped inside her non-stop. The half-elf's release was so strong, that he felt as if a part of his soul had been released inside of Shannon as well. He didn't know how long his release lasted, but when he was done, he slumped weakly on top of the lady under him, as they both panted for breath. Aranis, who was watching from the side, was also breathing raggedly because she didn't expect that William's love-making would be so intense. She also felt relieved because the one whom the red-headed teenager had made love with was Shannon and not her. If it was her, the half-elf might have broken her completely due to how roughly he had treated Shannon during her first time. "I am probably the happiest woman in the world at this moment in time," Shannon said as she hugged the half-elf's body, enjoying the warmth of their skinship. "Finally, I belong to you, Will." "Yes," William replied, "you now belong to me." The two gazed at each other for half a minute before the fox lady giggled. "What's so funny?" William asked. "I was just imagining a few things," Shannon replied. "What kind of things?" "Like, how your wives will react the moment they know that I became your woman as well. Especially Wendy, Estelle, and Belle. I'm pretty sure that those three would love nothing more than to slap me right now." William suddenly felt a chilling coldness run down the back of his spine. For some reason, the name of the three girls that Shannon had mentioned made him feel as if several blades were being pointed at his back. As if sensing his thoughts, Shannon cupped William's face and gave his lips a quick peck. "Don't worry, I will take responsibility, and make them shift all the blame to me," Shannon said with a smile. "For now, forget about them." The fox lady suddenly moved to make Will fall on the bed, so she could be on top of him. "They will find us eventually," but before that, Shannon moved her hips in a circular motion while a mischievous smile hung on her hips. "Let's make the most of our time, shall we?" The two made love with each other until Shannon was exhausted. In the end, the two ladies laid beside William, hugging his body with their heads resting on his shoulders. Even though Aranis didn't make love with him, the half-elf didn't neglect her, and showered her with kisses, while he made the fox lady under his body writhe in pleasure. The halfling was emboldened due to Shannon's desire to be one with William, and allowed the half-elf to also drink her blood, like he did when the two of them had been thrown off course in the underworld. With two naked beauties laying beside him, the half-elf contemplated the truths that Shannon would tell him when she woke up. The fox lady slept peacefully, as if all of her worries had disappeared completely. The half-elf could tell that Shannon had truly wanted to become his woman, and now that she had achieved her goal, she would support him with everything she had. He planted a quick kiss on her forehead before giving the halfling a kiss on her forehead as well. He felt very possessive of the two of them and wondered, if he was already like this with just two women, what would he be like with more? "There is no use worrying about things I can't remember," William thought as he closed his eyes. He then hugged the two ladies in his arms, who subconsciously hugged him tighter, not wanting to let him go. As the three of them slept peacefully in each other's embrace, they were not aware that somewhere in the void, the army of destruction had destroyed another world. Now that one of their targets had been eliminated, they set their sights on a beautiful world. A world where three people were sleeping in a paradise that they had made on their own. Chapter 1347. How about you return to the underworld with a baby? The next day, after the three had breakfast, Shannon kept her promise. Instead of telling the half-elf everything that had happened, she used her power to show him the great battle between him and the forces of the Holy Order of Light. The images on Shannon's canvas came to life. Similar to a movie that was already edited to be watched by the people who went to the cinemas, the great battle happened in great detail, making the half-elf unable to shift his gaze away from the scenes that were happening in front of him. "Why can't I hear what she's saying?" William asked as he pointed at the black-haired beauty who was talking to him during the battle. "I can hear her just fine." Shannon tilted her head in confusion before shifting her gaze towards Aranis. "I can hear her, too," Aranis commented. William frowned, but after Shannon rewinded the scene, he still couldn't hear what Belle had said. "My name is Belle. Does it ring any bell to you? I guess someone is sleeping on the floor tonight." Aranis said the words that William wasn't able to hear, and it made the half-elf wonder why he was unable to hear the words of the lady named Belle, who seemed to know him as well. For the time being, he set this matter aside as he continued to watch the battle. Several minutes later it ended with William being hit by a bright beam of white light, making him fall from the sky. He saw how Shannon caught him with a red-like lasso made of ink, and Aranis' flying ship passed through a purple portal, which took them away from the battlefield. "This is the battle where you lost your memories," Shannon stated. "And it was something that I orchestrated to a certain extent. I wanted you, Will, but I wanted the version of you who had lost his memories. I thought that, by doing this, I would be able to make you mine, and the three of us could live happily in the Western continent before the world ends. Before the world ends? William inquired. What do you mean? I mean it literally, Will. This world is about to be destroyed by the army of destruction, which had already destroyed countless worlds. Many worlds, far stronger than Hestia, have lost to them in battle. Shannon sighed before taking out another canvas from her storage ring, and showed William a battle that happened on a world that was also headed for destruction. Giants, titans, Fomorians, trolls, and other monstrous beasts compose the army of destruction, Shannon explained. The greatest threat you have faced in this world are pseudo-gods, but the one that leads this mighty army is a bona fide god of destruction. Even gods have died fighting against him and his forces, so even if all of the pseudo-gods and demigods we have in this world work together, it will still be hopeless. Shannon allowed the images to linger, so that William could see how another world was destroyed. This was one of the reasons why she wanted to be with him, because she knew that the world was about to end. Her mother, and father, had already accepted the world's fate, and had even made arrangements in the underworld for Shannon, to allow her to bypass death, so she could transfer to another world, where she could live happily. A world that was not headed for destruction. You say that this world is about to end, but do you know when exactly it will end? William inquired. Shannon shook her head because she really didn't know the answer to this question. The army of destruction had already tried to invade Hestia twice. The first one was the battle in the void, where James, Ella, and Malachi blocked their path. The second one was when the army of destruction appeared in the Silvermoon continent, and was dealt with William one-sidedly. Unfortunately, those forces were mere scouts. Just a drop in a bucket, and a single hair on a bull's back. The army of destruction had grown large over the years, numbering almost 1 billion. With each world they destroyed, their strength and numbers grew, making them the most powerful army in existence known to mortals and gods alike. They could arrive a year from now, or 2 years from now, Shannon said softly. Or, they could arrive today, tomorrow, or the day after. All I know is that they will arrive in less than 2 years. However, my mother feels that they will be here in less than a year. Yes, my mother, the goddess Hestia, the goddess of hearth and home, and the same goddess which this world took its name from. Well, I do hope that they will arrive after a year. After all, I plan to give birth to your babies first, and take them with me to the other world, where my parents plan to send me. Don't worry, I promise I won't marry again, and I will raise them properly. William blinked once then twice before the gears in his mind finally started to turn. He didn't expect that he actually made love with the daughter of the goddess Hestia, and Shannon even wanted to give birth to his babies. This information even made Aranis look at Shannon in a different light. It was not easy to cheat death, and the bribe that the fox lady's parents had to have given to the god of death for him to agree to. Such a deal must have been priceless beyond words. It must be nice having doting parents, Aranis said to Shannon, who only smiled at her. Your father also loves you, Shannon replied, but his love is a bit different from the love of my parents. Perhaps after living in the underworld for so long, his version of love has become as cold as the souls of the dead that pass through his domain. Aranis lowered her head because her father and her meet very rarely. During those meetings, they would only exchange a few words before an awkward silence would fall inside the room. The halfling liked to talk to others, but when it came to her father, she was at a loss when it came to what to say. Their conversations would start with, "How are you?" and more often than not, it would also end in that manner as well. It was only when William was about to leave the underworld that her father said so many things to her. Unfortunately, she had decided to come with the half-elf to the surface world, to understand what it was like to walk under the sun. I have a good idea. Shannon clapped her hands happily. How about you return to the underworld with a baby? I'm sure that if that happens, your father will be happy because he has turned into a grandfather, right? Aranis pondered Shannon's words for a bit, and found the idea quite appealing. However, she was not aware that if she really were to return to the underworld with William's baby, her father would lock William's soul somewhere in the new layer of hell he created, and torture the half-elf for eternity. Chapter 1348, The System That Had Been Forgotten. The wind blew softly, fanning the half-elf who was deep in thought. After Shannon had revealed to him how he lost his memory, the half-elf pondered his next course of action. The end of the world. It was such a dark and heavy topic to talk about, but that was what they had done after Shannon finished showing William the adventures that she had seen while he lived them. The Fox Lady showed him his journey to the Deadlands, his journey back to Earth, as well as his marriage to Belle. She also showed him his journey to the demon world, and how he became the Prince of Darkness. His journey to the Seventh Sanctum, Tir Na Nog, Hyperborea, and Atlantis. His battles against Felix and Ahriman. His journey to the underworld, where she met Aranis, making the little girl's face turn beet red when Shannon had exposed the William pillow she had created. The half-elf couldn't help but tease the halfling, who had buried her face in his chest in embarrassment, after her deepest, darkest secret was revealed to the one person she had wanted to keep it from. Shannon had shown William everything that had happened since she had started to follow him on his journey. When everything was over, the half-elf asked to be given some time alone, so he could organize his thoughts. The Fox Lady and the halfling knew that William wanted to think things over, so they didn't bother him, and gave him some space. 2 hours passed, and the red-headed teenager continued to look at the waves hitting the shore in the distance. If what Shannon told him about the army of destruction was right, this peaceful life that they had right now would be destroyed, and the beautiful scene in front of him would disappear forever. What a time to be alive, William muttered. Not only did I lose my memories, but I also have a front row seat to the end of the world. The half-elf sighed because this was simply too much for him to bear. The moment he became aware of his identity as the former Prince of Darkness, and the number of wives and lovers he possessed, he felt his cheeks burning in both shame and embarrassment. Just a day ago, he thought that making love with Shannon was already the best feeling he had experienced in his life. But, now, he found out that he had dozens of beautiful ladies that he had also made love to in the past. Just imagining himself being surrounded by so many exceptional women was more than enough to make him flustered. The current him didn't have the experience to know how to handle so many women at a time, but that was the least of his worries. With the world coming to an end, William thought that living with Shannon and Aranis on the deserted island to live out the remainder of their days in peace and happiness was quite tempting. However, he also understood that there were other people waiting for his return, who loved him just as much as the Fox Lady, and the halfling, who made him feel loved. Ha! This is hopeless. William laid on the ground and looked up at the clouds passing through the sky. Someone tell me what to do. Well, I can give you some advice if you want me to. William immediately stood up and looked around him when he heard a voice inside his head. He was certain that it was only him, Shannon, and Aranis that lived on the island, so having someone else on it, whom he didn't know, made him raise his guard completely. Calm down, you won't be able to see me because I am in your head. I know what you're thinking. Relax, you're not going crazy. It might come as a surprise to you, but I've been with you since you were born. Take deep breaths, and relax. I am not going to hurt you, I just want to talk, and discuss things related to you. The half-elf was still half doubtful of the voice inside his head, but he still decided to take deep breaths in order to calm himself. Right now, he needed to be calm so he could understand the situation. I am now calm, William said as he sat cross-legged on the ground. First, tell me who you are. Certainly, my name is Optimus. You are the one that gave me that name. As to what I am, you can refer to me as a system. Optimus, yes, Optimus. You said earlier that you've been with me since I was born, William stated. How come you're only talking to me now? Also, what does a system do? Can you tell me more? Okay, to answer your first question, that is because I deemed that now was the most appropriate time to talk to you again. A lot of things happened, and there were also other things I was doing on my end, like stabilizing your soul, as well as helping your body adapt to the sudden changes to your sea of consciousness. Sea of consciousness, correct, but, since you have no idea what I am talking about, it would be better if I show it to you. Suddenly, William found himself in a place where the sky was as clear and blue as the ocean that was under his feet. A countless number of weapons were protruding out of the waters, giving the place a hint of tension, despite the fact that everything looked so serene and peaceful. A moment later, a faint ripple appeared in the sea as a nearly 20-meter-tall robot materialized in front of William, towering above him. Let me introduce myself again. I am Optimus. I am the system that has followed you since you were born, and the system that the author forgot about throughout the last 1,000 chapters. But, let's not talk about him. Just thinking about all of the inconsistencies he has written so far makes my teeth itch in frustration. William looked up at the giant robot in front of him with his heart beating wildly inside his chest. He didn't know why he was feeling this way. All he knew was that after his talk with Optimus had ended, the hazy feelings inside his heart about what to do next finally fell into place like the last piece of a puzzle. Chapter 1349, You Deserve a Happy Ending. Are there any questions that you would like to have answered? I have a lot, but first, let me ask you something. How many lovers do I have? A lot. How many exactly? I think it would be best if I don't tell you right now. I want it to be a surprise. Optimus could have told William the number of lovers and wives he currently had, but the system decided not to. After everything that happened, the system wanted to see William's and his lovers' reactions when they finally met again after the half-elf had lost his memories. Seeing that Optimus had no intention of answering his first question, he then moved to the next, which was more important than his first question. Shannon said that I can recover my memories if she asks her mother, the goddess Hestia. Is this true? Yesn't. It is true that you will recover your memories, but not all of them. The goddess can probably help you recover the memories you have about this world. But, any memories you have of places and people outside of this world, she would be unable to return to you. William frowned. He didn't understand what Optimus was saying, but he had a feeling that the system wasn't finished with his explanation. It might be hard to believe, but you also have the memories of your past lives as well. This is something that the goddess cannot make you remember because it is outside of her jurisdiction. Past lives. William blinked in confusion. Are you talking about Belle? Belle is just one of the ladies linked to you from your previous lives. Let's just say that your soul is bound by a karma that has transcended the past 1,000 years. Perhaps, it was fate, but the people who had a connection with you in those past lives have now gathered in Hestia in order to reunite with you. This is why you needed to recover the memories of your past lives as well, in order for you to become complete. This sounds so complicated. William scratched his head, but he believed Optimus' explanation. So, how do I recover the memories of my past lives? Actually, you have already laid out the foundations for that to happen. I have. The giant robot then snapped its fingers, allowing several images to materialize out of thin air. 7 ladies, all exceptional in their own ways, appeared in front of the half-elf. Who are they? William asked. Among them, he only recognized one, which was Aranis, who had been with him on the deserted island since he had regained his consciousness. Haleth, Amelia, Pearl, Priscilla, Anne, Vesta, and Aranis. These are the 7 ladies that you need to gather in order to find hope. Hope, allow me to make it clearer. You need to make all of them gather together in order to meet the virtuous lady, who represents the 8th heavenly virtue, hope. She has the answers to most questions in the world, and she is capable of returning all of your memories to you. Hope, William muttered. How fitting. Right. The half-elf glanced at the 7 ladies before shifting his attention back to Optimus, who was waiting for him to ask him more questions. Do you know about the army of destruction? William asked. Can Hope help us deal with them? Suddenly, Optimus did something that he had never done before. The giant robot in front of Will laughed. He laughed so hard that his voice echoed within Will's sea of consciousness. I'm sorry, but your question made me imagine something funny. Something funny, indeed. I imagined the virtuous lady of Hope running away with all her might as soon as the army of destruction descended on Hestia. Oh, so she's a scaredy cat. Not a scaredy cat, but she's more of a support character. Also, you can't rely on Hope to fix your problems for you. Although Hope is there, in the end, the one that will have to act will be you. This is why we need to recover your memories as soon as possible. This world needs you, Will. William sighed before sitting cross-legged on the blue sea under his feet. Just a few days ago, he was living a carefree life without worrying about things like the end of the world. Although he found that losing his memory was troublesome, he didn't feel like living in peace on the deserted island with Shannon and Aranis was a bad thing. However, after Shannon had told him the truth, and revealed to him how he lost his memory, he couldn't pretend that what he saw didn't happen. Now that Optimus had also made his appearance, it was quite obvious that William must regain all of his memories in preparation for the arrival of the army of destruction, which would mark the end of the world. Optimus, can you tell me if there is really a way to stop this world from being destroyed? William inquired. I don't know. You don't. After connecting to the information network, Reddit, I found out that not a single world has survived the full invasion of the army of destruction. Some managed to defeat their scouting parties, like you have been able to do, but after their main army arrived, the worlds were unable to resist the power of the god of destruction. So, it is hopeless. I didn't say that it is hopeless. It is just that no one had succeeded in defeating them. William smiled bitterly as he looked up at the robot who towered above him. Isn't that the same? William inquired. There's a first time for everything. Also, I believe in you, Will. Believe in me. Yes. After everything you've been through, you deserve a happy ending. Optimus had watched William's journey since he was young, and he had been there to support the half-elf from the shadows whenever he needed it. Although he had already calculated if there was a chance that Hestia would be able to win the war against the army of destruction, the result he gained, even after adding all the variables, was not optimistic. William asked a few more questions, and Optimus answered them all to the best of his abilities. When the system felt like the half-elf needed time to absorb the information that he had been given, he bid the half-elf goodbye and returned William's consciousness to the real world. Chapter 1350. She's not really going to castrate me, right? William made his way back to their temporary house where Shannon and Aranis were waiting for his return. The half-elf had thought a lot along the way, and it all boiled down to one thing. He needed to regain his memories. In order to do that, they needed to return to the central continent and gather the 7 ladies who would allow William to meet the virtuous Lady of Hope, who Optimus insisted held the key that would allow him to regain all of his memories. Welcome back, Will, Aranis greeted the half-elf as soon as William stepped inside the house. She had been very worried about him, but Shannon told her that the red-headed teenager needed some time to sort out everything in his head. Because of this, Aranis didn't bother him and stayed inside the house with Shannon and waited for him to return. I'm back, Aranis, William replied with a smile as he sat beside the halfling. Aranis moved close to him and William wrapped his right arm around her body, allowing the halfling to rest her head on his chest. I have thought about many things, and decided on one thing, William said as he looked at Shannon. I need to return to the central continent. That is the only way I can regain the memories that I have lost. Shannon sighed internally after hearing William's words. Although she nodded her head in understanding, she was still reluctant to return right away. Also, there was one more hidden danger waiting for them in the central continent, and she needed to be sure that William would be safe from that danger when they returned. Suddenly, Shannon felt something as she shifted her gaze eastwards. Although she was looking at the wall of their house, her vision extended past it and gazed in the distance. Soon, a bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face, which made the half-elf who was paying close attention to her frown. 2 days, Shannon said before slowly shifting her attention back to William. We will return to the central continent in 2 days. I needed some time to prepare the portal that will send us back to the Ainsworth Empire. Okay, William nodded. We leave in 2 days. In truth, the half-elf felt relieved that they didn't need to leave right away. Although he looked calm on the surface, he still wasn't ready to return and face the responsibilities that were waiting for him back at the central continent. In truth, William was afraid. He was afraid that he would be unable to meet everyone's expectations of him after his return. As if sensing his anxiety, Shannon smiled and stood up from her seat to sit beside the half-elf. It will be fine, Shannon said as she caressed William's face. You are never alone. I am here with you, Aranis is here with you, and many more will be by your side. Even if the army of destruction arrives tomorrow, we will fight by your side. Don't worry, Aranis is a ferryman of the underworld, and the daughter of the god of death. After you die, she will take care of you. Am I right, Aranis? Yes, Aranis nodded her head. William didn't know if he should laugh or cry about Shannon's comforting words. Clearly, the fox lady was taking things lightly, and even dying didn't seem like such a big deal to her. You're already thinking about dying, William lightly pinched Shannon's waist, making the fox lady giggle. I thought we were going to fight against the army of destruction together. I am just planning ahead, Shannon replied in an innocent tone. It's not bad to plan for the future, right? Shannon felt as if the burden that she was carrying in her heart disappeared after telling William the truth. She thought that the half-elf would hate her after knowing that she had schemed to kidnap him after he lost his memories, but her worst fear didn't happen. Although she thought that it was partly because William had lost his memories, and was unable to make a proper decision about what she did, she was still happy that he had recognized her as his lover. They had made love so many times her hips were almost dislocated due to William's peerless stamina. If not for the fact that she had lost consciousness, the half-elf might have continued to make love with her until dawn. What do you plan to do first after we return to the central continent? Aranis asked. Will you focus on regaining your memory first? William nodded. Yes, the sooner I get them, the better. Also, didn't you promise to make love with me after I regained them? You'd better not run away when that time comes. Aranis' face reddened after hearing William's words, but she didn't refute his words. Shannon, on the other hand, just giggled and kissed William's cheek. I'm pretty sure that Aranis will have to wait a few days before she can fulfill her promise to you, Shannon said in a teasing tone. I doubt that your first wife, whom you haven't consummated your wedding night with, and your fiancée, Estelle, whom you have promised to marry, won't allow you to shift your attention to other women aside from them after your memories have returned. There is also Belle. Actually, you should be more worried about her. If I remember correctly, I believed that she muttered something about castrating you when I was spying on her. William didn't know why, but after hearing Belle's name, he felt a cold sweat forming on his forehead. Castration, isn't that a bit too much? William tried to laugh it off, but no laughter could come out from his lips. She's not really going to castrate me, right? I mean, you girls won't allow it, right? Shannon and Aranis exchanged a glance before pulling William to the bedroom. I don't know if she will really castrate you or not, but before that happens, I'll take this opportunity to monopolize it, while it's still connected to your body, Shannon giggled. After all, we only have 2 days left before our return. I'll have my fill till then. Aranis, who had promised to herself, and William, that she wouldn't allow him to make love with her, until she regained his memory, also accompanied the two to the bedroom. Although she wouldn't go all the way, she was more than willing to learn the many ways she could make the half-elf feel good before they returned to the central continent, where the half-elf's many wives and lovers were dying to hold him in their embrace. Chapter 1351, Everyone else waiting for your return. 2 days later, William yawned as he cooked their lunch for the day. Shannon and Aranis were still asleep because both of them slept very late last night. After tasting the forbidden fruit, the fox lady would tumble on the sheets with William for hours, until she was too exhausted to even lift her finger. The half-elf understood that Shannon was taking advantage of the time they had together, but he was still overwhelmed by the fox lady's libido. Fortunately, his stamina was surprisingly good, so he was able to go all the way with her until she lost consciousness. Aranis, on the other hand, may not be as resilient as Shannon, but her tenacity surprised even the half-elf, who treated her with great care. Since he couldn't go all the way with her, the only things William did with the halfling were hugs, kisses, and a little bit of foreplay. Even so, that was more than enough to make her climax several times, until she was exhausted. Since the three of them only fell asleep 3 hours before dawn, William was expecting the two of them to wake up around lunchtime. This was why he decided to prepare their lunch beforehand, so the two could eat as soon as they woke up. Your first wife's name is Wendy, and you first met her in the Helen Royal Academy. What is she like? William asked as he continued to grill the fishes he had caught earlier. Let's just say that she is strong-willed. When the two of you met, she was the one that took the initiative for the two of you to be together. Was I happy being with her? Yes, you were happy with her. She was the first girl you opened up your heart to after your short visit on Earth to reunite with Belle, during the trial in the Corinter Mountains. After Optimus had reached out to him, the half-elf no longer hesitated and asked him a lot of questions about his past life. Although he already knew how to regain his memories, he still wanted to have a better understanding of the people he interacted with in the past. The elf named Pearl, you said that she hates me, right? William asked. Will she agree to help me? I don't think it's whether she agrees or not. It's more like, she will be too afraid to not help you. Listen, Will, I'm sure you can't remember, but the elves have all been turned into drows because of you. If Pearl were to refuse to help you, the entire Silvermoon continent would become her enemy. I guess I don't have to worry about her anymore. Just ask Astrape, or Chloe, to drag her back to the Ainsworth Empire and get it over with. The half-elf smiled. Although Optimus' voice was quite robotic, he could still sense the mischievousness hidden in his words. About my soul, is there a way to fix it? William inquired. A quarter of my soul is sleeping in the Bell of Athanasia, while half of it disappeared after my two familiars died. Is there a possibility to make me whole again? The possibility exists, but I don't have enough data to support this claim. I'd like to believe that it is possible. Still, if you want answers, you will need to return to the Tower of Babylon and reach the 100th floor. Make sure to bring Celeste with you. She is the one that helped you become a family officer. William sighed. After Shannon had shown him what became of his two familiars, Elliot and Conan, he felt a deep sadness that came from the very depths of his soul. Although he couldn't remember them, the sacrifice they made in order to help him during the battle in the demon continent touched his heart. He hoped that there was a possibility to revive the two of them again, and once again complete his soul. That way, he would be able to unlock the full power of the system. Optimus told him that the current him was unable to use the system's full potential. Forcing himself to use it would only take a toll on his soul and body, which would lead to his demise. So, the agenda is to first recover my memories, then go to the Tower of Babylon, William stated. Anything else? Going to the Tower of Babylon might have to wait. You will need to work with Hope to retrieve your wives from the underworld first. The god of death said that you need to kill Bel before he releases the souls of your wives. However, since you can't do that anymore, you will need to do something else entirely. We're talking about Aranis' father, right? Yes, the god of death that has a very strong grudge against you. William scratched his head because the hurdle was already too high to begin with. How could he possibly sneak past the god of death in his own domain and retrieve the souls of his wives under his nose? What about this Nisha lady? William inquired. Shannon said that she took me away to protect me from her. What's her story? Nisha is the avatar of your sugar mama. What sugar mama? Asked the readers. They call the primordial goddess, sugar mama. Dafuk. Just as William was about to ask another question, a still sleepy Aranis stepped outside the house and headed towards him, as he continued to grill fish outdoors. Good morning, William greeted the yawning halfling with a smile. Are you hungry? The fish is nearly done. Good morning, Aranis replied. The smell woke me up. It smells good. The halfling was wearing a pink, one-piece nightdress, instead of her regular pajamas. This was something that she had bought recently when the three of them started to live on the deserted island together due to Shannon's influence. Since it was only the three of them living there, the halfling didn't even bother to change clothes, and went to look for William after smelling the fish that he was grilling. The two exchanged a kiss on the lips, which lasted only for a few seconds, before she sat on William's lap. Just as the two were about to have a conversation, William's strong hearing picked up a humming sound that came from above their heads. A moment later, a flying ship, which was much bigger than Aranis' own ship, appeared in the distance and was headed in their direction. It didn't take long before the ship arrived at the island and landed dozens of meters away from where the half-elf and halfling were seated. So, this is where you've been hiding him, a black-haired beauty said as she gazed down at the two people that were on the ground. Fortunately, we have someone on board that could find him, otherwise, we would have certainly flown past this island, a silver-haired lady with crimson eyes commented as her gaze locked on the half-elf whom they had been searching for the past few days. Suddenly, a lady with long blonde hair jumped off from the ship. A pair of wings sprouted from behind her back, which allowed her to land gently in front of the half-elf, whose eyes widened in shock after seeing her up close. Come, Will, Wendy said softly as she extended her hand to the red-headed teenager whom she missed terribly. Your short vacation is over. It's time to go back home. Everyone is waiting for your return. William, who recognized the blonde beauty as his first wife, Wendy, took a deep breath before extending his own hand to grab hold of her hand. Looking at the ladies that were gazing at him with love and affection, the half-elf felt in his heart that he was about to return to the place where he belonged. End of Volume 8, The Ending of a Fairy Tale. Chapter 1352, Finding the Missing Piece of the Puzzle. Can you please untie her? William asked as he pointed at Shannon, who was tied to the main mast of the flying ship. That looks very uncomfortable. It's fine, Wendy replied with a smile. It's not like she will die from being buffeted by strong winds, and exposed to the heat of the sun. That's right, Will, would you like more cookies? Estelle smiled as she prepared to hand-feed the half-elf with the cookies she just baked. Eat them while they are still fresh. Aranis, you can have some as well. Thank you. Aranis picked up a cookie and took a bite. It is good. I'm glad you liked it. Have more. There is plenty for everyone. Don't mind if I do. The corner of the half-elf's lips twitched as he looked at the fox lady's current state, which was quite different from the halfling, who was being treated like a little sister by everyone present. Perhaps, noticing his discomfort, the black-haired beauty lightly tugged on his clothes to make him look at her. Don't worry about Shannon, she got it easy. Originally, we planned to toss her on an active volcano and let her sink into magma. But, since you told us to spare her, we decided to not punish her too severely. For some reason, the half-elf still couldn't hear Belle's voice, so Optimus decided to translate whatever she was saying to William to make communication easier for both parties. Thank you, William replied. Since she and Aranis are now my lovers, I don't want her to be hurt. Ha ha ha, she got off easy. Belle smiled, but her smile never reached her eyes. Clearly, she still hadn't forgiven the Fox Lady for kidnapping William right under their noses during the battle at the Palace of Light. Aside from Wendy, Estelle, and Belle, there were other people on the flying ships as well. The Seven Virtues, Celeste, Lyra, Ephemera, Shayna, Melody, Audrey, and Cherry were also on the flying ship. To William's surprise, there was also a purple-haired little girl, a golden piglet, and a floating mace, who were all seated opposite him. This was the search party that had come to look for William after the battle ended. The reason why the Seven Virtues were there was due to the fact that they didn't want to be near Nisha after what happened to Celeste and Cherry. Because of this, they took the flagship of the Holy Order of Light and traveled to the Western continent, without notifying anyone, to look for the missing half-elf, whom they believed would protect them from the steward that handled the administration of William's territories. Lyra, Ephemera, and Melody were all looking at William with longing. Unfortunately, they couldn't go near him because Wendy, Estelle, and Belle stuck to him like glue. The three knew that they were the half-elf's secret mistresses, and in front of his legal wives and fiancé, their position was a bit lower in the hierarchy. Medusa, who was unaware of this tense atmosphere, happily fed Bacon Gullenbursti, Charur, and Cherry the cookies that Estelle had baked. She was quite relieved to see her master again, but was also sad because the half-elf had lost his memories. Celeste, who was the main reason they had been able to find William, sat quietly in the corner of the room. Among the people on the flying ship, her connection with the red-headed teenager was the strongest because she could tell the general direction of where the half-elf was, even with her eyes closed. Everyone knew about the prophecy about the beautiful elf being William's bride of darkness. However, since they believed that the prophecy was already over, they thought that Celeste's role in the half-elf's life had ended. At least, that was what everybody thought at the moment. What Celeste thought of the matter no one knew aside from herself. For now, she just sat quietly, and observed the half-elf who had lost all of his memories. After you disappeared, the different kingdoms and empires in the central continent all officially acknowledged the legitimacy of the Ainsworth Empire, Wendy explained. They have sent many envoys, bringing gifts to the royal palace, but since you weren't there, Nisha stored them in the treasure room for you to view at your leisure. William nodded. Although he wasn't interested in treasures, he felt that he needed to give a response to Wendy, in order to make the latter understand that he was listening to her. The survivors of the Holy Order of Light were all captured, but thanks to your niece, Eve, none of them were executed, Estelle commented from the side. All of them were locked up on the floor of Asgard to prevent them from doing anything reckless. You will have to pass judgment on them after you regain your memories. For the time being, your fiancée, Lilith, is keeping watch on Nisha's movements, with the help of the Amazons who have also arrived in the Ainsworth Empire, whom Empress Andraste sent to assist her. The half-elf once again nodded his head in understanding. While this was happening, Optimus was actively showing him the images of his family members, including his cousin, Eve, who had helped spare the lives of the members of the organization that blindly followed the Pope's orders. There is something that I want to discuss with everyone, William said after having a short chat with Optimus inside his head. I need to see 6 people when I return to the central continent. Their names are Haleth, Amelia, Pearl, Priscilla, Anne, and Vesta. I believe they hold the method in order for me to regain my memory. Is that true? Wendy looked overjoyed after hearing William's words. Don't worry, we will gather them for you. In truth, after the battle ended, they found out that the purpose of the Holy Light was to completely erase a person's memories. Because of this, all of William's lovers had become depressed for a time because they believed that his memories were gone forever. Even Princess Aila, who held some of Belle's memories, was also depressed because it took a lot of effort for her to become one of William's lovers. Although she would gladly return his memories of Belle to him, the fact remained that the only one that the half-elf would remember was the black-haired beauty and no one else. Thank you, William smiled before shifting his attention to the elf who was looking at him from a distance. Your name is Celeste, right? There is something that I need to discuss with you in private. Will you be free to talk later? Celeste, who had suddenly been called out of the blue, wasn't able to immediately respond to the half-elf's question. She didn't expect that there was something that William needed from her after losing his memories. Half a minute later, Celeste regained her composure and nodded her head. "I am free," Celeste replied. "We can talk later." "Thank you." William smiled at the beautiful elf, making the ladies in front of him wonder what he was up to. They were not aware that these casual words from William would allow Celine's twin sister, Celeste, to find the missing piece of the puzzle that she had been searching for all of her life. Chapter 1353, Control Your Own Destiny, or Someone Else Will. Celeste gazed at William with a complicated look on her face. The half-elf was currently inside her room, within the main flying flagship of the Holy Order of Light. William said that he wanted to talk to her in private, so she invited him inside her room to talk. However, the first question that the half-elf asked had surprised her, making her unable to reply right away. "To be honest, I don't know if there is a way to revive a familiar that has died," Celeste stated. "There are only two familyomancers in this world, me, and you, so, I can't really answer your question. But, William looked at Celeste with such an intensity that it made the beautiful elf flinch. "But, I know someone that might know how to do it." "You do? Is he also a familyomancer?" "Not exactly. But, he is an expert when it comes to familiars," Celeste explained. "Actually, when I thought that Chloe was about to die, he was the first person that came to my mind. If there is a way to revive your familiars, he is the only one we can count on." William nodded. "Thank you. Knowing that there is a way to revive them gives me hope." Optimus had asked him to consult with Celeste if it was possible to revive Elliot and Conan, who held the other halves of his soul. If he was able to bring them back to life, then his soul would once again be complete. This would allow him to truly bring out the power of the familyomancer job class, as well as unlock the features of the system which were currently unavailable to him. "By the way, where is this person you are talking about?" William inquired. Celeste smiled because she found this question quite funny. The person that William was looking for was the same person that asked Celeste to go to the Tower of Babylon, to bestow upon William the job class of familyomancer. "You will find him on the top floor of the Tower of Babylon," Celeste answered. "Meaning, you have to clear all of its floors before you meet him. In order to do that, you need to retrieve your memories first. The current you might not be able to face the challenges that are waiting for you on the unexplored floors of the tower." "What is the Tower of Babylon like?" William asked. "Can you tell me more about it?" "Of course," Celine replied. The two then chatted about many things. They not only talked about the Tower of Babylon, but also talked about the Silvermoon continent, where William's mother, Arwen, was waiting while being worried sick about him. Celeste also told the half-elf about the heavenly virtues, her work as a professor in Hestia Academy, Chloe, Claire, as well as her sister, Celine. When the topic of her twin sister was mentioned, a hopeful, yet sad expression appeared on the elf's face. "Perhaps, any day from now, my sister is about to give birth to your child," Celeste said softly. "There is also a possibility that she has already given birth." Celeste stared at the window of her room, as if reminiscing a distant past. "Many years ago, my sister and I became part of a prophecy." Celeste smiled bitterly. "One of us would become the prophesied bride of darkness. Truth be told, when I learned of this, I got scared. However, my sister hugged me and whispered in my ears and said, 'Don't worry, my blood is tainted and the power of darkness emanates from my body. If there is going to be a bride of darkness, it will be me, and not you. So, don't be afraid. Everything will be all right.'" Celeste then shifted her attention to the half-elf whose gaze never left her face. "Back then, I felt very relieved that I didn't have to suffer such a fate." Celeste continued her tale. "Although I was sorry about my sister, a part of me rejoiced that I wouldn't have to become the bride of the evil prince, who would cover the world in darkness. You know, my sister is very strong. She was despised by everyone in the Silvermoon continent because of her tainted blood, and was exiled because of it. Growing up, I was showered with love and affection, while she was cursed and belittled by the elves. I'm sure that she has undergone countless hardships since then, which shaped her to who she is now. My sister didn't wait for the prophecy to come to pass. She didn't allow a prophecy to control her life, and she defied it." Celeste once again gave William a bitter smile as she continued her story. "She chose you, over the prophecy. My sister gave you her everything. Her love, her body, her wisdom, and her future. It was a great gamble on her part. Frankly, it was something that I could never do. In the end, she succeeded. She defied her fate, even at the cost of being taken to the underworld. However, I believe that my sister has never regretted her choice. Instead of being Felix's prophesied bride, she became the mother of your child. While I, who was supposed to be your bride, was tossed aside. I can still remember the gaze you gave me when you still had your memories. In your eyes, I am only Celine's twin sister, Celeste, and that is all I am to you. I'm not really sure why I'm telling you this, but I have long wanted to get this off of my chest. It may sound stupid, but if I were to go back to the past, and talk to my younger self, I would tell her that she shouldn't be afraid of the Dark Prince. Instead, I would tell her that she should look forward to meeting him because beneath his cold and unfeeling gaze was a warmth that would make anyone who he holds dear in his heart feel loved and safe, even if the entire world was covered in darkness. Celeste closed her eyes and stayed silent for a few minutes before standing up and headed towards the door of her room. It's already late, and I want to rest early, Celeste said softly. Good night, Will. When the time comes for you to climb the Tower of Babylon, I will accompany you. But, until then, I would like to be alone and think about what I want to do for the future. The half-elf nodded his head in understanding and thanked Celeste for telling him everything he wanted to know. The moment the door closed, William heaved a long and deep sigh. Celeste's revelation made him realize how blessed he was to have Celine in his life. Although he felt sorry for Celeste, there was nothing he could do about it. Control your own destiny, or someone else will. I hope you learned something from talking to her, Will. I did, William replied as he glanced at the closed door behind him. Due to his strong hearing, he was able to tell that, behind the closed door, the beautiful elf was weeping. But he dared not comfort her. Not now, when his memories still hadn't returned. Only when he regained what he had lost, would he be able to decide what path he would take in the future. He would do this not only for his sake, but for those who wept behind closed doors because of the choices that they weren't brave enough to take. Chapter 1354, Troubling News. Several days later, the flagship of the Holy Order of Light finally arrived at the central continent. Their first destination was none other than the Ainsworth Empire, where the majority of William's subordinates were waiting for his return. During the war, all of them had come out from the Thousand Beast domain, in order to fight for him. When the half-elf was hid with the holy light from the Pope, those who had the ability to freely enter it like Chloe, were unable to do so. Simply put, all the settings that the half-elf had were reset. It was like clearing the cache, cookies, and trash bin of your computer. Everything was wiped clean, so William had to open the portal that led to the Thousand Beast domain, in order for his subordinates, especially the members of the demonic tribes, to return to the place that they now call home. Medusa, Cherry, and Shayna had pestered William to open the gate for them because they wanted to return. The virtuous Lady of Prudence was even able to ask for some merit points from William, after giving the half-elf a kiss, which made him blush, making Shayna tease him until he relented. Actually, the one who was in charge of giving the merit points was Optimus and not William. However, since the half-elf didn't know how to do it, the system passed 20,000 merit points to the blue-haired lady, so that she would no longer pester William. Getting her reward, she gave the half-elf another kiss before happily entering the Thousand Beast domain. Surprisingly, it was not only the three ladies who entered William's domain. Audrey also accompanied them. Now that the battle between the half-elf and the Holy Order of Light was over, the virtuous Lady of Fortitude decided to explore the Thousand Beast domain, which had fascinated her since the moment she first saw it. Aranis was dragged by her two playmates, Medusa and Cherry, to the Thousand Beast domain, which the latter didn't resist because she felt at ease at having friends that were the same height as her. Lyra, Ephemera, Melody, and Celeste, on the other hand, remained. Among these four ladies, the first three wanted nothing more than to grab William and lock him inside a room with only the three of them. Unfortunately, they were unable to do that because Wendy, Estelle, and Belle were currently present, and they weren't able to overcome the hierarchy in William's harem, especially when the first wife was there. Wendy sighed as she looked at the three ladies who were looking at William as if they wanted to eat him. "It will still take us 2 days to arrive at our destination," Wendy said as he looked at William. "Why don't you accompany Lyra, Ephemera, and Melody during that time? I'm sure that they wanted to talk to you about many things." When the three virtuous ladies heard Wendy's voice, they all looked at her as if she was an angel. Originally, They thought that they wouldn't be able to have an opportunity to spend some time with William on their journey because Wendy wouldn't allow it. Who would have thought that his first wife was this understanding? In that instant, the three girls' opinions of Wendy changed. It was only William, who suddenly found himself being dragged by three beauties towards their room, who was unable to comprehend the current situation. "You're more understanding than I originally thought," Belle commented. "They're already part of the family," Wendy replied with a smile. "If possible, I want everyone to have a good relationship with each other." Belle sighed. The number of women that William currently had far exceeded the limit that she asked of him. But there was nothing that could be done about it because this happened after losing his memories of her, making him forget the promise he made to her as well. The rice was already cooked, and it could not be uncooked. Since that was the case, Belle could only get along with William's other wives and lovers, whom she believed already numbered in the 30s. Estelle had no comment whatsoever. She had long gotten over the possibility of the half-elf having a harem, so she made peace with it long ago. She was very confident that William would attract the honey and the bees the moment he left the southern continent. Also, as a member of the royal family, she already knew that kings and emperors could have many wives and concubines. The silver-haired lady already knew how much William loved and cared for her. They had already shared many passionate moments inside William's sea of consciousness in the past because it was the only place where she could transform into a girl. The half-elf had taught her many things. In fact, everything that William had learned from the life archon, Owen, was shared with Estelle back then. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that when it came to a spiritual relationship, Estelle had managed to take the lead from Wendy and Ash, who shared his love back in the southern continent. "Now that the peanut gallery is gone, let's all discuss the important matters," Wendy said with a serious expression on her face. "One of us must always be by William's side, to ensure that Nisha wouldn't be able to make her move against him." Estelle and Belle nodded their heads because Shannon had warned them about the danger that Nisha posed to the half-elf who had lost his memories. The biggest reason behind why they also left without notifying anyone was due to the fact that they wanted to keep William's whereabouts a secret from the veiled beauty, who had used her organization to sweep the entirety of the central continent to look for her dark prince. "I will also talk to Bronte and Titania and ask them to always accompany him," Wendy added. "As for Astrape, I will ask her to go to the Silvermoon continent to bring Pearl to the Ainsworth Empire. According to Wool, he needs her in order to regain his memories alongside Haleth, Priscilla, Amelia, Vesta, Anne, and Aranis." Estelle pressed her hands together as she glanced at the two ladies beside her. "I don't know why, but I get this feeling that there is something that we have overlooked," Estelle stated. "You, too?" Belle asked. "I also have this nagging feeling in the back of my mind that won't go away. I didn't think much of it because I don't want to think I was becoming paranoid." "How about you, Wendy?" "Actually, the moment we snuck out of the central continent, I had a feeling that something would happen while we were away," Wendy admitted. "I just don't know what it is." It was at that moment when Celeste appeared in the living room with a troubled expression on her face. "I just talked to Chloe and she told me some troubling news," Celeste said. "After I asked her to look for the ladies that William needed to gather, she found out that Haleth, Amelia, and Priscilla were missing. She said the last time she saw the three was when Nisha asked them to help with the management of the demonic continent. She hasn't heard from them since then." Wendy, Estelle, and Belle suddenly had grim expressions on their faces. They didn't expect the veiled lady to already be 2 steps ahead of them, which threw a wrench in their plans. As William's steward, Nisha was capable of using her authority to do things as she pleased. Now that 3 of the 7 ladies they needed to find hope were gone, they would have to find a way to retrieve them before the avatar of the primordial goddess did anything else to get in the way of the half-elf's full recovery. Chapter 1355. Everything has now come full circle. "I think we should talk to her," William said after hearing Celeste's explanation, who had just finished talking with Chloe. "But that is dangerous," Wendy stated. "We don't know what she will do to you when she gets the chance." "That's right," Lyra commented as she held William's hand. "Nisha is the enemy that the Pope has been fighting all these years. Even with our strength, we were unable to find her whereabouts, and the power of Deus has spread throughout the entire world. She's probably more dangerous than the Pope. You should just leave this matter to us." William gave Lyra's hand a light squeeze in order to comfort her. "The thing is, I don't think that the missing girls will turn up even if you confront her," William explained. "The sooner we deal with this issue, the sooner this matter will be cleared up. Also, you girls will be there to protect me, so we have nothing to worry about. That is true, but it is still too dangerous. Melody, who was holding onto William's right arm, was feeling restless at the thought of losing the half-elf again. It was the William who was tainted with darkness that had managed to subdue her, but even then, he treated her with respect and tenderness, making her fall in love with him. The current half-elf was a stark contrast to his cold and confident persona. He was now very casual, blushed easily, was easily swayed, and worried needlessly. She and her sisters discovered this new personality of his when they dragged him to their room to give him their overflowing love. Melody, as well as her sisters, loved these traits as well, but she found the red-headed teenager too innocent to deal with the veiled beauty, who didn't bat an eye when it came to cutting off the arms of her sisters. Everyone please listen to me, William stated. I think that if we don't address this now, this might become more troublesome in the future. With the power and influence she wields at the moment, what is stopping her from doing something else? It might be Haleth, Amelia, and Priscilla, right now, but after that, she might also target others. The half-elf shook his head. Also, I think she did what she did because she is already aware of my condition, William explained. I know that this might seem weird coming from me, but I don't think she has any intention of hurting them, or me. Estelle sighed while gazing at the red-headed teenager, who was being hugged by Lyra and Melody. You're being too optimistic, Estelle commented. What would you do if she had intentions to harm you? William gave Estelle a bitter smile. Last night, he had a dream. In that dream, he found himself in a very dark place. However, for some reason, he was able to see his surroundings. Seated on an obsidian throne was an otherworldly beauty that made William's heart skip a beat. He instinctively knew that the person in front of him wasn't a mortal, but a goddess. In that dream, the primordial goddess and William talked about many things. Perhaps it was about his lovers, his family, his life, his future, and what he should be doing moving forward. They talked about many things, and yet, he had already forgotten all of them after he woke up, except for one phrase. I will never hurt you. The half-elf could feel the sincerity behind her words and, because of this, he was willing to meet with Nisha, whom he believed had ties with the goddess he met in his dream. He wanted to tell them about the dream he had, but he felt as if doing it would be wrong for some reason. But, since he had already decided to meet with her, the half-elf remained firm, forcing the ladies around him to compromise. Very well, but we three will go with you, Wendy said. The rest of you will be responsible for gathering Vesta, Anne, and Aranis. Oh, please add Princess Aila as well, William interjected. She holds some of my memories as well. The half-elf then gazed at the black-haired beauty who was paying close attention to him. She holds some of my memories of you, William clarified. Although they are fragmented, I want to know more about you. Belle felt touched after hearing William's words. Currently, the half-elf was unable to hear her voice because the primordial goddess had placed a curse on William's body, preventing him from hearing her voice. Even with the power of the holy light, this curse wasn't erased like William's memories, because the power of the primordial goddess far exceeded what the scepter of light could purify. William didn't know why the primordial goddess was targeting Belle. She must have a good reason for doing so, and he wanted to know what that reason was. We can't waste any more time, William said. The sooner I get my memories, the sooner we can prepare for what is about to come. Just trust me on this one, okay? The ladies exchanged glances with each other before nodding their heads. Understood, we will believe in you. Wendy nodded. Thank you, Wendy, William replied. When everything was said and done, the flying ship once again resumed its journey, and sped towards the Ainsworth Empire at full speed. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Temple of the Gods, you surprised me, the primordial goddess said before moving the queen piece forward. What you did was truly unexpected. How many years did you plan for that to happen? Thousands of years, a beautiful goddess replied as she moved her knight to press the primordial goddess into the defensive. It wasn't easy, but everything has now come full circle. The primordial goddess nodded, as she lazily rested the side of her face on the palm of her hands, while gazing at the chessboard. Do you think they have a chance? The primordial goddess asked as her queen piece took down the beautiful goddess bishop. There is always hope, the beautiful goddess replied as she placed her queen down, making the primordial goddess frown. But, you're keeping that hope away. Checkmate. Ha, if only the fate of the world could be decided by a chess game. Alas, That doesn't work in reality, right? Indeed. But, isn't it about time you let go of the grudge you have towards that girl? After all, it has been thousands of years already. The primordial goddess smiled sweetly, and yet, the beautiful goddess in front of her knew that this smile wasn't one of happiness, but one of scorn. The crime of destroying an entire pantheon isn't something to be taken lightly. Gods are born, and gods die. You already know that they don't die completely, but just enter another cycle. Isn't it about time you forgive her already? Hey, this is coming from one of the handful of gods who survived the destruction of her own pantheon. This time, it was the beautiful goddess that smiled. Aren't you the same? The beautiful goddess asked back. Hestia is just one of the countless worlds out there in the multiverse. But, those that mattered to us congregated in that world, making it the focus of our attention. And yet, it's about to be destroyed. Perhaps. But, the least you can do is give it a chance, right? After all, you don't want your favorite soul to wander aimlessly through the cycle of reincarnation for the umpteenth time, right? The primordial goddess glanced down from the heavens. As if considering the beautiful goddess' words, she could see the flagship of the Holy Order of Light flying towards the Ainsworth Empire, where her avatar, Xianxia, was waiting for William's return. Her plan had already been flipped completely on its head by the unexpected move of the beautiful goddess in front of her, and all that was left was to pick up the remaining pieces. It was a very rare occasion, but right now, the primordial goddess was given two choices. Watch the world be destroyed and start from scratch, or give it a chance and see if a miracle was going to happen. Well, I can always drag him to the Elysian fields at the last second, the primordial goddess thought as she flicked her king piece, making it fall on the chessboard. She had waited thousands of years for a chance to get what she wanted. The question was, would she be willing to wait thousands more to get the ending she deserved? Chapter 1356. By the gods, I'll hate that woman. The flying ship landed inside the palace grounds of the Ainsworth Empire. Immediately, all the pseudo-gods, the demon patriarchs, as well as William's subordinates, came to greet the return of their emperor and master. William stood on the deck of the flagship and gazed at everyone that had gathered to meet him. He was overwhelmed by emotions, because he didn't expect that so many would come to see him. Suddenly, the half-elf found himself being hugged by a young nymph who had flown towards him when she heard the news of his arrival. Loxos clung to the half-elf, and kissed him passionately in front of everyone, making those who saw it cheer and whistle because of her boldness. Can't she just wait until it is only the two of them? Opis, who was feeling embarrassed due to her sister's actions, covered her face. You know Loxos doesn't think about these things, Hekarj commented. She acts before she thinks. That is what makes it worse. Well, look at the bright side. At least everyone now recognizes her as William's lover. When the passionate kiss ended, Loxos pulled back and stared at the half-elf whose face had become flushed due to the unexpected turn of events. I was very worried, Loxos said as she cupped William's face. I really thought that I wouldn't see you again. The half-elf was very tempted to say, who are you? But knew that if he said that, the young beauty in front of him might become heartbroken, so he only smiled and patted her head. I'm back. Her name is Loxos. I'm back, Loxos, William said softly as he continued to pat the young lady's head. Have you been good while I was away? Yes, Loxos replied. She then stood on tiptoe and whispered something in William's ear, making the half-elf blush. Okay, William nodded. Let's meet again later. Loxos smiled and her smile was so bright, it made William feel guilty about lying to her. However, since he needed to act like everything was under his control, he walked down the flight of stairs and descended from the flying ship under everyone's gaze. It was not only his subordinates that had come to greet him. Representatives from the other kingdoms and empires of the central continent were also there to see him. After winning the battle against the Holy Order of Light, the Ainsworth Empire had become the center point of everyone's attention within the central continent. Xianxia, who was managing the territories under William's command, had dealt with them properly, while waiting for the half-elf to return. Welcome back, Your Majesty, Xianxia bowed respectfully to the half-elf who had finally returned to his empire. There are many matters of state that need to be discussed, but we can wait until tomorrow to talk. I'm sure that you are tired of your long journey. Your room has already been prepared, and servants are already waiting to assist you. Please, let's head inside the palace. William nodded as he followed behind Xianxia. Wendy, Estelle, and Belle were right behind him. Just like their original plan, they wouldn't allow the veiled lady to take advantage of William in his current state. Nisha only smiled from underneath her veil when she saw how overprotective William's wives and lovers were of the half-elf. What are they so worried about? Nisha thought, I'm not going to bite him. Well, on second thought, I might just do that later. The veiled beauty continued to walk along the palace hallways, until they arrived at the Emperor's chamber, which was William's personal quarters when he was in the Ainsworth Empire. Nisha, there is something that I need to talk to you about, William said right after he entered his quarters, alongside his wives. Are you free right now? Rest for now, Your Majesty, we can talk tomorrow, or tonight if you really want to, Nisha replied. I have many things to discuss with you, and I hope that we can talk in private. Sorry, but we need to talk right now, William insisted. Time is of the essence for me. Also, I will greatly appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. Nisha observed the half-elf whose green eyes locked onto the veil that was covering her face. Is it really important? Nisha asked. Very important, William replied. At least, it is very important to me. Nisha nodded. Then, shall we discuss this while properly seated? I've been moving from place to place, and truth be told I'm quite exhausted myself, Your Majesty. Of course, William gestured for her to sit on the couch inside his room. When everyone was properly seated, William asked the most important question of all. I need to meet with Haleth, Amelia, and Priscilla, can you tell me where they are? William asked. Of course, Nisha replied. The three of them are currently assisting me in taking care of the remnants of the Demon Lord's faction. They were feeling restless about not doing anything, so I sent them there to keep their minds occupied. Haleth, in particular, was very worried about you, so in order to take her mind off things, she decided to help with the cleanup of Felix's underlings for you. Wendy, Estelle, and Belle didn't expect that the three people that they were looking for had only gone on an errand in the demon continent. They had suspected that Nisha might have abducted them and was holding them hostage somewhere in order to force William to listen to her demands. The half-elf also felt relieved because his worst fears hadn't become a reality. The atmosphere inside the room also grew less tense after they found out the whereabouts of the three ladies that they were looking for. Do you want to meet them now, Your Majesty? Nisha asked. Yes, William replied. Can we go right away? But of course, the veiled beauty stood up and extended her hand to the half-elf. I would love to guide His Majesty to meet with them now. William smiled and accepted her hand, allowing Nisha to pull him up. A moment later, a bright flash of light descended upon the two of them, making them disappear from where they stood. Shit. The three ladies inside the room cursed out loud after seeing William disappear right in front of them. After being told that the three ladies they were looking for were just in the demon continent, doing a cleanup operation, Wendy, Estelle, and Belle lowered their guard. Also, since they were in the same room as William, they didn't expect that Nisha would have a way to take the half-elf away in a manner that they didn't expect. She was granted permission to use the Bifrost Bridge. Wendy, who was first to realize what had just happened, pinched the bridge of her nose. By the gods, I hate that woman. Estelle and Belle looked at each other in dismay. How could they possibly catch up to Nisha, who could practically use the Bifrost Bridge to take them anywhere in the central continent? Let's go to the floor of Asgard. Wendy sighed as she stood up. Maybe we can track their movements from there. I just hope she doesn't do anything funny to Will. The three ladies hurried to leave the room and went to look for Astrape and Bronte. Among William's subordinates, only the two pseudo-gods could take people and travel at the speed of lightning towards their destination. The primordial goddess who was watching this scene from the heavens giggled because she had already planted this idea inside Nisha's head the moment she got an opportunity. Now that the veiled beauty was alone with the half-elf, who had lost his memories, she would be able to have a nice, and long, talk with him, without the interference of his wives and lovers, who stuck to him like glue. Chapter 1357, 10,000-Year Grudge Part 1. William blinked when he found himself on top of a cliff, overlooking an encampment at the bottom. Several demons were moving around, and seemed to be busy hauling supplies from inside a cave. There were also several humans around, which the half-elf assumed to be part of Deus, who were under Nisha's command. Look over there, Your Majesty, Nisha pointed in the distance where a lady with long blonde hair, and green eyes, was busy writing something on a scroll. The red-headed teenager looked at the beautiful lady, whom he had seen from one of the projections that the system had shown him inside his sea of consciousness. Haleth, William thought as he looked at the half-elf, who had confessed her feelings for him back in the trade city of Alabaster. Haleth is helping me write the inventory of the supplies they confiscated from Felix's minions who had gone into hiding, Nisha explained. Fortunately, we managed to capture one of their leaders and interrogate them until they spilled the beans. The corner of William's lips twitched because he had already known how notorious the veiled woman beside him was. If the latter didn't even bat an eye at dismembering the arms of Celeste and Cherry, then what kind of torture had she performed on the pitiful leader that was also one of Felix's former subordinates? Ah, looks like the two of them have also finished rounding up the rebels, Nisha stated as she pointed at the flying ship that appeared in the sky. Can you see them from here, Your Majesty? Amelia and Priscilla are inside that flying ship. The half-elf gazed at the flying ship in the distance and narrowed his eyes. As if using a pair of binoculars, his vision zoomed in on the deck of the flying ship, and two pretty ladies. One of them had long green hair, green eyes, and was wearing glasses. He recognized this woman as Amelia. She was the daughter of the Baron that William helped back in the southern continent when their barony was attacked by the Titanic Trollhound. Beside her was a young lady with long, black hair, similar to Belle. She was none other than Priscilla, who used to be William's second-in-command back in the Helen Royal Academy when he was still in charge of the Angorian war sovereign. Priscilla was also Princess Sidoni's loyal subordinate, who served as her spy and infiltrated the Helen Royal Academy. After Princess Sidoni went with William to the central continent, she remained in the southern continent to support Princess Sidoni's younger brother, Carl, with managing the kingdom she had left behind. As you can see, Your Majesty, all three of them are safe, Nisha said. William nodded. I can see that. Thank you for giving me some peace of mind. When William held Nisha's hand back in his room inside the royal palace, he didn't expect himself to be spirited away to the demonic continent in the blink of an eye. He could already see Wendy, Estelle, and Belle, panicking because of his disappearance, which gave him a headache. Nisha, who was responsible for his sudden disappearance, was taking things in stride, and even had a sweet smile on her face. It seemed that she found kidnapping William in front of his wives a very amusing thing to do. Is there anything else that you would like to see, Your Majesty? Nisha asked. If not, I would like to have a nice, long chat with you about very important matters. The veiled beauty held William's hand, and pressed it over her chest, making the half-elf blush. He was still not used to the bold advances of the beautiful women around him, and wondered how his former self was able to handle several women at once when they asked him to make love with them. Important matters, William asked back. What kind of important matters? Nisha didn't reply right away. Instead, she took off her veil as she stood in front of the half-elf. She then wrapped her arms around his waist, pulling him close to her, until their faces were only a few inches apart. The half-elf subconsciously took a deep breath when he saw the otherworldly beauty standing in front of him. Nisha was probably one, if not of the most beautiful woman that William had seen in his lifetime, and that was something coming from someone who was always surrounded by beautiful women. Her body gave off a faint smell of flowers that made him feel as if all of his worries had disappeared completely. She had long black hair that reached down to her waist, and a pair of golden eyes that seemed to suck the soul out of anyone who saw them. The half-elf could feel himself being reeled in by her gaze, but before he could completely fall into those golden depths, he forcefully tore his gaze away, allowing him to regain his composure. The reason why I wear a veil is because anyone who sees me would more or less have the same reaction, Nisha whispered in William's ears. The weaker men would be helplessly charmed by my beauty, making them slaves to my whims. The strong-willed ones would covet my beauty, and want me to become their possession. However, none of them succeeded. To this day, the only one whom I've given my body to is you, but I'm sure you can't remember it now. Nisha giggled as she took a step back, allowing William to take a breather. She found the current half-elf quite adorable, and was quite tempted to tease him, but Nisha knew that behind that innocent, and somewhat flustered appearance, was a young man who had experienced many things that even the most seasoned warrior hadn't seen in their lifetime. Are you ready to talk now, Your Majesty? Nisha asked. William took a few deep breaths before he finally regained his composure. After making sure that his heart was stable, he once again gazed at the beautiful woman before nodding his head. Good, Nisha smiled. Now, it is time for us to have a serious talk. Suddenly, everything became dark. William almost panicked because he couldn't see anything. He couldn't see the sun. The demons and humans were gone. Haleth, Amelia, and Priscilla were nowhere to be seen. Everything had suddenly winked out of existence, until the only thing that surrounded him was pitch-black darkness. As a half-elf, who could see even in the dimmest cave, staring into complete and utter darkness made his heart beat wildly inside his chest. Suddenly, somewhere in that darkness, a soft and silky voice reached William's ears, making him feel as if a heavy pressure had descended over his shoulders. Who is more foolish, the child that is afraid of the dark, or the man that is afraid of the light? There was a faint trace of mischievousness in the voice, which made William wonder if the speaker wanted him to answer her questions, or if she just said that to tease the half-elf whose breathing had become ragged. Optimus had already told him that the being that lurked within the darkness was the same person that had turned him into the Prince of Darkness. Because of this, he raised his guard and steeled his heart, as he waited for the primordial goddess to finally make her appearance. Chapter 1358, 10,000-Year Grudge Part 2. William didn't have to wait long for the voice to speak to him once again, telling him a story that he didn't know. Eons ago, when there was only darkness in the universe and, contrary to popular belief, I was the second existence that came into being. The owner of the voice said these words fondly, as if reminiscing of a distant past that no longer existed. In the beginning there was chaos, the voice said softly. Then, the protogonoi, who are also referred to as the primordial gods, came into existence. Void, darkness, earth, sky, mountains, sea, underworld, light, day, and love. They were the first existences to exist during a time when there was nothing else in the universe. And, through love, many others were born. The earth was filled with creatures, both fair and hideous, and the gods came into being. After hundreds of years of evolution, different races and civilizations thrived. Among them, humanity was the most populous, allowing them to spread to all corners of the world, carrying their beliefs, and venturing into the unknown. Their lives were very frail, and subjected to the whims of the gods, who controlled the elements, and wielded powers that mere mortals weren't able to fathom. And yet, these frail, and short-lived creatures, were the very pillars that kept these mighty beings into existence. There was a short pause as if giving William time to digest the words that had been spoken. A minute later, the goddess who lurked within the darkness continued her tale. The lives of gods weren't that peaceful, the voice stated. Even among themselves, grudges, jealousy, schemes, deception, and paranoia were rampant. The owner of the voice chuckled, as if to ridicule these petty squabbles among existences that stood above the mortal realm. Then war happened, a war between gods, which shook the very foundations of the world, destroying the land, and changing it in ways that one couldn't even imagine. For 10 years, the gods fought against each other, until a victor emerged from the chaos. After that great war, a time of peace settled across the land, and one of the first pantheons in existence came to be. Everything went well at the start, until the head of the gods went to spread his seed to every beauty that he laid his eyes on. Another chuckle filled with ridicule reverberated in the surroundings before the goddess continued where she left off. This god had dethroned his father, and threw him into the pit known as the underworld. He thought that everything was over then, but to his surprise, a prophecy came into existence. You who have overthrown your father will one day suffer the same fate. That was the prophecy that made him stop his affairs in the mortal realm, lest he be dethroned from the seat which he had strived hard to get. But, as if due to a twist of fate, this child, who shouldn't have been born, was born, thanks to a goddess who had nurtured the god, who claimed the seat as the king of all gods. Oh, the irony. To this day, I didn't see it coming. Eventually, the god, who proclaimed himself to be the king of gods, thought that he succeeded. But, alas, her foster mother wasn't able to stop herself from caring for the poor soul, whose existence was denied. A light snort was heard within the darkness before the words of the goddess once again reached William's ears. She sent the soul of the unborn child into the cycle of reincarnation, in exchange for her divinity. This tender goddess placed a condition on the soul that it wouldn't be born on the same plane existence as his father. After that, she took to the heavens and became a constellation. Watching over him, laughing with him, crying with him, and wishing him happiness in his life. But, something unexpected happened. This soul, who was in the future, suddenly found himself in the past. Meeting the god who was supposed to be father, and even fought against him. Their battle shook the heavens, made the lands tremble, and made the heart of a certain goddess skip a beat. A solemn silence then descended within that pitch-black world that lasted for several minutes before an obsidian throne appeared before William. Seated on it was the primordial goddess, who looked at the half-elf with a smile that was sweet enough to rot his teeth. "Oh, just to make things clear, that goddess was not me," the primordial goddess said. "I only fell in love with you after I watched your struggles for hundreds of years, after I became aware of your existence." The primordial goddess snapped her fingers and the image of blonde-haired beauty, with blue eyes, appeared in front of William. Her beauty paled in comparison to the primordial goddess in front of him, but there was this calmness that soothed William's soul as he looked at the young goddess in front of him. This young goddess didn't command the elements. She couldn't make the wind blow for her sake. She couldn't make the sea split apart, so she could walk on the dry ground beneath it, nor could bend the will of the mortals, in order to make them do her bidding. She didn't have that power. But the power she wielded was very important to the gods of that pantheon. If that soul hadn't traveled back in time to meet her, as well as defeat her father in front of her, which made her fall in love with him, perhaps that pantheon would still exist. Alas, she fell in love, and because of that, she cast aside her divinity of eternal youth. This was the power that kept the gods and goddesses of that pantheon young, allowing them to live for thousands of years, making them nearly immortal. But, after she cast aside her identity as a goddess, to follow that young man whom she had fallen in love with, the gods of that world slowly aged. The civilization of the people that worshipped them also waned, making them lose their power as the years went by. The goddess of eternal youth might have thought that her disappearance wouldn't be a big deal to the gods, but contrary to what she thought, the importance of her existence was irreplaceable. No one before, or after her, managed to take her place, and because of that, one of the first, and strongest, pantheons in existence was buried in history. The image of the young goddess disappeared from that dark world, and the primordial goddess who sat on the throne looked at William with a sad expression on her face. "That young goddess' name was Hebe," the primordial goddess said softly. "But she now has a different name. After thousands of years of death and rebirth, her wish has been granted. She was now married to the person whom she fell in love with. Now, here is a little question, my beloved William. Do you know who Hebe is in this current generation?" The half-elf bit his lips because even though he had lost his memories, and had no recollection of his other past lives, it was quite easy to know who the primordial goddess was talking about. The one person that she couldn't forgive, even if thousands of years had passed. It was none other than the black-haired beauty, who William met on Earth, and the person whom the primordial goddess wanted the red-headed teenager to forget. "Belle," William said firmly. "Her name is Belle." Chapter 1359, 10,000-Year Grudge Part 3. "Belle," William said firmly. "Her name is Belle." "Right," the primordial goddess replied. "Just a single person, but the ripple she created when she left shook the very foundations of a pantheon that once stood above others. Now, they only exist in myths and legends. So, in a way, the prophecy succeeded in a roundabout manner." The primordial goddess crossed one of her legs over the other before giving William a smirk. The primordial goddess lightly tapped the armrest of her throne as she arched an eyebrow at the half-elf, who was digesting everything she had said. "And it all started with you going to the past, meeting Hebe, and fighting your father in a duel that made her fall in love with you," the primordial goddess added. "Aside from the primordial gods and the first-generation protogonoi, all gods age. The power of belief sustains them, and they could live for tens of thousands of years without a problem. But time doesn't wait for anyone, including gods. Slowly, but surely, they too will age, with very few exceptions, like those who already live in the underworld, and those who maintain the balance of the worlds, like the gods of destruction and the gods of rebirth. Even if they lived for 1,000,000 years, age will still catch up to them and they, too, will fade and join the other gods before them who have disappeared from the temple of the 10,000 gods." William took a deep breath before clenching his fists. "So, are you saying that it is Belle's fault that the gods that belong to your lineage died?" William asked. "Is this the reason why you have been targeting her?" "Yesn't," the primordial goddess replied. "It is not solely because of me, but the lingering hate of the gods who blamed her for their demise." "Is there a way to remove that grudge?" "Of course there is. But you already know the answer to that, right?" William frowned. Optimus had already told him that in order for the souls of his wives to be returned with him, Belle must die. Naturally, this was an outcome that he didn't want to happen. Because of this, he needed to negotiate with the primordial goddess, who was keeping the will of the gods that died. A grudge that lasted for 10,000 years. Aside from Belle's death, is there really no other choice? William insisted. "There must be another way, right? I wonder." The primordial goddess gave the half-elf a teasing smile. Well, I guess there is a way. But, in order for the past grudges to be resolved, you need to pay the corresponding price. Are you prepared for that? The primordial goddess then waved her hand and the projection of a battlefield appeared in front of William. Countless giants could be seen for miles on end, numbering in the tens of millions. The weakest of them were millennial ranked, which comprised half of their entire army. The remaining half was composed of myriad beasts, over 1,000 demigods, hundreds of pseudo-gods, and 3 true gods of destruction. It was a force that could easily destroy a world, if they all attacked at the same time. If you manage to survive the onslaught of the army of destruction, I will consider past and present grudges wiped clean, the primordial goddess stated. But, this is just one of the conditions. There are 2 more. I'm all ears, William replied. Since the battle with the army of destruction was already inevitable, this condition was fine with him. If he didn't win the battle against them, there was no need to worry about what would happen in the future because he would already be dead. If you manage to win the war, you must name your first child with xianxia, Deus, the primordial goddess giggled. Just so you know, that child is destined to overthrow you when he grows up. The corner of William's lips twitched. If he survived the war against the army of destruction, his own son would overthrow him. Not a chance. Okay, I agree to this condition, William replied. I'll make sure to discipline him properly, so he won't do such a thing when he grows up. Hey, the primordial goddess smirked after hearing William's thoughts. You are quite optimistic, aren't you? William ignored the primordial goddess' teasing remark and asked for the 3rd condition. The last condition is simple, the primordial goddess said as she pointed at the constellation that appeared in the sky above her domain. You are going to ignore her for the rest of your life. The constellation above the heavens shone brilliantly, and the colors of the stars turned crimson-red. Clearly, the constellation was not pleased with the last condition that the primordial goddess gave, making the half-elf sweat buckets because the last condition was a death flag. I'm just joking, the primordial goddess giggled after seeing William's constipated expression. Clearly, she was just making fun of the peeping Tom who was eavesdropping on her conversation with the red-headed teenager. It was then that a serious expression flashed over the face of the primordial goddess. I want Ahriman's soul, the primordial goddess stated. If you are able to give that to me, as well as abide by the 2 conditions I stated, I will not lift a finger, move my lips, or bat my eye against Bell. All past and present grudges will be wiped clean. Okay, William agreed to the primordial goddess conditions. I also have a condition. Oh, did I hear properly? Are you asking me for a condition? Yes, my chances of winning against the army of destruction are already abysmally low. If there will still be infighting between xianxia and me, then that already low chance will become 0. So, you don't want to have any infighting between you and xianxia's forces, right? Okay, I can agree to this, the primordial goddess. From this moment onwards, she will not target any of your wives, lovers, or do anything that might jeopardize the preparation against the war with the army of destruction. Thank you, William bowed his head respectfully. If possible, I'd like to ask a favor. Could you help return the soul of my wives to me? Ha ha ha, the primordial goddess laughed sarcastically. Very funny, if you want your wives back, get them back yourself. Just remember that if you ever face Thanatos, you will not only be facing the god of death, but a father who had his precious daughter taken from him. Aranis is one of my granddaughters, so I want her to be happy as well. But, this issue must be settled between you and Thanatos. I have no intention of being a third wheel. William sighed. He knew that the possibility of getting the souls of his wives back by asking the primordial goddess to intervene was small. Even so, he still thought that it wouldn't hurt to ask. Now that he knew that Aranis' father, Thanatos, was going to make things difficult for him, he was now feeling uneasy about how he could take his wives back from the god of death, who wanted to tear him apart. Go, the primordial goddess said as she waved her hand. I hope that the next time we meet will be under better circumstances. Good luck, my prince, your greatest challenge is yet to begin. Soon, the dark world, and the primordial goddess, disappeared. The half-elf found himself staring at a clear blue sky, and a gentle breeze blowing against him. Did you have a nice nap, your majesty? Xianxia, who was currently providing William with a lap pillow, asked. Xianxia, William blinked. How long have I been napping? 4 hours. William couldn't believe that he had spent 4 hours talking to the primordial goddess. Their discussion hadn't even lasted for more than an hour, but after giving it some thought, the half-elf decided to not worry about it. Just as he was about to prop himself up from Nisha's lap pillow, a brilliant flash of light appeared beside him. Within that light, Wendy, Estelle, Belle, Astrape, Bronte, and Titania emerged. The 6 ladies glanced down on the half-elf, whose head was resting on Nisha's lap with steely gazes. William knew then and there that things were about to get messy if he didn't clear things up with the 6 ladies who had spent several hours tracking their location with the help of the Bifrost Bridge. Chapter 1360, Bittersweet Memories. After clearing things up with his women, William returned to the Thousand Beast domain to run away from the aftermath. However, before leaving, he made sure to take Princess Aila with him. Haleth, Amelia, and Priscilla would return to the Ainsworth Empire in the morning after they finished wrapping up the missions that had been assigned to them. Because of this, he decided to retrieve the fragmented memories he had of Belle, that his past self had given to the angelic princess for safekeeping, first. "You look very troubled, Will," Princess Aila said as she gazed at his face. "Is there something wrong?" "Yes," William replied as he looked at the naked, angelic beauty in front of him, who was also inside the bathtub with him, and currently straddling his lap. "Something is rising, and it's not the shield hero." "Rising?" Princess Aila tilted her head. "Shield hero? You're funny, Will." The angelic beauty smiled sweetly, which melted William's heart. Among his lovers, Optimus told him that Princess Aila was the shyest among them all. However, that shy person was now alone with him inside the bathtub, and pressing her soft and fragrant body against him. William didn't expect that his casual favor of having Belle's memory returned to him by the princess would lead to this scenario, where the angelic beauty would take a bath with him. Frankly, just like William's other lovers, Princess Aila wanted to be with him. But, with so many women wanting to have some time alone with the handsome half-elf, the shy princess needed to take the initiative in order to have some quality time with her lover, who had lost his memories. "I missed you, Will," Princess Aila said softly. "I'm sorry because I am unable to help you recover all of your memories." William felt an ache in his chest after seeing the teary expression of the lady in front of him. He then lightly pulled Princess Aila close to him, and kissed her soft lips, making her forget the worries inside her heart. Shannon had told him that if there came a time when he felt that his wives and lovers were feeling sad, or troubled, the quick fix was to give them a kiss, to help lighten their mood. He didn't know if what the fox lady told him was the truth, but after seeing Princess Aila's expression, he decided to give it a try. Soon, only the sounds of kissing echoed inside the bathroom, as the half-elf, and the angelic beauty in his arms, kissed, until they panted for breath. "Are you feeling better?" William asked after he regained his composure. "Yes," Princess Aila replied with a slight blush on her face. "Your kiss is clumsier compared to how you kissed me in the past, but it feels good as well." William smiled. He was still not used to being surrounded by so many beautiful women, but he had to admit that having them around made him feel at ease. "Can you return my memories of Belle?" William inquired. "I really need them." Princess Aila nodded. "Of course. Now, close your eyes." William obeyed. A moment later, he could hear and feel the water being drained from the bathtub. He also felt a pair of soft lips pressed over his own, and his manhood sliding inside Princess Aila's, until its tip kissed the entrance of her womb. However, before he could do anything else, a flood of information passed inside his mind, filling up the blank spaces in his memory. Within a field of flowers, with fireworks illuminating the night sky, a young teenager stood. The scene looked so picturesque, and yet, William could only see sadness emanating from the red-headed teenager, as he gazed upon the heavens. Suddenly, a pair of slender arms wrapped themselves around his body from behind. William saw the teenager look up to see a beautiful lady smiling down on him. A moment later, the black-haired beauty lowered her lips to kiss him. The half-elf watched as their kiss ended. He watched as the two talked heart to heart with each other, surrounded by a field of flowers, with the moon and the stars shining down on them. Yes, he said those words to her back then. But, in the end, it was Belle who found him. It was her who crossed that insurmountable distance between their two worlds to be with him. William shuddered after hearing Belle's threat, and his promise. He had already surpassed the limit that she had set for him. Did that mean that his little brother really would have to be chopped off? "She's not really going to castrate me, right?" William thought as he continued to watch the scene in front of him. Soon, the image of the flower field disappeared, and was replaced by a wedding. His wedding. Should anyone present know of any reason that this couple should not be joined in holy matrimony, speak now or forever hold your peace, the priest said as he looked at the people inside the church. It was at that moment when William remembered the face of his grandfather, James, who had appeared on Earth just in time to facilitate his wedding with Belle. A man then suddenly opposed the marriage, but his grandpa threw a wooden mallet at the guy's face, making him lose consciousness. Is there anyone else who opposes this marriage? James asked in a challenging tone. William couldn't help but chuckle because even he wouldn't oppose his own wedding, if the priest who was in charge of it was his grandpa, who was hell-bent to have their bloodline spread far and wide. That was the day when William got married to Belle, and the day that Hebe's 10,000-year wish became a reality. Several more scenes happened after that, William visiting the kids in the orphanage with Belle and giving them toys, and their last bittersweet goodbye before he left Earth to return to Hestia. His memories with Belle weren't that many, but they were enough. As the memories firmly rooted themselves inside his mind, a single tear streamed down the side of William's face, which Princess Aila caught with her fingertips. She then placed it inside her lips to taste it because she instinctively felt to do so. The taste of William's tear was bittersweet. She had already finished transferring the memories to the half-elf, who still had his eyes closed. The angelic princess knew that William was currently watching the scenes of his memory, and the tear he shed just now was proof that his memories of Belle had finally been restored. A few minutes later, William opened his eyes. No more tears streamed down the side of his face, and yet, he felt very sad after regaining his memories. So little of his memories remained of Belle, which proved that he was really on the verge of forgetting her completely by the time he could pass his memories to Princess Aila. This realization made his heart ache, as he thought of his older self, who desperately tried to preserve Belle's memories, while his soul was slowly being corrupted by darkness. It's fine, Princess Aila said as she pulled William's head close to her chest, in order to help calm him down. You're going to be fine. Soon, the angelic princess felt something warm sliding down her chest, as William's tears finally fell like rain. Princess Aila held him close, and lightly patted his head. She allowed him to cry because this was part of the healing process. The princess who had used all of her courage to be with William, was now giving him the courage to overcome the sadness he was feeling. An hour later, William finally stopped crying, and the angelic princess did her best to make her lover temporarily forget the sadness of having his memory returned to him, by making him feel the love and affection that only she could provide to him. Chapter 1361, Hope Has Many Faces, Part 1. Just as William was about to wake up from his slumber, he felt something soft and fragrant touching his face. The half-elf sleepily opened his eyes, and found himself locked up in a warm embrace, with his head pressed over a soft bosom. The memories of what happened several hours ago appeared inside his head, which made him realize that he had fallen asleep while Princess Aila was comforting him, with his face buried in her chest. That was as far as his memories took him. However, there was a problem. He could feel another pair of arms hugging him from behind, and two soft mounds were pressed against the back of his head, making him wonder who their owner was. Right now, William knew that he needed to make a choice. Either stay nestled between those soft and fragrant peaks, which made him feel very comfortable, or get out of bed and do what he needed to do for the day. Truth be told, the red-headed teenager was very reluctant to move because he felt so comfortable right now. Judging by the faint light that was coming from the window, the half-elf assumed that the sun had just risen, which meant that it was still early morning. Just 15 more minutes, William thought as he buried his head deeper into Princess Aila's softness, feeling her warmth, and enjoying the skinship with his angelic lover. Just as William's consciousness was about to go back to sleep, a pair of soft lips nibbled his ears, making him shudder. "Don't go back to sleep, Will," a sweet and teasing voice whispered in William's ears, making the half-elf open his eyes abruptly. "You have many important things to do today, so it's time for you to wake up." Shannon. William turned his head to look at the fox lady who was laying behind him, only to find his face buried on a pair of voluptuous breasts that were a little bigger than Princess Aila's. "Ah, I didn't know that you wanted it so early in the morning," Shannon said mischievously as she set her hand on the back of William's head, guiding his lips towards one of her pink tips, and holding him in place. "Okay, I'll let you enjoy it for 15 more minutes, but after that you need to wake up and have breakfast, okay?" William, whose lips were pressed over her left breast, only gave a muffled reply. Princess Aila, who was sound asleep earlier, felt that something was missing, so she opened her eyes to see the half-elf in Shannon's embrace. The angelic princess yawned sleepily, and scooted closer to the half-elf, hugging him from behind before closing her eyes again. She was still tired from their night of passion, so she didn't mind whatever Shannon was doing. 2 hours later, William left the room alongside Princess Aila and Shannon, after taking a bath with them. When they arrived at the dining room, Medusa, Aranis, and Cherry were already eating breakfast together. Cherry grabbed hold of Aranis' arm as she moved her chair closer to her. Clearly, she was still afraid of the half-elf, whom she still treated as the Prince of Darkness. Seeing this scene, William couldn't help but smile bitterly because he could clearly see the deep-rooted fear in the little girl's eyes. He knew that it would take time before Cherry would be able to overcome her fear of him, but he was feeling optimistic about it. With Medusa and Aranis as her two playmates, the half-elf was sure that it wouldn't be long before the little girl had a favorable opinion of him. "What would you like to eat, Will?" Charmaine asked. "We have fried eggs, bacon, sausages, and pancakes." "I'll have fried eggs and bacon," William replied. "Thank you, Charmaine." "I'll have pancakes please, Charmaine," Princess Aila commented. "Eggs and sausage for me," Shannon said, placing her order as well. "Understood, I'll be back soon." Charmaine smiled as she walked towards the kitchen to prepare the food for the 3 people who just arrived for breakfast. William's other wives and lovers were not inside the Thousand Beast domain because he wanted to have some time for himself for the time being. Chloe had lost her permission to freely enter the domain because her authority was also erased when the holy light by the Pope hit William. Shannon had escaped to the Thousand Beast domain earlier because she didn't want to deal with Wendy, Estelle, and Belle. When she found out that William had arrived at the villa, she snuck inside it at dawn, when she was sure that the half-elf and Princess Aila had finished their session together. William's lovers seemed to have developed an unwritten rule that they wouldn't disturb each other's alone time with William as much as possible. After finishing their breakfast, the half-elf spent some time with the 3 little girls and played with them in the theme park by riding the bumper cars. Although Cherry was still feeling wary of William, she joined Medusa and Aranis in bullying him by hitting his car repeatedly for the duration of the ride. An hour later, William was finally ready to return to the world outside of the Thousand Beast domain and deal with the problems that he needed to face. "It will be fine, Will," Aranis said as she held William's hand. "I'm also curious about what will happen if I meet the girls that you told me about earlier." Since Aranis was part of the 7 ladies that the half-elf assumed would lead him to hope, he decided to tell her about the other ladies that she would be meeting today. After hearing the halfling's encouragement, William smiled and opened the portal that would lead him back to the Ainsworth Empire. "Your Majesty, Pearl has just arrived," Nisha reported. "She is already on her way here to the throne room." "Thank you, Nisha," William replied while sitting on the throne. Inside the throne room, several men and women were gathered. All of William's wives, lovers, and pseudo-gods, including the white-robed woman, who had attacked William during their battle in the Palace of Light, were present as well. Haleth, Amelia, Priscilla, Vesta, Anne, and Aranis were standing at the center and waiting for Pearl to arrive. William had explained to them the reason why they were gathered, which made all of them, with the exception of Aranis, wonder what William meant when he said that they would help him find hope. "Let's just wait for Pearl to arrive," William stated. "Everything will be revealed then, at least, that is what I hope will happen." Even the half-elf was unsure if something would really happen once all 7 ladies, that Optimus told him to gather, were in the same room. Since he was as clueless as the rest of them, he decided to just wait until the final piece of the puzzle arrived. A moment later, the doors of the throne room opened and a pretty elf, who was also Charmaine's older sister, arrived. "I was told to come here in haste," Pearl said with a frown. "Did something happen to my sister?" The elf ignored everyone, and simply stared at Charmaine, who was standing at the base of the stairs, leading to William's throne. "Nothing has happened to Charmaine," William replied. "I asked you to come because I need to ask a favor from you." "Yes, can you please stand next to the ladies over there?" William pointed at the place where Haleth, Amelia, Priscilla, Vesta, Anne, and Aranis were gathered. Although Pearl didn't understand what the half-elf wanted from her, she decided to follow his instructions for the time being. When the elf was only a meter away from Haleth, a look of surprise appeared on Pearl's face. It was not only her, but all the 7 ladies all had similar expressions on their faces. This is weird, Pearl said as she held Haleth's hand. It is as if being around you completes me. Yes, Haleth replied, I have that same feeling too. This is the first time I've felt like this. As if being pulled by a mysterious force, all the ladies held each other's hand, forming a circle. A moment later, all of their bodies glowed and turned into particles of light, merging together as one. William immediately stood up from the throne because he was caught completely by surprise at what just happened. Worry and anxiety could be seen on his face because he didn't want any harm to come to any of the ladies that he had gathered. However, there was nothing he could do, except stare at the particles of light that were merging together. Finally, after 2 minutes of waiting, a blinding flash of light erupted in the middle of the throne room, making everyone cover their eyes. When the light receded, a giggle reached everyone's ears, making them feel as if they were meeting a long-lost friend that they hadn't seen for years. It was at that moment when William came face to face with the person that was said to bring him hope. Hope has many faces, a voice filled with mischievousness said. It's nice to see you again, Will. Chapter 1362, Hope Has Many Faces, Part 2. Lilith's mouth hung open when she saw the familiar black-haired lady who had appeared in the center of the throne room. How could she possibly forget the lady who had been part of an important turning point in her life? See Kathy, Lilith stuttered. Is that really you? Kathy turned around and smiled at Lilith. Hey, it's been a while, Lilith. I see that you're doing well. How come you're here? Because I was needed. William, who had lost his memories, didn't know who the lady named Kathy was. But, after seeing that Lily was familiar with her, he looked at the Amazon princess with the, "Can you please tell me who she is?" stare, which made Lilith decide to introduce the black-haired lady to everyone. Everyone, this is Kathy, Lilith said. There was a time when William and I were sent to a place called the Deadlands. She was the one that helped control his bloodthirst by volunteering to give him some of her blood. Hello everyone, I am William's blood donor, Kathy. Kathy waved at the ladies inside the room. I am also his 9th wife, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Almost everyone in the throne room became speechless after hearing Kathy's casual declaration of being one of William's future wives. None of them were expecting that the hope they were looking for was the happy-go-lucky girl that was currently waving her hand at all of them, as if she was the winner of the Miss Universe pageant. Even Nisha, who was standing on the right side of William's throne, couldn't help but have doubts that the lady who had appeared in front of them would actually be able to help the half-elf recover his memories. The red-headed teenager once again sat on his throne as he gazed at the lady whose attention had now shifted back to him. Kathy wasn't beautiful, and calling her pretty was an overstatement. She looked slightly better than an average-looking lady, giving her a score of 5 over 10 in the beauty rankings. However, she had this appeal that attracted everyone to her. Even William couldn't help but feel that making her his 9th wife didn't sound like a bad idea. Okay, I know I'm pretty, so stop ogling me. Kathy gave the half-elf a playful wink before blowing him a flying kiss. What will you do if I get pregnant? Just so you know, if I get pregnant, the 7 ladies that summon me will also become pregnant. So, if you want a buy 1 get 7 deal, this is the perfect opportunity to do that. I guarantee that all of them will give birth to healthy daughters. Nisha, who couldn't take Kathy's nonsense any longer, cleared her throat before getting to the main agenda. Your name is Kathy, right? Nisha asked. My name is Nisha, and I am the Emperor's steward and minister. We are very honored that you have graced us with your presence, but we are a little short on time. We have reason to believe that you can lead us to hope, right? Kathy blinked once then twice before chuckling. After she finished her laughter, she made a curtsy and lightly bowed her head to the red-headed teenager. Allow me to introduce myself, Kathy said. I go by many faces and names, and Kathy is just one of my many personas. I am the 8th heavenly virtue, Hope. Once again, it's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Your Majesty. 8 heavenly virtue, William muttered. I see, so that's what it is. Cherry tugged Audrey's robe as she pointed at Kathy, who still had her head bowed to William. Is that weird lady over there one of our sisters? Cherry asked. Shish, don't let her hear you, Audrey replied in a hushed tone. If someone asks, tell them that we're not related. The other heavenly virtues all nodded their heads in agreement. Clearly, none of them wanted to be associated with the black-haired lady that they had labeled a weirdo. Shannon, who was also present in the throne room, looked at Kathy with an understanding gaze. As the 8th deadly sin, and Kathy's counterpart, she knew more than anyone else that their powers couldn't be measured by their outward appearance and personalities. Please, raise your head. It is my honor to meet you, Kathy, William replied. I've been told that you can help me recover my memories. Is this true? Kathy smiled and nodded. Yes, I can help you recover your memories. Then can you please return my memories? I'm not in the mood to do that right now. The corner of everyone's lips twitched after hearing Kathy's reply because they didn't expect her to reject William's request without batting an eye. Forgive me for asking such an unreasonable request. William rested his hands over the armrest of his throne as he tried to hide his frustration. I'm sure that this service will not come for free. Please, tell me, what do you want in exchange for returning my memories? A mischievous smile hung on Kathy's face as she gazed at the half-elf who was currently seated on the throne. I'm glad that His Majesty understands that there are no free lunches in this world, Kathy commented. Sadly, the current you is unable to give me what I want. Since that is the case, I'll just ask for an advance payment first, and settle the rest at a later time. Will you be fine with this kind of arrangement? Yes, William replied. Also, please don't be formal. Feel free to call me William, or Will. Kathy raised her head and gave the half-elf a very sweet smile, which gave him a sudden urge to bite her and suck her blood. All right, Will, Kathy commented. Since your stewards are in a hurry, and your wives and lovers seem to be feeling wary of me, shall we take a stroll in the garden? You know, just the two of us. I want to have a nice long talk with you. Also, we need to discuss the advance payment I want to ask from you. William nodded his head and left the throne room with Kathy. He forbade anyone from following them, so that they could talk alone. Of course, this order of his went into one ear and out the other, as his wives, lovers, and subordinates used various means to try and eavesdrop on their conversation, in order to get a better understanding of the lady who claimed to be William's ninth wife. Chapter 1363, Hope Has Many Faces, Part 3. Can I ask you something, Kathy? What happened to the other girls? William inquired as he walked hand in hand with the Virthus Lady of Hope. Are they sleeping inside you or something? Truth be told, he was quite worried about Haleth's, Amelia's, Priscilla's, Vesta's, On's, Pearl's, and Erin's safety. When all of them turned into particles of light, he felt as if a heavy stone had been placed on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Don't worry, all of them are awake, and listening to our conversation, Kathy replied with a smile and gave William's hand a light squeeze. They are safe. That's good to know. William sighed internally. Now that he knew that they were safe, he was able to breathe a little easier as he continued to take a stroll with Kathy in the palace gardens. Well, aside from Amelia, Priscilla, Pearl, and Vesta, the rest of the girls love you, so you better treat them with great care, Kathy replied in a teasing manner. But, since I'll be your ninth wife, they are bound to become your lovers sooner or later. This is something inevitable, so treat them nicely as well. William didn't know how to react to the bomb that Kathy dropped just now, so he decided to keep quiet about it. Don't be so tense. Kathy grabbed hold of William's arm and clung to him, making the half-elf feel something soft press against his arm. First, let me tell you some good news. The army of destruction will need exactly 2 years before they arrive here in Hestia. It would take that much time to finish their campaigns in the other worlds that they are currently waging war on before they can gather their entire army and attack this world. The three gods of destruction have already decided that sending a punitive force to this world would not be enough to destroy it. Because of this, you will be able to have some buffer time. 2 years, William muttered. It sounds long, but if we tell people that the end of the world will be happening in 2 years, they will definitely do their best to live their lives to the fullest with the remaining time they have. Kathy nodded. Yes, I'm sure that is indeed the case. So, make sure to use those 2 precious years to unite the residents of this world. Your chances of winning are already low, so make sure to eliminate infighting completely. The two continued their stroll until they reached the center of the garden where a bench was located. William and Kathy sat there as they continued to chat about random things. The half-elf was surprised that the lady beside him seemed to never run out of interesting stories to tell. She was like an auntie who had plenty of gossip to share, making her a very good storyteller. Finally, after half an hour, Kathy took the initiative to breach the topic about William's memories. I will now return your memories to you, Kathy explained. Now, please close your eyes. You and I will go on a trip together after you regain your memories. That will be your first advance payment. For this special service. William nodded and closed his eyes. Kathy took a deep breath before pressing her forehead over William to pass him the memories he had lost. As soon as their foreheads touched each other, William's body jolted as he felt several volts of electricity running through his brain, as if it was being rewired to accommodate the information that he was about to receive. Scenes that came from Midgard, Earth, and Hestia flooded inside his head, filling in the gaps that had been created when he lost his memories. This continued for 15 whole minutes before Kathy pulled back, making William hold his head with both hands as he panted for breath. He was currently suffering from a terrible headache that wouldn't go away even though he was already using life magic to cure it. It took him 10 more minutes to regain his composure, even though his head was still hurting from the sudden influx of information that would take some time to get organized. "Take a rest first," Kathy said as she patted her lap. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. You will still need to uphold your part of the bargain, so rest for now. Our journey will begin after you clear your head." William gratefully accepted Kathy's proposal and laid his head on her lap. The virtuous Lady of Hope then started to hum, as she lightly brushed William's head, singing him a lullaby, so he could rest. Kathy's comforting hands and voice lulled William to sleep. Soon, he closed his eyes and allowed his exhausted mind to repair itself from the overload of information that he received just a few minutes ago. "He looks so peaceful when he sleeps," Haleth said from inside Kathy's head. "I know, right," Kathy replied. "Doesn't he look like a fairy tale prince when he's like this?" "Yes," Aranis commented. "William is indeed a prince." "Our prince, right," Anne said as she gazed at William through Kathy's eyes. "Well, it's good that you three are getting along, but I would appreciate it if you didn't let your emotions override my own," Pearl replied. "I still have a grudge because he brainwashed my sister. I will not forgive him that easily." I'm only doing this so that Princess Sidonie will be revived," Priscilla commented with a flushed face. "I'm not really interested in William. Although I have to agree that there are very few men who are worthy enough to have my princess's love and affection. My father has been telling me to seduce him as of late," Vesta said with a pout. "It's really a pain, but it's hard for me to find someone who is better than him." "My father is the same," Amelia admitted. "He even talked to William's grandpa a few years ago, so that I could be his concubine. I don't know if they reached an agreement." Deep inside Kathy's consciousness, the 7 ladies were having an internal discussion, while waiting for William to wake up from his rest. All of them had different personalities, and they all had different relationships with the red-headed teenager, who was sleeping peacefully on their lap. Priscilla, Pearl, and Vesta managed to convince Kathy that she shouldn't get pregnant without their permission. After all, once she got pregnant, it would not be her that would give birth, but all of them. Kathy agreed because she respected their opinions as well. Just as she had said earlier, Hope had many faces, and the faces of the ladies around her represented the different faces of hope that were needed in a world that was headed for destruction. Chapter 1364, Return to Midgard. 3 hours later, William finally regained consciousness. His overall presence had changed, which made Kathy smile. "Do you remember me now?" Kathy asked in a teasing tone. "Yes," William replied. "You are my emergency rations." "How rude. But, isn't it the truth?" Kathy snorted and pulled on William's cheeks, until the latter tapped her hands to tell her to stop. "Kathy, I didn't expect that we would meet each other again in this manner," William said as he continued to lie down on her lap. "So, you're Hope, in the flesh," Kathy replied as she patted William's head. "I believe you mentioned that you're going to ask for an advance payment for returning my memories." I did say that. So, are you ready to give me my payment?" "Okay." William nodded. "What do you want?" "I want you to accompany me to a place." "Midgard." William's eyes widened in shock because he didn't expect that he would hear that word from Kathy's lips. "But, Midgard is already destroyed," William replied. "How can we possibly go there?" "Who said that it was destroyed?" Kathy asked back with a smile. "It wasn't destroyed, nope." William propped himself up in a sitting position before looking at Kathy in disbelief. "Midgard still exists?" William asked back. "I thought the other realms were also destroyed after Asgard fell." "Well, that should have been the case," Kathy replied. "But, Odin and Freya had made preparations beforehand to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. If Asgard was to fall, Freya would cut Midgard off from Yggdrasil, and set it on a course away from the path of destruction. That was how Midgard survived." William became silent because now that he thought about it, everything made so much more sense. During the Battle of Ragnarok, Freya was nowhere to be seen. All the other gods had fought, while the Queen of the Valkyries couldn't be found anywhere. If he were to believe Kath's explanation, then that meant that the stall owner who had given him the rings, Altair and Vega, which he and Bel wore in their fingers, was the goddess Freya, who was absent when the Asgardians were duking it out with the army of destruction. He didn't recognize her because she wore a veil, preventing him from seeing her face. Unbelievable, William muttered as the realization finally hit him. So Midgard survived, right, and it is even thriving right now. Kathy smirked. Now, my prince, will you accompany me to take a stroll to Midgard? Just as William was about to answer, 3 ladies descended from the sky and landed in front of them. I'm going as well, Wendy said. I would visit Midgard often to fulfill my duties as a Valkyrie captain. I want to see if it really survived Ragnarok. I'm going too, Estelle stated. Will is always kidnapped by women. I'll tag along to ensure that he is safe. I'll go as well, Belle commented. We still have a lot of catching up to do, right, Will? The half-elf raised both of his hands in surrender, which meant that he agreed to take the 3 of them with him to Midgard. Is it fine if they tag along? William asked Kathy, who had an amused expression on her face. Why not? Kathy answered. The more the merrier. But, I'll only be taking the 3 of them with us. You ladies hiding over there can't come with us, okay? Astrape, Bronte, Titania, Loxos, Nisha, Shannon, Chloe, and the rest of William's lovers, who were all hiding around the garden to eavesdrop on the conversation, all came out of their hiding places. Girls, please wait for my arrival, William said to his lovers in a firm manner. I'm not going on a picnic. This is purely business. Just wait for my return. I promise that I will spend some time with all of you then. After coaxing his women to wait for his return, Kathy raised her hand and pointed to something in the heavens. Coordinates locked on, Kathy muttered. Let's go, Bifrost Bridge. A beam of light shot up towards the heavens, taking William, Kathy, Wendy, Estelle, and Belle towards the place where the virtuous Lady of Hope wanted to visit. The journey didn't last long and, in just half a minute, the half-elf found himself gazing down at a familiar place, where he had been several months ago. The red-headed teenager then shifted her gaze to Kathy, who was grinning back at him. This is indeed Midgard, Kathy stated. But, the people of this world call it Earth. Belle glanced at her surroundings and also noticed the familiar scene. A giant crater, which had now turned into a lake, could be seen from the sky. This was where K-City used to be, before it was taken to the void. The air of this world feels a bit heavy, Estelle commented. I don't sense any magic in the surroundings. Do you know of this place, Will? The half-elf nodded. If earlier he wasn't sure, now he was sure of it. Using his enhanced senses, he was able to zoom in on a nearby city, and confirm that he had indeed returned to Earth. After escaping its destruction, Midgard floated in the void until it arrived in this solar system, Kathy explained. Freya made sure that it would be set on a proper orbit, so it wouldn't be pulled towards the sun. Because of the lack of monsters and giants that constantly invaded Midgard, the people of this world walked the path of modernization and technology. Although it isn't exactly peaceful, the fact that it exists is proof that the Asgardians managed to save at least one world from destruction. William was having complicated feelings inside his heart after he realized that the place where he had met Belle was actually the same place where he was once discarded by his own father for being a bastard son. Now that we're here, what kind of advance payment do you want to have? William asked after he calmed himself down. Well, the answer is really simple. Kathy smiled as she held William's arm and clung to him. Let's go on a date. Treat it as your advance payment for having your memories returned. A date? William arched an eyebrow at the lady holding his arm. Is that all you want from me? Yes. Kathy nodded before whispering something in William's ear. This might be our last date together. After all, you still need to rescue your wives from the underworld, as well as unite the warring factions in Hestia. 2 years may not be enough time to bring everyone under one banner. So, do your best. I will be cheering for you, even if you don't see me. Kathy planted a kiss on William's cheek, before holding his hand to drag him away to fly to the city where he was born. The black-haired lady had already sent a telepathic message to the 3 girls to give her some time alone with William, so the 2 of them could enjoy their date. Since the 3 girls owed her a favor for returning William's memories, Wendy, Estelle, and Belle had no choice but to compromise, and allow Kathy to spend a day with the red-headed teenager, who was currently a famous celebrity on Earth. Chapter 1365, The Power of Hope. Isn't that William? He's one of the Revengers, right? OMG, it is him. I wonder if I can get an autograph. Who's that plain-looking girl beside him? Is this a reenactment of the story of Handsome and the Beast? I'm much more beautiful than that girl. Do you think if I went over to talk to them, Mr. William would ditch her and come with me instead? Girl, take a good look at your face. A bullfrog is prettier than you. Kathy giggled after hearing what the onlookers were saying. She was currently taking a stroll with William in one of the most famous attractions for couples in the city, and everyone was taking snapshots of the two of them as they walked past them. You're really famous, Will, Kathy commented. Too bad, I am not as beautiful as your wives. They are saying that we're not a match for each other. Just ignore them, William replied as he walked hand in hand with Kathy. Still, I didn't know that Earth and Midgard were the same. Are you feeling sentimental? Kathy commented. Do you want to visit the site where Camelot used to be? Or do you want to bring flowers to the grave of your father who exiled you during your teenage years? William didn't reply right away. He had experienced returning to Camelot when he was still the Prince of Darkness. He even fought against Lancelot and won, allowing himself to get over the grudges he held in the past. Kathy didn't disturb Willem's thoughts and simply walked beside him. A few minutes later, the half-elf shook his head. He had already moved on, and there was no need to cling to what happened in the past. Would you like to have some ice cream? William asked as they stopped at an ice cream shop. You said that your senses are connected to the 7 of them, right? Will they be able to taste the food that you eat? Kathy nodded. We all share the same body. In fact, I can even transform myself to look like each and every one of them. Whenever you spend some time with them, you can think of it as me spending time with you. So even if I am not around, as long as you are interacting with them, you are also interacting with me at the same time. Pretty amazing, right? When Shannon, Aranis, and I were on the uninhabited island. No need to continue. I already said that I am them, and they are me. Meaning, I also experienced everything that Aranis experienced back then. Kathy gave William a mischievous smile, making the half-elf avert his gaze. What he didn't know was that inside Kathy's sea of consciousness, all the girls were now interrogating Aranis about what happened when William was still on the island together with her and Shannon. Kathy smiled internally, as she watched the halfling, whose face had already turned beet red, after being pestered by her sisters, who made up Kathy as a whole. William, who was oblivious of what was happening, asked the lady beside him on what flavor of ice cream she wanted. What flavor do you like to have? William inquired. I'll have chocolate mint ice cream, Kathy replied. I've always wanted to try it, but I was too busy doing things in the background. Busy? What things were you doing? Did you forget, Will? I am Hope. Almost everyone in the world turns to me when they are encountering hardships. This is why I am quite busy. I only took a day off because of you. So, make sure to be happy that I allowed you to accompany me. William eyed Kathy, who was batting her eyes at him. He still didn't know how the power of hope worked, so for now, he just assumed that the mischievous lady beside him was telling him the truth. After getting the chocolate mint ice cream, Kathy didn't waste time and started to eat it. What's this? It's cold and it's delicious, Priscilla exclaimed. What kind of dessert is this? Strange, I've eaten a lot of things along my journey in the Silvermoon continent, but this is the first time I've tasted something like this, Pearl stated. This dessert called ice cream has different colors, Amelia commented. Does that mean it has many different flavors as well? Yes, Aranis answered. There are many different flavors. I tried a few of them when I ordered them in bulk from Amasoon. The underworld can be quite hot during certain times of the year. I've eaten several kinds of ice cream in the Thousand Beast domain, Vesta interjected. But, we didn't have this flavor in the ice cream shops, right, Anne? Yeah, Anne answered. We have chocolate, and dark chocolate, but this cool and refreshing taste is different from what I know. We have to ask Will to bring some of this mint back home. I'm sure it will be popular with the children. Let's try the other flavors as well, Haleth insisted. Maybe there is something that tastes better than this. Okay, everyone inside Kathy's sea of consciousness voted unanimously to try the different ice cream flavors that were available inside the shop. Kathy accommodated all of their requests, and tasted all the ice cream flavors that were available, making the uncultured ladies like Amelia, Priscilla, and Pearl experience something that they hadn't experienced before. 2 strawberry cones, please, Kathy said to the server, who was quite amazed by Kathy's ability to eat so many ice creams without breaking a sweat. You ate strawberries earlier, William teased. What's wrong? Is Aranis asking for seconds? Kathy smiled as she accepted the 2 strawberry cones that the server had given her. Although Aranis loves strawberry, this is not for her, Kathy replied as she turned around to hand the ice cream to 2 little girls that had walked behind her and William. Here you go, girls, Kathy said with a smile. Maple thanks you for the ice cream. See, Cinnamon is also grateful. Kathy giggled as she patted the head of the 2 girls, who were now happily licking their ice creams. William, who saw Maple and Cinnamon, almost did a double take because he wasn't expecting to see the 2 girls on Earth. Although he was very happy to see them, he was also very worried because the 2 pink-haired girls were prone to going to random places without a guardian. He had seen them back in the underworld, and now he was seeing them again on Earth. The half-elf could already feel his liver itch, thinking of how dangerous it would be for the 2 little gluttons to wander on their own, without someone accompanying them. But the biggest question was, what were Maple and Cinnamon doing here? The red-headed teenager glanced at Kathy, who was wiping Maple's cheek with a handkerchief because it had been dirtied by the ice cream she was eating. For some reason, he felt as if this whole thing wasn't a coincidence. This made him wonder if the virtuous Lady of Hope truly didn't know what was happening, or was simply using her mysterious powers to help William attain the goals he was striving to reach. Chapter 1366. Right now, LTLS impossible for you to beat him. Maple wants some cotton candy. See, Cinnamon wants waffles, macarons, brownies, cupcakes, cheesecake, apple pie, chocolate chip cookies. The 2 little gluttons happily ate anything that looked good in the stores that William and Kathy visited. William was holding Maple's hand, while Kathy was holding Cinnamon's. Both girls had bottomless appetites, and the half-elf was more than happy to spoil them with food. Fortunately, the VIP credit card he got from the president of the National Bank of Country K worked in any establishment, allowing him to purchase everything without any limit. Since the one paying for everything was his father-in-law, Raymond, who was also Belle's father, he didn't mind using his family's fortune in order to make the 2 little girls happy. The 4 people went to a nearby park to have a picnic because the weather was nice, and Kathy was the one that proposed it. The virtuous Lady of Hope was smitten with the 2 pink-haired girls, whom she pampered just as much as William did. After they finished eating, William asked the question that had been on his mind since he saw the 2 little girls, who had appeared out of nowhere. Do you have anyone accompanying the 2 of you? William asked. No, Maple replied. We escaped. We don't want to eat vegetables, so we decided to run away. Cinnamon commented from the side. William blinked once then twice because he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The 2 girls were the very incarnation of gluttony and could eat anything, including rocks and dirts on the ground. However, they decided to run away from home because they were asked to eat vegetables. How picky could they get? Vegetables are good for the 2 of you, William said with a smile. If you don't eat vegetables, you will not be able to grow tall. I can grow taller than Mama, Cinnamon asked. As tall as Papa? Maple inquired. Maybe, William replied. But vegetables are good for the body. So, you have to eat them. Okay. I don't want to. The 2 girls pouted and the half-elf was very tempted to pinch their puffed-up cheeks that made them look like squirrels with their mouths full of food. The 2 of you should eat vegetables, Kathy commented. If you don't eat it, your mama will be sad. Do you want your mama to be sad? The 2 little gluttons exchanged a glance with each other before shaking their heads. Good, Kathy nodded. So, the next time your mama asks you to eat vegetables, you better eat them, okay? If you do, your mama will be very happy. She will. Will Mama be happy? Of course. So, you better not be picky with food, okay? Seeing how Kathy resolved the problem without too much effort, the half-elf couldn't help but smile. Although he was still feeling anxious about Maple and Cinnamon running away from home without anyone to look after them, as long as he was around, he would keep the 2 of them safe. Observing William from afar were 3 ladies wearing stylish clothes and sunglasses. They were observing the 4 people who were enjoying their picnic from afar and making sure that they weren't discovered by the red-headed teenager, who was happily feeding one of the pink-haired girls with a macaron. Since the 3 of them were beautiful ladies, many men tried to flirt with them, but anyone who came near them was scared away by the golden snake, Dia, and the little puppy, 4, who were making sure that no guys would get near Wendy and Estelle. Who are those 2 children? Wendy asked Belle. Do you know them? Yes, Belle replied. I believe their names are Maple and Cinnamon. William introduced them to me after our wedding. They're very cute, Estelle said softly. I hope that my child with William will be as cute as them. Wendy nodded, and Belle nodded in agreement. Who wouldn't like to have cute daughters like Maple and Cinnamon? Just as the three were observing the two girls, they noticed William glancing in their direction. A second later, the half-elf waved his hand, as if greeting them from afar. The three had no choice but to wave back because their covers were blown. They were not aware that William was able to pinpoint their location because Optimus could detect their presence from afar. Half an hour later, the 7 people met up to watch a movie together. After that, they had an early dinner, before going to the hotel that Belle had reserved earlier in the day for all of them. Maple and Cinnamon were taken away by Wendy, Estelle, and Belle, to their own rooms, leaving William and Kathy behind. The virtuous Lady of Hope told the 3 girls that she had some important matters to discuss with William, and she would be gone when morning came. This was why the 3 relented and allowed her to spend the night with the half-elf while they pampered the 2 adorable girls, who made them want to have babies of their own. Kathy, tell me the truth, William said as he lightly squeezed Kathy's hand as she leaned her head on his shoulder. What is the real reason why you brought me to Earth? Why are Maple and Cinnamon here? The 2 of them were seated on a spacious bed, which was large enough to accommodate 6 people. Because we needed to come here in order to meet Maple and Cinnamon, Kathy replied. Because the 2 of them can go anywhere. Kathy raised her head and looked at William with a serious expression on her face. The teasing attitude she had earlier was now gone, and the half-elf could vaguely feel that the 2 of them were going to have a serious discussion from this point onwards. You might be thinking that the hardest part in saving your wives is to help them escape the underworld, Kathy stated. But have you considered that getting to the underworld is probably the hardest part? All of the entrances that can be used by mortals and immortals alike are closed right now. Only the dead can go in the underworld without being restricted by the blockade that the god of death has put in place, to prevent you from barging inside his domain. Your father has used up his strength to allow you to use the hidden path inside the world tree to go to the underworld. Even if he had the strength to help you, that path is blocked as well, so it is useless. The half-elf frowned because he didn't expect that all the entrances that led to the underworld would be blocked. It seemed that after William had taken Aranis away from the land of the dead, Thanatos decided to prevent him from entering again to save his wives. For you to enter the underworld, you will need Maple's and Cinnamon's help, Kathy explained. But even if you successfully enter the underworld, you will be facing an army and, ultimately, the god of death who rules it. Right now, it is impossible for you to beat him. Then, are you going to tell me how to beat him? William asked. Beat him, Kathy giggled. You make it sound that beating a god is easy. No, Will, I'm not going to tell you how to beat him. Instead, I am going to tell you how to reach the top floor of the Tower of Babylon without challenging the other floors. Both of us know that you are not interested in conquering those floors, and I will save you the time to do such a troublesome thing. Maple and Cinnamon can help you do that. Take note that they won't be able to stay for long, but do not worry. Those 2 have the habit of sneaking away whenever an opportunity arises. Hopefully, the next time those 2 little girls sneak away, you will have the means to fight against Thanatos. That way, you will be able to rescue your wives from his grasp. He also didn't have the confidence to beat the god of death in his own domain. Perhaps, if the primordial goddess didn't favor him, Thanatos might have already snapped his neck, and imprisoned his soul in the rivers of hell before he could even take Aranis away from the underworld, where she was born. Chapter 1367, One Last Prank. William and Kathy talked about many things. But most of them were about the present. The virtuous Lady of Hope listened to the half-elf's worries, so that he could unload the uneasiness in his heart. When everything was done, the 2 went to take a bath together so that he could cool himself and relax. Feeling better? Kathy asked as she wrapped her arms around William's neck. A lot better, William replied. Thank you, Kathy. Whenever he was with Kathy, William found a sort of peace that was hard to describe. Perhaps it was because of her divinity that represented hope. The half-elf could instinctively feel that even though the future was filled with hardships, a chance still existed. Kathy pressed her lips over William's as the latter wrapped his arms around her body. She had already said that she wouldn't make love to him because she respected Priscilla's, Vesta's, and Pearl's wishes, but that didn't mean that she would not kiss him. Unlike William's passionate kisses with his wife, Lilith, or the soft and gentle kisses he shared with Chiffon, Kathy's kiss was like the kiss of first love. It was a very difficult feeling to explain. Having so many women, William had kissed all of them, and yet, when he kissed Kathy, it tasted so sweet, as if it was his first time kissing a girl. A few minutes later, Kathy raised her body, and pressed the half-elf's face to her chest. "It is going to be a while before we see each other, so make sure to drink until you're satisfied," Kathy said softly. "Tomorrow, you and the others will return to Hestia, and ask for Maple's and Cinnamon's help to go to the top floor of the Tower of Babylon. Only take Celeste with you, or you won't get to see the God of Familiars. Perhaps he holds the key to be able to complete your soul, so you will be whole once again." "How long till I see you again?" William inquired. "Patience, my love," Kathy replied as she gently patted William's head. "Just as the sun will give way to the night, and the seasons change, we will reunite when the time is right. Until then, keep me close in your heart, always." William kissed Kathy's right breast, which was as white as cream, and aching for his love. After that, he sank his fangs into those tender hills and drank slowly, savoring each drop. Deep inside Kathy's sea of consciousness, all the ladies writhed because of the profound pleasure that washed over their bodies. Aranis, Anne, Haleth, were already accustomed to this sensation, but it still made them unable to prevent the soft sighs of pleasure that escaped their lips. The ones that were affected the most were Priscilla, Amelia, Pearl, and Vesta, most of whom had never had the opportunity of having their blood drunk by the half-elf. Back then, William had sunk his fangs into Pearl after he fought her, when she failed to kidnap Charmaine from him. But this incident had only happened once. The elf had already forgotten how that feeling almost drove her crazy in the past, and now, she was reliving the same experience, making her unable to tell which direction was left or right. Time seemed to move painfully slow, as William drank Kathy's blood, while the latter brushed his hair, urging him to drink to his fill. He had thought about it in the past, but out of all the ladies he had drunk blood from so far, Kathy's was the best tasting of them all. Also, her blood supply seemed endless. No matter how much William had drank back in the Deadlands, the mischievous lady was still lively, despite having drank several liters of her blood non-stop. As William enjoyed the sweetness that Kathy brought him, her humming, which resembled a lullaby, reached his ears, making him feel sleepy, like a baby who had finished eating his meal. Sunlight peeked inside the room, and touched the cheek of the half-elf who was currently lying in bed, making him slowly open his eyes. He couldn't remember how he ended up in the bedroom. All that he could recall was the time when he was in the bathtub with Kathy, and the latter was humming him a lullaby. But, no matter how sleepy William was, it all went away when he saw the scene that he found himself in. Vesta was hugging his head like a pillow, as she slept above him. Priscilla was sleeping on his left side, and resting her head on his chest, while her arm rested on his waist. Amelia's head was resting on his abdomen, and her soft sleeper breaths was fanning the little guy who was standing tall and proud, ready to rumble at any given time as long as William wished it. Pearl slept on his right side, hugging his arm, which was pressed against her voluptuous breasts. But that was not all. William's hand was buried between her thighs, touching her. It was the formula for trouble, and the half-elf's heart sank, knowing that this was a very elaborate setup to give him a wonderful start to his day. Haleth, Aranis, and Anne were all sleeping properly on the other side of the bed, with the two ladies hugging Aranis in the middle, as if she was something precious. Shit, William thought. He could already tell that the mischievous Lady of Hope was the one that had set him up, giving him one last prank before leaving. The red-headed teenager wouldn't have minded if the ones holding him were his lovers. However, the ones who were by his side were the ladies who weren't part of his harem, and one of them even wanted him dead in the past. Left with no choice, the half-elf consulted the one person that wouldn't betray him. Optimus, do you have a way to? Will, don't raise flags. You already know what happens when you ask such a thing. As if proving him right, Pearl's eyelashes fluttered before slowly opening. She gazed sleepily at William, who was looking back at her with a calm expression on his face. Since he was already riding the tiger's back, he decided to go all the way. As the famous saying goes, people die when they are killed. All credits go to Shuru. Quote. What? Pearl's eyes widened in shock when she noticed what she was hugging, and where William's hand was touching. I know that you won't believe me, but I still have to say it, William said with the most gentlemanly smile he could give. Last night was amazing. That was the last thing that William said before the entire bed shook, and the sleeping ladies by his side were awakened due to Pearl's earth-shattering scream. Chapter 1368. Tell me, Dark Prince, what else your reason for coming here? Make sure to follow Maple, or you might get lost. Please hold Cinnamon's hand, I like to walk together. William, who had barely resolved the misunderstanding with the help of Aranis, Haleth, and Anne, held the hands of the two little girls as they walked towards the location of the crater, where K-City used to be. He could faintly feel the connection that allowed the Bifrost Bridge to make a transfer to Earth, but it was still very unstable. The half-elf was certain that he could only use it one last time before he had to wait for it to become stable enough for him to be able to use it again. I think the Bifrost Bridge was able to make the connection to Earth because it was Kathy that initiated the transfer, William thought. Maple and Cinnamon seemed to be in a very good mood after they woke up, so the two of them were quite lively as they dragged the half-elf towards their destination. Earlier, when they left the hotel, the people they passed gave William looks of envy and jealousy. This was understandable because walking behind him were 10 gorgeous ladies, who could easily become the cover of women's fashion magazines. William even heard some of the men wishing for him to get hit by Truck Kun as he left the hotel for being a winner in life. What they didn't know was that he had already been hit by Truck Kun, after he died, sending him to Hestia, where he met the ladies that were currently walking behind him. Pearl, whose face was still beet red, was at the very end of the line. After hearing William's explanation, she remembered that it was Kathy that carried the sleeping half-elf back to the bed. Afterwards, the virtuous Lady of Hope slept beside him, and all of them, who were inside Kathy's sea of consciousness, fell asleep as well. William was clearly innocent, but Pearl still held a grudge. Her reason was very simple. If she easily forgave the half-elf for what he had done to her sister, Charmaine, and also to her in the past, everything she worked hard for over the past few years would be in vain. The half-elf was also guilty of brainwashing Charmaine at the beginning, so he didn't ask for Pearl to forgive him. He only told her that if there is an opportunity for him to make up for what he had done, he would do his best, no matter what Pearl asked of him. Chocolate cake is good, same with all the food, Maple sang as she swung William's right arm as they walked together. Vegetables are bad, eating them makes me sad. Cinnamon joined her sister as she swung William's left hand, imitating her sister. I thought we already established that eating vegetables is good. William asked with amusement. Cinnamon will eat vegetables, but it still makes me sad, Cinnamon complained. I just don't want Mama to be sad, so I'll eat it even if it's bitter. That's right, Maple nodded. We will eat if it makes Mama happy. William only smiled before using his wind magic to make all of them float in the air. Looking at the clear blue sky above his head, the half-elf locked onto the point in the sky where he could feel the strongest connection with the Bifrost Bridge. Let's go, William said in a voice that was loud enough for everyone to hear him. It's time to return to Hestia. A radiant light bathed everyone, making them momentarily close their eyes. When the light receded, they found themselves standing at the center of the Bifrost Bridge, with the Palace of Asgard right in front of them. All of you, wait for me in the palace, William said. I am taking Maple, Cinnamon, and Celeste with me to visit a place here in the tower. Although Wendy, Estelle, and Belle were reluctant to leave him, they decided to obey his words. The half-elf already told them what he was planning to do after he returned to Hestia, and since they were unable to come with him, they had no choice but to wait for his return. At least take Chloe with you, Wendy insisted. In a way, she is also your familiar, right? I don't think the gods of familiar would mind seeing her. William pondered this for a moment before nodding his head. If it puts your mind at ease, then I will take her with me, William replied. After waiting for half an hour, Chloe, Celeste, and Claire arrived at the Bifrost Bridge with expectant gazes. Are you really going to meet the god of familiars? Celeste asked as soon as she saw William. Is there a way to resurrect Elliot and Conan? Celeste was a familiomancer, the very first of its kind in Hestia. When William also acquired the same profession, she was quite happy about it because it meant that she was no longer alone. However, before their profession could even spread in the world, they were engulfed in a storm, which made it impossible for them to escape without others sacrificing themselves for their sake. If possible, Celeste wanted William to help revive Elliot and Conan, so the missing half of his soul would finally be complete again. If there is a way for them to revive, I will do it, William replied. How many times have you met the god of familiars? Celeste pondered for a bit as she tried to recall the number of times he had an audience with the god of familiars, who resided at the very top of the Tower of Babylon, alongside two other gods whom she hadn't met. 5. Celeste replied after a few minutes. What can you tell me about him? William inquired. Before Celeste could answer William's question, Chloe interjected and answered the question herself. He acts mysterious when he's just an old fart, Chloe stated. That's right, Claire supported her sister's statement. He only contacts us when he needs a favor. It is really one-sided. Maybe it is time to settle the scores and use this as leverage against him. Celeste didn't know if she should laugh or cry about her familiars, description of the god of familiars, who had chosen her to become his representative in Hestia. Well, what Chloe and Claire have said is true, Celeste admitted, but the god of familiars never does things without a reason. When he asked me to make you a family officer, I am sure that he had done it in good faith. William nodded his head in understanding. He couldn't remember if he had met the god of familiars in the past, because there were so many things happening around him, making him unable to recall if they had already had a meeting. It doesn't matter, William thought. I'll be seeing him now anyway. The half-elf lightly squeezed the soft and delicate hands of the two little girls who were licking the lollipops that he had created for them, while waiting for Celeste, Chloe, and Claire to arrive. Maple, Cinnamon, can you take me to the top of this tower? William asked. Okay, Maple replied. This is easy, Cinnamon answered. The two little girls reluctantly let go of William's hands before pressing their hands together, intertwining with each other. Maple and Cinnamon both closed their eyes, and a single glance was enough to tell them that they were concentrating on something. Suddenly, a small spark appeared in front of them. This spark moved in a circular motion until it grew bigger and bigger, creating a portal. Finally, the portal stabilized, showing the appearance of a place filled with stars. Let's go in before the portal closes, Maple said as she held onto William's right hand, pulling him towards the portal. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Cinnamon grabbed hold of the half-elf's hand and pulled him as well. Celeste was only 2 steps behind William, so as soon as the half-elf entered the portal, she was able to enter as well. Chloe and Claire had taken their familiar forms, and sat on William's and Celeste's shoulders, just in case something unexpected happened. So, you're finally here. An ancient voice echoed in the surroundings, making William and Celeste look around them. Over here. The half-elf and the elf looked in the direction where the voice was coming from, and they saw an old man, wearing white robes, with both of his hands clasped behind his back. I welcome you to the top floor of the Tower of Babylon, the old man gave a light bow. Dark and difficult times lie ahead, so I won't bore you with lengthy speeches. Tell me, Dark Prince, what is your reason for coming here? Chapter 1369, Are you willing to pay the price? Part 1. Tell me, Dark Prince, what is your reason for coming here? Will gazed at the old man, who gave off a very different aura compared to that of his grandpa, James, and the god of shepherds, David. The god of familiars was like an old hermit who had seen everything there was to see in the world, and had stepped beyond the boundaries of human greed. Even so, the half-elf was curious about why the old man was referring to him with such a title. I am no longer the Prince of Darkness, William replied. The old man didn't reply to William's words, and simply smiled. He then waved his hand and a round table filled with food appeared in front of them. Chairs also appeared as the old man sat, and beckoned them to join him. Maple and Cinnamon sat and began to eat the food on the table with as much grace as Chiffon did whenever she ate with William. The half-elf, and the beautiful elf beside him, didn't touch the food. Chloe and Claire remained seated on their shoulders as they eyed the god who allowed them to be born in the world. I think you misunderstand something about light and darkness, the god of familiar said when he realized that William and Celeste had no plans to eat anything in front of them. Darkness and light are like a kitchen knife. If they are used to do good, then they can help prepare the most delicious dishes that would make people happy. However, if they are used to do harm to others, it can be a sharp blade that can stab people and end their life. The god of familiars then waved his hand and a projection appeared in front of them. Scenes of mass slaughter by the demons who had invaded the central continent could be seen in the projection. William frowned when he saw the image of Felix, who was sitting on a throne that was mounted on a golden chariot. The green-haired demon had a look of triumph on his face, as his army of darkness overwhelmed the defenders who were desperately trying to protect their kingdom from the heir of darkness, who wanted to conquer everything that he could set his eyes on. When you were the Prince of Darkness, you could have done the same, the god of familiars said. But you didn't. You chose the least bloody method, which was to turn all the elves into drows and use that as leverage to make them bend to your will. The methods might be different, but the result is the same, William interjected. I made them obey me by force. In your eyes, it might be less bloody than what happened in the central continent, but in the eyes of the elves, it was the greatest curse that could befall them and it will haunt them for thousands of years. It's just a matter of how people die. They can die quickly and in great pain, or they can slowly live in shame, wishing they were dead. William didn't think that what he did was right. He did things that needed to be done at that time because he needed the elves to become his cannon fodder for the war against the demons. He didn't care about what would happen to the elven race. The only things he cared about were his family, his master, Selene, Charmaine and the elves that served him, Acedia, and Celeste, who was Selene's twin sister. Right, the old man nodded in agreement. What you did is inexcusable because you have taken an entire race hostage for your ambition. Just like the Pope did to the believers of light. She did what she thought was right in order to make sure that the Holy Order of Light would become the biggest, most influential, and strongest organization in the world. For that goal, she did many things that would not make her any different from a villain. The sad part was that when she died, all the respect that people had for her disappeared as well. Frankly, she died a very pitiful death. It is such a shame that human greed and ambition can turn a once religious and pious woman into someone that would make you, the Prince of Darkness, look like a saint. So, tell me, who won in the end? Before William could even answer the old man's question, Chloe, who was seated on his shoulder, raised her little fist and shouted. You old coot, stop talking in riddles. Chloe shouted, we didn't come here to listen to the ramblings of an old fogey. Tell us how to recover the other half of William's soul, and resurrect Elliot and Conan while you're at it. That's right, Claire commented. Making yourself sound like a wise sage is very unbecoming of you. A smelly old fart who just stays on top of the tower and watches the daily lives of mortals is similar to a pervert who is taking a peek at the ladies while they bathe. Have you no shame? Stop talking in circles and just get to the point. The corner of God of Familiar's lips twitched when he heard the two little familiars complain. He was very tempted to say that the peanut gallery should just shut up and not get in the way of their discussion. The God of Familiar then shifted his attention to Celeste, who averted her gaze in embarrassment. Both of her familiars had been through a lot and they no longer looked at the God of Familiars as if he was the most benevolent being, especially after Elliot and Conan died. The God of Familiars decided to ignore the two disrespectful little familiars, and shifted his attention back to the half-elf, who was looking at him with a solemn gaze. Now where was I? Oh yeah, don't look at light and darkness as if they are simply black and white, with white being good, and black being bad, the God of Familiars stated. When you and the Pope fought each other, your side was the one that won the war. I'm not saying that what you did, and what she did was right. The battle between the two of you was inevitable. If you didn't fight her then she would have come to cause trouble for you. It is clearly evident that both of you could not coexist under the same sky. However, she found a compromise. Do you know what that was? William nodded. She wanted the version of me without my memories, so that she could brainwash me to do her bidding. Right, the God of Familiars said. She understood that having you was more beneficial to her. It was similar to you capturing the world tree and making all the elves submit to you. The Pope thought that once you were in her hands, your subordinates would bow to her will as well. Chloe clicked her tongue and once again raised her small fist in anger. So, what does this whole conversation lead up to? Chloe asked. You've been talking about light and dark and black and white for what purpose? The God of Familiar chuckled before answering Chloe's question. Because in the great battle that all of you will face in the not-so-distant future, you will need all the help you can get, the God of Familiars replied. Whether it be on the side of light, or on the side of darkness, you will need both sides to work hand in hand, or all will be lost. The gaze that the God of Familiars was giving the half-elf was so sharp, that even Chloe flinched when his gaze landed on her small frame. Chapter 1370. Are you willing to pay the price? Part 2. Stop spouting nonsense, old man. Chloe scoffed after she managed to regain her composure. We already know this. Will already has a plan to unite the entire world for this battle. Isn't that right, Will? William blinked. I do. This is the part where you will just nod and say yes, Chloe complained as she poked William's cheeks. Don't make me look bad in front of this old fogey. William could only smile bitterly as he listened to Chloe's complaint. The half-elf knew that lying to a god was impossible, so he didn't dare say that he already had everything under control. After his talk with Kathy, the virtuous Lady of Hope gave him hints about what to do after he returned to Hestia. Visiting the God of Familiars was only one of them. 2 years. This was the amount of time remaining before the army of destruction came knocking on their door with full force. In those 2 years, William must meet with all the rulers of the Central, Southern, Western Gunner Federation, Eastern Silvermoon Continent, and Northern Demon Realm continents, and tell them of the upcoming threat. The half-elf was certain that none of them was going to believe him. Even so, he must find a way to make them believe, so that all the forces of Hestia could unite under one banner, and fight with everything they had against the army of destruction. Your Excellency, I can understand what you are trying to say, but for now, let's discuss the main reason why I came here, William said as he covered Chloe's lips because he could tell that the little familiar was about to spout off a litany of profane words, condemning the old man for wasting their time. Can you please tell me how the other half of my soul could be restored? William inquired. I can tell you how, but I don't know if it will work, the god of familiars answered. This is the first time that something like this has happened, so there is no precedent. Even so, we won't know until we try, right? The god of familiars didn't want to give William false hope. He truly didn't know if it was possible to restore the other half of William's soul, and resurrect the 2 familiars that had died. Come with me, the god of familiars ordered as he opened a golden portal beside him. Let's go to the graveyard of familiars. Will nodded and stood up from his seat. However, just before he could walk towards the portal, Maple and Cinnamon grabbed hold of his hands. We're coming with you, Maple stated. Cinnamon wants to see. Cinnamon raised her free hand as a way to insist that she must go. William smiled as he looked at the 2 little girls, whose cheeks were still stained with food sauces. He used his water and wind magic to clean the faint traces on their cheeks before taking them inside the golden portal where the god of familiars was waiting. Celeste was only a few steps away because she also wanted to see the graveyard of familiars. Chloe and Claire, on the other hand, had solemn expressions on their faces. Part of them were scared to see what lay on the other side, while the other half was feeling hopeful that something good would happen once they entered the portal. Contrary to what they expected, the graveyard of familiars wasn't a gloomy place like those cemeteries in horror films. It was a land of perpetual sunshine, and the place was incredibly beautiful. Trees, flowers, short bridges, and small brooks could be seen all around them. After walking for 10 minutes, they arrived at a small shrine, where 2 crystals were placed on an altar. William bit his lip and his eyes moistened when he saw 2 familiar faces, whose eyes were closed in a peaceful sleep inside the 2 crystals. They were none other than the red-headed teenagers' familiars, Elliot and Conan. His 2 best friends who had sacrificed their lives in order to help him survive against a god, whose desire for conquest and chaos was second to none. They were born because you used your soul as the catalyst for their birth, the god of familiars said softly. Because of this, they were stronger than ordinary familiars. You and them shared the same root, and because of that, they didn't hesitate to face death fearlessly. The god of familiars sighed in his heart as he looked at the 2 familiars, who seemed to have been frozen in time. You ask me if there is a chance for you to recover your soul, then the answer is yes, the god of familiars stated. But, if you ask me if there is a chance for you to resurrect them after you've recovered your soul, the answer is no. The old man faced William and looked at him with all the seriousness that he could muster. William, you need to make a choice, the god of familiars gestured at the 2 crystals on the altar. If you want your souls back, all you need to do is smash those crystals. Once Elliot's and Conan's bodies are destroyed, your soul will naturally return to you. The god of familiars moved to the side and placed both of his hands behind his back. Once a familiar dies, they can revive an infinite number of times, as long as their summoner is alive. But, this is only true on the condition that they do not unleash their full power, breaking the vessel in which their souls are kept. Just like a broken jar of water, no matter how much water you pour inside it, all of its contents would disappear in time. When the last drop of water falls, their time in the mortal realm comes to an end. Their souls then appear here in the graveyard of the familiars, as their final resting place. So, tell me, Dark Prince, are you willing to pay the price for your soul to become whole again? William's lips were pressed firmly together. He had no intention of desecrating the bodies of Elliot and Conan, who did everything in their power to protect him. If he were to really smash the crystals, and destroy their bodies in order to regain the other half of his soul, he was very certain that he would lose more than whatever he would gain after doing such a bastardly act. An act that would make him lose what he held sacred, and make him no different from Felix, who threw away his pride and dignity for the sake of gaining the power of darkness. Chapter 1371, 100 Worlds. I can't do it, William said as he rested his hands on the 2 soul crystals that served as Elliot's and Conan's coffins. I see. The god of familiars closed his eyes. In truth, the old man didn't want to see William shatter the soul crystals because, for him, it was like killing his own children in front of him. Although Elliot and Conan were already dead, as the god of familiars, it pained him to look at the dead familiars, who were part of the first generation of familiars in the world of Hestia. Is there really no other way? William asked. That is the only one I know of, the god of familiars replied. Since you don't want to do it, then we will have to do something else. Chloe and Claire felt relieved in their hearts. Having interacted with Elliot and Conan, they didn't want their vessels to be desecrated. They knew that one day, they too, would be housed within the grave of familiars when their time was over. Knowing that their final resting place could be visited by their former masters gave them a form of closure as well. Maple and Cinnamon looked at the 2 soul crystals for a few seconds before picking them up. They look so lonely here, why don't you take them, Will? Maple asked. Cinnamon thinks that they would be less lonely if you take them with you, Cinnamon stated. William knelt so that he could come in eye contact with the 2 little girls as he patted both of their heads. They do look lonely here, William commented. Where do you 2 think I should take them? Maple and Cinnamon glanced at each other before pointing at William's chest. You place them in that world with a clear blue sky, Maple answered. The one with the blue sea that has many weapons sticking out of it, Cinnamon replied. William blinked because the place that the 2 girls were describing was none other than his sea of consciousness. Do both of you think that they will be happier if I place them there? William asked. Maple and Cinnamon both nodded their heads as they handed the 2 soul crystals to William. Always carry them with you, Maple said. That way, they won't have to pay rent, Cinnamon replied. The tenants of Great-Grandpa always complain that their rent is expensive. They insist that he is scamming them. Grandpa is a good person. He buys us a lot of toys. Cinnamon thinks that Grandpa is good as well. He doesn't mind using the family fortune to buy us food. The corner of William's lips twitched because the 2 girls were singing the praises of their great-grandpa, who liked to scam others, but spoil them rotten. Your Excellency, can I take them with me? William asked the god of familiars who was standing beside him. I don't mind, the god of familiars replied. Place them in your sea of consciousness. They will return here after you die. So, I don't mind. William nodded and took the soul crystals from the hands of the 2 girls. He then closed his eyes, turning the 2 crystals into particles of light that were absorbed by the gem in his chest. A moment later, the red-headed teenager's consciousness went inside his sea of consciousness. There, he saw the 2 crystals floating at its center, surrounded by the weapons that were embedded in the surface of the sea. He tried to detect if there were any changes on the soul crystals, but after a few minutes of critical observation, he felt that nothing seemed to be out of place. Although it's a bit late to say this, thank you, both of you, William said as he gently touched the 2 soul crystals. I missed you guys. A few minutes later, William opened his eyes in the real world. There were still many things that he needed to do, so he couldn't stay long inside his sea of consciousness. Take good care of them, the god of familiars said. I will now send all of you back to the floor of Asgard. The next time we meet, I hope that the matters of this world will have already been resolved. Celeste, the answer to what you are looking for cannot be seen in the world around you. It is here, where you will find the answers. The god of familiars smiled as he pointed his thumb on his chest. Uncle, can we get all the food as takeout? Maple asked. There is still plenty that we weren't able to eat earlier. Mama said that it is not good to waste food, Cinnamon said. We will take them back as snacks. The god of familiars laughed before nodding his head. Okay, I'll have them packed and delivered to you later, the god of familiars stated. May the wind be always at your backs, and may the sun shine warm upon your faces. Goodbye for now. The god of familiars waved his hand, and a flash of light enveloped William and the others, sending them back to the floor of Asgard. A few seconds later, 2 figures appeared beside the god of familiars. It's quite unfortunate that we might not be able to see the one who would be able to climb to top of this tower during this world's lifetime, a middle-aged man said softly. After all, they will soon arrive here. We have already prepared to move the Tower of Babylon to another world if the inhabitants of Hestia aren't able to resist the army of destruction, a goddess stated. Now that the armies of this world have been decimated thanks to their senseless wars, the chances of victory are slim. Even the Prince of Darkness has no idea how to win. The God of Familiars sighed. 100 worlds. That was the number of worlds that had been destroyed ever since they had founded the Tower of Babylon. Of course, the number of worlds that the army of destruction had destroyed far surpassed that number. The three gods were the last survivors of their world, hoping that they would be able to nourish heroes that could counter the might of the gods of destruction. The Tower of Babylon was made. For each world that was destroyed, a new floor would be added to the tower. The three gods meant well, but they had still underestimated human greed. Instead of building a place where they could grow and become more powerful, they used the domains they conquered in order to antagonize other people. Like always, we will wait till the very last minute, the God of Familiars said softly. Only when this world is about to be destroyed shall we leave. If there is even a sliver of victory, remember our oath. We will do everything in our power to help. Of course, the middle-aged man replied. But, only if there is a sliver of hope, the goddess stated. All three of us want nothing more than to see those three gods of destruction face their demise. As long as the possibility exists, I will lead the charge if I have to. The God of Familiars nodded his head. Then so be it. The God of Familiars, who was now the last bastion of the world, looked down on the floor of Asgard. Let them decide the fate of this world with their own hands. Chapter 1372. El will make sure that your hands will not be dirtied. William, Maple, Cinnamon, and Celeste reappeared on the Bifrost Bridge after they were sent back to the floor of Asgard by the God of Familiars. Thank you for coming with me, Celeste, William said. Having you there helped me a lot. You're welcome, Celeste replied. What is your next plan? Even though Elliot's and Conan's soul crystals were now inside his sea of consciousness, there were no changes in the fluctuations of his soul. The other half of William's soul, which was still recovering inside the Bell of Athanasia, was still in hibernation, leaving him with only a quarter of his soul inside his body. Optimus had told the half-elf that most of his abilities required him to have a complete soul, allowing him to use his full powers without fearing of receiving a backlash. Since the problem with his soul would not be fixed anytime soon, the red-headed teenager decided to have a conference with the Crater Empire, ruled by Emperor Leonidas, who was also Princess Sidoni's grandfather, and the Amazon Empire, which was managed by Lilith's mother, Empress Andraste. They were the only two people that he could count on to influence the other kings and emperors of the central continent. What the half-elf wished was to have a conference with all the sovereigns of the world. Only by making them understand that the threat of the army of destruction was real, would they be able to create a united front to resist these invaders from the void. But, how will I be able to convince them? William pondered as he walked hand in hand with the two pink-haired girls, heading toward the palace of Asgard. Truth be told, if William wished for it, he could force all the nations of the world to do his bidding. He had enough manpower to do that, and the pseudo-gods under his command were the greatest deterrents ever. Now that the white-robed figure wearing a mask and bell were no longer working for the Pope, he had two additional pseudo-gods on his side. The only other organization which had one pseudo-god on their side was Hestia Academy, but they were a neutral party, and were also aware that the army of destruction was coming. He didn't need to convince them, which was already a good thing. As the headmaster of Hestia Academy, I'm sure Byron would be more than willing to help me convince the other rulers to cooperate in a more peaceful manner, William pondered. Currently, the armies of the central continent were in tatters. During the previous war against Felix, many soldiers died, and entire armies were decimated. It would not be an exaggeration to say that most nations only had half of their previous military power now. Some even had less than half, making them extremely pitiful. Beggars can't be choosers. The half-elf sighed internally. The red-headed teenager was very tempted to issue a decree, commanding all able-bodied men and women within the lands he ruled, to have compulsory military training. His reason was extremely simple. If they lost the war, it wouldn't matter if people chose to fight or not. Once William, and his allies lost, no one would be spared, and all living creatures in the world would die. Naturally, he didn't want to do this. But, he had to make sure that anyone who was capable of taking up arms, could and would fight for everything they held sacred in the world. The moment they arrived at the palace, William gathered his subordinates and started a conference. He asked for their advice on how to convince the other nations to unite under one banner. Your Majesty, this is such a simple problem that even I can single-handedly accomplish it within a month, Nisha replied. All we need to do is send Astrape and Bronte to their doorstep and deliver your message personally. I'm pretty sure that they will be more than happy to hear you out if we use this method." Astrape and Bronte nodded their heads in agreement. They were more than willing to do everything for William, so talking to some mortal kings and emperors wasn't a big deal to them. If the fools decided to ignore their words, they would just snap their necks and appoint new rulers on their thrones. New rulers that would listen to their every order, as if their lives depended on it. "Worry not, Your Majesty," Nisha continued. "I will make sure that your hands will not be dirtied. Your humble servant is willing to take all responsibility and handle this matter in the most effective manner possible." Laxos, who was also present in the throne room, raised her hand to catch William's attention. "Yes, Laxos," William asked as he looked at the excited-looking young lady who was desperately trying to catch his attention. After getting William's attention, the young nymph smiled as she told him something she discovered while exploring the Palace of Light. "There is this conference room in the Palace of Light, with several round mirrors on the wall," Laxos stated. "All of them are communication artifacts, which the Pope used to have a conference with all the rulers of the central continent. If you use that conference room, you will be able to talk to them with ease." The 7 virtues who were inside the throne room realized then and there that they had overlooked this matter. In truth, the virtuous ladies had no interest in talking to the sovereigns of the world, so it was always the Pope who handled such affairs. This was why they had completely forgotten about this matter. "Perfect," Nisha smiled. "With this, our major problem is solved. But there is still one place we need to visit." William, who was just listening in on the conversation, leaned his back on the throne because he knew the place that Nisha was talking about. The Demon Continent and the Silvermoon Continent were under William's rule. The Southern Continent could be easily convinced because that place was his home turf. Since that was the case, there was only one more place that needed to be visited, and that was none other than the Western Continent, which was a third of the size of the Central Continent. "It's finally time to visit the Gunner Federation," William thought as he eyed Ephemera, who nodded her head at him in understanding. The virtuous Lady of Justice was born in the Western Continent. If there was someone he needed to ask about its affairs, it would be none other than the purple-haired lady, who was now one of his lovers. Chapter 1373, One Who Didn't Wish for Dominion. There are 20 kingdoms under the Gunner Federation, but the 2 kingdoms who hold the most power are Quince, and my home country, Edelweiss, Ephemera explained to everyone in the throne room. However, there is one more kingdom that refused to become part of the Federation. Even so, none of their neighboring kingdoms had a problem with it because this third kingdom has minded their own business, and hasn't harassed their neighbors. A smile appeared on Ephemera's face as she remembered the stubborn and straightforward residents of the kingdom that she had the opportunity to interact with before she came to the Central Continent. "Are you talking about the Dwarven Kingdom of Beldarel?" Nisha asked. Ephemera nodded her head, as expected of the supreme leader of Deus. "You are even aware of the affairs of the Western Continent." "It is best not to place all your eggs in a single basket," Nisha replied. "The Western Continent was my plan B if ever the Holy Order of Light was able to root us out of the Central Continent. Fortunately, the Pope didn't have that ability, so I was able to expand my influence across the lands." Nisha had indeed managed to survive for the past few years due to her quick-wittedness and boldness. Because of this, although the Holy Order of Light was more powerful than her organization, they were unable to take them down as both sides battled in the shadows. "I guess we have our work cut out for us," Nisha stated. "I will handle the matters here in the Central Continent. Your Majesty, please handle the affairs of the Gunner Federation and try to convince them to join our side." Although the kingdoms in the Western Continent like to scheme against each other from time to time, they haven't experienced any large-scale wars over the past century. The strongest existences in that part of the world are 4 demigods. If you manage to make them submit to you, the chances of convincing the leaders to lend you an ear will be high. Ephemera could only smile bitterly after hearing this. 2 years ago, the strongest existences that were known to the world were demigods. Pseudo-gods didn't exist, but now, after the battle at the Northern Continent, these powerful beings suddenly appeared, breaking the natural balance that was known to all the mortals of the realm. "If the soft approach doesn't work, just pound those demigods into submission," Nisha stated. "We don't have much time, so it will be best to start with the big fishes first before we handle the small furry before we handle the kings of the various kingdoms." Nisha couldn't help but smirk behind the veil covering her face because she now had the ability to call the kings and emperors of the various nations small fries. She was William's steward. Aside from him, no one could command her to do anything. Also, she had the power to mobilize the half-elf's forces, including the pseudo-gods under his command, whenever he wasn't around to give orders. Because of this, the demonic continent and the Ainsworth Empire were able to avoid any mishaps because she wasn't afraid to use firm, and effective, methods, like feeding those that opposed her rule to the fishes. Hundreds of troublemakers had already been dealt with in that manner, serving as a reminder to those who were planning to cause chaos in William's territories to behave themselves, or else they would be given a one-way ticket to the underworld. Very well, we will go with this plan. William nodded his head in agreement. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania will accompany me to the western continent. Opus, Loxos, Hekergos, Sepharin, and Triton will defend the Ainsworth Empire. William then shifted his attention to the bull demon king who had his head lowered. When the half-elf was still the Dark Prince, he used his power as a shepherd to subjugate the proud pseudo-god, forcing him to obey him. In the face of such overwhelming power, the bull demon king had no choice but to bow his head, or suffer further torture in William's hands, who didn't bat an eye at scorching Princess Ironfan's face, as punishment for killing Kasaganaga, Urchatu, Soglav, and Jareth, as well as his other loyal supporters. Bull Demon King, I will leave the protection of the demon continent in your hands, William said coolly. Do you understand? The Bull Demon King raised his head and gave William a respectful bow. You can count on me, your majesty. The red-headed teenager had no intention of letting the Bull Demon King go easy for everything that happened in the past. Although his friends were having concerts in the underworld, and having a good time, that didn't mean that he could easily forgive the perpetrators of their deaths. If not for the fact that they still had their uses to him, the half-elf would have turned both of them into mindless puppets using the power of darkness. Your Majesty, forgive me for my insolence, but will the promise given to me by the old Dark Prince still hold true? The Bull Demon King asked. The half-elf nodded. It is still in effect. Whatever promises I made with you back then, I will keep. Thank you, your Majesty. I promise to fulfill your order to the best of my ability. William then stood from his throne, as he scanned the faces of the people around him. We only have 2 years, William announced. Whether we survive or not will depend on our efforts today. That's why, I ask all of you to cooperate. Now is not the time for strife. There must be no internal conflict. Everyone must work hard to the best of their abilities, so when the time comes for us to make our last stand, we will have no regrets because we have done everything that we could. William closed his eyes for half a minute as he reminisced that fateful day when the world was bathed in the fires of destruction. Even after several lifetimes, that memory haunted him still. Back then, he died with many regrets, and had broken many promises. Go, William ordered as he waved his hand. From this moment onwards, our war preparations have officially started. Everyone in the throne room gazed at the red-headed teenager who carried the burden of the world on his shoulders. They couldn't help but feel amazed by how a single person was able to rise up to his current position, despite the fact that he never wished for dominion. Chapter 1374, The Giants Are Coming, Part 1. We're flying. Cinnamon is flying too. After arriving in the western continent with the help of Astrape and Bronte, William summoned a flying ship in order to continue his journey. Ephemera, who was his guide, told Will where to go, and the flying ship soared in the sky, headed to the dwarven kingdom of Beldarel. The half-elf had wanted to visit the demigods first and convince them to join their side. But, after thinking about it carefully, he didn't want to go out of his way to travel everywhere to look for them. Because of this, he decided to head straight to the dwarven kingdom first, and have an audience with its king. He hoped that after the two of them met, the reclusive kingdom would agree to join their side when the time to fight against the army of destruction had arrived. Naturally, he didn't come alone. Almost everyone, including the 7 heavenly virtues, accompanied Will on his journey. However, the majority of them were staying inside the Thousand Beast domain, enjoying the comforts that it brought them. With the help of Optimus, Will had built an antenna inside his domain that was directly connected to the Bifrost Bridge, allowing it to get signals directly from Earth. Because of Aranis' influence, the ladies were suddenly introduced to the world of television, movies, and telenovelas. It didn't take long for the girls to become addicted to it, and asked Will if he could put TVs in their bedrooms, so that they could watch the shows inside the villa. Due to their own personal tastes, they often watched different shows during their free time. For example, Haleth and Charmaine preferred watching the cooking channels because it allowed them to discover new, and delicious, dishes that they could serve to everyone. Shannon, on the other hand, asked Aranis to help her purchase Otom games, making the fox lady hole up inside her room as she tried to clear the different routes, whenever she wasn't busy painting on her canvas. Everyone was going at their own pace, but one thing was clear. This time, they would go with William wherever he went, even if they were just staying inside his thousand-beast domain. "We're almost there," Ephemera, who stood beside William, said as she pointed at the towering mountains in the distance. "The dwarves have made that entire mountain range their fortress, and their cities are found underneath those mountains. This is also one of the reasons why no kingdom has dared to invade them, even though they are not part of the Gunner Federation." When the flying ship neared the mountains, over a dozen wyverns flew in their direction. These were not ordinary wyverns, because they were the flying mounts of the dwarven wyvern riders, who protected the skies of their kingdom. "Halt!" One of the dwarves riding a wyvern shouted. "This is the territory of Beldarel. State your name and business for coming here." The other wyvern riders circled the flying ship and aimed their handheld cannons at it. If the people inside it resisted their inquiry, they would not hesitate to shoot it down from the sky. William didn't want to have any conflicts with the dwarven kingdom, so he immediately stopped the flying ship from moving, allowing it to simply hover in the sky. "My name is William Von Ainsworth," William replied. "I have come here to talk to your king to discuss very important matters." "What kingdom do you belong to?" the dwarf asked in an annoyed tone. "How many times must we say that we are not interested in joining the Gunner Federation? No matter how many envoys you send, our king's decision will not change." William gave the dwarf his most dazzling smile in order to calm the tension. However, after seeing that the half-elf was more handsome than he was, the dwarf aimed his hand cannon at the half-elf's face, and was itching to shoot him down. Seeing that his action backfired on him, the half-elf raised both of his arms in surrender as he tried to negotiate with the dwarf whose finger was itching to pull the trigger. "Violence is bad," Maple shouted as she placed both of her hands on her waist. "Uncle should know how to talk properly. Everything can be resolved through food and drinks." "Cinnamon is a little hungry," Cinnamon commented. "Uncle, do you have some dwarven candy with you?" Seeing the two pink-haired girls standing in front of the half-elf, the dwarf was forced to lower his weapon, so that the two girls wouldn't be scared of him. "Are those two dwarves?" another dwarf asked as his wyvern moved closer towards the ship. His name was Vagron, and he was the captain of the wyvern riders of Beldarel. The reason why he didn't introduce himself earlier was because he was closely observing William and his entourage from a distance to see if they were a threat to their kingdom. He was unable to discern their ranks, which made him raise his guard. Only people stronger than him had the ability to hide their inner presence from him. However, when the two girls appeared, it reminded him of someone, making him take a closer look at them. "Little girls, what are your names?" Vagron asked. "My name is Maple," Maple replied. "Cinnamon is my name," Cinnamon answered. The dwarf captain frowned. No matter how much he searched his memories, he couldn't match any name to the two girls' faces. However, one thing was certain, he could vaguely sense dwarven blood in their bodies. Vagron then shifted his attention to the half-elf who still had his arms raised in the air in surrender. Judging from how he acted, he could tell that he didn't want to escalate the situation, so he decided to hear them out for the time being. "William, was it?" Vagron said as he looked at the red-headed teenager. "Which kingdom do you hail from?" Seeing that the dwarf was willing to hear him out, the half-elf lowered his hands and introduced himself properly. "Once again, my name is William Von Ainsworth," William replied. "I am the emperor of the Ainsworth Empire that hails from the central continent." Vagron frowned after hearing William's reply. He was carrying an artifact that could detect lies, but since there was no reaction from it, he assumed that what the half-elf was saying was true. Although the dwarves almost didn't travel outside of their domain, that didn't mean that they weren't aware of what was happening in the world. The dwarves that were living in the other cities of the Gunner Federation would regularly send them the latest news and rumors that were being spread about the various kingdoms. One of them was the war that was happening in the central continent, where powerful beings that surpassed the rank of demigods were said to be decimating the armies of the kingdoms in the central continent. When the dwarves first heard it, they treated it as simply nonsense. How could there be beings that were stronger than demigods? However, their king was different. He took this news seriously, and ordered his army to stay vigilant and issued a command to all dwarves that were living outside of the dwarven kingdom to keep them updated if any signs of the war were to spill over to the western continent. An emperor. Vagron eyed the half-elf from head to foot. Someone as young as you is an emperor in the central continent. Yes, William replied. Is there a problem? I'm finding it very hard to believe your claim. Well, the fact still remains that I am indeed an emperor, but I will have to agree that I don't look like one. William couldn't help but shake his head bitterly because he really didn't have the aura and charisma of a ruler. Okay, let's say that for a minute I believed you, Vagron stated. You said you wanted to talk to our king, but what do you want to talk to him about? The half-elf stared at Vagron with a complicated look on his face. In truth, he also didn't know how to start the discussion about the army of destruction without making it sound like a crazy story. After organizing his thoughts, he gazed steadily at the dwarven captain before answering his question. Giants, Will replied. The giants are coming. Chapter 1375. The Giants Are Coming, Part 2. The giants are coming. Vagron and the rest of the Wyvern riders gazed at William with grim expressions on their faces. The one thing that dwarves hated the most wasn't humans, elves, demons, gnomes, or the other races. What they hated the most were giants. Perhaps, due to their small size, their instincts naturally feared something that was several times taller than them. There were several members of the giant race in Hestia like cyclops, mountain ogres, and other creatures whose sizes ranged from 10 meters up to 100 meters. Hundreds of years ago, the dwarves had fought against these towering monsters who treated their race as prey. Fortunately, the dwarves were smarter and smaller than the giants, allowing them to use the mountains as their natural fortress against their kind. In time, the dwarves developed weapons that could effectively injure and kill the giants, allowing them to turn the tide of battle in their favor. Hundreds of years later, no more giants could be found around the kingdom of Beldarel. Even so, the moment the dwarves hear the word giant, their initial reaction was to find these monsters and fire their cannons in their faces. You said giants are coming? Vagron asked. From where, and when? The artifact in his hand wasn't reacting to the half-elf's words, meaning that what he was saying was the truth. The other dwarves who knew of the artifact in their captain's hands couldn't help but feel anxious after hearing William's announcement. This is why I came to your kingdom, William stated. Please, inform your king that I want to have an audience with him. This matter is of great importance, and I can't discuss it out in the open. I hope you understand that this news isn't something to be discussed lightly. Vagron frowned, but he didn't refute William's words. Since an emperor had personally come to their kingdom, they had to be shown proper etiquette, even if their arrival was unannounced. Wait here, Vagron replied. I will send word to His Majesty. He will be the one to decide if he wishes to talk to you or not. The half-elf nodded his head in understanding. Since the dwarf captain had already compromised, he made the flying ship land on the ground, as a sign of good faith. Astrape and Bronte were quite tempted to shoot the dwarves out of the sky with their lightning bolts. However, William had forbidden them to use violence beforehand, which left the two pseudo-gods no other choice but to bottle up their anger inside their chests during Vagron's interrogation. Calm down, okay, William said as he pacified the two pseudo-gods. We didn't come here to fight. Astrape sighed before nodding her head. I know, Master. I will keep that in mind. I will endure to the best of my abilities, Master, Bronte commented. However, if that dwarf had really shot you with his hand cannon, I would have turned him into a piece of charcoal by now. Thank you for being angry for my sake, William stated. But, there will be many more opportunities for me to receive the same treatment as we visit the kingdoms in the Gunner Federation. I just hope that the two of you will remember what happened here today. I don't want any trouble, so both of you behave yourselves, okay? Understood, Astrape replied. Bronte nodded. If that is your wish. Maple and Cinnamon, who were currently eating some snacks that had been prepared for them by Charmaine and Haleth, sat at the round table that William had summoned on the deck of the flying ship. Suddenly, three beautiful ladies emerged from the cabin of the flying ship. They were none other than Lyra, Shayna, and Melody, who had used the temporary portal that William had placed inside the cabin. William had installed it before leaving the central continent because his lovers didn't want to be trapped in the Thousand Beast domain, just in case something happened to him. Because of this, the half-elf relented and placed a temporary portal so those whom he had given his permission to could exit and enter his domain freely. We saw what just happened from inside your domain, Lyra said as she hugged William and gave him a kiss on the cheek. We decided to assist just in case the negotiation gets dicey. Thank you, William replied. But, as you can see, things are peaceful right now. We can see that, Melody commented as she too gave the half-elf a hug and kiss. But, we came just in case. The others wanted to come as well, but we persuaded them that we are more than enough to handle anything that the dwarves can throw at us. Shayna, who was about to vomit sugar from the public display of affection by Lyra and Melody, cleared her throat to catch William's attention. To think that the always reserved Melody is acting so bold, now of all times, Shayna said in a teasing tone. Is this the side effect of drinking William's juice on a regular basis? I want to have some of that as well. Melody's face slowly turned beet red as she ran after Shayna, who ran around the deck while giggling. The dwarves who were circling around the flying ship from the air looked down at the ladies on the deck before glaring at the handsome half-elf who was surrounded by beautiful women. They had spent most of their time patrolling their kingdom, and had no time to mingle with the dwarf girls at the taverns as of late. This made them look at the half-elf, who was being spoiled by the ladies around him, as if he were an eyesore. Half an hour later, Vagron returned with the messenger that came from the royal palace. Emperor William, the king wishes to meet with you at the royal palace, the messenger of the king said. You are given permission to land your flying ship at the landing port that we have designated to our wyvern riders. William thanked the messenger and once again operated the flying ship to soar to the skies once more. Now that he had been given permission to meet with the king of the dwarves, he would definitely use this opportunity to forge an alliance with him. Chapter 1376. Well met, half-elf. The flying ship landed at the base of the mountain, which was heavily guarded by dwarf cannoneers. William didn't mind this kind of treatment because he came to their territory unannounced. Even he would be wary of a sovereign visiting his kingdom out of the blue, so he allowed himself and his ladies to be escorted to the underground city, where the royal palace of the dwarves was located. It's like a maze down here, Maple said as she walked hand in hand with William. Even so, we won't get lost no matter what, Cinnamon commented. The two girls were quite lively as they pulled on the half-elf's hands, urging him to walk faster. I didn't think that I would get a chance to visit here again, Ephemera said softly as she walked behind William. The last time I came here was during the negotiations to have Beldarel part of the Gunner Federation. Unfortunately, the negotiation failed. One of the dwarf guards escorting them snorted after hearing Ephemera's words. The members of the Gunner Federation say that the reason why they became united under one banner is for the sake of peace, the dwarf guard commented. However, even now that they are under one banner, the backstabbing continues. We don't want to be part of that farce. Ephemera didn't refute the dwarf's words because they were true. Even her own kingdom, Edelweiss, was far from being a role model of the Federation. William was not aware of the current situation of the Western continent, so he remained silent and just followed their guide. It would not be a good idea to antagonize the dwarves who had come this far, so he merely listened, and didn't share his opinion. Maple is tired, Maple complained. Uncle, are you perhaps going around in circles to tire Maple out? Why are you bullying me? Cinnamon is tired, too, Cinnamon complained as well. Uncle, why do you bully Cinnamon? The one guiding them felt a little guilty after hearing the complaints of the two girls. In truth, he had been indeed going around in circles, in order to better understand the qualities of their guests. If they started to become unreasonable, he would take them to the nearest exit, and bar them from entering their main city. His only problem was how he would convince his king that their unwanted guests didn't come with good intentions. Uncle, I'm tired. Uncle, I'm hungry. Do you find bullying Maple fun? Cinnamon doesn't like bullies. Dwarves might be stubborn and hard-headed, but they couldn't ignore the hardships of children. The two little girls, who had been quite lively earlier, were now using Will's hands as a means of support as they walked behind the guide, making them both look pitiful. I think it's about time that you take us to see the king. William finally broke his silence as he waved his hand to use his wind magic to lift the two girls in the air, making them float. I don't mind playing this farce, but the children are the ones suffering. The guide didn't reply. However, when they arrived at another intersection, he no longer took the path that would make them circle around the fortress, but chose the shortest route towards the royal palace, where the dwarven king was waiting for them. A few minutes later, everyone saw a magnificent city that stretched for miles. I welcome you to the capital city of our kingdom, Morndon, the guide said before turning around to look at their guests. We will now be using a special teleportation spell that will take us to the palace gates. Are all of you ready to go? William nodded. We're ready. The guide nodded and took out a token from his pocket. A moment later, he, the dwarf guards, as well as William's entire entourage, were bathed in a blinding light. A moment later, they disappeared from where they stood and reappeared at the palace gates of the Dwarven Kingdom. Optimus, set the coordinates for the Bifrost Bridge. Coordinates have been successfully added to the Bifrost Bridge's waypoints. The half-elf didn't want to waste his time walking through the maze again just to meet with the Dwarf King in the future, so he decided to use the Bifrost Bridge to bypass the defenders that would undoubtedly make things difficult for him if he were to visit them again. If not for Maple's and Cinnamon's complaints, the guide might have taken them on a wild goose chase for half a day before finally giving up. Time was precious to William, and he didn't want to waste it going around in circles. After passing through several checkpoints, the group finally stepped foot inside the royal palace, which was located at the highest part of the city. The dwarves didn't like making their houses fancy. For them, practicality was best. Although the design of their palace wasn't as fancy as the other kingdoms in Hestia, it still gave a feeling of majesty, which made William feel more eager to meet the king that ruled the dwarven nation. When the guide arrived at a large stone gate that bore the insignia of the royal family of Beldarel, he cleared his throat before shouting to announce the arrival of their guests. Emperor William Von Ainsworth has come to seek an audience with His Majesty, the guide shouted. Enter. A single word reached William's ears. The half-elf frowned because the voice sounded vaguely familiar. He even found a trace of anticipation in it, making him wonder if the dwarf king had heard his name in the past. When the giant stone gates opened, William and his entourage entered the throne room of the dwarven kingdom. The moment the half-elf's eyes landed on the person sitting on the throne, his body stiffened because he didn't expect to see that person here of all places. Welcome, Emperor William. The dwarf whom William had met in the Deadlands looked at him with a devilish smile plastered on his face. Ildan, William asked, half doubtful, and half hopeful that he was right. The dwarven king smiled, but soon, his gaze landed on the two little girls that were holding the half-elf's hands. The moment he saw Maple and Cinnamon enter the throne room, his heart almost leapt out of his chest because the mere sight of them made his breath catch. Soon, his gaze softened as he looked at the two little girls, making him, as well as his queen, who sat beside him, want to give them a tight and loving hug. Half a minute later, he reluctantly tore his gaze away from them and shifted them back on the half-elf that was looking at him in disbelief. Well met, half-elf, Ildan replied. Now, tell me, why did it take you so long to visit your in-laws? Ephemera, as well as the ladies that came with William, looked at the half-elf in surprise. They didn't expect the dwarf king, who ruled one of the strongest kingdoms in the western continent, to actually be his in-law, making them feel that fate truly knew how to play pranks on people. Chapter 1377, Can We Even Beat Gods? That uncle bullied us earlier. He is a bad uncle. Cinnamon's feet hurt badly. Maple, who was seated on Eldon's lap, and Cinnamon, who was seated on the queen's lap, pointed at the guide and started to complain. Oh, he dared to bully the two of you? Ildan asked with a smile. Don't worry, I will punish him. How about I cut his salary in half for the next 3 months? That's bad, Maple replied. If he doesn't have money, how will he be able to eat? Not being able to eat is sad. That's right, Cinnamon commented. Everyone must eat properly. Mama said that everyone should eat at least 3 to 6 meals a day to be happy. Okay, I'll just punish him by not allowing him to have dinner today, Ildan said in a teasing tone. That is enough punishment, right? Isn't that punishment a bit too harsh? Maple asked. Being hungry is bad. Dinner is important, Cinnamon replied. Maybe cutting his salary is better. Young ladies, please, punish me by not allowing me to have dinner, the guide pleaded. The crime I committed is too much, and this is the only way that I can atone for my sins. Well, if Uncle says so then I guess it's fine. Just make sure to eat a lot for breakfast. Cinnamon thinks that you should eat a lot for lunch, so that you won't feel hungry later. The guide thanked the two little girls, and hurried out of the throne room. Clearly, he didn't want his salary to be cut in half, so he decided to make himself scarce, just in case the two pink-haired girls changed their minds. I'll ask the chef to cook a lot of food later, Ildan said as he patted Maple's head. The two of you will have lunch with us, right? Maple nodded. It is not good to reject food. Cinnamon will have lunch together, Cinnamon replied. The half-elf could only watch this scene from where he stood because he was still trying to process the unexpected reunion he had with Ildan. Not only was the dwarf one of the people who fought alongside him in the Deadlands, Ildan was the king of the dwarves, and Chiffon's grandfather, making him his in-law. His who was Chiffon's grandmother, held Cinnamon lovingly, and planted a kiss on both of her cheeks, making the little girl giggle because it felt ticklish. "So, Will, you said that the giants are coming," Ildan said as he stared at the half-elf who had come all this way to meet him. "I've heard a lot of news about the goings-on in the central continent, and I don't know if what I've heard is real or not. First, tell me about the giants. Make sure to not omit anything, do you understand?" William nodded and began his tale about the great army of destruction that would arrive in their world in 2 years. The ministers, who were also in the throne room, looked at the half-elf as if he was spouting nonsense. If not for the fact that their king seemed to be taking his words seriously, all of them would have advised Ildan to kick the half-elf out of the throne room and ban him from entering their domain in the future. The queen, who went by the name Eloise, was also paying close attention to the tale that the half-elf was imparting to them. Ildan had already told her about his fateful encounter with the red-headed teenager in the place called the Deadlands, and although it sounded like a crazy story, she believed her husband entirely. Since that was the case, she didn't doubt the validity of the story that Will was telling them at the moment, about beings whose strength far surpassed that of demigods, and were threatening to raise their world, and everyone they loved, to ashes. "So, that giant who took Morax away from the Deadlands is one of the 3 gods of destruction that will descend upon this world in 2 years' time?" Ildan asked. The dwarf king eyed the half-elf with a complicated expression on his face. "Can we even beat gods?" Ildan asked. "Let's say that we can miraculously survive a battle against thousands of demigods, and hundreds of pseudo-gods. Can we really defeat those beings whose strength surpasses even the strongest creatures in this world?" William sighed before answering truthfully. "I don't know," William replied. "I'd like to believe that there is a way. But, right now, I don't have any other alternative aside from uniting all the kingdoms of the world, in an effort to at least create a miracle for our last stand." Ildan glanced at the little girl in his arms, who was currently eating some gummy bears. When he was still in the Deadlands, he could only watch from afar as William and Morax fought a battle that made his heart tremble. He felt very powerless back then. Even if he wanted to help, he would only get in the way if he insisted on supporting William in his battle. Because of this, he just focused on dealing with Morax's minions because they were creatures that he could fight head-on. Now that they were about to face beings that were far stronger than Morax, Ildan felt as if there was no chance at all in winning. Even if all the kingdoms of the world united to fight as one, fighting against 3 bona fide gods of destruction was just like throwing raw eggs against a rock. They would all shatter and crumble, leaving nothing but a one-sided slaughter. "But, even if there is no hope, we have no choice but to fight, right?" Ildan asked. "Even if we don't fight, we will still be wiped out in the end." The dwarf king sighed for the second time because all of their prospects looked grim. "Understood," Ildan said after a few minutes of silence. "The kingdom of Beldarel will stand by your side in this war against those who wish to destroy everything we hold sacred. Unfortunately, I am the only one who will believe your tale. The other monarchs of this world will simply brush it off as the ravings of a lunatic. Have you considered what to do if that happens?" William could only smile bitterly as he remembered Nisha's words before he left the Ainsworth Empire. Chapter 1378. Don't lump me with those small fries. Aside from Ildan and his wife, the ministers inside the throne room thought that the half-elf was crazy. First he talked about giants invading their world, and a moment later, he talked about gods of destruction who were hell-bent to end all of their lives. Then, he started to talk about something that they could relate to, but still not believe, which was subjugating the 4 demigods of the Western continent. For them, the demigods were gods. They were beings that could make the kings of the Gunner Federation bow their heads, and anyone who sat in a seat of power would take their words seriously. "Do you need any help in tracking down these demigods?" Ildan asked as he patted Maple's head, who was seated on his lap. "I can introduce a guide to you that knows the general location of their territories." "That will be extremely helpful," William replied. "I'll gladly accept your offer." Ildan nodded. "Good. Then it's settled then. Should we all have lunch?" Just as William was about to reply, one of King Eldon's ministers spoke up. "Wait, please wait, Your Majesty." The minister shouted. "Please, tell me that you are not going to believe this nonsense. If we anger the demigods, they will certainly retaliate. Even if we are confident in our kingdom's defenses, I am afraid that we will not be able to survive if we are to antagonize them." "I understand your concern, Durin," Ildan said as he addressed the minister that had spoken up. "But, you're making a big deal out of this. Aren't they just demigods? William can easily handle them. Durin almost spat out blood after hearing his king's casual words. Aren't they just demigods? Those were the casual words that their king had said just a moment ago. It was similar to the saying, aren't they just ants? If they bother you too much then just step on them. Problem solved. The ministers inside the throne room felt cold sweat starting to form on their foreheads because their king seemed to have been infected by the crazy disease that the half-elf had brought with him when he entered their kingdom. My king, please reconsider, Durin insisted. Why must we listen to the wild ravings of this half-elf that came from the central continent? Ah, so this is your primary concern. Ildan nodded as if he had finally understood something. First off, he is not just an ordinary half-elf that came from the central continent. This person is the husband of my granddaughter, Chiffon. He is family, so he can be trusted. Durin frowned after he heard Eldon's reply. Husband of your granddaughter. The minister was April's godfather, and he had doted upon the pink-haired dwarf before she went to the central continent to go on an expedition. When he saw the two girls that were currently seated on the king's and queen's lap, a suspicion had already formed inside his mind, but since there was no confirmation, he just kept this matter to the side, while listening to the half-elf's words. Then, where is she? Durin asked after organizing his thoughts. Since she is the king's granddaughter, why isn't she here to pay respect to her grandparents? If he really is her husband then she should be here with him, no? Ildan, and his wife, Eloise, had wanted to ask William this question earlier. However, since the half-elf wanted to talk about the giants, they decided to ask this question in private after they had their lunch. This is our family matter, William replied. I'd appreciate it if you don't intrude on our privacy. Durin snorted, but he no longer insisted on the matter because he saw that his king was looking at him as if he didn't want this discussion to continue. Since that was the case, he didn't pry further and simply asked another question. You talked as if demigods are not a big deal, Durin stated. But, do you know the consequences that come if you anger them? Our entire kingdom will be destroyed. Because of your craziness. The other ministers nodded their heads because they couldn't allow their king to make a decision that would jeopardize the peace and stability that they had built for hundreds of years. The dwarves had a neutral policy, meaning, they would not take the initiative to antagonize their neighbors or start conflicts. Simply put, they would not start a war they couldn't win. They could definitely fight against myriad beasts, but demigods were something that they didn't want to touch, even with a 12-foot pole. Astrape, show them your strength, William ordered. Just make sure to hold back, okay? The half-elf knew that the only way to convince the dwarves was to show them that he wasn't just all talk. If he could make them understand that he could easily deal with the demigods, whom they treated as the apex beings of the western continent, all future problems would be resolved. Understood, Master. Astrape grinned evilly because she had been doing her best to not slap the minister silly for getting in the way of her master's mission. Astrape slowly unleashed her presence little by little. At first, the ministers were still calm as they looked at the beautiful lady who seemed to be one of the half-elf's subordinates. However, their calm disappeared, and was soon replaced with disbelief, followed by horror. By the earth goddess, Durin muttered. Demigod. Astrape snorted after hearing Durin's words. Demigod. Astrape sneered. Don't lump me with those small fries. As if she was offended by Durin's words, she once again increased the power she was radiating, making all the dwarves inside the throne room, with the exception of Ildan and Eloise, fall on their knees as they gasped for breath. That's enough, Astrape, William said. I'm sure they understand how strong you are now. Astrape stopped exerting pressure on the dwarves, allowing them to take a breather. I'm sure that what I said earlier is unbelievable, William stated as he scanned the faces of the dwarves, who were looking back at him with wariness. If I were in your shoes, I would have been of the same opinion. However, that will not change the fact that there are indeed beings that far surpass the established norm of this world. When I was younger, I also thought that demigods were the peak existences of this world. Unfortunately, they are not. Since that is the case, we need to live with the reality of knowing that the previous beliefs we held were incorrect. However, I assure you that what I told all of you earlier is the truth and nothing but the truth. William paused as if to allow the dwarves time to digest the words that he had just said. 2 years from now, we will have to deal with beings far stronger than them, William added. I hope when that time comes, all of you will be ready to stand your ground, or else everything you hold dear in this world will be taken away from you. Durin, who thought that everything William said earlier was just a crazy story, started to feel afraid. If what the half-elf really said was true, then how could they possibly survive such a calamity? It was not only him that thought this way, but the rest of the dwarves in the throne room. Now that the reality that there were beings stronger than demigods had appeared before them, they had no choice but to take the half-elf's words seriously, making them feel that the future before them wasn't as bright as they imagined it would be. Chapter 1379, A Form of Atonement. William sat on the highest peak of the mountain, as he looked at the stars in the sky. It was just past midnight, and all of his lovers were sleeping. He took this opportunity to slip away, so that he could have some time to organize his thoughts and think about what he should do in the future. Earlier, he had no choice but to admit that Nisha's method of using force to make others understand their place was truly effective. If possible, he didn't want to use this method, but after seeing that he would find it extremely hard to convince others to believe his story, he decided to no longer hold back in the future. That is the look on your face whenever you're thinking of something bad. William's body stiffened because he didn't sense anyone approaching him from behind. Although he was deep in thought, he was well aware of his surroundings, so someone sneaking up from behind caught him completely by surprise. With his current strength, it was almost impossible for this to happen, which only meant one thing. The one that sneaked up to him was stronger than him. The half-elf immediately turned his head to look at the person who was daring enough to approach him in the middle of the night. However, the moment he saw her face, he felt as if all the tension in his body disappeared without a trace. A pink-haired girl with long hair that fluttered in the breeze, stood a few meters away from him with her hands behind her back. "See Chiffon?" William asked as he looked at the lady who looked like his wife, but with subtle differences. Although the young lady in front of him still had the childlike body he remembered, and a face that would not make her look older than 14, there was a sense of maturity in it that made her look so womanly, despite her childish looks. "Yes," Chiffon replied as she tucked her long pink hair at the back of her ear, preventing it from hiding her face due to the strong winds that blew high up in the mountains. "But, not the Chiffon you knew." William's breath was caught up in his throat as he looked at the young lady, who was looking at her with a smile. "Did you come here for maple and cinnamon?" William asked after a minute had passed. "That's only a part of it," Chiffon replied. "But the main reason why I came here is to tell you the truth." "Truth? What truth?" "The truth about maple, cinnamon, Razel, and another girl whom you probably haven't seen because she is good at hiding." William's expression turned serious as he looked at the young lady who seemed to be enjoying the night breeze that was blowing over her body, making her dress and clothes flutter in the wind. Chiffon was looking up in the stars, as if she was looking for something. However, without turning her gaze, she asked the half-elf a question. "William, I'm sure that you are thinking that they are your future daughters, right?" Chiffon asked. "They aren't," William asked back. Chiffon smiled before shifting her gaze to the half-elf. "The answer is yesn't." The pink-haired lady once again shifted her attention towards the sky before continuing her words. "My daughters were born special," Chiffon stated. "They gained the ability to travel into the void. Because of this, they were able to witness many things, both good and bad. Both happy and sad." The pink-haired lady then sighed before shifting her gaze back to William, whose eyes never left her face. "We are from a parallel world," Chiffon replied. "A world that managed to survive the onslaught of the army of destruction. But many others were not fortunate. Maple and Cinnamon have seen the other versions of you die fighting the army of destruction because they thought that, since the two of them existed, their survival was already assured." A bitter smile appeared on Chiffon's face, making the half-elf's heart skip a beat. "I don't want to think that my daughters caused the demise of these countless worlds because they brought false hope." Chiffon's lips trembled as she said these words. "This is why I decided to meet with you today, so you will not misunderstand that your survival in the future has already been set in stone." Chiffon sighed a second time before shifting her gaze back towards the stars in the sky. "Maple and Cinnamon are still too young," Chiffon stated. "They do not know the consequences of their actions. Because of this, I decided to secretly follow them whenever they leave the house to travel in the void. Great-grandpa would always accompany me on this mission because, in our family, he was the only one that had the ability to travel the void aside from my daughters." "Is your great-grandpa somewhere out there right now?" William asked. He noticed that Chiffon was looking at a single point in the sky, but even if he did his best to look at where she was looking, he couldn't see anything. "Of course," Chiffon replied with a faint smile. "But he didn't want to see you. So I came here to talk to you alone, and give you a warning. Just because you saw my daughters, that doesn't mean that the future is assured. Do not be complacent, like the other Williams that have died in the other parallel worlds. Take note that the William of our world didn't meet Razel, and didn't meet Maple and Cinnamon. I only discovered the existence of the other parallel worlds because I followed them not long ago. However, when we arrived, the William of that world had just died, and Maple and Cinnamon were unconscious. When Great-Grandpa scanned their memories, it seemed that they had tried to interfere with the battle and tried to save William, but they were knocked out by the goddess that was responsible for the balance of the universe as a whole, Nemesis. She was the same goddess that was sent by the primordial goddess to interfere in the battle between William and Ahriman should the former find himself in a disadvantageous position. For Nemesis, destruction was just part of the cycle. Just like there is life after death, this too is part of the balance. However, when Maple and Cinnamon tried to interfere in a battle that wasn't part of their own parallel universe, the goddess Nemesis appeared and knocked them unconscious, before she took them to a safe place, away from the battle. In truth, she wanted to punish them, but after finding out that they were my daughters, she held back her hand, and allowed me to take my daughters back to our own world. However, before Nemesis let them go, she made sure to erase all of Maple's and Cinnamon's memories of the world that they had just visited. This was when she had discovered that the two girls had formerly met the William of this world, and interacted with him many times. Nemesis told me that my daughters may have broken the balance of the world, and caused its demise, Chiffon said, and her voice was filled with an unbearable sadness that made William's heart ache. The worst part is that this is not the first time that it has happened. Several other worlds had already been destroyed, but Nemesis made sure to erase their memories, so that they wouldn't have to suffer the backlash of their actions when they finally realized what they had done when they grew older. Chiffon then gazed at William and, this time, her gaze was filled with determination. Me meeting you here today is a form of atonement for the things that have happened in the past, Chiffon stated with determination. Although the previous worlds cannot be saved, I don't want the same thing to happen to other worlds. So, please, do everything in your power to survive. Please, beat the army of destruction, and break the loop of destruction that has been caused by my daughters. Tears started to fall on Chiffon's cheeks as she looked at William with a pleading gaze. The half-elf's body moved on his own, and before he knew it, he was already hugging the pink-haired lady tightly. Thank you for warning me, William replied as he held the trembling body in his embrace. But, if the other Williams, in the worlds that were destroyed, were the same as me, I can assure you that they didn't slack off, even after seeing Maple and Cinnamon. They would not have allowed themselves to be too complacent just because they saw a possible future. I am sure, because I know more than anyone. Tell me, aside from your world, have you seen other worlds that have survived the army of destruction? Chiffon shook her head. No, I haven't seen a world survive, aside from our own. Well, that is about to change, William replied as he pulled back and gazed at the tear-stained face of the pink-haired lady who was suffering in front of him. Watch us from the stars. I will show you a world that will survive the war against the army of destruction. When that happens, allow Maple and Cinnamon to visit me again, okay? Chiffon nodded as she wiped her tears away. I will look forward to that future, Chiffon said, feeling hopeful. When that happens, I will let my daughters visit you again. So, make sure that you will make that future a reality. William smiled. Okay, I will make it happen. On that fateful night, the half-elf made an oath. For the sake of the present, and his future happiness, he must make sure that he would win the upcoming war, so that the pink-haired lady who had come from afar to warn him would no longer shed a tear because of the worlds that were destroyed due to her daughter's interference. Chapter 1380. Who dares enter my domain? Visit us again when you're free, okay? Ildan said as he gave the two pink-haired girls a hug. Your beard tickles me, Maple giggled. It is very ticklish, Cinnamon commented as she giggled as well. After Eldon's turn, it was now his wife, Elwa, turn to hug the two little girls who would be leaving their kingdom. It was fairly obvious that the two of them were sad that Maple and Cinnamon were already leaving, but there was nothing they could do about it. Send me a messenger once you have subjugated the 4 demigods, and secured a conference with the kings of the Gunner Federation, Ildan stated. Although they like to bicker among themselves, it is true that no large-scale wars have happened in the Western continent since the Federation was founded. William nodded his head to acknowledge Eldon's words. The Dwarf King then shifted his attention to Durin, who would accompany the red-headed teenager while he looked for the demigods in the Western continent. You can talk to the other kings on my behalf, Ildan said. Don't forget what we talked about yesterday. I won't, Durin replied in a grumpy manner. How many times must you remind me? Are you my mother? The king laughed after hearing his minister's words. They had been together for nearly half a century, which was long enough for them to know each other's thoughts even if they didn't say it in words. After Astrape had shown Durin that she was indeed formidable enough to subjugate the apex overlords within the lands of the Gunner Federation, the dwarf volunteered to guide the half-elf because he wanted to witness how these mighty beings bowed their heads to William in submission. Let us be off, William said. The next time we meet, I will bring good news. Ildan nodded. May fortune be on your side. A moment later, the flying ship rose to the air before flying to the north. They would deal with the closest demigod first, and visit the others in an orderly manner. After talking with Chiffon last night, the pink-haired lady said that she would come to pick up Maple and Cinnamon after the half-elf had finished subjugating all 4 demigods. William thanked her for allowing the 2 little girls to accompany him a while longer on his journey, which made the pink-haired lady smile in understanding. With the help of Astrape and Bronte, the flying ship's speed was greatly enhanced. Although they weren't able to travel at the speed of lightning, they were able to fly at the speed of sound without any problems. The 2 pseudo-gods had created a dome of energy around the flying ship, allowing the people inside it to not be affected by the pressure of altitude, in addition to the speed of which they were traveling per second. They could have gone faster of course, but since Maple and Cinnamon liked to ride on the flying ship, the half-elf allowed the 2 little girls the opportunity to look at the scenery, even though it was no more than a passing blur. 3 hours later, the flying ship arrived at their destination, which was a volcanic field. This place reminded William of the world of Muspelheim where the giants of fire lived. Several volcanoes could be seen almost right next to each other, and all of them were spewing magma from their cones, bathing the world in hot molten lava. The demigod of fire, Ifrit, rules this land, Durin commented as he looked at the hellish scene in front of him. Among the 4 overlords of the western continent, his temperament is the worst of them all. They say that, even if you manage to see and talk to Ifrit and still manage to return to your country alive, you have achieved a feat that will be celebrated by your families for a lifetime. Really, Titania, who was busy braiding Maple's and Cinnamon's hair, commented. It seems that he has a very big reputation among your mortals. Durin smiled as he glanced at the beautiful fairy queen, who could ensnare the hearts of anyone that laid their eyes on her. It is only natural to worship the strong, Durin stated. Just as there are beings stronger than us mortals, there are existences that are stronger than you as well, Your Excellency. Titania smiled because she could tell that this was the dwarf's way of getting back at her. Even so, she didn't mind it because what Durin had said was true. When she met William, she knew that she would not be able to beat him. In order to preserve her domain, as well as not suffer any grievances, she decided to voluntarily submit to him, and form a contract, making her his subordinate for a few years. Where can we find this Ifrit? Astrape asked as she cracked her knuckles in excitement. Durin smiled after seeing the pseudo-god's eagerness to subjugate their target. Your Excellency, we don't find Ifrit, Durin replied. He will find us. As if proving his words right, the biggest volcano in the vicinity erupted, making the land shake with great intensity. A moment later, a flaming humanoid emerged from its cone, and flew towards the flying ship like a giant fireball. Who dares enter my domain? The demigod roared as it swung its arm in preparation to obliterate the flying ship that had come into its territory unannounced. However, before it could even land its burning fist on the flying ship, a beautiful lady appeared in front of it, blocking its way. The last thing that Ifrit remembered was the devilish smile that was plastered on the lady's face before it found itself crashing towards the ground, face first. Is that all you got? Astrape asked as she landed beside the fallen demigod. Why you? Ifrit roared as its entire body blazed brightly, turning the ground around it into molten lava due to how hot it was. Die, trespasser! A bright flash of light erupted in the surroundings, and a giant cone of flames rose up towards the heavens, scorching everything around it. Wow, fireworks! Maple said as she looked at the hellfire in front of her with sparkling eyes. So pretty, Cinnamon commented as she, too, looked at the flames in wonder. Ifrit, who was at the center of the destruction, frowned because it could still sense the presence of the lady that had smashed its face into the ground earlier. I guess you're not half bad for a demigod. Ifrit's expression immediately changed to disbelief when it saw the lady that it wanted to kill appear in front of it, unaffected by the flames it had unleashed using its full power. "Let me introduce myself before I knock you senseless," Astrape said as she cracked her knuckles. "My name is Astrape, and I serve His Majesty, William Von Ainsworth. Make sure to remember the name because soon, you will be serving him as well." Before Ifrit could even reply, Astrape had already appeared in front of it and smashed her fist into the demigod's face. Soon, the sound of pained screams echoed in the surroundings, as a one-sided beating ensued. William, who was standing on the deck of the flying ship, glanced at Bronte, who was looking down with a regretful look on her face. "It seems that your sister has a lot of pent-up stress," William commented. Bronte smiled before shifting her attention to the half-elf, who was looking at her with a concerned gaze. "It's your fault, Your Majesty," Bronte replied. "Ever since your return, you haven't been spending time with me and my sister. Because of this, she has a lot of pent-up frustrations. Don't worry, she will stop once she has vented everything on that demigod. So, Master, after this expedition is over, make sure to spend time with us too. Isn't that right, Titania?" The Fairy Queen pretended to not hear Bronte's remark as she filed her nails. Just like Astrape and Bronte, the Fairy Queen was feeling a bit frustrated because, after working for a long time for the half-elf, her garden hadn't been watered as of late. Because of this, she also felt a little resentful of William, who had only spoiled the mortal women around him after he'd returned. The red-headed teenager gave a light cough as he shifted his attention back to the pitiful demigod who was getting smacked silly by Astrape. As he listened to Ifrit's pained shouts, the half-elf promised himself that after the 4 demigods were subjugated, he would spend some time with the 3 pseudo-gods, who were currently deprived of his care and affection. Chapter 1381. Did you also ask Elfrit to accompany you? I will not yield, Ifrit shouted as Astrape pinned its body to the ground with her foot. Just kill me, I will not submit to anyone. Ifrit's angry shout reverberated within his domain. After being one of the strongest overlords of the Western continent, it prided itself as being the strongest among his peers. But, now, after experiencing Astrape's strength firsthand, it realized that it was wrong all along. There was someone stronger than it, and it made it feel as if all the hardships it had overcome in order to achieve its current strength was a lie. Ifrit started as a lowly fire spirit that managed to step into the rank of a demigod after hundreds of years of hardship. Because of this, it prided itself for being able to attain what others could only dream of. Even though it was getting beaten up to a pulp, its pride wouldn't allow it to submit. Not to Astrape, and certainly not to the red-headed teenager that commanded the brutish woman. Master, this one is serious, Astrape smiled. He would rather choose death than submit to you. Should I continue to beat him up? William shook his head. He and Ifrit had no quarrels with each other, so there was no need for excessive violence. Even so, he didn't plan to leave empty-handed, so he ordered Astrape and Bronte to tie the demigod of fire up with shackles made from lightning bolts. Durin, who noticed the battle from start to finish, couldn't help but feel that he was being part of a momentous moment in history. Now that one of the 4 demigods had been subjugated, all of his doubts had disappeared completely. Sir Durin, where are we going next? William asked the dwarf to look at him with a respectful gaze. From here, we head to the southeast, Durin replied. There, the demigod of wind, xianxia, lives. I have been fortunate enough to see him, and I can describe to you in detail what he looks like. William was quite interested to know more about the next demigod that they were going to meet, so he allowed Durin to continue his tale. Xianxia is a 4-winged, snake-headed man, who sends seasonal storms across the entire western continent. From where he lives, Durin explained. He has a good relationship with Ifrit, and I am afraid that he won't be too happy once he sees that you've captured him. The half-elf glanced at the bound-up demigod of fire who was glaring in his direction. I don't know who you are, or why you came to the western continent, but I can guarantee you one thing, Ifrit said with steam coming out of its mouth. None of us will submit to you, and recognize you as our master. To the demigod's surprise, William just shrugged, as if making 4 lowly demigods his subordinates was the least of his concerns. Astrape, who was standing beside Ifrit, chuckled. Fool, do you still not understand? Astrape sneered. My master has us by his side, so what makes you think that someone like you is worth his time? You think too highly of yourself. Then why do you want to make me submit? Ifrit countered Astrape's words, making the beautiful lady look at him in disdain. However, before she could reply to Ifrit's question, William's words cut her off. We don't need you to submit, William replied. We just need to show your defeated expressions to the kings of the Gunner Federation. That will be enough to make them understand who they are dealing with. William could tell that Ifrit wasn't joking when it said that none of them would submit to him, even if they were beaten senseless. Since that was the case, he decided to come up with a plan B, and simply show the kings of the Gunner Federation that going against him was a very stupid thing to do. Although he didn't want to follow Nisha's way of doing things, he had no choice but to do it. The sooner he made everyone realize that going against him was a bad move, the sooner he could discuss things of importance without being ignored. Nisha had even told him before he left that, if the kings were to defy him, he should just pick a random beggar on the street and crown them as the new king of the kingdom. That way, the other kings would understand that the half-elf didn't really care who sat on the thrones of the nations belonging to the Gunner Federation, as long as his will was followed without questions. Naturally, William didn't want to follow this path. If possible, he wanted to work hand in hand with the kings of the nations in the Western continent. If things failed on his end, he would just order Nisha to take over. Since the veiled beauty was an expert in getting her hands dirty, the half-elf would just let the professional handle the job that he wasn't capable of doing. A few hours later, the flying ship arrived at a mountain range where strong winds blew non-stop. If not for the fact that several pseudo-gods were in the flying ship to protect it, the flying vessel would have long been blown away by the powerful winds, which was barring their entry to Henkaizazu's territory. Who are you, and what do you want from me? A dignified voice spread in the surroundings, making Maple and Cinnamon look around, trying to look for the owner of the voice. My name is William Von Ainsworth, and I have come to ask you to accompany me for a short while, William stated. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. Accompany you? The voice asked with sarcasm. Did you also ask Ifrit to accompany you? Just by looking at the demigod of fire, it was fairly easy to see that it didn't willingly come with the half-elf and his entourage. I didn't ask him, William replied. He attacked us on his own initiative and threatened to destroy our flying ship. Since that was the case, we used self-defense and made sure to beat him up good. The owner of the voice couldn't come up with an argument to the half-elf's statement because he could also imagine how Ifrit would react if someone entered its domain. The demigod of fire would rather destroy things first, and talk later, making him a very hard existence to socialize with. Can I refuse? The voice asked once more. No, William replied. Are you going to come with us willingly? Or must you come with us tied up like your friend here? William no longer hesitated and acted like a bad guy. If being nice wouldn't work, then he would just use other means in order to accomplish his goal. A few minutes of silence passed. The half-elf simply crossed his arms over his chest as he patiently waited for the demigod to make a decision. Optimus had already pinpointed Henkaizazu's location, so the moment the latter tried to escape, he would personally go and capture him. After being subjected to the Pope's holy light, William's strength remained at the peak of the demigod rank, allowing him to be on par with a pseudo-god. It would be fairly easy for him to capture Henkaizazu, even if the latter tried to flee with everything it had. Fine, I'll come with you. A four-winged, snake-headed man appeared on top of the highest peak of the mountain range and gazed at the half-elf in a calm and collected manner. After weighing the pros and cons, Henkaizazu deemed that the people around the half-elf were more than capable of beating him up, just like what had happened to Ifrit, if he resisted. Good choice, William commented. Now, come, we still have places to go. Henkaizazu reluctantly nodded as he flew towards the flying ship, and landed beside the bound-up Ifrit. The demigod of wind glanced at his pitiful-looking friend, which made the latter avert its gaze in shame. Now that two of the four demigods were already in William's hands, the only thing he needed to do was find the remaining two demigods, and explain why the half-elf needed their cooperation. The red-headed teenager believed that after learning the truth, the four demigods would no longer resist him, and might even take the initiative to ensure that all the kings of the Gunner Federation took his words seriously. Chapter 1382. By the way, are you still single? Who is the next demigod we are going to capture? Astrape asked Durin in an excited manner. Are they strong? The dwarf looked at the pseudo-god as if she was nuts. Girl, you are a pseudo-god. Even if the demigods are strong, they aren't able to beat you no matter what they do. Can you stop being a bully to those who are weaker than you? Durin was very tempted to say these words, but since he didn't want to offend the girl who could shoot lightning bolts from her fingertips, he just smiled and nodded his head. The demigod of the south controls the power of nature, Durin replied. His name is Silvermoon, and he can also wield earth magic. Titania, who was now feeding Maple and Cinnamon some dried fruits, shifted her attention to the dwarf. Nature magic, Titania smiled. Astrape, I'd like to test the next demigod myself. Oh, you're no fun, Titania, Astrape pouted. Just because you heard that the next demigod had the ability to control nature, you plan to fight them yourself. Titania smiled at her friend, who was still in the process of venting her frustration. I won't deny that your reasoning is correct. I'm just curious about what kind of demigod the next one is. Also, Bronte talked to Master already. After we finish rounding up the 4 demigods, he will spend some quality time with us. Really? Fine, I'll sit this one out. Thank you, Astrape. Ifrit and Henkizazui, who were seated not far away from Astrape and Titania, felt helpless because in the pseudo-god's eyes, they were nothing but small fries. They wanted to say, "Are we a joke to you?" But knowing that the answer was yes, they didn't even attempt to ask in order to keep what was left of their dignity. Sure enough, after 2 hours, they arrived at a lush forest that extended for miles. Titania, who wielded the power of nature, nodded her head in appreciation because she could sense the wide diversity of flora and fauna within the forest. At least he is capable, Titania said before jumping off the deck of the flying ship. She then flew to the center of the forest and clasped her hands together. A pair of fairy wings appeared behind her back, making her already surreal beauty more profound. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la, Titania started to sing, and her heavenly voice spread in the surroundings, making the lively forest quiet down as if all of them had fallen into a trance. A moment later, the sound of a lyre joined her singing, creating a symphony that made even Ifrit, who was the most fiery of the demigods of the western continent, close his eyes to appreciate the heavenly music that calmed his raging heart. Maple and Cinnamon, who also liked to sing, swayed side to side with their hands interlocked together. The two of them didn't sing, and simply appreciated the song in their own way, making the half-elf look at them with fondness. A few minutes later, the song ended, and from the forest, a creature that Will was quite familiar with appeared. A creature that was half man, and half beast hovered in the air holding a lyre in his hand. A satyr, Titania smiled. Are you the one that goes by the name Silvermoon? The satyr smiled and bowed his head respectfully. It is a great honor for a beauty such as you to know my name. May I know the reason you have come to visit my humble abode? As expected of your race, you are such a sweet talker, Titania replied in amusement. I'm afraid I didn't come here just for fun. A great calamity is about to descend in this world in a few years, and I need your assistance to convince the humans and other races to unite under one banner in order to fight them. Silvermoon pondered as he gazed at the beautiful fairy in front of him. My lady, are you saying that there are existences that you are unable to defeat? Silvermoon asked. Someone like you who has surpassed the threshold of demigods could make the world obey your command. Why do you need the help of this humble demigod, as well as the help of the mortal creatures who are similar to ants under your feet? Titania shook her head as if to deny Silvermoon's words. Strong as I may be, it is not enough to tilt the tide of battle, Titania replied. What we are about to face are invaders from the void, which are led by 3 gods of destruction. Their sole purpose is to destroy this world, as well as all lives on it. The expression of the satyr became grim as he listened to Titania's words. As one who lorded over the power of nature, it was fairly easy to speak lies and weave stories of fantasy. However, since he knew how to lie well, and trick others, he understood that the beautiful lady in front of him wasn't lying, and was telling him a truth that he didn't expect to hear. This world is about to be destroyed. How long do we have? 2 years, no more than that. Silvermoon closed his eyes for half a minute before opening them again. My lady, since we are fighting gods, is there any need to fight? Silvermoon asked. There's no chance of winning. Titania smiled because she could understand what Silvermoon was trying to say. If she were in the same position as him, and hadn't met William, she would definitely have the same opinion. Then, are you saying that we should just offer our necks to them and let them chop our heads off? Titania asked. No, Silvermoon replied. Very well, my lady. Since a fight is inevitable, I'd gladly fight by your side. By the way, are you still single? Titania chuckled because she found the satyr's straightforward courting quite amusing. I'm sorry, but I'm already taken, Titania said before glancing at William, who was looking at her from the deck of the flying ship. I see, that's quite unfortunate, Silvermoon replied. Although he didn't mind competing for the favor of beautiful women, he still had to consider who he was dealing with. A single glance was enough to tell him that William wasn't a soft persimmon he could pinch with his fingers. If he wasn't careful with how he conducted his manner, he might find himself losing his member, and forever lose the happiness of being a member of the male species. A minute later, Silvermoon landed on the flying ship and walked up to his two friends, who were looking at him with complicated expressions on their faces. "Why the sad faces, my friends?" Silvermoon asked. "All of us get to have front row seats for the end of the world. This is a story that will be talked about for generations to come." "Shut up, forest bastard, or I'll burn you," Ifrit snorted. Silvermoon didn't mind Ifrit's attitude because he was already used to it. In truth, the satyr was quite curious about what kind of adventure he was going to participate in. He had been living in the forest for hundreds of years, and it had been a very long time since he last had contact with the other races. "If the world is really about to end, I might as well enjoy it while it lasts." Silvermoon smiled as the flying ship once again soared through the sky, heading west, where the last demigod of the western continent could be found. Chapter 1383. Whether you flee or fight, it's up to you to decide. An hour passed. 5 hours passed. Astrape and Bronte, who had already visited all the lakes in the vicinity, both had irritated expressions on their faces. The last demigod, who went by the name Nabia, who had the power to control the element of water and lord it over the rivers and lakes of the western continent, could not be found. With Astrape and Bronte extending their senses far and wide, they were still unable to find the water deity, whose home was located in the place called the Union of Rivers and Lakes. It was a vast territory where several lakes, surrounded by rivers, could be found. After visiting every lake and scanning every river in the domain, they finally realized that the demigod might have left her territory, knowing that they were coming. "This is not surprising," Silvermoon, who was eating an apple on the deck of the flying ship, stated. "Nabia is a scryer. She might have foreseen you visiting every demigod here in the western continent and fled before you even reached her home. She might have thought that you guys would also take her prisoner." Ifrit and Henkizazui both agreed in Silvermoon's remark about their acquaintance. Among the four of them, Nabia was the most cautious, and would not fight a battle that she had no hope of winning. Ifrit, who had suffered under Astrape's hand, was feeling quite good at the moment. Seeing the pseudo-god's frustration made him unable to hold back the grin that had long appeared on his face. "Good job, Nabia," Ifrit thought as he gave the water demigod 2 thumbs up in his heart. After 2 more hours of searching, Astrape and Bronte returned to the flying ship without any success. "We've searched everywhere and even checked the nearby territory, but not a single trace of her can be found," Astrape reported. As a water deity, she is able to travel through the rivers, and the water had dispersed any clues as to which route she had taken, Bronte stated. "Master, I'm afraid that we will be unable to find this Nabia girl." William nodded in understanding and thanked the 2 pseudo-gods who were feeling down because they were unable to accomplish their mission. Now that the last demigod couldn't be found, the half-elf was left with no other choice but to continue with the plan he had in mind. He believed that, even without Nabia, having the 3 demigods by his side would be enough of a deterrent force for the kings of the Gunner Federation. "Let's rest here for tonight," William said before shifting his gaze to Ifrit, Henkizazui, and Silvermoon. "I would like to invite the 3 of you to enter my domain. Don't worry, you will not be harmed in any way. This is just insurance to prevent the 3 of you from escaping. Although the means we used to take you all into custody was a bit forced, we didn't lie when we said that we need your help in order to rally all the kingdoms in the western continent in order to fight against a force that threatens to destroy this world." Ifrit sneered. "You keep spouting this nonsense that this world is about to be destroyed. Do you think we are gullible human children who would believe such a tale?" Henkizazui was of the same opinion as his friend, Ifrit. He didn't believe whatever the red-headed teenager was talking about and simply thought that it was an excuse to make them his underlings. Silvermoon, on the other hand, had no comment on the matter whatsoever. Whether William was lying or not, he didn't care. The only thing in his mind was to see the world again after spending hundreds of years inside the forest where he stayed. "Since you want to see it so badly, allow me to show you," William said as he walked towards Ifrit, who subconsciously flinched because the half-elf was radiating a power that made him feel threatened. The half-elf then tapped Ifrit's, Henkizazui's, and Silvermoon's foreheads, making the 3 of them fall into a daze. When the 3 regained their senses, they found themselves in a world with a clear blue sky, and a sea that spanned as far as their eyes could see. Surrounding them were countless weapons that were embedded on the sea's surface, as if it were one of the battlefields of the ancient past. In truth, William's Sea of Consciousness had taken the form of the battlefield of Asgard, before it was completely destroyed. Countless numbers of weapons laid on the ground back then as their owners fought, until they drew their last breath, in order to protect everything they held sacred. This scene had left a great impact on William, who he had carried this scene with him subconsciously through the many lifetimes that he had lived after the fall of Asgard. Floating at the center of it all were two soul crystals. One was white, the other was black. Resting inside them were his two familiars, Elliot and Conan, whom William had kept inside his world, so that he could visit them anytime he wanted. "I will now show you the army that we are about to face," William said in a calm manner. However, if one were to listen closely, a trace of sadness could be heard in his voice. Suddenly, the blue world disappeared, and was replaced by a hellish scene where flames scorched the land, and the heavens were as red as blood. The weapons that were embedded in the sea remained, but this time, they were rooted in dirt, which was dyed in blood. Countless bodies of people, monsters, and giants lay dead on the ground, while the screams, roars, and curses of the warriors still fighting in the surroundings reverberated in the air. Then, the three demigods saw him, a giant that towered above all of the other giants, carrying a flaming sword in his hand. With a single swipe of his sword, everything in the surroundings burned with scorching flames, that even Ifrit, who wielded the power of fire, felt as if his flames were nothing more than that of a candle when compared to the sword's flames that were akin to those of a flamethrower. Suddenly, a pink-haired giantess, who was several times smaller than the giant who held the fiery sword, shouted a war cry as she charged head-on into a fight against a being that was several times more powerful than her. "Shatter the void," the giantess shouted. Blood-winged tempest. Countless red butterflies fluttered around the giantess as she unleashed what seemed to be her strongest attack against the towering monster in front of her. Her attack connected, but it was not enough to defeat her opponent. Soon, she was devoured by hellish flames that left nothing behind but the cinders of her body, as she stood up against an existence that was impossible for her to defeat. It was then that they saw William, who shouted in pain and heartbreak after seeing the giantess die. A moment later, he too attacked the giant, but it was in vain. Several more warriors joined the fight, but the only thing that awaited them were the scorching flames that burned their existence off the face of the world. These hellish scenes continued until only one person remained on the battlefield. Lying on the ground, unable to even lift a finger, he waited for death to claim him. Soon, a beautiful elf appeared out of nowhere, and held him tight. Silvermoon, who was a lover of beauty, couldn't help but weep at this scene because he was touched by the overflowing feelings of the elf who had come to hold the silver-haired Aenarion, for the last time, before she, and him, were burned to ashes by the giant who led the army of destruction. The last thing that the three demigods saw was a world covered in flames, where no traces of life remained. They wanted to say in their hearts that everything they saw was just an illusion, a scene made from the whims of the red-headed teenager who wanted them to obey his will. And yet, the raw emotions they felt, while watching the battle unfold, remained in their hearts. This was something that couldn't be faked. As demigods, they were able to separate truth from lies, and what they saw was the truth, and nothing but the truth. A few minutes later, the flames disappeared and they were once again back in the clear blue world that looked so serene and peaceful, which was a stark contrast to what they had witnessed just now. "That is what we will be facing in 2 years' time," William said softly. "Now, I will let you decide whether you will just watch from the side as the world burns into ashes, or make your last stand alongside those who seek to protect this world." The half-elf then waved his hand, and returned the three back to the real world, where they all looked at the red-headed teenager in a new light. "I'll give you a day to make up your minds," William stated before turning around to open a portal that led to the Thousand Beast domain. "Whether you flee or fight, is up to you to decide. However, know that there is nowhere you can run to, even if you run to the ends of this world, in an attempt to save your lives. The only thing that awaits you is a slow and painful death. You will be the last survivors of a world that is about to fall into ruin, and you will die knowing that you didn't do anything to stop it." Chapter 1384, The Empress Who Was Born to Rule with an Elrond Fist. Silvermoon lightly strummed his lyre, while a bowl of water that was taken from the lake was placed on a barrel in front of him. Everyone had already gone to sleep, but he volunteered to guard the flying ship for the night. After watching the battle inside William's Sea of Consciousness, the half-elf freed Ifrit from the chains that bound him as a sign of good faith, letting the demigod of fire regain his freedom. William decided that he no longer needed to take the 3 demigods to the Thousand Beast domain, and just allowed them to do whatever they wanted to do on the condition that they would accompany him to the kingdom of Edelweiss when morning came. The half-elf was not afraid of losing any of the 3 demigods, if they chose to escape. Optimus had already placed a tracker on them, so no matter where they ran, they would be easily recaptured and brought back to the flying ship by Astrape and Bronte, in a matter of minutes. As the music of the lyre played softly, a ripple appeared on the surface of the water in the bowl. A few seconds later, the ripple disappeared and the image of a beautiful woman with long blue hair could be seen on the surface of the water. "Are you well, Silenus?" Nabia, the demigod of water, who had successfully escaped William's hunt, asked in a worried tone. "Did they hurt you?" No words came out of the bowl, but the satyr could easily read his friend's lips, allowing him to understand her words. Silenus didn't reply and simply strummed the lyre in his hands. Right now, the two of them were communicating in a manner that only they knew, which prevented others from eavesdropping on their conversation. "It's good to know that you are well," Nabia said after deciphering the words behind the melody. "So, what are their reasons for capturing all of you?" The sound of the lyre once again played, allowing Silenus to tell William's story, using his musical notes. "Giants, army of destruction," Nabia frowned. "What does that have to do with us?" Once again, Silenus answered through his music, making the frown on the blue-haired demigod's face deepen. "Do you really believe his tale? What, you're going to the kingdom of Edelweiss tomorrow? Such a roundabout method. Since he already has the means to make the 3 of you submit, couldn't they just go straight to the Gunner Federation and threaten those kings with the pseudo-gods under his command? Why does he have to make things complicated?" A bitter smile appeared on Silenus' lips as he continued to play his lyre. Now that he had witnessed the might of the army that was about to descend to their world in 2 years' time, he decided that running away would not change anything. Since that was the case, he would just fight to the best of his abilities, so that when the world was destroyed, he could die knowing that he did his best until the very end. Silenus was a lover, and not a fighter. And yet, he found the thought of fighting for the sake of the entire world to be surprisingly romantic, in its own way. As someone who pursued love and happiness, it was a scary and yet satisfying endeavor, which he could be proud of when the curtain closed after his performance to this world was over. The minutes passed, and Nabia had also stopped talking. She simply stared at her friend with a doubtful expression, as if trying to discern if he had been brainwashed or not. "I'm not going to appear and remain in hiding," Nabia said after several minutes had passed. "Please take care, old friend. If there is an opportunity to meet, let us meet again." After saying her farewell, the image of the blue-haired demigod disappeared from the surface of the water. Silenus sighed, but he once again strummed his lyre to play another song. Right now, he was too preoccupied to sleep, so he just played a lullaby, so those who wished to rest would find themselves held by sleep's embrace before they could even understand what hit them. Nisha sat at the throne where the Pope used to sit in the Palace of Light. In front of her, hundreds of round mirrors hovered in the air, showing the faces of the various rulers and influential people in the central continent. "Okay, I know that everyone is busy, so let's not waste each other's time, shall we?" Nisha said with a smile. "I know that most of you are curious about why I have asked for a conference, and with good reason. Unfortunately, I called all of you here to deliver some good and bad news." Nisha paused to allow the kings and emperors to digest her opening words, so that they could brace themselves for what was coming next. "The good news is that the war against the heir of darkness is over," Nisha stated. "The war with the Holy Order of Light is finished as well. Right now, the only one who has the ability to conquer the entire world is none other than the Ainsworth Empire, but it is quite unfortunate that His Majesty, William Von Ainsworth, is not interested in expanding his empire to annex your kingdoms." A look of relief could be seen on most of the faces of the monarchs who were present in the conference. However, a few could tell that this was just the tip of the iceberg, so they remained silent and waited for Nisha to continue talking. "Now, we talk about the bad news," Nisha said. "I know that the military might of all the kingdoms in the central continent has significantly decreased after the war against the heir of darkness. Now that the wars are over, a time of peace and recovery would usually follow, allowing everyone to heal from the scars they have received from the previous war. Sadly, time is not on our side, and we are facing a threat that is far greater than the heir of darkness, Prince of Darkness, and the Holy Order of Light combined. A force that will easily trample your kingdoms as if your castles were made of sand. Just as Nisha expected, the majority of the rulers looked at her with doubtful expressions, but she had already taken all of this in consideration when she called for a conference. She wasn't like William. Unlike the half-elf, who didn't want to trample on the pride and dignity of other people, Nisha was of a different breed. She didn't care what methods she used, even if it was vile. As long as the job was done, she would do it with a smile on her face, while she carefully cleaned her bloody hand with a pure white handkerchief, staining it with the blood of those foolish enough to defy her. Right now, I am officially inviting everyone to a grand alliance, Nisha announced. This alliance will not only be composed of the kingdoms and empires of the central continent. No, this alliance will be the grand alliance that will unite the entire world. The southern continent, the Silvermoon continent east, the Demon continent north, and the Gunner Federation western continent, will all unite under one banner. And fight as one. Nisha's words reverberated like thunder in the ears of the people that had attended the conference. They didn't expect that the veiled lady who served as the steward of Will's territories would make such a shocking declaration. However, for some reason, none of them thought that this was an impossible endeavor. Now that William had the Silvermoon and demonic continents under his control, all that was left was the southern, central, and western continents. If he would really be able to unite all of these divided factions together, then it would truly be a grand alliance, which the world had never seen before, and probably would never see again. Now, here is the fun part, Nisha said as her long and slender fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of her majestic throne. Those who refuse to participate will become my emperor's enemy, and would be the enemy of the Elvo. Sorry, they are drows at the moment, the demons, as well as the Ainsworth Empire. We will not take no for an answer, and those who say that they will not participate in the alliance will have a nice little chat with this guy. The Bull Demon King appeared in the throne room and crossed his arms over his chest. All the kings and emperors knew who he was because he was an existence that all of them had dreaded to face on the battlefield. Now that the powerful pseudo-god was under William's command, it also meant that he was under Nisha's command, and could be ordered around as she deemed fit. Now, let's start the voting process, Nisha said in a teasing tone. Who among you wants to join the alliance? Those who are interested, please raise your right hand. Those who are not interested, please prepare your coffin because the Bull Demon King will be heading to your kingdom shortly to personally end your royal bloodline, so that we can choose a random beggar on the streets and crown him the new ruler of your nation. With such a blatant threat hanging in the air, all the monarchs raised their right hands, stating their clear intention to join the Grand Alliance under William's command. Very good, Nisha clapped her hand lightly as if enjoying an entertaining performance. Since everyone is eager to join, we will now discuss the manner in which we will deal with the upcoming threat to the best of our abilities. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to face a war that will put the dark era of gods to shame. Everyone needs to carry the responsibility of defending this world, and I will not tolerate any form of cowardice and dissension. Nisha's overbearing presence made all those who heard her words look at her as if they were looking at the empress of the entire world. An empress who was born to rule them all with an iron fist, not allowing anyone to defy her, and the red-headed teenager, who was doing his best to make the Gunner Federation fall in line like everyone else. Chapter 1385. These sirs want to live. So, this is the kingdom of Edelweiss. Will smiled as he looked at the kingdom that was surrounded by floating islands, with waterfalls falling down from a height of hundreds of meters, creating several rainbows, showing a picturesque scene that was straight out of a fairy tale book. Yes, Ephemera said with pride. Welcome to Edelweiss, one of the three kingdoms that had remained standing in the western continent for 2 millennia. Durin snorted. If the Edelweiss kingdom had stood in the western continent for 2 millennia, then the dwarven kingdom of Beldarel had stood for the past 4. However, the dwarf didn't voice this thought because Ephemera had clearly stated that her kingdom was only one of the 3 kingdoms that had remained standing in the western continent for the past thousands of years. Usually, kingdoms and empires rose and fell due to constant wars waged in order to expand their territories. Some rulers had this grand vision of being the one and true conqueror under the heavens, and unifying an entire continent under their banner, making them the one and true sovereign of the land. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded in doing this in the past. It was just an endless cycle of kingdoms rising and falling, giving birth to new kingdoms, and those who had lost the power struggle became nothing more than dust in the wind, and no one even remembered their names. The flying ship decreased its speed and slowly approached the beautiful kingdom of Edelweiss, with the majority of William's women looking at this scene from the deck of their ship. "I'm so envious," Silenus said when he saw over 20 young, and beautiful, ladies on the deck of the ship. He couldn't help but feel envious because he had rated every single one of the girls surrounding the half-elf, and none of them were below a 9 out of 10 on his personal beauty scale. Even the little ones like Medusa, Aranis, and Cherry received a high score because, although they were still young, they were all promising beauties that could topple entire nations in a few years. "Master, can we go sightseeing later?" Medusa asked as she pointed at one of the floating islands in the distance. "I want to play over there." "Me, too." Cherry, who had grown very close to her two playmates, Medusa and Aranis, also raised her hand. "I want to go as well." "I'll go with them, too," Aranis replied, "just in case they get into trouble." Among the three little girls, Aranis was the most sensible of all, so the half-elf thought that it would be fine if they all went together. However, since the three girls were so adorable, he was afraid that they might attract a lot of flies that would hover over them while they were exploring on their own. "Okay, but the three of you won't be going on your own without a companion," William replied after pondering for a minute. "Titania, please look after the little ones. You want me to babysit them?" Titania arched an eyebrow at the half-elf who had pushed the three little troublemakers to her. "Yes," William nodded, "I'm worried about them." The half-elf knew that if Titania were to go with Medusa, Cherry, and Aranis, the three girls would be safe even if the entire army of the Kingdom of Edelweiss tried to get in the way of their enjoyment. "Fine," Titania reluctantly accepted her babysitter role. "But, you have to give me a proper reward later." "Good, remember your words, Master." William smiled because he already knew what Titania wanted from him. In truth, he could tell that the Fairy Queen was also itching to explore the Kingdom of Edelweiss, so he decided to make her babysit the three girls to give her an excuse to take a stroll. The moment they neared the Central Islands, hundreds of griffins took flight and headed in their direction. This was the aerial force of the Kingdom of Edelweiss that protected their capital city, Nivale. "Halt, your flying ship doesn't have the banner of the Federation," one of the griffin riders shouted as he maneuvered his flying mount to hover beside the flying ship. "If you enter our airspace without stating your affiliation, we will commence an attack on your flying ship." The captain of the Griffin Battalion was a man in his early 40s, and a scar could be seen on the side of his face. Clearly, he was a veteran on the battlefield, and a staunch defender of his homeland. He didn't even bat an eye after seeing the many beautiful women on the deck of the flying ship. For him, beauty was enough to befuddle the minds of young men, but for people like him who had seen many deaths during his lifetime, it was not something that could move his heart. Before William could even state his name and announce his affiliation, a giant fireball shot towards the captain, making the latter immediately urge his flying mount to evade. Fortunately, the fireball wasn't moving very fast, so the griffin was able to dodge it at the last minute. A minute later, a powerful explosion reverberated in the surroundings as the giant fireball exploded midair. Before William and the griffin riders could even react to what happened, a domineering voice reached everyone's ears. "Who dares block my way?" Ifrit asked as he hovered on top of the flying ship with his entire body burning in bright flames. "Did you mortals grow a pair of balls while I was sleeping in my domain? To think that I, Ifrit, would be barred from going where I pleased. Are you insects that eager to die?" The griffin riders, who finally recognized the being that was talking to them, all had grim expressions on their faces. The four demigods of the Western continent were all untouchables. Anyone who dared to annoy them would either die a quick death, or suffer a long and very painful life of torment. "Ifrit, don't scare them too much," Silenus said with a frown. "What will you do if they all suffer a heart attack? We must handle this peacefully, you know. What's wrong with making them understand who they are dealing with?" Henkizazui asked. "If they don't recognize who we are, then they don't deserve to live." "Oi, you, captain over there, do you know who we are?" The scar-faced man almost pissed himself after the snake-headed man pointed in his direction. The portraits of the four demigods hung on the barracks, as well as gallery of all the kingdoms of the Gunner Federation, so that the members of the military, the nobles, as well as the members of the royal family, don't accidentally offend them if they were to meet them within the boundaries of their territories. However, the captain didn't expect that not one, not two, but three demigods would suddenly appear within their kingdom, and it made him feel as if he had woken up on the wrong side of the bed when he woke up this morning. "Your Excellencies, forgive me, I didn't notice all of you right away," the guard captain smiled, but his face was so scrunched up that he looked as if he was crying instead of smiling. "It is our honor that the great Ifrit, the noble Henkaizazui, and the benevolent Silenus have graced our humble kingdom with their presence. Please, allow me to escort you, and your friends, to the capital." The captain then waved at his men, making them all fly to the side, removing the wall of griffins that barred the flying ship's path. All of his men had beads of cold sweat on their foreheads because they felt as if they had been given a royal pardon, and they were no longer in any danger of being killed. "Block that path of 3 demigods. Sorry, but I don't plan on dying anytime soon." "What? We are not doing our jobs properly. How about you go and ask the king if he has the guts to stop them? These sirs want to live." William, who no longer needed to state his name and affiliation, found this situation quite amusing. Getting the help of the demigods was now showing its effect, allowing him to brute force his way through the obstacles that barred his way. Under the protection of hundreds of griffins, the flying ship flew over the capital city of Nevail. The citizens raised their heads to look at the grand procession, which made them wonder if a member of the royal family had arrived after their journey outside of their domain. If they only knew that the 3 notorious demigods of the western continent were currently on the deck of the flying ship, a citywide panic might ensue, making everyone go back inside their houses and shut their doors tightly, in fear that one of these powerful overlords would sneeze and wipe their city from the face of the world. Chapter 1386. Esteemed guests from far away. As the flying ship got nearer the capital city of Edelweiss, Shayna thought of something funny. "Ephemera, if this was like those telenovelas I watched a few days ago, you would undoubtedly be a secret princess of Edelweiss, right?" Shayna inquired. "Do you remember the TV show called The Kingdom? That one has a very deep plot, don't you think? Your imagination sure is something." Ephemera smirked after hearing Shayna's words. "I am not a princess of Edelweiss, but it is true that I am their distant cousin." "Oh, so does that mean that if the members of the royal family were wiped out, you and your family could legitimately claim the throne?" Invidia, who had taught Shayna the wonders of fashion, commented from the side. The corner of Ephemera's lips twitched because he didn't know if she should laugh or cry at Invidia's comment. "Please, don't kill them off. I am happy with my current life, thank you. It must be nice being embraced by the person you tried to kill in the past. You sure have grown a lot, Ephemera." "Thank you, Invidia. Remind me to not lend you any merit points later to help you buy the clothes you had your eyes on." Invidia giggled before giving Ephemera a hug. "Don't be like that, sweetie," Invidia stated. "Come, transfer some of the merit points that you gained from milking William last night. I promise to put them to good use." As if, Ephemera tried to push away the shameless leech who planned to take her merit points. "Those who don't work, don't eat. If you want merit points so badly, let Will eat you first." But he always eats me, you know. I supply him with blood on a regular basis." "That's not the kind of eating I am talking about." The members of the 7 deadly sins and the 7 heavenly virtues had long gotten over their differences, and were now talking to each other like they were the best of friends. Since Lyra, Ephemera, Melody, and to a certain extent, Shayna, were now William's women, it was only natural that all of them would get along with the rest of the half-elf's lovers. In fact, among the members of the heavenly virtues, it was only Audrey, Celeste, and Cherry, who were still not part of his harem. Cherry was still young, so it was understandable. As for Audrey, her sisters were slowly preparing her to warm William's bed using subtle ways that would make it so she would be unable to escape the moment she fell into their trap. Celeste, on the other hand, was a special case. As the virtue of chastity, she couldn't lose her maidenhood because she would also lose her divinity if William took it from her. She was also William's bride of darkness, which everyone thought was funny. Wouldn't the groom be pitiful if he couldn't consummate their marriage on their wedding night? For the most part, Celeste kept to her own business, and never made contact with William until it was absolutely necessary. Knowing that the war that would decide the fate of the world was near, Celeste was busy doing research on how to tilt the tide of battle in their favor. A few minutes later, the flying ship landed at the port of Nevail, which was the capital city of the Kingdom of Edelweiss. To William's surprise, a red carpet was rolled out on the ground, giving them a grand welcome fit for members of the royalty. Well, technically, he was indeed royalty since he was the emperor of an empire, but the half-elf would often forget this fact because he had never wanted to become one in the first place. "Greetings, esteemed guests from far away," one of the ministers of the kingdom greeted William as soon as he disembarked from the flying ship and stepped onto the red carpet. My name is Augustus Simmons, one of the ministers of this kingdom, and I have come on behalf of His Majesty to greet all of you, and escort you to the royal palace. Augustus gave the half-elf his most amiable smile as the latter walked up to him and shook his hands. Greetings, Sir Augustus, William replied. My name is William Von Ainsworth, and I am the Emperor of the Ainsworth Empire in the Central Continent. It is a pleasure to meet you. Augustus, who didn't expect that he was shaking hands with an emperor, felt humbled because the red-headed teenager in front of him wasn't acting like a monarch, but a friendly teenager who was about to ask for her daughter's hand in marriage. Your Majesty, it is my pleasure to meet you, Augustus stated as he gave William a respectful bow. Also, welcome Your Excellency Ifrit, Your Excellency Henkaizazu, Your Excellency Silenus. It is our great honor to have the three of you visit our humble kingdom. Stop with the flattery and just take out to see your king, Ifrit replied in annoyance. Don't waste my time, okay. What Ifrit said is correct, Henkaizazu commented. We didn't come here for pleasure, but for business. So, make haste and lead the way. Silenus glanced at his two friends and shook his head helplessly. Forgive them, Mr. Augustus, Silenus stated. My friends are just grumpy because it has been a while since they last left their domains. However, both of them are happy to be here. But, since I know that you don't want to get into trouble, take us to see your king, so that you may be able to do your other duties. Augustus gave Silenus a respectful bow before making a gesture for everyone to follow him. Several guards lined up on the red carpet and raised their swords in salute as William and his entourage walked past them. Fortunately, the king of Edelweiss was also expecting some of the other kings of the Gunner Federation to visit, so the ceremonial guards, as well as the red carpet, had been prepared beforehand. This was why, as soon as they were told that the three demigods of the Western continent had come knocking on their doors, everyone scrambled to set up a proper welcome for their guests, so that they wouldn't get annoyed and smash their city to a pulp. Sir Augustus, a few of my girls plan to go sightseeing in your beautiful city, William said as he walked a few steps behind Augustus. Would you mind asking someone to show them around? Of course, Your Majesty, Augustus answered in a heartbeat. I will ensure that your ladies will enjoy their stay here in the capital. William nodded his head in satisfaction and wondered if Augustus had a younger, or older brother. He believed that if there was someone like him in the Ainsworth Empire, things would be a lot better, because he could tell how competent he was. Soon, several flying carpets descended from the sky. These would be the artifacts that William and his entourage would use to reach the royal palace where the king was waiting for their arrival. Medusa, Aranis, and Cherry, who were being escorted by Titania, rode on a flying carpet, alongside the female guide who was tasked to operate it. Augustus talked to the lady who was controlling the magic carpet and gave her explicit orders on what to do, which the latter took seriously as if her life depended on it. Bye, Will, Aranis said as she waved her hand. We'll see you later. Bye, Master. Medusa waved her hand as well. See you later, Master, Titania said with a smile. Cherry, who seemed to feel out of place, reluctantly waved her hand to William for a few seconds before stopping completely. Take care, and enjoy your sightseeing trip, William replied as he waved back at the girls who were eager to start their exploration. I'll see you guys later. A minute later, a single flying carpet broke out of the formation as its operator took the girls to the major attractions of the city of Nevale, while the red-headed teenagers' delegation were taken to the royal palace in order to meet with the king. Perhaps, knowing that the demigods weren't in the mood for a leisurely trip, the flying carpets didn't make any detours and flew as fast as they could to the palace. From the sky, Will could already see several people waiting at the entrance of the palace gates, and one of them was even wearing a crown. He was none other than Alexis von Weiss, the current king of Edelweiss. Ephemera had already told William everything she knew about the king, but seeing him personally made the half-elf remember his grandpa, James, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Alexis wasn't old. In fact, he was only in his early 40s, and was still in the prime of his life. However, Ephemera warned him that underneath his benevolent exterior was a sly fox, who would try to squeeze a person dry for what they were worth. This was why the half-elf remembered his grandpa, who liked to scam people. Alexis was also the second king that William had met since his arrival in the Western continent, and he wondered how he would react after he told him the reason for their visit. Chapter 1387, Making the Giant Invasion a Reality. It is quite a fascinating tale, Alexis said as he and William talked in private, without the half-elf's lovers or the three demigods present to listen to their conversation. Alexis made sure to greet the three demigods properly, and took the initiative to invite William to talk in private to better understand his reason for coming. Naturally, the half-elf told the truth, which made Alexis want to laugh and ask if he was joking with him. However, as someone who had schemed against others in the past, he could tell that the half-elf wasn't lying, which made him wonder if he should give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, let's say that what you're telling me is true. Alexis smiled. Do you expect mortal armies to contend against a mighty army that is led by three gods of destruction? If you were in my place, what would you think? William nodded his head in understanding before giving his reply. What you're thinking, and what you're saying, is probably what the other kings of the Gunner Federation would think and say after hearing my story, William replied. But that doesn't change the fact that they will be arriving in 2 years. You can choose to close your eyes and go to sleep, but the moment they come knocking on your door, sleep will be the last thing that you will think of. Alexis chuckled because he could tell that William had already resigned himself to getting ridiculed by the other kings of the Gunner Federation after he told them of his reason for visiting their territories. So, since you already believe that none of us will take you seriously, you decided to enlist the help of the demigods to prove your point, yes? Alexis rested his chin on top of his intertwined hands and looked at the half-elf with a serious look on his face. There were no longer any traces of mirth in his eyes. Only a solemn expression that befit a monarch, who was about to make a hard decision that would decide the fate of his kingdom, could be seen. So, what will you do if none of us partake in this grand alliance of yours? Alexis asked. Also, what is your reason for visiting me first? Are you planning to lay waste to our kingdom if I refuse, to serve as an example to make the other kings of the Gunner Federation take you seriously? William shook his head. Laying waste on your kingdom would be going too far. Also, I have no intention of forcing you to join the Grand Alliance. Oh, Alexis arched an eyebrow after hearing William's words. He thought that the half-elf would order the demigods to destroy his kingdom to scare the other rulers into submission. Then, what will you do if I refuse? Nothing. I'll just pack up and return to the central continent, and tell my steward that I failed to convince you guys. That's it, Alexis inquired. He didn't believe that the half-elf would really not use force in order to get his way. If he had the backings of the demigods in the western continent, he would be able to move anywhere unhindered, and make the other monarchs bow down to kiss his feet. Yeah, I'll leave the rest to my steward, William replied. Your steward? Yeah, the same person that suggested that I should just extinguish the entire royal bloodline of the kingdoms who refused to cooperate and choose a random beggar on the streets to become its new king. She's also the one that didn't bat an eye when it came to cutting off the arms of 2 of the heavenly virtues because they annoyed her. Although it is going to be a roundabout method, I'll leave this matter in her capable hands. The corner of Alexis's lips twitched after hearing William's explanation. He didn't expect that the half-elf would shift the responsibility to other people, and the person he chose was someone who wouldn't hesitate to place a puppet ruler on the throne in order to get what she wanted. Okay, let's talk about the cooperation you want. Alexis sighed before leaning back on his chair. What do you want us to do? After giving it some thought, Alexis knew that he would rather deal with the harmless-looking half-elf in front of him, than deal with a dangerous woman who would not hesitate to exterminate his entire bloodline. The mortal armies will deal with the threat of myriad beasts, and anything below that rank, William said. If possible, I would like all of the experts from the various kingdoms to sit down and share their technologies, so that we can create weapons that would allow us to deal a serious blow to these invaders from the void. Alexis rubbed his chin because he thought that this plan was quite feasible. The dwarves and the gnomes usually butted heads with each other, but that didn't change the fact that both races were capable of creating weapons that were efficient on the battlefield. The mere thought of these two races working together to share technologies, and possibly build a weapon of mass destruction made Alexis shudder. Earlier, I thought that there was no hope, Alexis commented. But now, it seems that there is still hope. The king of Edelweiss started to warm up to the idea of letting the greatest minds of all the kingdoms gather, and work together to create something that could give them a chance to win the hopeless war that they were about to face. Since this will be a battle for survival, I want all of the kingdoms to draft all able-bodied men and women to fight, William stated. Their training should start as soon as possible because we don't have much time left. Alexis frowned, but he understood the logic behind William's words. The people that would go to war had a very low chance of survival. However, if they were to really lose the war, everyone would die, so those who didn't choose to fight would die as well. We will receive a lot of backlash from this, Alexis replied. It might also make our people resent us. Don't worry, I have a plan, William commented. We will make them understand the gravity of the situation. However, there is just one problem. And that problem is, a part of this city will be destroyed. Alexis smiled after hearing William's words. Actually, the King of Quince and I had a little conflict a few days ago, Alexis said. How about instead of destroying my city, you destroy a part of his capital city instead? Hey, we can be considered to be allies already, you know. Why hurt your friends when you can hurt others? William chuckled internally but still nodded his head in understanding. Before he started his war with Felix, Morax had invaded the Silvermoon continent, bringing hundreds of giants with him. He had captured these giants, and used the power of darkness to corrupt them to become his slaves. Some of these giants were of the demigod rank, while the others were of the myriad rank. There was also a pseudo-god giant, but after it died, its rank regressed to the initial stages of the demigod rank. Even so, a demigod was still a demigod. Since people didn't want to believe that the giant invasion was real, he would make it a reality and make them understand that the borrowed peace they were enjoying would soon be trampled by the towering monstrosities that were locked up inside the dungeon of Atlantis. A moment later, the sound of laughter echoed inside the room as Alexis drafted a well-thought-out plan that would make his good friend, the King of Quince, pee on his robes once he saw the calamity that was about to descend on top of his head. Chapter 1388, Attack on Titans Part 1, Kingdom of Quince. Kieran, the King of Quince, was leisurely sipping a glass of wine on the balcony of his royal palace. Everything is so peaceful. Kieran sighed as he enjoyed the aftertaste of the best wine in his kingdom. In front of him, the majestic view of the capital city of Quince, Farin, spread far and wide. He had seen this view countless times in the past, but even now, he still felt as if he was sitting on top of the world as he looked down on the city from the balcony of his palace. Has there been any news about that fart, Alexis? Kieran asked. It has been 3 days since that so-called emperor from the central continent arrived, right? Our spies said that the flying ship is still docked at the city of Nevail, the king's aide replied. There has been no news about what King Alexis and the half-elf had talked about. Ha, Kieran scoffed. If I don't know any better, I bet that Alexis is scheming something again. Knowing him, he'd probably send trouble coming my way. Kieran was quite annoyed after he heard the news that the red-headed emperor went to the kingdom of Edelweiss alongside the 3 demigods, Ifrit, Henkizazui, and Silenus. The demigods very rarely left their domains, and whenever they did, a series of unfortunate events would befall any kingdom they visited. However, it had been 3 days since the red-headed emperor had arrived, and the kingdom of Edelweiss remained peaceful. Kieran had been smiling ear to ear when he heard that the 3 calamities had arrived at the kingdom of Edelweiss, but his good mood disappeared when no news of destruction reached his ears. Just what are those demigods doing? Kieran thought. Can't they do something good for once and smash that bastard, Alexis's, capital city? Just as Kieran was about to refill his wine cup, the sound of something breaking reverberated in the surroundings. The King of Quince immediately stood up as he looked at the sky in disbelief. From that crack, over 100 giants descended, and crash-landed 2 miles away from the city walls. The wine glass in Kieran's hand fell on the ground, breaking into dozens of pieces. The King of Quince stared in disbelief, as these towering monstrosities started to walk towards his city, with the intention of razing it to the ground. Sounds the alarm, Kieran shouted as he pointed his scepter towards the city gates. Immediately a barrier enveloped the entire city, shielding it from the sudden invasion that had appeared out of nowhere. The sound of tolling bells spread across the city of Farin, as its citizens wondered what was happening. However, their confusion was replaced by fear when they saw a giant boulder smashing against the barrier of their city, sparking widespread panic among the crowd. Giants, a man on the street shouted. We are being attacked by giants. It was then when the people saw hundreds of hippogriffs rise from the city barracks and fly towards the city walls in order to stop the giants' advance before they could even reach the city. Officers shouted their orders from the sky, telling the people to head to the nearest shelters to hide. The Western continent wasn't that peaceful several hundred years ago. Wars were always happening somewhere on the continent, so each kingdom had prepared emergency shelters in case that their capital cities were sieged. Now that a threat had come knocking on their doorstep, the defenders of Quince took up arms in order to repel the giants that were advancing towards their city at a leisurely pace. A few of them picked up giant boulders along the way and hurled them at the barrier, as if to scare the people, who were currently being herded to the shelters. Kieran, who had given the orders to evacuate the civilians, hurried inside the castle to put on his royal regalia. Right now, he needed to inspire his soldiers by fighting alongside them in the battlefield. A few minutes later, a griffin soared towards the sky, and on its back was the king of Quince, prepared to do battle. Originally, he thought that the giants were only millennial ranked. However, after gauging their strength from the sky, his face immediately turned pale when he realized that the majority of them were myriad ranked. However, that was the least of his problems. At the center of the giant's formation was a giant, whose eyes were burning with a blue hue. Just a glance was enough to tell Kieran that this giant was the leader of this invasion. Thousands of soldiers had already positioned themselves on top of the city walls, as archers and mages prepared to unleash their attacks, the moment the giants came within firing range. The barrier of the city had a unique feature. It allowed internal attacks to pass through the barrier, while negating external attacks completely. This was made by the first founder of Quince, who was a saint-ranked runemaster, allowing his city to resist the siege of the kingdoms that threatened its rule. Steady, Kieran ordered his soldiers as his griffin hovered behind the city walls. Just like his men, he was waiting for the right moment to engage their attackers in ranged combat. Now, open fire. Thousands of arrows, and hundreds of spells rained down on the giants who were walking towards the city as if they were just taking a stroll. Loud explosions were heard everywhere as the spells landed on the giants at the very front of the formation. Dark smoke blocked everyone's view, but that didn't deter the defenders, and they continued to fire arrow after arrow, and hurled spell after spell. Halt, Kieran ordered, and his soldiers also stopped attacking. The king of Quince narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the thick black smoke that was blocking everyone's view. He wanted to know if the countless attacks decimated their opponents, but his hopes were crushed when several figures passed through the black smoke, holding giant swords, axes, and war clubs. Kieran's face paled when he saw the sneering faces of the giants who now started to run towards their city, making the ground, and the defenders' hearts tremble. Attack, Kieran roared. Do not let them enter the city. All the soldiers gritted their teeth as they once again unleashed a barrage of arrows and spells at the monsters, who were shrugging off an attack that could already decimate human armies. Unfortunately, they weren't fighting humans, but giants, whose strength far surpassed the defenders that were stationed in the city. Kieran watched in horror as the vanguard of the giant army started hacking away at the barrier protecting the city, making it tremble with each strike. Shouts of fear rang out among the ranks of soldiers as they forced themselves to hold their ground and continued to use their strongest attacks in order to kill the enemies that were staring down at them as if they were ants, waiting to be trampled. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard, which made Kieran, as well as the soldiers defending their city, feel as if all of their blood had turned cold. A moment later, the barrier that was holding the giant army at bay creaked, before shattering into thousands of pieces. A single word was muttered helplessly by one of the soldiers on top of the city walls, and yet, this was the collective thought of everyone facing the giants, who were now poised to demolish and annihilate everything that stood in their way. Chapter 1389, Attack on Titans Part 2. No, that one word was like a small spark that ignited the collective thoughts of everyone defending the capital city of Quince. Soon, the sound of laughter was heard as all the giants started laughing. It was as if they found the expressions of the king and his soldiers quite amusing, that they all just stood there and mocked the soldiers, who tried to desperately protect their homeland. Please stop, Kieran said while his entire body shook due to fear and panic. We surrender. Please, stop this at once. The giants stopped laughing and glanced at each other. However, the next second another round of laughter ensued as if they found Kieran's pitiful plea for surrender the funniest thing that they heard in their lifetime. Just then, the giant army parted as one of the giants, whose eyes were burning in a blue hue, appeared. The giant stopped a few meters away from the city wall, towering over it like an omen of death. No, the giant stated. We don't accept surrender. Now, die. Without any warning, the giant kicked the city walls, breaking them apart, and sending soldiers flying in every direction. However, before these soldiers could fall to their deaths, a gust of wind picked them up and allowed them to land safely on the ground. Fall back, I'll take it from here, a confident voice filled with authority and power said from the sky. When Kieran and his soldiers raised their heads to look in the direction where the voice was coming from, they saw a four-winged, snake-headed man, whom they instantly recognized as one of the demigods of the Western continent. Why, Your Excellency, Kirin shouted in both joy and relief as one of the overlords of the land appeared at the right moment. Henkaizuzui, the demigod who wielded the power of air, raised his hand and conjured hundreds of giant wind blades, which rained down upon the giants, making them stagger. Upon seeing this unbelievable scene, the soldiers cheered as they regained their courage after seeing that the demigod was fighting alongside them. "Support His Excellency," Kirin shouted. "Men and women of Quince, do not falter. Protect our homeland. Kill." All the defenders were emboldened after Henkaizuzu made his appearance, so they all fought with everything they had. Unfortunately, on this day, they realized that courage alone would not be enough to defeat the hulking monstrosities who now all roared in anger. The giants no longer held back, and all of them smashed the city walls, sending people flying in every direction. Henkaizuzu waved his hand and all the soldiers on the ramparts were blown away by a powerful gust of wind, sending them at the very rear of the city, so that they wouldn't participate in his battle against the giants. "Now, let's see how strong you guys are." Henkaizuzu's expression became serious as he decided to fight with everything he had. It had been many years since he had fought to his fullest, so he wanted to know just how strong these giants were, and see for himself if the half-elf's fears were unfounded. "Howl!" Henkaizuzu roared as it swung its spear towards the giant whose eyes were burning like hellfire. Glaive of the East Winds. Several tornadoes materialized in front of Henkaizuzu, pushing back the giant army, with the exception of the giant whose strength had reached the peak of demigod. Instead of being repelled, the giant shrugged off Henkaizuzu's attack, and charged in the snake-headed man's direction with his war axe raised high. The giant's name was Zodor. He was the captain of the scouting party of giants that came with Morax to Hestia in order to destroy it. Zodor was a pseudo-god in the past, but he was killed during the battle in the Silvermoon continent. When William had raised him from the dead, his rank degraded to peak demigod, instead of a pseudo-god. Even so, he was still quite strong, allowing him to resist the tornadoes, and strike at the demigod, who was calmly hovering above the city. The air itself seemed to tear apart as Zodor swung his axe towards the snake-headed demigod. "Too slow," Henkaizuzu said, as he nimbly dodged to the right, allowing the axe's strike pass him, or so he thought. Just as the axe started to pass his body, Zodor stopped his attack midway and swung his axe sidewards, using the flat of its blade to hit Henkaizuzu's body, sending the demigod crashing towards the ground, destroying hundreds of houses along the way. Kirin, as well as all the soldiers, stared in disbelief as the demigod whom they thought was the strongest existence in the world, was casually swatted aside like a fly by the giant who had a sneer plastered on its hideous face. Blood dripped from the corner of Henkaizuzu's lips as he propped himself up from the rubble. "This bastard is stronger than I expected," Henkaizuzu thought as he wiped away the blood that had come out of the corner of his lips and once again rose towards the sky. That first exchange taught him that he must not underestimate his opponent at all cost, or else he would lose in a show of strength. If that half-elf really wanted to conquer the western continent, it would be too easy. Henkaizuzu was starting to realize that William didn't really need them to make the entire Gunner Federation bend their knees, and agree to a grand alliance. All that the half-elf needed to do was to casually bring out these giants from the Thousand Beast domain, and let them wreak havoc across the land, and everyone would be on their knees, begging him to allow them to join his side. However, William didn't do that. He'd much rather put up a farce, in order to make the kings understand just what kind of enemy they would be facing in the future. In fact, this battle wasn't just happening in the kingdom of Quince. It was happening in all the kingdoms that belonged to the Gunner Federation, including the dwarven kingdom of Beldarel. Durin had already informed Ildan, according to William's wishes, and the dwarven king surprisingly agreed to the half-elf's plan. However, Ildan asked that the giants make their appearance at one of the strongest fortresses of the dwarven kingdom, instead of their capital city. The half-elf agreed to this plan, and sent an adequate number of giants to each kingdom, numbering just over 100. When Morax and Zodor attacked the Silvermoon continent, their force consisted of over 1,000 giants. 1 peak demigod, 30 demigods, hundreds of myriad-ranked giants. That was the strength of the giant army under the red-headed Tianger's command. Originally, he planned to use them against Felix when he fought against them in the war. However, he never had the opportunity to use them because his main forces were more than enough to overwhelm the opposition. This also allowed William to keep their presence a secret, which allowed him to now use them to their fullest potential. Right now, all the kingdoms were being attacked by hundreds of giants, led by 3 to 4 demigods each. Henkizazui shrouded his entire body inside a giant tornado, and flew straight towards Zoder, who was prepared to meet his opponent's strongest attack. A moment later, the snake-headed demigod once again crashed into the city, destroying every structure it collided with, until it came to a complete stop. Henkizazui couldn't believe that his opponent had managed to withstand its strongest attack, and was even able to make a counterattack. If he knew that Zoder was a former pseudo-god, he might have cursed William internally for going off the script, and making him look pitiful in front of the people, who thought that their hero had come to save them. Chapter 1390, Attack on Titans Part 3. Fennel Kingdom. This isn't part of the script. Good thing I managed to protect my handsome face, Silvermoon muttered as he tossed aside the house that collapsed over his body after one of the giants had sent him flying with a palm strike. I was supposed to be the prince in shining armor that was going to save the princess from the tyrant giant, but this is just too much. Silvermoon was currently facing 4 demigods, who had now started to wreak havoc on their surroundings. Just like what was happening in Quince, the giant army had breached the city wall and was currently destroying the structures around them. Silvermoon had chosen this time to make his appearance to embolden the people, but after a short exchange, one of the giants slapped him, sending him crashing towards the city face first. I can't disillusion the hopes and dreams of the ladies that admire me. Silvermoon casually flipped his hair as he looked at the 4 demigods who made him look bad just a minute ago. I guess it's time to use 100% of my power. A devilish grin appeared on the satyr's face as the ground started to shake. The hundreds of years that I spent living in peace have dulled my fighting prowess, Silvermoon muttered. Still, William said that the giants we are going to face number in the millions, and within those millions are thousands of demigods, and hundreds of pseudo-gods. The future doesn't look too bright. Silvermoon could now understand that this was certainly not the time to be living peacefully inside his forest because this kind of threat was about to descend in the world. William told them that he would stage this battle to make the people of the Western continent understand the dangers that they were about to face. He then told the demigods to try and stop this staged invasion, and see for themselves just what kind of foes they would be facing in the future. Suddenly, the ground under Silvermoon's feet burst apart, and a giant ant tree, that towered hundreds of meters, rose from the ground, carrying the satyr on its shoulders. Crush my foes, Silvermoon roared. Rise, Amducius. The giant ant then smashed its fist into the giant's face, smashing its entire body to the ground. A powerful explosion shook the entire city as Silvermoon used his trump card, whose power reached the initial stages of the pseudo-god rank. The satyr was an easy-going fellow, and most people thought that he was the weakest among the 4 demigods of the central continent. However, they didn't know that when the flirtatious satyr became serious, his strength would surpass the power of his peers. Giant vines rose up from the ground and wrapped around the 3 other demigod giants, holding them firmly in place. The earth rumbled as the satyr and his giant ant fought with everything they had, laying waste to the city that they were supposed to protect. Kingdom of Xianxia. Shit. Ifrit cursed as he unleashed a barrage of giant fireballs at the giants that were pushing him back little by little. After getting beaten up by Astrape, Ifrit had long wanted to vent his frustration on something. This was why, when William devised his plan with the help of the King of Edelweiss, the demigod of fire thought that this was a good opportunity to finally let loose and show the half-elf that he wouldn't lose if it was a fight against demigods. However, contrary to what he expected, he was only fighting a single demigod and he was actually getting pushed back. The 3 other demigods ignored him and started to smash the houses within the city like little kids that had somehow found a new toy to play with. This ticked off Ifrit because he felt that the giants were looking down on him, and thought that he wasn't much of a threat. Because of this, he had unleashed his strongest attack to send his enemy to the afterlife, but contrary to what he expected, the giant he was facing endured his blow, and even managed to counter-attack by hurling a random house it had grabbed from the ground in his direction. Ifrit didn't know that William had personally handpicked the giants that they were going to fight against. The demigods assigned to fight against Ifrit were the giants from Muspelheim that had been born in the hottest regions of the planet. Because of this, they were more resistant to fire more than anything else, allowing them to shrug off Ifrit's flames, as if they were nothing but water being splashed on their bodies. When the town was half destroyed, a black lightning bolt hit one of the demigod giants and pushed it back outside the city. Several more lightning bolts descended, hitting all the giants that had managed to reach the center of the capital city of Xianxia. A moment later, hundreds of wyverns appeared behind Astape, carrying the members of the demon race, who now hurled spells against the giants, pushing them back. The defenders of the zinnia all cheered after seeing this scene. They thought that when Ifrit arrived, all of them would be saved. But, contrary to their expectations, the demigod whom they revered was actually losing ground against his opponent. After seeing that reinforcements had arrived, Ifrit roared as he clashed against his opponent and unleashed a flurry of blows using his full power. He lost it, Bronte commented as she erected a barrier to protect the rest of the city from the rampaging demigod that was sending flames flying in every direction. True, Astrape commented. This might have been a shock to him. Before William initiated the plan he had in mind, he had made sure to set a limit to the destruction that was about to unfold. The giants were to only attack the city in full when most of the citizens had evacuated safely, and then they could slowly advance, destroying everything in their path. They were also ordered to not kill any of the soldiers. This required great control, but since the giants were under William's command, they reigned in their strength, making the defenders only suffer injuries that weren't life-threatening. To William's surprise, among the three demigods, it was actually Silenus who managed to repel the invasion, which made the half-elf look at the satyr in a different light. However, there was a problem. The one that destroyed the city was not the giants, but the satyr who got carried away as he unleashed his full powers, almost turning the entire city into a forest that strengthened the power of his ability. Master, the attacks on all the kingdoms have stopped, Opus reported. But, won't they get suspicious because the kingdom of Edelweiss didn't suffer during this invasion? It's fine, William replied. That's Alexis's problem now, not ours. The king of Edelweiss asked William to destroy the capital cities of all of his neighbors, so that all of them would know the severity of the situation. Of course, in order to not make it look like the kingdom of Edelweiss wasn't attacked, the giants destroyed one of its fortresses, which Alexis said that he planned to demolish and rebuild anyway. Since the plan was to destroy things, Alexis insisted that William help him turn the fortress into rubble, so that he wouldn't have to hire people to do it for him. In the end, the half-elf agreed to this plan because it was the same thing he had agreed to do with the Dwarven Kingdom. Now that the entire Western continent knew the real threat of the giants, they would now be more than willing to join William's Grand Alliance. Although staging the invasion took some time, it was still a worthwhile thing to do because it allowed the Gunner Federation, as well as the demigods of the Western continent, to get a better understanding of what they would be facing in the not-so-distant future. Chapter 1391. The World LS Not Ending Just Yet. Where are we going? Maple asked. Are we going to eat again? Cinnamon has just eaten dinner, but I still have room for desserts, Cinnamon commented. Right after dinner, William took the twins outside to take a stroll. Maple and Cinnamon had become everyone's darlings, and had been spoiled silly by his wives and lovers. They would feed the two girls food, as if they were their pets, making William feel as if a kitten was scratching his liver. Just as the three were walking hand in hand in the palace gardens of the Kingdom of Edelweiss, a gentle breeze blew, and several pink butterflies that glowed brightly flew in their direction. Maple and Cinnamon, who saw these butterflies, both looked at each other in surprise because this was not the first time they were seeing these butterflies. The butterflies were not actually living butterflies, but things created by using magic. The two little girls let go of William's hands as they followed the pink butterflies that were now flying away from them. There was an urgency in their steps because they knew that if they followed where the butterflies were taking them, they would find the person that loved them with all of her heart. William smiled as he followed behind the two girls, who released his hand as soon as they understood where he was taking them. Although he felt a bit sad that it was time to bid farewell to the two adorable girls, he knew that he couldn't keep them by his side forever. A minute later, they finally saw her. A pink-haired girl stood quietly beside the magnificent fountain that was found at the center of the garden. She had her back facing William and the twins, but even then, it was quite easy for the three of them to recognize who she was. Mama, Maple shouted as she ran towards Chiffon. Mama, Cinnamon ran as well with her arms spread wide. After hearing their voices, Chiffon turned around and smiled. She then opened her arms wide and caught her two daughters, who had thrown themselves in her arms. A few seconds later, Chiffon showered Maple and Cinnamon with kisses, and the two kissed her back, making the heart of Half-Elf, who was watching the scene, melt. It was impossible not to feel anything after seeing this happy moment, and the red-headed teenager hoped that, in the future, his pink-haired wife would also be able to shower their own daughters with kisses, just like the scene he was seeing right now. Are we going home? Maple asked. Is it time to go back? Cinnamon inquired. Chiffon nodded and patted the heads of the two little girls whom she loved dearly. Yes, it's time for the two of you to go back, Chiffon said softly. Maple and Cinnamon exchanged a glance before nodding their heads. They then turned around to look at William and waved their hands at him to bid their farewells. Bye-bye, Maple said. We will come back again to play some time. Bye-bye, Cinnamon shouted. Don't miss us too much, okay? The half-elf chuckled before waving his hands back at the twins. See you soon, William replied. Be good girls and listen to your mama, okay? Don't make her worry all the time. Chiffon smiled before giving William a brief nod. The red-headed teenager returned her gesture before turning around. He didn't want to personally see Maple, Cinnamon, and Chiffon leave right in front of him. For some reason, he felt as if they were leaving him for good, and it was making his heart ache. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew past him, and Chiffon's words reached his ears. Smile. The world is not ending just yet. Several pink butterflies circled around him, as if encouraging him to do his best. They lasted only for half a minute before they bursted into particles of light, telling him that the three pink-haired girls had gone back to their own world. The half-elf closed his eyes as if immersing himself in the bittersweet feelings that were rising up in his chest. Truth be told, the half-elf had been feeling very stressed as of late. He wanted nothing more than to go back to the underworld to take his wives back, but according to Kathy, the time wasn't right just yet. Because of this, he went to the Western continent to take his mind off things, and focused his attention in making the Gunner Federation part of the Grand Alliance. But, after seeing Chiffon, he couldn't help but miss the pink-haired girl that was now stuck in Guttoni's paradise. It was not only Chiffon that he missed. He also missed Princess Sidoni, Morgana, Ash, and Celine. Celine must have given birth by now, William sighed in his heart. I wonder if it is a girl or a boy. In truth, William and Celine had talked about what to name their child if it was a boy or a girl. They came up with many names, and among them, two stood out. Seal and Kate. These were the two names that William and Celine had approved of after thinking of countless names for their first child. In order to have a proper childbirth, Celine was taken by her patron goddess, Lisa, to the Elysian Fields. A place where all those who had done glorious deeds when they were still alive went after they died. It was quite similar to Valhalla, but the major difference was that those that went to Valhalla were all warriors, or had died fighting on the battlefield. The Valkyries would personally go down to take their souls to the halls of Asgard, where they would be reborn as Aenarions. They were mankind's greatest champions, and the defenders of the Nine Realms. During the Battle of Ragnarok, these brave warriors fought tooth and nail against the army of destruction. Everyone fought to the last man and woman, leaving their bodies and weapons on the ground as they drew their last breath. Now, this same scene would once again happen, not in Asgard, but in the world of Hestia. This time, it will be different. Is what you're probably thinking of right now, right? The half-elf abruptly opened his eyes as he turned around to look in the direction where the voice had come from. Since he was lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice that anyone had approached him. But that didn't mean that he had let his guard down completely. If someone were able to get near him without detection, that only meant that their rank was as high, or higher than his. I found some good booze while I was taking a stroll, the old scammer of Lant said as he appeared in front of William with a smug smile plastered on his face. Come, Will. How about we have a drink and you tell me what have you been doing while I was away scamming people? William's grandpa, James, walked up to the red-headed teenager carrying a plastic bag with the logo 7EL Heaven. The corner of the half-elf's lips twitched because after not seeing his grandpa for quite some time, the latter came back carrying food and snacks that he had bought from a popular convenience store from Earth. He didn't know where the old coot had gone during his absence, but after seeing his grandpa, the half-elf felt that somehow, his world started to turn once again. Chapter 1392, Will. This time, let's win. I see, James said before heaving a sigh. You have been through a lot while I was gone. The old man filled William's cup with some cheap wine that he had bought from a convenience store before returning to Hestia from his expedition. William took a sip and found that the wine that James had given him wasn't really wine, but grape juice. Men need to be sober when they are talking about important matters, James said as he poured himself a cup of the grape juice he'd bought. We can get drunk as much as we want when the occasion calls for it, but today is not that day. Besides, I didn't bring enough cash with me to buy the wine I like. Apparently, Earth doesn't accept gold coins. So, I bought the next best thing, which is grape juice. The old man chuckled before taking a sip from his mug. After that, he took some roasted salted peanuts and tossed them inside his mouth. The half-elf couldn't help but smile after seeing his grandpa's antics, which made him feel a lot better. What are your future plans, Gramps? William asked. Are you going to take a stroll somewhere again? James didn't reply right away, and instead just ate more peanuts. The half-elf wasn't in a hurry to hear his answer, and just sipped his grape juice sparingly, as if enjoying the taste of a beverage that he hadn't drunk for a long time. Each of us have a role to play in the grand scheme of things, James said softly as he stared at the moon in the sky. No one is free from suffering. Even the smallest ant must work hard every day to gather resources, so that their queen will be able to give birth to more ants, and thus, make their colony grow. The same can be said for death. Everyone is dying, just at different speeds. Some people are born great, while some are born to be great. I am one of those people who were born great, while some are like you, who were born to be great. The old bandit of Lant smiled as he closed his eyes. He recalled a scene from thousands of years ago, when the heroes of Asgard rose up to answer the call of Ragnarok. All of them were the finest warriors the world had ever seen. Some were born great, while others were born to be great, just like William, who had been on the front lines of the battlefield, when the world was bathed in flames, and his wives, and lovers, perished right before his eyes. Odin remembered the time, when he sat in the great hall of Valhalla, toasting the brave men and women who had gathered to defend the 9 realms. The finest foods, and rivers of sparkling mead, flowed ceaselessly as everyone feasted to their heart's content. James reminisced the words he had said back then, as he walked through the halls of Asgard, in preparation to meet the new day. What kind of a dream is it? In which just before daybreak, I thought I cleared Valhalla. For coming of slain men, I waked the Aenarion, bade Valkyries rise up, to strew the bench, and scour the beakers, wine to carry. As for a prince's coming, here to me I expect. Heroes coming from the world, certain great ones, so glad is my heart. So glad was he back then. Standing up above mortals, sitting on the throne of one of the strongest pantheons, if not the strongest pantheons in existence. The bittersweet memories flowed inside James' head, just as the grape juice flowed down his throat. It wasn't as delicious as the mead he drank back then, but he appreciated it because it was made by mortal men. They had grown these grapes, and waited for the time to harvest them before sending them to the factories to process them and sell them to the masses. It wasn't 100% natural, but James was fine with that. This was why he decided to take it upon himself to cross the void, in order to prepare for the battle that once took everything away from him. James wasn't afraid to die, for he had died, and died, and died some more. Entering countless cycles of reincarnation, in order to fulfill a promise, for those who fought with him at the end of days. Will, this time, let's win. 5 words, 5 simple words, but they carried the fate of an entire world. Got it, Gramps, William replied. We'll win, for sure. James and William lifted their cups and toasted each other. They then drank it all down until no drop was left, creating a promise between men. I'm off, James said as he patted William's shoulder. You are never alone. Remember this, and remember it well. I know, Gramps, William replied. But, before you take a trip to the void, make sure to visit everyone. Eve misses you a lot. James chuckled after hearing William's words. He originally planned to return to the void right away, but after hearing his grandson's reminder, he decided to delay his trip a few days, so that he could check up on his family members, whom he missed as well. The old bandit whistled, and an 8-legged horse descended from the sky. William had seen such a horse before in Asgard, and wondered where his grandpa had found a similar mount. If there was a herd of them, he planned to bring a few to the thousand-beast domain in order to rear them, so he could have one as well. Ah, there is one thing I almost forgot to tell you, James said. Leave no stones unturned. Since there are many forbidden domains that are scattered across the land, make sure to give them a visit. We will need all the help we can get, and adding a few more demigods, and pseudo-gods on our side isn't necessarily a bad thing. William blinked once then twice after hearing James's words. He had completely forgotten about the forbidden domains that were scattered across the land. If he were able to conquer them all, he would be able to raise a sizable army in 2 years' time. Thank you for reminding me, Gramps, William replied. Don't worry, I'll make sure to visit every single one of them. That's my grandson. James smiled. Regardless, Of what happens, I will promise you one thing. On the day those bastards come, I will be there. James gave William a thumbs up before urging his mount to soar towards the sky. He still had places and people to visit, so he didn't plan to take any detours for the time being. The red-headed teenager watched as his grandpa disappeared from the horizon, while carrying the promise he had given him a while ago. A promise not only between grandfather and grandchild, but a promise between men. To fight alongside him when the world would face its greatest threat, and ensure that this time around, the one who would be sent packing would not be them, but the invaders who dared to step into their home turf. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.